Obviously my family is so poor that I can hardly afford to open the pot, but I can eat fatty chicken meat every meal, and even feed what I can't finish to the dog, simply because when I was messing with the chicken at home, a line suddenly appeared in front of the chicken. Gray-feathered chicken characteristics: a long growing period to lay fewer eggs. Gray-feathered chicken advancement route 1, gray-feathered chicken mated with red-feathered chicken. There is a 50% probability of hatching out red-feathered chicken. Characteristics of red-feathered chickens: they lay more eggs and have a longer growing period. Gray-feathered chicken progression route 2, consume chicken heartgrass every day for 3 consecutive days. There is a 80% probability that the chicken will progress to white-feathered chicken. White-feathered chickens are characterized by a short growing period and more meat production. Seeing this, my eyes lit up. This is my traveler's gold finger online? So in order to verify their own conjecture, I immediately came to the experienced hunter Uncle Chen's home, asked him if he knew what the chicken heartgrass. Then after a conversation, I learned that chicken heartgrass in the Tsangmung Mountains are everywhere. This thing is hunters hunting injuries to stop the bleeding of the herb. Just the mountains and beasts are many. Ordinary people are not common. However, fortunately, Uncle Chen's house had a reserve of chicken heartgrass, so I immediately asked Uncle Chen for 3 plants. When I got home, I rushed to extend a chickweed plant to the only gray-feathered hen in the house. Soon, the gray-feathered hen ate all the chicken heartgrass. The gray-feathered hen that had eaten the chicken heartgrass did not seem to be satisfied, but I did not continue to feed it. According to the system's description, it takes 3 days to evolve, so I planned to feed it once a day for observation. When I woke up the next morning, the first thing I did was to run to the front yard to check on the condition of the gray-feathered chickens, only to see a slight white color appeared on the original gray feathers of the gray-feathered chicken. This change instantly brought a look of joy to my face. A change means that my golden finger is real. Knowing that meat can be much more expensive than food these days, if I can master a stable way to advance gray-feathered chickens into white-feathered chickens, then can I make a fortune by selling chicken meat? Thinking of this, I immediately found my mother. Mother, how much money does our family have left? My mother was stunned, but didn't hide it. There's still 183 won. I knew my family was poor, but I didn't know it was this poor. The thought of raising chickens intensified in me. I then asked my family for 183 copper coins on the pretext that I wanted to do business. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning before I woke up, I heard my mother's cry of alarm from outside the door. Hearing the sound of alarm, I quickly got up and rushed out the door, only to see that the original gray-feathered hen had turned into a snow-white appearance. Not only were the feathers white, but even the head had gotten a lot bigger. I estimate that this white-feathered chicken is at least 6 catties. I was overjoyed. Li Ping, who was beside me, noticed my arrival with a face full of fear and said, "Is this chicken our family's chicken?" I don't blame Li Ping for behaving like this. It's really because this chicken has changed too much. Mother, don't worry. This chicken is our family's. I have made our family's hen look like this through a special method, and this is the same hen from our family. At those words, Li Ping completely put her heart down. Xiao Bai, did you ask me for money before just to do this? Yes. I nodded my head, my gaze fiery. I intend to buy more gray-feathered chickens and raise more white-feathered chickens. With that in mind, I looked to the white-feathered chicken information. Characteristics of white-feathered chicken: short growing period, more meat production. Advancement route 1, white-feathered chicken mated with crow's foot chicken. 60% probability of hatching out jade-feathered chicken. Characteristics of jade-feathered chicken: short growing period, strong fighting ability. Advancement route 2, feed the chicken heartgrass and the sumac flower crushed into juice for 3 consecutive days. And there is a 90% chance that the white-feathered chicken will be advanced to a yellow-feathered chicken. Characteristics of yellow-feathered chickens: short growing period, more meat production, short egg-laying cycle. Can a white-feathered chicken still advance? A trace of joy appeared on my face when I saw this. If I could advance the chicken all the way, wouldn't I be able to advance a chicken that was comparable to a martial artist? Thinking of this, I hurriedly grabbed the white-feathered chicken and proceeded to place the chicken into the bamboo gabion woven chicken coop. Afterwards, I took all the copper coins with me and rushed to the village entrance to head to the county town with today's hunting party. When I arrived at the county town, I first observed the market prices and found that street vendors were selling a gray-feathered rooster weighing about 3 pounds for 101. My own white-feathered chicken weighs at least 6 pounds and looks much better. After some deliberation, I priced the white-feathered chicken at 500 yen. What I didn't expect was that a woman would stop in front of my chicken coop just as I was displaying the chickens. "Can I see this chicken of yours?" "Sure." Upon hearing this, I hurriedly took the white-feathered chicken out of the cage. The woman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise after receiving the chicken. I've never seen a chicken with such feather color. Could this chicken of yours have a demonic beast bloodline? I don't know. I shook my head. How do I know if the white feather chicken has a demonic beast bloodline? I don't even know what the demonic beast looks like. Never mind. The woman didn't get to the bottom of the matter and directly spoke. 501. I'll take this chicken. No problem. I happily put 5 strings of coins into my pocket, and then handed the white feathered chicken to the woman. After receiving the white feathered chicken, the woman who was about to leave suddenly turned around and said, "In the future, if there is still this kind of chicken, you can sell it to me. I live in the Fuhu Fist Pavilion named Liang." After saying that, the woman directly turned around and left. A martial artist? My eyes flickered. Martial artists were an extremely rare existence in this world. According to the original body's memories, every martial artist in this world is a character of extremely high status. I didn't expect that I would still be able to encounter a martial artist on a trip to the county. I didn't care about this at all, and immediately utilized the 683 won in my hand to buy 5 chickens at a packaged price of 80 won each. Immediately after that, I went to the grain store and prepared to buy food. After all, I was planning to raise chickens on a large scale, so naturally I couldn't raise them in a loose manner like before. As soon as I entered the store, I bumped into Uncle Chen, who was leading a hunting team to help the villagers purchase food. Uncle Chen was surprised to the chicken coop I was carrying in my hand and said, "How did your chicken change?" "The chicken from before has been sold," I explained. "This is the gray-feathered chicken I just bought." Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen then looked at the 5 gray-feathered chickens in the coop and thought, "Let's buy the grain first." Uncle Chen didn't say much and signaled the crowd to buy grain first. But what I didn't expect was that in this time of famine, rice was so expensive, and 15 cents a caddy of rice was a luxury for ordinary people. It was no wonder that my family could only afford to eat chaff flour at this price. In the end, I chose to buy 20 caddies of sorghum noodles, 10 caddies of sorghum and 20 caddies of rice bran. By this time, I had almost spent all the coins in my hand. When I returned to the village, I looked at the 40 caddy of grain and the chicken coop that I had placed on the ground and said to Uncle Chen, "Uncle Chen, help me move the grain." Uncle Chen glanced at me, knowing that I had something to say to him, so he nodded and said, "Okay." Soon the 2 men carried the grain to my house. I hesitated or asked, "Uncle Chen, do you still have chicken heart grass there?" Uncle Chen gave me a deep look. "The chicken you took to the city to sell before. It should have been cultivated with chicken heart grass." Yes. I had already made plans to confess to Uncle Chen. Otherwise I wouldn't have specifically asked Uncle Chen to go home with me. I'm not going to hide it from Uncle Chen. The white-feathered chicken you saw before was precisely the gray-feathered chicken that I cultivated with chicken heart grass and gray-feathered chicken. Uncle Chen froze. "That's right." Chen Dawi nodded heavily. "The cultivation method is also very simple. Just feed the gray-feathered chickens chicken heart grass for 3 consecutive days, and the gray-feathered chickens will turn into white-feathered chickens." So it is, Chen De suddenly realized. Then said, "Such a valuable secret formula. You just tell me so easily? Aren't you afraid that I will be unfavorable to you after I get the secret formula?" "I trust Uncle Chen," Chen Dawi said. "When my father was alive, he once said that you are not his blood brother, but you are better than his blood brother, and that there may be people in the village who will harm our family, but you definitely won't." At those words, Chen De could not help but be moved. Chen Dao's father, Chen Ping, was definitely his best brother, bar none. When he was a child, he played with Chen Ping, and when they grew up, although one of them became a hunter and the other became a common farmer, the relationship never faded away, but instead became deeper and deeper. It was because of this that after Chen Ping passed away, Chen De did everything he could to help the Chen Rice family without asking for anything in return. "Your father, and my best brother," Chen De, a middle-aged man in his 30s, could not help but have tears in his tiger's eyes, remembering the little moments he had spent with Chen Ping. When he was a child, Chen Ping had always taken care of him as if he were an elder brother, and would always take out some of the family's food and share it with him. When he grew up, Chen Ping was also always caring for him and would always take care of him after he was injured while hunting. Chen De still remembers that during the time when Chen Ping passed away, his whole body was disoriented and disheveled for a long time, and it took him a long time to come out of his grief. Looking at Chen De, who was silently shedding tears, Chen Dao's heart sighed with emotion. The original body's memories did let him know that Chen Ping and Chen Dao's relationship was extremely good, but he didn't know that the relationship between the two could be so good to such an extent that just by mentioning Chen Ping's words, it made Chen De, a man who looked extremely resolute, shed tears. As a matter of fact, The reason why Chen Dao was willing to tell Chen De the secret formula for the gray-feathered chicken's advancement was not just because of Chen Ping and Chen Da's affection, but more because he needed to obtain the chicken heartgrass from Chen De. In addition to the fact that the effects of the chicken heartgrass were already known by Chen De, and it was impossible to hide the secret of the gray-feathered chicken's advancement at all. That was why Chen Daohui had been so generous with his words. Chapter 8 Amazing Prices. After a while, Chen De was able to calm the grief in his heart and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, Xiao Dai. I won't tell the secret recipe even if I die. There's no need for that, uncle." Chen Daohui, however, shook his head and said, "The reason why I am willing to tell you the secret recipe is because I hope that you will be able to use it. I know that although you have a hand at hunting, Uncle Chen, hunting is ultimately dangerous, isn't it? Don't look at Chen De in the village scenery, often can hunt in the mountains. The family living standard is good, but Chen Rice is actually very clear. Chen De hunting is completely with life in the fight. Sangmeng Mountain in countless dangers. Once the luck is a little close, encountered some cannot deal with the beasts. Chen De at any time may be killed in the Yellow Springs. Into the mountain beasts of the meal in the stomach. You mean?" Chen De looked at Chen De fixedly. "You intend to let me use this secret recipe? Nice." Chen Dao nodded. "Uncle Chen doesn't know. That white-feathered chicken of mine, sold for 500 won. Uncle Chen might as well calculate carefully. A cheapest gray-feathered chicken only costs about 100 won, while a white-feathered chicken can be sold for 500 won. How much profit is there in that? 500? Chen De froze. He knew that Chen Da's white-feathered chicken was definitely not cheap. After all, the size and selling looks were there, but he did not expect that the price of the white-feathered chicken would actually be so high, fully 4 times more expensive than the gray-feathered chicken. Not only Chen De, even Li Ping, who heard the sound through the wall, showed an incredulous look. What was the concept of 500 cents? It is not an exaggeration to say that even in a peaceful year, a family in Qin village may not be able to save 500 won at the end of the year, while Chen Rice chicken was sold for 500 won. This number deeply shook Li Ping's heart. Is it really 500 texts? Chen De was still a bit incredulous. Not that he didn't trust Chen Daoyuan, but the figure of 500 won was too amazing to know. Even he, a hunter with a handful of hunting skills, risked his life to enter the mountain once. He might not be able to earn 500 won, and even there might be a possibility to return empty-handed. Naturally, it's true. Chen Daohui nodded his head conclusively, pointing to the grain and chicken coops placed in the front yard and said, "Otherwise, where would I get the money to buy so many gray-feathered chickens and grain?" Hiss! Chen De inhaled a mouthful of cool air. A trace of fire flashed in his eyes. If the white-feathered chicken is really worth money as Chen De said, then the Chen De family who mastered the secret recipe of white-feathered chicken cultivation, getting rich is not just around the corner? Such a precious secret recipe, but Chen Rice is willing to tell himself. Chen De was touched in his heart and sincerely thanked him. "Xiao Dai, uncle thanked you for your aunt and brother." With the secret method of cultivating white-feathered chickens given by Chen De did not need to risk going into the mountains to hunt anymore. Nor did he need to worry all the time about what his mother-in-law and children would do in the future if he died in the mountains. "That's all I'm supposed to do," Chen Daohui said. "Uncle, you have been taking care of my family, so naturally I should return the favor. A good boy who knows what he's doing." Chen De looked at Chen De with a pleased gaze and reminded, "Xiao De, this secret method must not be told to anyone else, not even the people in the village." "Don't worry Uncle Chen, I know the importance." Chen Daohui nodded seriously. Although the relationship between the families in the village was relatively harmonious due to the fact that most of them had the same surname, but money moved people's hearts. Once the secret method of cultivating white-feathered chickens was leaked out, no one dared to guarantee that the other people in the village would not be unfavorable to themselves. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable. In front of the huge benefits, Chen Daohui also dare not guarantee that other people cannot withstand the temptation. "So I'm relieved." Chen De returned the topic back to the original question. "Little Rice, if you need chicken heartgrass, I do have some at home. I'll send them all over to you in a while." "All for me?" Chen Daohui was surprised. "Uncle, aren't you going to raise chickens?" "It's natural to raise chickens." Chen De laughed. "Uncle is not a little cutie, so big profits are right in front of you? How can one not be moved? But raising chickens isn't something you can just say. I have to buy some gray-feathered chickens before I can do it. Before that, the chicken heartgrass in Uncle's house will be good for you to use first. As for the chicken hearts, my family needs to raise chickens." Chen De paused and said, "But Sanmeng Mountains are filled with this stuff. and uncle only needs to make one trip into the mountains to bring back a large amount of chicken heartgrass at any time. Will it be dangerous? Chen Dao said with slight concern. No way. Chen De shook his head. Entering the Songmeng mountain was naturally an extremely dangerous thing for others, but for him, a hunter who was extremely familiar with the route of the Songmeng mountain was not a problem. Besides, picking the chicken heartgrass did not require going deep into the mountains like hunting, and the level of danger was extremely low. Then thank you, Uncle Chen. No need to thank you. Uncle will go back first. I'll have Tai Dan bring you the chicken heartgrass later. Good. Chen De had just left, and Li Ping in the next room immediately came over and looked at Chen Dowie incredulously. Xiao Dowie, did that white chicken really sell for 500 wenzi? Before, when Chen Daoyuan brought back the grain and chicken coop, Li Ping had doubts in her mind. She remembered very clearly that the copper money she handed over to Chen Daoyuan totaled 183 won. With her understanding of the grain price, 183 won could not buy so much grain at all. So Li Ping guessed if the price of the grain in the county had been lowered. It wasn't until she listened to the conversation between Chen Dao and Chen De that Li Ping came to a realization. It's not that the price of grain in the county has dropped, but that white-feathered chicken cultivated by Chen Rice sells for a high price. Really? Chen Daoyi nodded her head and said, Mother, in the future, do more cooking. You don't have to save food as before. In the past, when Li Ping cooked, in order to reduce the consumption of food, the amount of rice made was often extremely small, only barely allowing a family of 3 to eat a fruitful meal. As for eating, well, that is impossible. Nowadays there is no need to be so frugal. With the secret recipe for cultivating white-feathered chickens, the family no longer needs to scrimp and save. Mother knows. Li Ping eyes gratifying look at Chen Rice, only to feel that his son has grown up, not only the character of maturity a lot, but also found the secret recipe for raising chickens day in and day out. Maybe the poverty situation of my own family can really be changed by little Rice. Shortly afterward, Chen Tai Dan, Chen Da's son, delivered chicken heartgrass. Chen Rice, who had received the chicken heartgrass, counted the number of chicken heartgrasses while saying to Chen Tai Dan, do you want to play for a while at your brother's house? Not playing. It's too cold. Chen Tai Dan shook his head and flew back to his house. Nowadays in this weather, even adults feel cold, let alone children. When Chen Tai Dan left, Chen Dadao also counted the number of chicken heartgrasses he sent. There are a total of 16 chicken heartgrasses, just enough to advance this batch of gray-feathered chickens into white-feathered chickens. Chen Dao picked out 5 chicken heartgrasses and fed them to each of the 5 gray-feathered roosters in the cage. And after feeding them, Chen Dao took out some sorghum and rice bran from the house, mixed them together, and scattered a handful of them around the perimeter of the cage, allowing the gray-feathered roosters in the cage to peck at them. Will they be bigger when they eat better and advance into white-feathered chickens? This was the reason why Chen Rice had purchased sorghum and rice bran. According to the limited knowledge in his mind, the more livestock ate, the more meat they would definitely grow. Therefore, Chen Rice intended to feed these gray-feathered chickens more grain to see if he could make them grow bigger. And at the same time, Chen Dai was thinking about something else. Sorghum. Characteristics: low-yielding, heat-loving. Sorghum advancement route 1. Soaking seeds in cold stonewort juice has an 80% chance of advancing the seeds into cold-tolerant sorghum seeds. Characteristics of cold-tolerant sorghum: cold-tolerant, lower yield. Sorghum advancement route 2. Stimulating sorghum seed with ichneumon pollen has a 90% chance of mutating the sorghum seed and advancing it to high-yielding sorghum seed. Characteristics of high-yield sorghum: short growth cycle, higher yield, up to 600 pounds per moo. This was the message that surfaced in Chen Rice's eyes the moment he bought the sorghum. After several days of groping, Chen Daoyi has already understood the law of this golden finger of his, only things that belong to himself or this home of his own. He looks into its line of advancement. Therefore it wasn't until the moment Chen Rice bought the sorghum in the grain store that the golden finger surfaced the information about the sorghum's advancement. Cold-tolerant sorghum, high-yielding sorghum, all good stuff. Unfortunately, Chen Rice shook his head. Right now the situation of the family, really not suitable for planting. Not to mention that Chen Rice does not know what the cold stone grass and fish flower is. Even if he knows, it is impossible to carry out planting now. The reason is also very simple. Nowadays the entire Qingzhou territory weather is extraordinarily cold. Simply cannot grow food. This kind of time, Chen Rice home a few acres of land but grow food too. If this was discovered by others, Chen Daoyi was afraid that he would not be able to protect himself in a minute. This is not the enlightened Earth China, but a feudal society. Once Chen Rice came out with high-yield, cold-resistant sorghum, I'm afraid that in a minute the government will be arrested and tortured to make him hand over the sorghum seeds. Still no self-preservation. Chen Rice sighed lightly. Now do not say high-yield sorghum. He even sell white-feather chicken, have to be careful. Afraid that others know that he holds a secret recipe for cultivating white-feather chicken. At this moment, Chen Dawi was extraordinarily eager to become a martial artist, or to cultivate combat chickens that were sufficiently comparable to martial artists, so that he himself would have the ability to defend himself. Inuyasha, come eat. Li Ping's voice came from inside the house, and Chen Dawi hurriedly responded, coming, because Chen Daoyuan bought back a large amount of food. Today's dinner portion is very sufficient. Chen Daoyuan and Chen Fei's bowl is full of a bowl of thick boiled sorghum paste. Even Li Ping's bowl of sorghum paste is no longer as thin as before. Chen Dawi sniffed the faint fragrance emanating from the sorghum paste and said, Mother, don't save the grain in the future. Eat more yourself. Chen Daoyu noticed that the sorghum paste in Li Ping's bowl was still much thinner than in her own bowl. Apparently, even with enough food, Li Ping still maintained the principle of saving and was not willing to give herself more to eat. Chapter 9, Good Things. Mother knows. Li Ping responded with her mouth, but what she thought in her heart was unknown. Meanwhile, at Chen Da's home, the three members of Chen Da's family gathered for dinner. Trillion, there's something I need to tell you. At the dining table, Chen Da hesitated for a moment and informed He Tsuilian of what he had said to Chen Daidao during the afternoon. Such a precious secret recipe that Inuyasha is actually willing to tell you? He Tsuilian said with a surprised face. The method of cultivating gray-feathered chickens into white-feathered chickens was bound to be incomparably precious as one could think with one's butt. I didn't think Inuyasha would be so honest either. Chen Da sighed with emotion. Ping has really given birth to an extraordinary son. Inuyasha does know his stuff. He Tsuilian said. Chen Da, I'm telling you, it's not easy for Xiaodai's family to have a way to earn money. You can't tell this formula out. I know. Chen Da solemnly nodded his head and then said, what Xiaodai means is that he hopes that our family can also earn money with this formula. What do you think? This is a good thing. He Tsuilian's eyes lit up and said, if we can also make money with this method, you won't have to risk going into the mountains to hunt. People in the village envy the Chun family's good life, but only He Tsuilian knows that his family is far from what it seems on the surface. Yes, it is true that my own family has seen better days and does not lack food, but every time Chen Da went into the mountains to hunt, He Tsuilian was in fear all day long, afraid that Chen Da would never return, leaving himself and Tai Dan as orphans and widows. Fortunately, in the past, Chen Da's luck has always been good. Every time he went into the mountains, he was able to return safely, and most of the time, he had some harvests, barely maintaining the situation at home. But this is not a long-term solution, and He Tsuilian does not want her man to risk his life by going into the mountains. Therefore, when she heard Chen Da say that she could make money with Chen Da's secret recipe, He Tsuilian's eyes lit up. If you can make money with this method, then you don't have to go into the mountains from now on, making me wary every time. That's what I thought. The simple-faced Chen Da nodded his head and said, however, I always feel a little bit sorry for Xiaodai. It's not easy for him to find a formula to earn money. Isn't it a little bit ungenerous for me to take his secret formula for nothing? What's in it? He Tsuilian said, small rice are willing to tell you the secret recipe. What can not be used? The big deal is that after we make money, we can share some of it with Xiaodai's family. Also, Chen Da thought for a moment and said, you should look for people in the village who raise chickens at home tomorrow and ask them to see if you can buy the gray-feathered chickens in their homes with money, or exchange them for grain. No problem. I'll ask tomorrow. He Tsuilian should be down. With money to buy other villagers' chickens may be a little difficult, but with food for sure can be exchanged. After all, nowadays every household in the village is short of food. As long as their own family is willing to give more food, there is always someone willing to exchange. Success. Then I'll make a trip into the mountains tomorrow to collect chicken heartgrass. Remember to be careful. The next day, after having breakfast, Chen Dawi first fed the 5 chickens at home with chicken heartgrass and fodder, and then left the house, intending to go to Li Zhang, the only scholar in the village, to inquire about some matters. Just out of the house, Chen Daidai bumped into 3 youths head-on, and the taller, slimmer man at the head teased, yo, isn't this Chen Daidai? Chen Dawi glanced at the trio, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. There was some impression of these 3 people in the original body's memory. The tall and thin youth who spoke was named Chen Jin, and beside him were his 2 younger brothers, Chen Yin and Chen Tong. These 3 brothers lost their father and mother since childhood. Is to eat the village of 100 meals grew up, but by the villagers' favor of the 3 villagers but did not have the slightest gratitude to the villagers. but instead developed the character of the good and bad labor. After the death of their parents, the three left them a few acres of fields, and under the auspices of Chen He, the village head, the villagers did not take over their fields, but left them with them. But this brother has no idea of planting, but will be left behind by his parents to sell the field, and then take the money to sell the land, often go to the county town to spend the day drinking. Not a year's work, they will sell the money, spend all the money, and then return to the village to continue to eat 100 rice. Three grown men, who are not productive, but spend their days dawdling in other people's homes, are cheeky as hell. In the past, when the days were good, the villagers remembered the old feelings and did not mind the behavior of the three dabbling. But now with the standard of living has fallen sharply, the village is more and more disgusted with these three people, which has led to the Chen Jin three brothers more and more difficult. Dabbling is more and more difficult. Chen Rice. Chen Jin seemed to be completely oblivious to the look of disgust on Chen Daoi's face as he put his hand on Chen Daoi's shoulder and said, "I heard that your family bought 5 chickens? Shouldn't you give us 3 brothers a share of one?" Yesterday, when Chen Dao returned to the village, many people noticed the chicken coop that Chen Dao was carrying and the large amount of grain that he had purchased, only that he was busy distributing the grain at that time and didn't pay too much attention to it. But after distributing the grain, the idle villagers immediately reacted. "That's not true. How could Chen Daoi's family have the money to buy so many chickens and grains when they were obviously in a much worse condition than we were?" The villagers who noticed that something was wrong were immediately talking about it, and in less than half a day's work, the news that Chen Daoi's family had bought 5 chickens was spread throughout the village. Most of the villagers were only envious of this incident, and used it as a topic of conversation during their leisure time after meals. But for the 3 Chen Jin people, this was a big deal. Chen Rice family are living a good life. How can they not subsidize our 3 brothers 1 or 2? You know, when Chen Tao's father, Chen Ping, was still alive, he gave us food. So, the 3 Chen Jin came to the door of Chen Daoi's house early in the morning, intending to play the fall. Chen Dao pushed away Chen Jin's hand on his shoulder and said with a look of disgust, "Why should I give you guys a share?" Normal people would probably have covered their faces long ago when they heard these words from Chen Daoi. Chen Jin was unimpressed, but instead accused Chen Daoi. "Chen Daoi, you say this. Your family has 5 chickens. What's wrong with sharing one with our 3 brothers? That's just it. Doesn't the village chief always say that? It's only right that the people of our Chen village should help each other." "That's right. Chen Daoyu's family is living a good life, so you can't help the 3 of us brothers?" Chen Yin and Chen Copper echoed Chen Jin's words. In their minds, it was just natural for the village to help them. Chen Daoi, however, did not want to pay attention to the 3 brothers, and directly bypassed them to go forward. "Slow down." Chen Jin reached out and blocked Chen Daoi's way, saying in a threatening tone, "Chen Daoi, if you don't share a chicken with our brothers, don't blame us 3 brothers for not giving you face." Chen Daoi stopped his steps. His heart was churning with anger, but his face was as calm as water. "I'm going to Uncle Chen's house. Get out of the way." Chen Jin, who heard the word Uncle Chen, flashed a hint of awe on his face. He naturally knew who the person in Chen Da's mouth was. It was Chen De, who was the peak of force value in Chen village. In fact, it is because of the existence of Chen De, Chen Jin did not dare to wantonly bully Chen De. If not, on the kind of situation at Chen Da's home, he would not be discussing with Chen De, but directly door to door to rob. After all, there was only 1 half-grown boy and 2 women in Chen Daoi's family, so they couldn't stop the 3 of them, who were strong males. "Humph." Chen Dai snorted coldly and left with a big stride around Chen Jin. "Get in the mother asterisk 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 er." Chen Yin spat at Chen Dao's back and said in annoyance, "This kid doesn't know how to appreciate himself. Big brother, should we beat him up?" "Beat him?" Chen Jin looked at Chen Yin with the eyes of an idiot. "It's easy to beat him up, but who will handle Chen De?" Don't look at Chen De with an honest look, but that was only when facing Chen De family. As a matter of fact, there was no one in the village who was not afraid of Chen De, especially the 3 Chen Jin, who were extremely fearful of Chen De, because Chen De really dared to beat them up with his hands. When they were young, the 3 had been beaten up by Chen De for bullying Chen De. "This kid is no good." Chen Tong couldn't help but scold. "There are 5 chickens in the house and they're not even willing to share one with our brothers. It's a shame the kid didn't die." Chen Jin sighed with a face full of regret. They knew about Chen Daoyuan's injury before, and even they had set their eyes on the Chen Daoyuan family, intending to wait for Chen Daoyuan, the only male member of the family, to go to the Chen family to freeload after his death, and even intending to sell Chen Fei to the county town. But I didn't expect. The plan can't catch up with the change. Chen Daoi, this kid also don't know what kind of luck. Actually hard to survive. Make their plan implementation can't go on. This kid must have a lot of money at home. Chen said with a gloomy gaze. Big brother, don't we have to think of some ways to get some money from his family? Let's see. Chen Jin was in deep thought. While walking in the village dirt road, Chen Rice is gloomy. Chen Jin, 3 people just move. Almost directly robbed. Which undoubtedly let Chen Rice heart extremely angry. But take this, 3 people have nothing to do. This body of Chen Dawi was just a half-grown boy, who couldn't even eat enough food and was not strong enough to be compared to the kind of 20-something-year-old strong men like Chen Jin's trio. Not to mention the fact that Chen Jin's group was still 3 people. The matter of cultivating fighting chickens seems to have to be done soon. Chen Dawi contemplated as he arrived at a house that covered an extremely large area and raised his hand to knock on the door. Who? A gentle voice came from inside the door, and Chen Dao immediately replied back. I am Chen Dao from Chen Ping's family, and there is something I would like to ask Mr. Li. Coming. The door to the room opened, revealing the elegant face of Li Zhang behind it. Li Zhang is a scholar who fled to Chen village 10 years ago. People in this era undoubtedly have great respect for knowledge. After learning of Li Zhang's identity as a scholar, Chen He, the village headman, immediately stepped in and mobilized the strength of the whole village to build this house for Li Zhang, so that Li Zhang could settle down in the village. Chapter 10, The First Fighting Chicken. The village head Chen He is considered to be a more far-sighted person. At first, when he built this house of Li Zhang, was hoping to build the village school as well for the village children to study. So this house covers a lot of area. Not only has Li Zhang's residence, but also has a part of it belonging to the village school. Just a shame. Chen He's idea is good, but reading is not such a simple thing, because reading requires not only a teacher, but also paper, pens, books and other tools, which are no different from luxuries for the people of Chenjia village. In the past, when the year was good, there would be some villagers thinking of sending their own children to read, hoping that their own children can recognize some words. But now, with the bad weather, the villagers' harvest has been reduced significantly, and there has been no one to send their children to Li Zhang here to read. The reason was simple, the villagers didn't even have enough to eat. So how could they afford to pay Li Zhang's tuition? How could they afford to buy paper, pens, and other tools? Come in. Li Zhang led Chen Dawi into his study. His study is not big. Books are also few. After all, Li Zhang is just a rural schoolteacher, and this year's books are extraordinarily expensive. It is impossible for Li Zhang to afford to buy too much. Even Chen Dawi guessed that the few books placed on the shelves of the study were most likely carried along by Li Zhang when he fled to Chen village in the past. You know how to read? Seeing that Chen Dao's gaze had been falling on the bookshelf, Li Zhang asked curiously. Recognize some. Chen Dawi nodded his head. The writing in this world was very similar to the traditional Chinese characters in the ancient times of China in his previous life, and Chen Dawi could barely recognize them if he even guessed. Your father taught you that, didn't he? Li Zhang sighed. In my opinion, your father is the hardest working and most visionary person in the entire Chen village. When the farm is busy, he will work diligently to do farm work, and when the farm is idle, he will come to the door and ask me to teach him to recognize words. But it is a pity. It's a pity that Chen Ping's origins are so low. Li Zhang sighed in his heart. Chen Ping's origin, but better. Born in the middle of the family. No, even if it is born in the rich family in the county, I am afraid that the future will not be too bad. Yet he was born in the village of Chenjia. This kind of origin is useless even if one tries hard, because Chen Ping's Chen village origin decided that even if he reads books well, he can't have any achievements. At most become a bookkeeper in the county or something like that. But there was no point in saying anything now. Chen Ping had already passed away, and thinking about this was like asking for trouble. Li Zhang turned his head to look at Chen Dawi and asked, what is it that you came to see me about? Mr. Li, I'd like to ask you something. Chen Dawi said directly, you are very knowledgeable. I wonder if you've ever heard of crow's claw chicken and sumac flour. Crow's footed chicken? Sumac? Li Zhang stared at his brows and thought, pondering for a long time before replying, the crow's claw chicken is unheard of. But the sumac flower knows a thing or two. Chen Daoi's eyes lit up and he busily said, please also explain. Sir, sumac is an herb. Li Zhang caressed his flowing beard and said, this flower can clear heat and remove fire after drying and sunning, and is one of the more common medicinal herbs. Herbs? Chen Rice heart. If it is a common medicinal herbs, then does not it mean that pharmacies will be sold? If we could buy sumac flowers in the pharmacy, wouldn't the white-feathered chicken's advancement be in order? Chen Dawi, who thought of this, was on fire in his heart, but his face did not move and said, many thanks to Mr. Li for solving the problem. Li Zhang stroked his beard and accepted Chen Daoi's thanks with a peaceful heart. As a teacher, there was nothing more pleasing than solving a student's problems, and although Chen Daoyuan was not technically his student, being able to solve Chen Daoyuan's problems still made Li Zhang's heart happy. Mr. Li, I won't bother you then. Why don't you have dinner before you go? No need. Chen Dao declined Li Zhang's invitation. Now that there were no students studying in the academy, Li Zhang's life was not easy, so how could he be ashamed to rub his nose in it? Walking out of Li Zhang's house, Chen Dao looked back at Li Zhang's figure and couldn't help but sigh. Even if Li Zhang this kind of respected by the villagers of the scholar, now the days are also difficult. Party in the study when Chen Rice clearly see. Li Zhang's arm is extremely thin. Cheeks, eye sockets are also sunken in. Obviously, Li Zhang's living conditions are not good. Even the rice may not be able to eat enough. In addition, Chen Rice noted that he was the only person in Li Zhang's home. Li Zhang, who had settled in Chenjia village for 10 years, seemed to have absolutely no idea of getting a daughter-in-law and had always lived alone. In fact, in the past, there are many women in the Qin village who are willing to marry Li Zhang, including the village head Chen He, but also had many times to Li Zhang matchmaking. But I do not know what Li Zhang is thinking. No idea at all of the idea of starting a family, so that now has been a lonely one. Back home, Chen Daoyi looked at the 5 gray-feathered chickens locked in a cage with a twinkle in his eye. White-feathered chicken advanced into yellow-feathered chicken material already have a brow. Now the most important thing is the 5 gray-feathered chicken advanced into white-feathered chicken, and then we'll bring them to the county town to sell to earn enough money, and then in the county drugstore in the purchase of sumac flowers, to begin to prepare for the advancement of yellow-feathered chicken things. This batch of gray-feathered chickens would be 3 tails of silver if all of them could be advanced to white-feathered chickens, which would surely change the situation of the family greatly. Chen Daoyi thought so in his heart, and the mind to change the conditions of his family was extraordinarily strong, because, at this moment, he was extraordinarily eager to eat meat as well as white rice. 2 mornings later, Chen Daoyi and Li Ping stood in front of the chicken cage, looking at the 5 chickens in the cage with a delighted expression. Unsurprisingly, these 5 gray-feathered chickens, all of them advanced into white-feathered chickens. No, not all white-feathered chickens. Chen Daoyi's gaze fell on the chicken coop, but he saw that there was one chicken that stood out from the rest. Other chickens are covered with snow-white feathers, chicken claws and chicken beak into yellow, and this chicken, snow-white feathers, chicken claws are black as ink. In the sunlight flashes a metallic luster. Chicken beak is into the gold. The size is more than the other white-feathered chickens to be larger than the circle, appearing extraordinarily bizarre. Black-footed chicken, born as a result of an unpredictable mutation in the process of the gray-feathered chicken's advancement to white-feathered chicken, and cannot be advanced. Black-footed chicken characteristics, agile in action, strong in combat, comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. It's actually mutated. The words floating in his eyes made Chen Daoyi's heart ecstatic. The word mutation might be a bit unfamiliar to the people of Xia, but to Chen Daoyi, an earthling, it was simply too familiar. Mutations often symbolize unpredictability. However, this one turned out to be good. What Chen Daoyi feels most deeply after traveling to this world is poverty and hunger, followed by the lack of security. Chapter 11, The Mighty Fighting Chicken. Whether it was the official road, the hungry stragglers seen outside the county, or the threat of Chen Jin's 3 brothers, all of them gave Chen Daoyi a feeling of extreme insecurity. You have to know, this world is not the previous life of the law is sound. Everywhere is the camera of the earth China, where the murder of goods, burglary is not something that only exists in the news, but at any time may be around the occurrence of. In the past few days after crossing over, although Chen Daoyi didn't show it in front of his loved ones, his heart was extremely unsettled, and his heart was always in a state of fear. Well, at this moment, the black-footed chicken showed up. Goldfinger's introduction of the black-footed chicken was already very detailed, with agile movement, strong fighting strength, and comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. What is the concept of a 9th grade martial artist? The martial artist in this world, that is the existence of people in general. A 9th grade martial artist, even in the county, belongs to the status of extremely high characters, is countless ordinary people need to look up to the figure, and at this time, he has no less than a 9th grade martial artist's combat chicken. The corner of Chen Daoyi's mouth hooked up a smile, only to feel a lot of peace in his heart. With this black-footed chicken in his own life and family, no longer unsecured. In Yuyasha, why is this chicken different from the others? Li Ping also noticed the black-footed chicken with an exceptionally special appearance, and a puzzled look appeared on her face. The appearance of the black-footed chicken was just too different from the white-feathered chicken. Not only was its body size even larger, but its claws were even glittering with luster. as if they were polished iron, and at a glance, it felt extraordinary. Instead of giving Li Ping an explanation, Chen Daoyi tried to open the lid of the chicken cage and grabbed the black-footed chicken out of the cage and placed it on the ground. Cluck cluck cluck. The black-footed chicken that landed on the ground let out a pleasant squawk. Its size is too big. Stay in the chicken coop is inevitably a little exertion. At this time, landed on the ground, suddenly excitedly running around in the yard. And until this time, Chen Daoyuan only black-footed chicken size has a more profound concept. Only to see standing on the ground, raise the head of the black-footed chicken. The height of the head of the chicken even more than Chen Daoyuan's knees. Just now lifting the black-footed chicken, Chen Daoyuan even almost by it brought a stagger. Conservative estimate. The weight of this black-footed chicken, at least in the 15 pounds or so. 15 pounds of fighting chicken. Awesome. Chen Dai's eyes flickered, and after scattering the black-footed chicken in the yard for a while, it ran to Chen Daoyi's side with its chicken feet, rubbing its head feathers against Chen Daoyi's pants leg, being extremely intimate with Chen Daoyi. Apparently, this black-footed chicken is intelligent enough to know who is its master. That's smart. Chen Daoyi gently stroked the glossy feathers of the black-footed chicken and uttered, "From now on, I'll call you Little Black. You are responsible for protecting our family." Cluck cluck cluck. The black-footed chicken let out a pleasurable cock-call, and after rubbing against Chen Daoyi's pants leg for a while, it ran to Li Ping's side again and clucked at her. "You're a smart chicken." Li Ping bent down and jerked the hair on the head of the black-footed chicken like a dog, and while doing so, she said to Chen Daoyi, "Xiao Daoyi, are you going to sell this chicken?" "Not for sale." Chen Daoyi shook his head without thinking. The black-footed chicken was a fighting chicken comparable to a 9th-grade martial artist. He would only sell the black-footed chicken if his brain was broken. "Mother, this chicken possesses strength equivalent to a 9th-grade martial artist." "What?" Li Ping shuddered and stared. "Little Rice, you're not kidding, right? How can a chicken be equivalent to a 9th-grade martial artist?" Although Li Ping had never seen a martial artist, she had heard others talk about the existence of martial artists. A martial artist was in existence as noble as an official lord. And although this chicken in front of him looked mighty and big, how could it be on par with the lord? "Blackie, you show my mother." Without explaining, Chen Daoyi directly gave an order to the black-footed chicken. The next moment, the black-footed chicken moved, only to see the black-footed chicken standing at Li Ping's feet flap its wings. The chicken's feet powered up, and it crossed the fence in the yard at an extremely fast speed. So fast, Li Ping's pupils shrunk. The speed of Xiao Hei was so fast that she couldn't even react. "It won't run away, will it?" As soon as Li Ping's words fell, Xiao Hei's figure reappeared in his line of sight. With a leap back into the compound, the little black chicken's beak pecked towards a piece of fence wood, and a transparent hole instantly appeared in the wood. This, Li Ping completely stunned. The performance of the small black really subverted her knowledge of the chicken. In the vast majority of people's knowledge, the chicken, this kind of creature, should be relatively weak is right. But in front of the eyes of this chicken, with the weak cannot be related to half a point. The yard fence is not particularly high, but there are 1 to 5 meters high, but the small black can easily leap over, and its beak is still so sharp. Just a light peck will peck out a hollow hole in the wood. If this were to peck on a person, wouldn't it instantly peck him or her? "Mother, now you believe it, don't you?" Chen Dao asked with a smile. In fact, he was also extremely shocked. The performance of the black-footed chicken was really a bit shocking. It was worthy of being a combat chicken that had mutated. "Believe it." Li Ping nodded her head repeatedly, the color of shock still remaining in her pupils. "Little Rice, how did you cultivate this kind of chicken?" "I don't know how it came to be." Chen Daoyi didn't know how to explain it, so he could only perfunctorily pass it over. "Anyway, this chicken is very powerful is all. In the future, it can guarantee the safety of our family." Li Ping nodded her head vigorously. Such a powerful chicken could indeed keep her home safe. But another doubt rose in Li Ping's mind. "Little Rice, this chicken is so powerful. What kind of food does it eat?" Chen Daoyi couldn't help but frown. Although he was able to see Xiao Hei's information through the golden finger, the golden finger hadn't told him how to raise black-footed chickens. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Daoyuan walked into the house and grabbed a handful of sorghum and grain chaff and sprinkled it in front of Xiao Hei. Cluck cluck cluck. Blackie let out a soft purr and darted around pecking at the sorghum and grain chaff on the ground. Luckily, Blackie is still eating regular chicken food. Chen Daoyi let out a sigh of relief. If Xiao Hei didn't eat ordinary food but needed some special food to feed, then he really didn't know what to do. "Mother, brother." Behind her came Chen Fei's tender cry. Just waking up from sleep, she ran to Chen Daoyi's side with her short legs, hugging Chen Daoi's thigh, timidly looking at Xiao Hei. Brother, this chicken is so beautiful. Chen Dao touched Chen Fei's head and smiled. It's called Little Black. Do you want to play with it? Think. Chen Fei blurted out. Then you can play with Blackie at home. Chen Daoi turned his head to Li Ping and said, Mother, I'll go to Uncle Chen's house. Li Ping knew that Chen Dao was going to Chen Jia's house to discuss the matter of selling chickens in the city, so she didn't say much and just nodded. Chapter 12, Unbearable. Uncle Chen, Auntie He, Inuyasha is here? Among the Chen family, Chen Dao, who had greeted each other with the Chen De couple, opened the door and said, I would like to ask Uncle to escort me to the county town. You have chickens in your house already? Chen De asked. In these 3 days, he had already gone into the mountains several times, collected a good amount of chicken heartgrass, and also exchanged grain from other villagers for 10 gray-feathered chickens, and now he had already fed this batch of chickens once with chicken heartgrass, and in 2 more days, he would be able to cultivate white-feathered chickens. Nice. Chen Daoi nodded. I intend to go to the city to sell this batch of white-feathered chickens and purchase some gray-feathered chickens in addition. Please trouble Uncle Chen to accompany me. Going to the county town alone was too dangerous. Chen De must find someone to accompany him, and the best person to accompany him was naturally Chen De, who had the highest force value and the best archery skills in the village. Of course, Chen Daidai could also take Xiao Hei on the road, but for the sake of being safe, Chen Daidai did not intend to show Xiao Hei's divinity in front of others just yet. No problem, Chen De agreed in one gulp. I happen to be planning to go into the city to purchase some gray-feathered chickens and grain to feed them. Let's set off now. After saying that, Chen De turned to Hitsuelian and instructed, Daughter-in-law, you take care of Tai Dan at home. I'll try to make it back before nightfall. Go ahead. I'll look after the house. Soon, Chen De borrowed a donkey cart from the village headman, while Chen Daoi returned home to bring the 4 white-feathered chickens in their cages with him, while the 2 of them gathered at the village entrance. Uncle, aren't we a little short on people here? Looking at Chen De, who was standing by the donkey cart, Chen De couldn't help but ask worriedly. In the past, every time they went to the county town, it was the village's young and strong who traveled in groups, or at the very least, the 3 hunters with higher force values, Chen De, Chen Si, and Chen Jiang, who traveled together. Now there are only 2 people, Chen De and Chen De, so it is inevitable that they are a bit weak. No way. Chen De lowered his voice and said, After all, it's not good for others to know about our cultivation of white-feathered chickens, so it's only the 2 of us who can go. Also, Chen Daoi nodded, still inevitably a little worried. If it's just the 2 of us, will it be a little dangerous? Don't worry, Inu. Don't you know your uncle's archery skills? Chen De patted the bow and arrows he was carrying behind his back and said in relief, Those roadblocks and bandits on the road aren't stupid. Seeing that I'm carrying a bow and arrows on my back, they usually won't take us as a target for looting, or they won't have a good time if I put my life on the line. There's also the fact that we're not worth fighting for our lives with these things. Chen Rice to think about this reason, so no longer say more. On the donkey car, by Chen De driving the car to the county town. Stepping onto the official road again, there seemed to be more stragglers on the road, and the numb and ragged-looking stragglers walked on the official road at a slow pace, and there seemed to be only one goal left in their mind, to arrive at the county town. There were also quite a few stragglers who noticed the donkey cart of the 2 Chendeas, but the deterrent effect of the bow and arrow on Chen Da's back was still more than enough, and there were no stragglers who tried to rob it. Alas, these stragglers, too, are ordinary peasants. Looking at these yellow and skinny stragglers, Chen De heart cannot help but have some rabbit death. These stragglers in fact with the villagers of the Chen family village is not much difference, are the most ordinary farmers, but the natural disaster coupled with man-made disasters, hard to make them into stragglers. Into this side of the man is not a ghost appearance. Chen Rice did not respond to Chen De, but the heart is inevitably a little complicated. In fact, if it is only a natural disaster, the people's days are still living. The most terrible is the government's harsh taxes. Field tax, poll tax, and various kinds of exorbitant taxes and levies forced countless peasants of the lower class to go bankrupt and be forced to become displaced persons. Becoming a displaced person, at least you don't have to face heavy taxes as well as corvée service, and continuing to farm is only a way to die. A scene of a dead country. Chen Daoi sighed in his heart. In his previous life Chen Daoi occasionally read history books and clearly knew that whenever the end of a dynasty, it was always accompanied by natural and man-made disasters. Only natural disasters may not be able to make a country collapse, but coupled with man-made disasters, then the country is not far from extinction. When countless people at the bottom of the ladder can't survive, That's the moment when the dynasty collapses. If the people are not afraid of death, will they be afraid of rebellion and killing their heads? This reasoning may not be unknown to those high and mighty officials, but people are selfish, and who would be willing to give generously for the sake of the country at the expense of their own family? It is okay to worry about the country and the people, but it is absolutely not okay to let the officials sacrifice their own interests. As the donkey cart neared the county seat, there seemed to be a bit more stragglers pooling outside the county seat. The last time I came to the county town, Chen Rice's visualization of the stragglers is probably only a few hundred or so, but at this time outside the county town, looking around, stragglers are densely packed. I'm afraid that no less than 1,000 people. Chen Rice also noticed that outside the city seems to have official people in the kanji. Just that kanji. Even the noodle paste eaten at Chen Daoyuan's home is not as good, so thin that you can directly see the bottom of the bowl. Rather than porridge, it is more like water with a little bit of noodle paste. In addition, Chen Daoyi also noticed that some well-dressed people, who looked like they came out of a big family, were engaging in conversation with the stragglers. Those are for buying servants. Chen De, who noticed Chen Da's gaze, explained for him. Whenever there are stragglers entering the city, the big families in the city will send their subordinates out of the city to buy maids and servants from the stragglers. For a mouthful of food, those stragglers dragging their families along don't mind selling their own sons and daughters. Selling their sons and daughters. At least they and their children still have a chance to live. If they don't sell them, they will have to starve to death outside the city. This, Chen Dai opened his mouth with a complicated expression. In his previous life, he was extraordinarily disgusted with the sale of human beings. The human traffickers are even more abhorrent. I did not expect to come to this world, will witness the sale of human beings, but also the parents voluntarily. In addition to the underlings of large families, there are also pimps in greenhouses and hookahs. Chen De reached out and pointed to the heavily made-up women not far from the two of them, saying, they will select girls with better bases to buy away, and after a few years of cultivation, they will let the girls come out to receive customers, earning money for the greenhouses. Chen Daoyi was silent, only feeling some blockage in his heart. He witnessed a ragged and withered woman handing over her side girl to a pimp in a greenhouse in exchange for a small bag of grain. The girl did not want to leave her mother and cried her heart out. The woman was also blurred with tears, but she could only force herself to turn her head away from looking at her daughter. The people from the greenhouse seemed to be accustomed to this scene, and continued to select the girls with better bases without expression. This ed-up world, Chen Daoyi cursed, only feeling that his heart was clogged. This scene that happened outside the city is undoubtedly a trampling on humanity, and Chen Daoyi, who has been educated in China, really can't look straight at what's happening in front of him. He even wanted to rush up and try to free those girls, but reason told Chen Dai that he couldn't do that, or else he would bring about his own destruction as well as that of his family. Chapter 13, Shattered Dreams. Let's go, Uncle Chen. Chen Dao forced himself to withdraw his gaze and signaled Chen De to enter the city. Stop. The soldiers guarding the city reached out and stopped the two Chen Deis who wanted to enter the city, and after carefully checking the road guide presented by Chen De, they did not allow the two to enter the city, but instead said, entering the city requires payment of a 10-won entry fee. What? Chen De was dumbfounded. He had never heard of this thing called entry fee. Nowadays, there are many stragglers outside the city, so you need to pay the entry fee to avoid stragglers mixing into the city. The soldier who stopped the two reiterated again, his face serious not like a joke. Chen De had to feel out 10 coins from his shirt's compartment and give them to the soldiers guarding the city, which allowed the two of them to enter the city. The gathering of stragglers outside the city didn't seem to affect the city in the slightest, and it was still a quiet, prosperous city. Driving a donkey cart on the wide stone road, Chen De said in annoyance, into his mother, to enter the city are 10 coins. The city officials and these big-headed soldiers want money crazy. After a few tirades, Chen De looked at Chen Rice and asked, Little Rice, are you going to go to the East Market to sell these chickens? Chen Daoyi thought for a moment and returned, I've already contacted the buyer. Uncle Chen, you head directly to the Fuhu Kung Fu School. Okay. Chen Nature did not know where the Fuhu Fist Hall was, so he had to ask passers-by as he walked forward. Shortly afterward, the donkey cart stopped in front of a martial arts center. This place is amazing. Chen De, who had stopped his donkey cart, looked around and let out a sigh of relief. This area where the Fuhu Fist Hall is located is obviously different from the ordinary residential areas of the county, where the mansions are extremely magnificently constructed and the environment is quiet, far more livable than the noisy area at the city gates. Chen Daoyi was also surveying the surroundings. Compared to the hell outside the county, It would not be an exaggeration to say that this place is a paradise. The pedestrians passing by the side of the road were all dressed decently and had full features. And they were completely unlike those skinny, bony, ragged stragglers outside the city as a species. Not to mention those stragglers, even the Chen rice duo, while the residents of this area compared, are no different from beggars. The inhabitants of this place to the least wear clean, neat clothes, and Chen rice too. Chen Da is still better. Chen rice is wearing patched rags, clothes full of dust. A glance can be seen does not belong to the residents of this place, and even a lot of pedestrians passing through this place. The Chen rice showed a contemptuous gaze. The heart seems to be saying, where to come to the beggar. Ignoring all these gazes, Chen Dao approached the front door of the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall, pointed to the chicken cage placed at Chen Da's feet, and said to the guards guarding the door, "This is the chicken that Miss Liang has requested from me, so please help to notify me." The tall guard looked Chen Daoyuan up and down, nodded, and walked towards the martial arts center. Inuyasha. Chen De was a bit surprised. How did you recognize the people from the Fuhu Martial Arts School? Before, when Chen Digdao said that he went to the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall, Chen Digdao felt that the name of the place was somewhat familiar. The Fuhu Fist Hall is one of the largest martial arts halls in the entire county. The owner of the hall, Li Hu, is extremely well known in the entire county, and is a figure that can talk to the magistrate on an equal footing. And Chen Dinyan, who often comes to the county town, has heard of the Fuhu Fist Hall's reputation. It's from selling chickens before. Chen Daoi told the story of how he had sold the chickens before. A look of realization immediately appeared on Chen Da's face. No wonder your chickens can be sold at a high price. The people of the Fuhu Fist Gym are indeed not short of money. At the same time that Chen Da's words fell, the guards who had entered the martial arts center had already returned with Liang, eldest sister. "It's this kid who's looking for you." The guard pointed at Chen Daoyuan and introduced him to Liang. Li Ying's memory was obviously good. The first time she remembered who Chen Daoyuan was. "You're the kid who sold chickens before?" "It's me." Chen Daoi nodded his head busily and replied, "I got 4 more of the same chickens this time, and I intend to sell them to you." Upon hearing this, Li Ying's eyes fell on the chicken coop by Chen Da's feet. Her eyes immediately lit up. She had already eaten the white feathered chicken that she had purchased from Chen Da last time. The flavor was very good, far better than the common gray feathered chickens. Even her own father, Li Hu, was full of praise. Therefore, Li Ying, who saw the white feathered chickens again, was in a very good mood and quickly said, "I'll take all of your chickens. How about the previous price of 500 won per chicken?" When these words came out, Chen Di and Chen Daoi were both secretly happy in their hearts and hurriedly responded, "No problem. Okay, I'll go inside and get you the silver." Li Ying turned around and entered the pavilion to fetch the silver. Chen Daoyuan looked through the open door to the interior of the martial arts pavilion, but he saw that the pavilion was a huge open space, and here many of the disciples of the martial arts pavilion were fighting inside with a single stroke, waving their sweat recklessly. Is this martial arts practice? Chen Daoyu had noticed that the martial arts hall disciples' punching style was quite organized, and between the swings of their fists, they gave off a feeling of great power. Chen Riceheart cannot help but give birth to a trace of envy. He also wants to practice martial arts. Nigh. His family's condition doesn't allow him to practice martial arts at all. What? You want to practice martial arts too? The returning Liang noticed Chen Daoyuan's gaze and couldn't help but ask. Naturally, I want to. Chen Daoi bluntly said that in this world, the status of martial artists was comparable to that of officials on Earth in his previous life. So how could he not want to practice martial arts? Liang looked Chen Daoyuan up and down and shook his head. You're too skinny to practice martial arts. Practice martial arts is not so simple thing. Not only need to be strong enough body, but also need to have a lot of money to buy medicinal herbs to boil the blood. Chen Daoyuan, this body is so thin and weak, and itself is a chicken seller. Simply do not have enough money to practice martial arts. A trace of gloom could not help but flash across Chen Daoi's face. What Liang had said had undoubtedly shattered his dream of practicing martial arts. Your elders are a possibility. Liang looked at Chen Di again and commented, the body is robust enough. It's a good seedling for practicing martial arts. But it's a pity that he's too old. Even if he starts practicing martial arts now, he won't be able to achieve much. After some evaluation, Liang handed over 2 taels of silver to Chen Daoi. While carrying the chicken cage, he intended to return to the martial arts school. At this time, Chen Dao was saying, "Ms. Li, do you want more chickens like this in the future?" "Want," Liang said without thinking, "as long as you can find it. I'll take as much as you can find." "Yes." Li Ying's silhouette disappeared inside the martial arts center, And Chen Dao gave a fond glance at the scene inside the martial arts center before leaving with Chen De in a donkey cart. The martial arts school was good, but it wasn't for him after all. Inuyasha, Chen De, who was driving the donkey cart, asked, "What are you going to do next?" Chen Dao thought for a moment and said, "Please trouble Uncle Chen to take me to the pharmacy." Okay. A few moments later, the donkey cart stopped in front of a pharmacy called 100 Herb Hall, and Chen Dao, who got off the donkey cart, directly entered the pharmacy. Inside the pharmacy, an old man with white hair was taking a patient's pulse. Noticing Chen Daoyuan coming in, he said, "Guests, please wait for a moment." Chapter 14 Advanced Materials Arrive. Chen Dai nodded and then looked around the store on his own. This pharmacy was quite similar to the traditional Chinese medicine herb store in his previous life. The smell of herbs was very strong inside the room, and a large cabinet was placed on the wall behind the old man, which was divided into smaller cabinets one after another, and the labels of the internal herbs were attached to the outside. Probably because this pharmacy was not big, the old man of the pharmacy didn't hire any fellows, and he was the only one in charge of seeing patients as well as selling medicines in the whole pharmacy. After sending the last customer away, the old man looked at Chen Dao and asked, "Young man, do you want to see a doctor or buy medicine?" "Buy medicine," Chen Dao said. "I would like to purchase some sumac flowers. I wonder if the shopkeeper sells them here." It has been since. The shopkeeper got up and took out an already dried sumac flower from a small cabinet behind him. "This is the sumac flower, priced at 3 won apiece." Chen Dao surveyed the sumac flowers placed on the counter and mused. "I wonder if the shopkeeper has any fresh sumac flowers for sale here?" Chen Dao remembered clearly that the white-feathered chicken's advancement into a yellow-feathered chicken required the sumac flower and chicken heartgrass to be mashed into juice to be fed, and the sumac flower in front of him had already dried up in the sun, so it was obviously impossible to mash out the juice. "Fresh sumac?" The old man was stunned and immediately said, "Young man, you've come quite coincidentally. Today this store happens to have a fresh batch of medicinal herbs arriving." After speaking, the old man turned his head toward the inner hall and called out, "Xiao Shi, come out for a moment." "Coming." A crisp voice came from the inner hall, followed by a 28-year-old, good-looking girl plucking away the beaded curtain and walking over. "This is my granddaughter Su Xiaoxi." The old man introduced Chen Dao and then said to the young girl, "Xiao Shi, this guest wants to buy fresh sumac flowers. See if any of the herbs that have been sent over recently are available." "Guest, wait a moment." Su Xiaoxi turned around and entered the inner hall, returning shortly afterward carrying a cloth bag. She placed the cloth bag on the counter and spun around to open it. "Grandpa, this is all the sumac flowers that were delivered today." "Aha!" The old man nodded his head gently toward Su Xiaoxi and then said, "Young man, this is all the fresh sumac flowers in this store. See how many you want to buy?" Chen Dao looked at the fresh sumac flowers on the counter. His heart was delighted, but his face did not move and said, "Boss, I intend to take all of these sumac flowers. I don't know the selling price." "All of them? That's a lot of sumac on the counter. As many as 30. A hint of joy appeared on the old man's face, and after some thought, he said, "I'll count you 2 won apiece. Here is a total of 30 pieces. Young man, you give 60 won will be fine." "Okay." Chen Dao nodded his head in response and touched out 1 or 2 silver pieces and handed them to the shopkeeper. Waiting until the shopkeeper had found the money, he then walked out of the pharmacy carrying the cloth bag containing the sumu flowers. Outside the pharmacy, Chen Da, who was guarding the donkey cart, saw Chen Dao walking out and asked, "Xiao Dao, are things done?" "Aha!" Chen Dao nodded and said, "Next we can go buy gray-feathered chickens." "Okay." Chen Da happily drove the donkey cart and headed for the East City. A quarter of an hour later, the donkey cart stopped at the street where Chen Dai had sold white-feathered chickens before, and Chen Dai, who jumped off the donkey cart, unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. "Elder brother Wu, why are you still here?" Chen Dao looked at the stall owner in front of him with some surprise. This person was not someone else. It was Wu Han, who had sold chickens together with Chen Dao before, but today's Wu Han was selling ducks instead of chickens. So it's little brother Chen. Wu Han, who saw Chen Daoyuan, was very happy and said with a big smile, "Your old brother, I am a seller of goods. Where else can I be if not here?" "Also." Chen Dao nodded, then asked, "How did you change this cargo from a chicken to a duck?" "Hi." Wu Han waved his hand and said, "Those of us who sell goods naturally sell what we have." After saying that, Wu Han looked at Chen De beside Chen De and asked, "And this is?" "This is my uncle Chen De." "So it's brother Chen," Wu Han complimented. "Brother Chen. With this physique, you can tell at a glance that he is a good man, because Chen De practiced archery for many years, and often went into the mountains to hunt. The relationship between more sports and no shortage of meat. The physical fitness is extremely robust, and the difference with the general farmers is very great. This is also the relationship between the previously Ing said Chen is suitable for martial arts training. Brother Wu is flattered. Chen De responded with some embarrassment. Chen Daoyi then said, Elder Brother Wu, we intend to purchase some gray-feathered chickens here. I don't know if you sell them here? Nope. Wu Han shook his head and said, I've already sold out of the gray-feathered chickens I had before. After saying that, Wu Han added, but I can help you contact other chicken sellers. With my face on it, the price should be a lot cheaper. With an acquaintance to help, Chen Dai naturally wouldn't refuse, and busily said, then I'll trouble Elder Brother Wu. Small thing. You guys watch the booth for me. Wu Han got up and ran a short distance away to have a conversation with a chicken vendor, and soon returned with that vendor. This is Old Man Li who sells chickens. Wu Han pointed to the stall owner he brought with him and introduced the two chindeas. He has 20 gray-feathered chickens in his hands right now, half of which are males and half of which are females. And I've already negotiated with him that no matter how many of them you guys want, you'll count on a price of 101 for the females and 91 for the males. Chen Daoyi sized up Old Man Li. This man had a dark face and a dry, thin body, not like a cargo man, but rather a little more like a farmer. In fact, Chen Rice in this world encountered the vast majority of males or Li Lao Han this look. Not enough to eat. Skinny bones is the normal pattern of the bottom of this world. Like Chen De as robust rather less normal. As for obesity, obesity is not an annoyance to people in this world. It is a blessing. People at the bottom can't even get enough to eat, let alone be obese. It's also only possible to see obese people inside those big families. Don't worry, little brother Chen. Wu Han continued. Old Man Li is also a truthful person, and the chickens his family sells are definitely not diseased chickens. Aha! Chen Daoyi nodded his head gently, and after some thought, he said to Old Man Li, I plan to buy all of your chickens. I wonder if I can get them cheaper. Li Leiahan's eyes instantly lit up and he couldn't help but ask, all of them? Even Wu Han, who was on the side, couldn't help but be shocked. 20 chickens, that's about 2 taels of silver. The little brother Chen Daoyi, with whom he had a brief encounter, was actually so rich? All of it. Chen Dai nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Old Man Li's eyes brightened even more, and he couldn't wait to say, if you want all of them, I can count you 91 apiece, regardless of male or female. Not confined to males and females, that is, the hens are also counted as 91 apiece. This instantly saves 101. Chen Rice immediately nodded his head and agreed, okay. So, the two began to trade. Chen Daoyi gave 1 or 2 silver as well as 800 copper coins to Li Laohan, and then put all of Li Leiahan's 4 chicken cages on the donkey cart. Chapter 15, Blackie the Eatable. After the transaction was completed, Old Man Li left. Wu Han couldn't help but say enviously, little brother Chen, you're getting rich, buying so many chickens at once. Wu Han is really envious. Do not look at his stall, always sell endless chickens and ducks, but in fact, these chickens and ducks are his hands from other people to buy. Sold off but also just earn some difference in price. And Chen Rice, all of a sudden shelled out 2 taels of silver to buy chickens. The outpouring of generosity, so that Wu Han was not expected. Do I look like I'm rich when you look at me like this, old brother? Chen Rice asked rhetorically. Wu Han carefully sized up Chen Daoyi and stopped talking at once. No matter how you look at it, Chen Rice does not look like a person who has gotten rich. No other. Chen Rice, this body is really too thin and weak a bit. Wearing clothes are also mended linen. A look of a poor man's child. And the rich do not have half of the relationship with the rich. Alas, times are hard for everyone. Wu Han sighed and looked saddened. Now that the price of food has soared, even he, a county resident, has felt the hard times. And Wu Han sometimes can't help but wonder if one day he will become just like the displaced people outside the city. After all, taxes are getting heavier these days, and even many of the people in the county already don't have enough to eat. Elder brother Wu, we'll leave first. See you again sometime. Chen Dao bid farewell to Wu Han and drove out of the county with Chen De. After leaving the county, Chen De, who had been silent, finally couldn't resist inquiring. Shout I, why did you buy so many hens? Purchase a total of 20 gray-feathered chicken. Is Chen Rice and Chen De has long been discussed things, but let Chen De some do not understand is, why did Chen Daoyi buy the hen? The price of hens is a bit more expensive than roosters. If you buy all roosters, Fang and Li haggled with Old Man Li, and might be able to squeeze the price down to about 81 apiece. Facing Chen Da's doubt, Chen Dai asked rhetorically, Uncle Chen, Did you not notice just now that there are even fewer stalls selling goods in the East Market? Upon hearing this, Chende couldn't help but frown at his memories and realized that it was indeed as Chen Dai Dai had said. The county's East City was extremely different from the East City he remembered from the past. In the past, the East Market was extremely lively. Every street was crowded with stall owners selling goods and guests buying goods. But today's East Market was exceptionally depressed, with very few stalls, not to mention that even the guests buying goods were also very few. The higher the price of food is today, the less goods there will only be, Chen Doi explained. Especially livestock such as chickens, ducks, and geese, it is likely that in the future, you won't even be able to buy them. Livestock also requires food, and as food prices increase and people can't afford to eat, fewer and fewer people will be able to afford to raise chickens, if not zero them out completely. The reason why Chen Doi bought the hens was with this in mind. He wanted to be able to breed a larger number of chickens at home instead of going into the city to buy them every time, not to mention whether he could buy them or not, and even if he could, the price of live chickens would only get higher and higher as the price of food skyrocketed. So it is. Chende could not help but nod his head in recognition, just as what Chende had said in general. As the price of food rises, there will definitely be fewer and fewer people raising chickens, and fewer live chickens sold on the market, and even a situation where it is hard to find a chicken. For the long term, you should indeed consider breeding more chickens in your home. Chende, who thought of this, could not help but look at Chende and sighed in his heart. Since that injury, Chen Dao seemed to have become much smarter. Not only had he found a way to cultivate white-feathered chickens, but he had even considered such a long-term thing. I think Ping would be very pleased in heaven, right? Back to the Chen village. Chen Dao took the lead and jumped off the donkey cart, unloading 4 chicken cages from the cart and handing one to Chende, saying, "Uncle Chen, these are the 5 chickens that were promised before." By chickens before the two have discussed, Chende needs a total of 5 chickens. Chen rice is in the hands of the money can buy as much. At this time a total of 20 chickens, said the 5 natural to Chende. Chende took the chicken coop and fished out 450 coins from his arms and handed it to Chende. "Xiao de, this is the money for the chickens." After Chen Daoyuan took the money, the two went their separate ways. Chende went to the village headman's house to return the donkey cart, while Chen Dao went straight to his home. Back home, Chen Daidai saw his mother Li Ping is squatting in the front yard. A look of sadness. Li Ping's side is a small Chen Fei. She also learns from Li Ping's appearance squatting next to her, trying her best to make in Li Ping's general look of sadness. Very strange. "Mother." Chen Daoyuan walked into the courtyard and wondered, "Why do you look like this? Inuyasha's back?" Seeing Chen Rice's, Li Ping first breathed a sigh of relief. Pointing at Xiao Hei in front of her, she complained, "Xiao Hei is too able to eat. In this one day's work, it has eaten 2 pounds of grain." "Ha!" Chen Daoi couldn't help but look at Xiao Hei, but he saw that Xiao Hei was pecking at the grain chaff as well as the sorghum that had been sprinkled on the ground, and his mouth was also emitting a joyful cackling cackle. 2 pounds of grain a day? That much food? Chen Rice cannot help but be surprised to know. A strong laborer a day of food consumption is less than 2 pounds small black a day to eat 2 food. That is not to say, Blackie consumes more food in a day than a strong adult laborer, isn't it? Li Ping said with a disgusted face. "After you fed it grain in the morning, it kept cackling around me. At first I didn't understand what it meant. Then I realized that it was hungry. So I had to take out the grain and give it to eat. And the result was that this eating couldn't be stopped. It ate from the morning to the afternoon. And now it has eaten a total of 2 pounds of grain." Do not blame Li Ping so dislike. Is really a small black food consumption is too large some? Even Li Ping, a day of food consumption is far from 2 pounds. And small black a chicken a day, but to consume 2 pounds of food. That is, Xiao Hei is a chicken comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. Otherwise Li Ping would have to slaughter it for meat. After all, such a large consumption of food, the family cannot afford. It seems that fighting chickens aren't so well fed. This eats more than I do. Chen Daoi muttered in his heart, but on his lips he pacified Li Ping. It's just 2 pounds of grain. Don't worry about it. With that, Chen Daoi placed the chicken coop he was carrying in front of Li Ping and said, "Mother, look what I brought back. Lots of chickens." Before Li Ping could say anything, Chen Fei trotted over and stood in front of the chicken cage, drooling. "So many chickens. Brother, are we going to eat chicken tonight? All you think about is meat." Li Ping got up, hit Chen Fei, and said with a face full of shock, "Shout I. How many chickens are these?" 15 in all. 15? Li Ping was shaken, frozen in place. Chapter 16, A Thief in the Middle of the Night. There are really 15 of them? Li Ping stared wide-eyed, looking over the cages one by one until she confirmed that there were really 15 of them. Then she said incredulously, "Shout I, how did you do it?" Li Ping is really difficult to believe that Chen Daoyuan can bring back so many chickens. To know, she previously handed over to Chen Daoyuan's money a total of only 183 won. With today's prices, this money even by 2 chickens are enough to choke. Instead, Chen Rice brought back 15 chickens. More than that, before Chen Rice also brought back 40 pounds of grain. With 183 won, Li Ping really couldn't imagine how Chen Daoyuan had bought so many things. From selling chickens, of course. Chen Daoyi smiled and explained. The 4 white-feathered chickens this time were the same as before, and one was sold for 500 wen, totaling 2 taels of silver. 2 taels of silver. The shock on Li Ping's face intensified. Even when Chen Ping was still alive, she had never seen a sum as large as 2 taels of silver. It's 2 taels, but I've already spent almost all of that silver. Chen Daoyuan spent 60 won on 15 sumac flowers at the pharmacy, and another one, 350 won on the chicken. And now the 2 taels of silver from the chicken sale only left 591, and together with the 13 won from before, there was a total of 603 won remaining. This money should be spent. After the shock, Li Ping immediately regained her senses. She had realized the earning power of cultivating white-feathered chickens, so naturally, she would not be reluctant to spend the 2 taels of silver. Shout I, this chicken must be kept well. It's the key to feeding our family. I know, mother. After placing the chicken cages in order by the wall and scattering some grain around the perimeter of the cages, Li Ping also made dinner, and the family of 3 sat down to eat within the dimly lit kitchen. Chen Daoyi looked at the bowl of sorghum rice without any half-meat, thought for a moment and said, "Mother, let's kill a chicken for dinner in a few days." When these words came out, Chen Fei's small eyes that were sitting next to Chen Daoyi immediately lit up. At a young age, she had a great desire to eat meat. No. Li Ping shook her head like a rattle drum. Our family still needs to rely on those chickens to earn money. How can we kill them for food? In Li Ping's opinion, being able to have enough to eat is already the happiest thing. Eating meat is not a must. Instead of killing the chicken and eating the meat, it would be better to take it to the county town and sell it for 500 won to buy food. Mother, listen to me, Chen Daoyi said. With the secret recipe for raising chickens, our family is not short of food now, and it's time to eat better. Little Fei and I are just at the time when we are growing. We have to eat some meat. Upon hearing this, Li Ping glanced at the skinny Chen Daoyi and Chen Fei, and her attitude couldn't help but loosen up a bit. She also knew that eating meat was the only way to grow a body, but she was still a little reluctant to eat the chicken that cost 500 cents apiece. Mother, you believe me, our family will certainly not lack money or food in the future. We don't need to spare a chicken. All right, just do as you say. After dinner, night fell, and the entire Chen village was plunged into darkness. In the low productivity of the summer country, candles, such as lighting objects for the people, is still relatively expensive. So at night, families will be plunged into darkness. Have a mother-in-law in the house with the mother-in-law rolling bed. No mother-in-law, then only lying in bed to sleep. Chen Daoyi naturally did not have a mother-in-law, and could only lie on the bed, thinking about the subsequent development. Each of the 15 chickens has already been fed with a plant of chicken heartgrass, and without accident, 15 white-feathered chickens will be available in 3 days, and at 500 won apiece, that's 5 taels of silver. With this amount of money, the poverty of the family will be greatly improved, and I'm afraid that eating white rice with meat will no longer be a luxury. Of course, Chen Daoyuan does not intend to sell all the white-feathered chickens. He intends to leave about half of them at home to continue breeding. In addition to trying to cultivate yellow-feathered chickens, white-feathered chickens can sell for 500 taels. Will yellow-feathered chickens be more expensive? Thinking of this, Chen Daoyi can't help but agonize again. Raising chickens is the need for enough space. Nowadays the number of chickens, although still small, can be taken in the way of cages, but as the number of chickens is more and more, the family's small yard space will inevitably be insufficient. Gotta figure out how to expand the yard or build a new house. Chen Rice to look at the 4 sides of the leaky walls. The home is really too shabby a little. The effect of the cold is almost zero. Even covered with a quilt, Chen Rice feel the body cold. Build a new house has been imperative. There's still too much to do. Chen Daidai thought about these things and gradually entered dreamland. And outside the front yard of Chen Daoyuan's house, 3 sneaky figures appeared. Chen Jin, who was hiding outside the fence of the small courtyard with his 2 brothers, glanced inside the courtyard through the gap in the fence and said excitedly, "There's no one in the courtyard. Then should we do it now?" Chen foolishly said. Into the ing Chen rice. The family has so many chickens are not willing to share a few of our brothers. Since he does not give, we brothers will come to get it themselves. This kid has a lot of ing chickens in his house. Chen Copper drooled. The three of them had been secretly keeping an eye on Chen Daoyuan for a few days, so naturally they knew that Chen Daoyuan had just brought back 10 or so chickens today. After all, Chenjia village was just that big of a place, and it was impossible for Chen Dao to avoid the eyes of all the villagers with the matter of bringing chickens back today. You guys wait here, I'll go in and steal the chickens. Chen Jin instructed the two of them, then stepped on Chen Yin's back and was about to go over the fence into the courtyard. Cluck cluck cluck. However, at this time, the sound of a chicken crowing from the courtyard startled Chen Jin, and before he could react, a black shadow was attacking him. Immediately afterward, Chen Jin only felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. Ah! The ear-piercing screams broke the tranquil atmosphere of the Chen village. Chen Daoi, who was lying on the bed, immediately opened his eyes, rolled over and got out of bed to the back of the door, and looked at the front yard from among the cracks of the wooden board door. Li Ping, who was separated by a wall, was also awakened. She subconsciously covered Chen Fei's mouth to prevent Chen Fei from making a sound, and immediately after, she lowered her voice and asked, "Shout I, what happened? Someone is trying to get over the wall into our yard." Borrowing the dim moonlight outside, Chen Daoi could barely make out the scene outside the door, but he saw that a silhouette that was about to go over the fence wall was falling down from the fence, and the one who knocked it down was the snow-white little black. Cluck cluck cluck. Xiao Hei, who had pecked out a bloody hole in Chen Jin's arm, had absolutely no intention of stopping his attack, and with a flap of his wings, he flew over the fence and pecked at Chen Jin's calf with his sharp beak. Ah! The intense pain caused cold sweat to break out on Chen Amount's head as he hurriedly said to his two brothers, "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry and come help." Coming. Chen Copper, Chen Yin and the two brothers reacted quickly, grabbing the wooden stick they were carrying and swinging it at Xiao Hei. Chapter 17, Chicken Demon? Cluck cluck cluck. Facing the flapping wings, he dodged left and right, easily dodging the attacks of the wooden sticks. Into the mother asterisk. Has this chicken become a sperm? Chen Yin panted. The chicken in front of him was just a little too flexible. No matter how he waved the wooden stick, he could not touch the chicken in the slightest. Ah! Another miserable scream came from Chen Jin, who fell to the ground, and another bloody hole the thickness of a pinky finger appeared on his body. It was Xiao Hei who, while dodging the attack of the wooden stick, also gave Chen Jin a blow with his sharp chicken beak, which caused Chen Jin to cry out in pain, and hurriedly yelled to Chen Yin and Chen Copper, "Hurry up and get rid of this chicken." Got it, big brother? Chen Tong grabbed the wooden stick and rushed towards Xiao Hei, swinging it without any rules, trying to drive Xiao Hei away. However, Xiao Hei was not afraid of his attacks at all, and acted as if it was silent, not giving Chen Copper a chance to hit it with his attacks. Not only that, while dodging Chen Tong's attacks, Xiao Hei also attacked Chen Jin from time to time, and within a few moments, Chen Jin's body was covered with blood holes as thick as the thickness of a pinky finger, and blood continued to drip from his body to the ground, only to feel that the strength in his body was constantly being lost. Into heck! This chicken is evil! Chen Tong panted and said, "Big brother, let's run! We can't deal with this chicken. Hold me up and run, quick!" Where did Chen Jin dare to stay here? He hurriedly asked the two Chen Yin Chen Copper to help him up and attempted to escape. However, Blackie, who had already launched his attack, had no intention of letting them go, only to see Xiao Hei speed up again, catching up with the escaping trio and continuously adding new wounds to their bodies. Just running out less than 10 meters, Chen Yin and Chen Tong had many bloody holes on their bodies and fell to the ground powerlessly. Cluck cluck cluck. Xiao Hei's gaze was locked on the necks of the three people, and he was about to launch a fatal attack, when a fire suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen He, the village headman, held up a torch and led a group of the group's youths over, looking at the three Chen Jin who had planted themselves on the ground. "Isn't this the three Chen Jin brothers?" A Han Yu wrinkled his brow and said, "What are they doing here in the middle of the night?" "What else?" Chen Da, who was alongside the village head Chen He, bristled. 9 times out of 10, he's trying to do something unseemly again. The one in the village who disliked these three brothers the most was Chen Da, not only because these three had bullied Chen Da, but also because they were idle and unproductive. Into heck, why don't these three brothers die in the county town, and run back to the village to cause suspicion? Why are the three of them covered in blood? Whatever, it's better if they're dead, so they don't have to spend their days looking for someone else to beg for food in the village. These three brothers showed up here in the middle of the night and figured they weren't up to any good. Other people for Chin Jin three brothers are also a little bit of good feelings are owed. These three people since the adult a little bit of farm work does not do. The whole day idle. Almost no one in the village like them. I'll ask what's going on first. Village Chief Chen he glanced at Little Black who had a furtive gaze. Perhaps because Little Black was afraid of the large number of people in Chen He's party. And did not attack. But did not leave either. But kept a close eye on Chen Jin's trio at all times. And at any moment, he might launch a fatal attack. Chen He held up a torch and squatted down in front of Chen Jin. His face stern. What are you three doing here in the middle of the night? Help! Village Chief, Chen Jin, who was covered in blood, hugged Chen He's calf and wailed. This chicken doesn't know what's going on. Attacking us like crazy. Look at my body. It's full of bloody holes pecked out by it. Yes, Village Chief. This chicken is simply evil. Chen Yin also chimed in. They attacked us when they saw us, with an air of immortality. And we don't know what's going on. Lying was practically routine for the Chen Jin guys. And instead of saying that they tried to enter Chen Daoyuan's home to steal a chicken, they only said that it was this chicken that attacked them for no reason. Ridiculous. Chen Da, who heard the explanation from the two, snorted. Attacking you guys for no reason? How come we don't see it attacking us? That's it. These two brothers must be lying. Not a word of truth out of his mouth. They must have been trying to do something to steal a chicken and that's why they were attacked by this chicken. The other youths obviously didn't believe the explanation of the two brothers, and unanimously decided that these two must be trying to do something unseemly. The reason was also very simple. In the middle of the night, everyone was resting in their homes, but the three of them, Chen Jin, appeared here, which was obviously very out of the ordinary. Tell the truth. Chen He glared at Chen Jin and chided. I'm really telling the truth. Chen Jin couldn't stop wailing. I suspect that this is a chicken demon. It's too fast to be true, and its beak and claws are extremely sharp. Village Chief, you should hurry up and organize manpower to slaughter it, otherwise our village will be in danger. Hearing this, Chen He's face flashed a trace of gravity. If it was really as Chen Jin said, this chicken was a chicken demon, then he really had to remove this chicken. After all, this kind of thing like a demon is a great threat to the village. A few years ago there was a tiger demon with a demonic beast bloodline rushed out of the Tsangmeng mountain. Will be at the foot of the mountain called Tangjiang village. Villagers devoured a 7 or 8. And finally or the official government organization of the county martial arts practitioners to carry out a siege, and only succeeded in removing the tiger demon. If not, I am afraid that the tiger demon would have caused even greater casualties. It's not a chicken demon. But at that moment, a somewhat childish voice came. Seeing that things had calmed down, Chen Daoyuan walked out of his front yard and said to Chen He and the others, "This is my family's chicken, and the reason it attacked Chen Jin's trio was because Chen Jin tried to break into my house." The crowd couldn't help but look at each other when these words came out. Chen Da, however, had an angry look on his face as he quickly walked to Chen Jin and kicked at him. Ah! Chen Jin cried out in pain. Chen Da, on the other hand, said in a cold voice, "Into your mother? What did I tell you before? Let you do not bully small rice. Uing is my words as a wind in the ears not?" Seeing the honest man Chen Da angry, the village's young and strong people could not help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. Familiar with Chen Da, they knew very well that Chen Da seldom gets angry, but once he gets angry, then almost no one in the village can stop him. Bad. This is a big fire for Chen. Chen Da won't slaughter these three brothers, right? It's really possible. Didn't Chen Da beat the three Chen Jin brothers so badly that they couldn't get out of bed for a month because of Chen Da's bullying before? These three brothers deserve what they get. Into heck. Trying to break into someone's house in the middle of the night. They must be trying to steal something. Chen Da fought well. Not only did the young strong men who saw Chen Jin being beaten not have any half sympathy, there were even many who secretly clapped their hands. P.S. Please click to urge more. Send some free for love power. Thank you everyone. Chapter 18. I didn't steal anything. Chen Jin loudly defended himself. Our three brothers just passed by Chen Daoyuan's door. Then his chickens started attacking us. We really didn't steal anything. Into you, mother asterisk 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 her, and you dare to argue. Chen Da slapped Chen Jin's face, hitting Chen Jin's eyes. Just this he still feels not relieved, but also to continue to fight. Village Chief Chen He, however, reached out to stop Chen Da. Chen Da, don't be impulsive. After stopping Chen Da, Chen He looked at Chen Da and said, Xiao Da, are you sure it was them who tried to break into your house? Chen Dao nodded without thinking. I saw it with my own eyes. Okay. Chen He nodded his head and said to the youths behind him, bring the three Chen Jin brothers to my house. Shortly afterward, the crowd escorted Chen Jin's trio to the living room of the village chief's house. The village chief looked toward the three Chen Jin who were surrounded by the crowd and said, "Speak, why did you break into Chen Rice's home?" "We didn't break into his house," Chen Jin said stiffly. "We're just passing through." Still not admitting it? Chen Dahu's eyes glared. Chen Jin shrunk his neck, did not dare to speak in, but also not willing to admit that they were trying to enter the home of Chen Rice to steal things. These three brothers are completely dead pigs and will definitely not admit it. Running around Chen Daoyuan's house in the middle of the night. Could he be doing anything other than trying to steal something? Into the mother asterisk. Those three village scum. The village's young and strong people were ultimately on Chen Daoi's side. After all, the three Chen Jin brothers were notorious in the village, and the people were naturally more willing to believe Chen Daoi. It's okay not to admit it. Chen He didn't bother to say much, and directly said to the villager next to him, "Lao Er, you take these three down. Give each of them 10 strokes of the board, and then send them straight back home." Chinjia village is said to be a village. In fact, it is a clan gathered by the Chun clan, as the village head of Chen He, in the official government cannot control here, still have the power to enforce the family law. The villagers also recognize the power of Chen He. After all, Chen He in the village is still relatively fair in what he did. The villagers are very convinced of him. "I know." The villager that Chen He called Lao Er nodded and led a few green men to drag Chen Jin's trio out, and soon the miserable screams of Chen Jin's trio were heard from outside the living room. Chen He seemed to be accustomed to this kind of screams. His face did not change in the slightest. He just said to Chen Dai Dai, "Little Dai Dai, are you satisfied with the results of my handling like this? Is it satisfactory?" Chen Daoi was naturally dissatisfied. These three people who broke into his home let Chen Rice heart extremely dissatisfied. Hate to kill all three people. Just Chen Rice also know. This is already the village head. Chen He can do the maximum extent. After all, Chen He is only the village head rather than the official. Cannot be executed these three people. If you ask me, these three brothers might as well just be killed. Chen Dai Dai didn't say anything, but Chen De was vocal. These three brothers living is a complete waste of food. Directly killing them can still save some food. This word, the crowd cannot help but nod and agree. The villagers have long been disgusted with Chen Jin three people for a long time. These three brothers everyday cheeky on the families to rub rice, is really shameless to the extreme. Chen He face has flashed a bitter smile. He is Chen Jin three people also have no good feelings, but he is ultimately only a village chief. Usually can rely on the identity of the village chief to dispose of some unruly villagers, but the execution of others, he would never dare to do so. After all, a death is not a trivial matter, and the officials will be held accountable. Chen Jin's three were so badly injured and received a beating that they won't be able to get out of bed for at least a month or two. So let's call this matter a day. Chen He pacified the crowd with a sound, then looked at Xiao Hei at Chen Daoi's feet. "Xiao Daoi, where did you get this chicken from?" As a matter of fact, Chen He had noticed Chen Daoyuan's chicken a long time ago. There was no way. Chen Daoyuan's chicken was just too different. A pair of chicken eyes gleaming, feathers all over the body snowy bright. The chicken's beak and claws were even reflecting a metal-like luster. It was very divine. "That's a beautiful chicken. It's so big. There's probably a lot of meat to be had from killing it. This chicken looks so fat." The other villagers also looked at Chen Daoi's chickens with envious eyes. In today's year when they couldn't even get enough to eat, such a fat chicken was enough to make the villagers' hearts flutter. What surprised the crowd even more was that the chicken was so powerful that a chicken could chase Chen Jin's three green men to flee, and even peck the three all over their bodies. Of course, the crowd was only envious. As fellow clansmen, they were not so lucrative as Chen Jin's trio, thinking of stealing Chen Daoyuan's chickens. "This is my family's chicken." Naturally, Chen Daoi wouldn't tell the crowd truthfully, but only said, "I don't know if this chicken has eaten something special or not. Its head is bigger." "So it is." Chen He nodded, but did not look deeply into the matter, just took a deep look at Chen Daoi and withdrew his gaze. "Alright, the night is already late. Everyone go back and rest." Soon the crowd dispersed in twos and threes, heading back home into the cold wind. Out of the village chief's house Chen De and Chen Daoi walked side by side, saying as they walked, "Xiao Daoi, are there any injuries?" "No." Chen Daoi shook his head. The three Chen Jin brothers were attacked by Xiao Hei without even being able to enter the front yard of their home. There was no way they could hurt Chen Daoi in the slightest. "That's good." Chen De sighed in relief and continued, "In the future, when you come across this kind of thing, shout loudly at the first time and I'll be there at the first time." Chen Daoi's heart warmed as he nodded and said, "I know. Thank you uncle." There's nothing to be thankful for. Go on. Go home and rest. Chen Daifang returned home. Li Ping will be the first time to welcome up. Through the moonlight carefully survey Chen Daifang. Xiao Daifang. All right? It's okay. That's good. Li Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said in shock. Luckily there's little Blackie. Or else our house might not be safe tonight. Although Chen Jin 3 people just want to steal things. But no one dare to guarantee that the 3 of them will not be evil and choose to hurt people. It is good that Xiao Hei managed to repel them. Or else only rely on the 2 women in the family and Chen Daoyuan a half-grown boy. But also cannot block the 3 brothers of Chen Jin. Li Ping at this moment no longer feel that Xiao Hei wastes food, but instead celebrate the existence of Xiao Hei, so that his family dodged a bullet. Chen Daoyi didn't say anything, but in his heart, there was inevitably some regret. If only the village chief and the others had come a little later. Chen Daoyi, who had been hiding behind the door and observing just now, knew that if the village chief and the others had come a little later, Chen Jin and the 3 of them would have surely died miserably under Little Black's chicken beak. But, really get Chen Jin 3 people died may not be a good thing. After all, murder is a felony. The government for the county outside the village control ability, although very weak, can even be said to be in addition to collecting taxes completely regardless. But the case of human life will still pay more attention. If the 3 Chen Jin died, I am afraid that I will not be able to escape the prosecution of the government. Chapter 19, Enough Power. It's a lack of power after all. Chen Rice helpless sigh. If have enough power, he will not need to worry about this worry that, if he has 1,000 like small black such as fighting chicken, he cannot care about the government as well as the village chief and other people. Will Chen Jin 3 people killed on the spot? Mother, go to bed first. Chen Daoyi spoke with Li Ping, and then lay down on the bed and couch, his gaze ghostly as he thought about things. 2 days passed in a flash. On this morning, He Tzuelian stood inside the front yard of her house, looking at the 15 white-feathered chickens walking on the ground with an exuberant expression. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she was afraid that it would be hard for her to believe that just some chicken heartgrass, which was not much more expensive than weeds, could make such a big change in the gray-feathered chicken. To be honest, at the very beginning of the white-feathered chicken cultivation, He Tzuelian's heart was more or less a little apprehensive. After all, such a thing as a gray-feathered chicken progressing into a white-feathered chicken was just a little too out of the ordinary. Fortunately, now that He Tzuelian has seen the birth of the white-feathered chicken with her own eyes, the apprehension in her heart instantly disappeared, leaving only elation. According to Chen Daoyi, 1 white-feathered chicken can be sold for 500 won, and the 15 chickens in his family are 5 taels of silver. What's 5 taels of silver? If it were a peaceful year, this amount of silver would be enough for a family of 3 to live in abundance for 2 to 3 years. And even in this current disaster year, it would be enough to purchase at least 500 pounds of rice. The price paid by his own family was just about 500 won of money and grain, for buying gray-feathered chickens, some chicken heartgrass, and some roughage for raising gray-feathered chickens. Inuyasha really didn't lie to us, He Tzuelian said with a joyful face. Chicken heartgrass can really cultivate white-feathered chickens. Boss, we're going to be rich this time. With this batch of white-feathered chickens, you will no longer need to risk going up the mountains to hunt. Next to him, Chen Da's face was also full of joy, saying, come on, let's go to Xiao Dai's house. We have to thank him properly. Wait, He Tzuelian, as a woman, obviously thought a bit more. I'll go to the house to get some things. Shortly afterward, He Tzuelian and Chen Di arrived at Chen Da's home carrying a piece of dried smoked meat. Uncle, what brings you here? Chen Daoyi, who was feeding chicken heartgrass to his chickens, asks. Today is the 3rd time that this batch of chickens has been fed chicken heartgrass. Most of the chicken's feathers in the coop have already turned mostly white, so he thinks that he will be able to harvest 15 white-feathered chickens tomorrow. Inuyasha, feeding the chickens? He Tzuelian said joyfully. Thanks to your blessing, our family has already cultivated white-feathered chickens. 15 in total. Then congratulations to uncle and auntie. Chen Dao was not surprised that the Chen family had cultivated white-feathered chickens, but he still congratulated them. With this batch of white-feathered chickens, the Chen family should be able to live a much better life. The Chen family's here? Hearing the commotion, Li Ping walked out of the house and smiled at He Tzuelian. What has sister encountered this day? So happy? He Tzuelian went forward and took Li Ping's hand, smiling broadly. Sister Li, this is the bacon I brought for you. Just come and bring a gift. Li Ping angrily gave He Tzuelian a blank look. It wasn't that she was verbally polite, but she really didn't want He Tzuelian to bring gifts. Since my family was so close to everyone in Chen, bringing gifts to the door would seem to be a bit of a cliché. Isn't this to thank Inuyasha? Hitsuilian forced the bacon into Li Ping's hands while pulling Li Ping into the house to talk. Chen Dao, on the other hand, quickly finished feeding the chickens and washed his hands before asking Chen Dao, "Uncle, these 15 white-feathered chickens, what are you going to do with them?" Chen Di thought for a moment and returned, "Uncle wants to hear your opinion." Nowadays, Chen De has long since stopped treating Chen De as a child. Instead, he thinks Chen De is more intelligent, so he is very willing to listen to Chen Da's opinions. My opinion? Chen Daoi pondered for a moment and said, "If it were me, I would suggest that you don't sell all the chickens." "Uncle, why? As I told you before, the county is only going to get more and more scarce, and we should have prepared earlier by continuing to breed more chickens at home instead of having to go to the county every time we need to buy gray-feathered chickens." "You mean we should buy more food?" "That's right." Chen Daoi nodded. "I'm going to sell half of the chickens this time, and leave the rest at home to continue breeding, and then use all the money from selling the chickens to buy food. Then I'll sell half of it too." Chen De immediately made a decision. He knew deep down that he was not a smart person, and Chen De was smarter in his opinion, so he felt that doing the same as Chen De would definitely not be wrong. Having made a decision, Chen De added, "Uncle plans to make a trip into the city tomorrow to sell chickens. Do you want to go along?" "Sure." Chen Rice nodded without hesitation. The chickens he raised can only be sold by going to the county. Naturally, he should follow Chen Di to the city. Besides, the food in Chen Dao Yuan's house had been almost consumed, and he had to pick up some in the county town as well. "We have more cargo this time, so I guess we'll have to get some help," Chen Di said. This time the two traveled to the county not only to sell chickens, but also to pick up a large amount of food. Such a large amount of goods, it is easy to cause the coveting of the mountain bandits and roadblockers. There must be enough protection of young strong people to be able to do. "Uncle, can you find someone to help?" "Can. It might cost some food though," Chen Di said, "but this food doesn't need to come from your family. I'll pay for it." "Then it is decided. We will leave for the county tomorrow." Cluck cluck cluck. The next day, Chen Dai Dai was awakened by Xiao Hei's high-pitched cockcrow. After briefly rinsing his mouth with a willow branch, Chen Dai Dai went to the front yard and looked at the chicken coop. White-feathered chicken. Characteristics, short growing period. More meat production. Advancement Route 1, white-feathered chicken, female, mating with crow-clawed chicken, male, will have a 60% probability of hatching a jade-feathered chicken. Characteristics of jade-feathered chicken, short growing period. Strong fighting ability. Advancement Route 2, chicken heart grass and sumac flowers are mashed into juice and fed for 3 consecutive days, which has a 90% chance of advancing white-feathered chickens to yellow-feathered chickens. Characteristics of yellow-feathered chickens, short growing period. More meat production. Short egg-laying cycle. After sweeping his eyes over all the chickens in the coop, a hint of disappointment surfaced on Chen Daoi's face. In the chicken coop, there were a total of 14 chickens that had advanced into white-feathered chickens, but there was one chicken that, although its feathers had turned mostly white and its head was a bit bigger, the breed of chicken displayed in Chen Daoi's eyes was still a gray-feathered chicken. Apparently, the chicken failed to advance. Chen Daoi then remembered that the chance of a gray-feathered chicken feeding chicken heartgrass to advance into a white-feathered chicken was 80%, and it wasn't a 100% successful advancement. Chapter 20, Entering the City Again. Of course, the point that disappointed Chen Daoi the most was not the failure of this gray-feathered chicken's advancement, but the fact that among this batch of advanced gray-feathered chickens, there was no combat chicken like Xiao Hei that was born. "Cluck cluck cluck," said Little Black will arrive, has been in the small courtyard. Like a chicken in a bully like everywhere patrol, Little Black quickly ran to Chen Rice feet, with chicken head rubbing Chen Rice pants leg. "You're hungry, aren't you?" Chen Daoi immediately gained insight into Xiao Hei's thoughts and returned to the house to take out the grain to feed Xiao Hei as well as the white-feathered chickens in the cage. "Inuyasha, it's time to go." Just after feeding the chickens, Chen Da's voice was ringing outside the door. Chen Dai Dai opened the door for Chen Di, then said, "Uncle, wait for me." After saying that, Chen Dai Dai came to the chicken cage and put all the 7 roosters to be sold into one cage. Then he carried the cage and went in the direction of the village entrance together with Chen De. At the entrance of the village, a group of green and strong men that Chen De had found to help were chatting. "What a great day for everyone, Chen." A young strong man looked at the chicken coop placed on the donkey cart, and his eyes were filled with envy. "I saw 7 roosters in the coop, each with white feathers and large heads, looking quite fat." "Chen Chang, you're not trying to steal Chen Da's chicken, are you?" Chen Jiang laughed and flirted. He naturally knew that Chen Chang could not possibly steal Chen Da's chickens. After all, Chen De had found the village's better behaved youths, And although their families were poor, they were not so bad as to do something like stealing chickens and dogs. Chen Jiang, you're kind of looking down on me. Chen Chang retorted. I'm not Chen Jin's 3 brothers. How could I do such a thing? After saying that, Chen Chang sighed again. I'm just a little envious of everyone Chen's good life. At those words, everyone nodded. Not to mention Chen Chang, who in the entire Chen village didn't envy the Chen family's life. Nowadays, every family in the village eats batter, and just Chen everyone can still eat meat occasionally and raise so many chickens. How do you think Chen De raised this chicken? A young strong man named Chen Sanshui couldn't help but ask. This chicken is also too unusual. It's big and sells well, so it must be worth a lot more than a gray-feathered chicken. I'm guessing it has something to do with Inuyasha. Chen Si, who had been to the county town with Chen Dao, said, didn't we all see it the night the 3 Chen Jin brothers stole? There are chickens like that in Brother Rice's house too. Yeah, I saw it too. That chicken at Inigo's house is really powerful. A chicken whisked the 3 Chen Jin brothers away. I went to Chen Jin's house earlier to check on those 3 brothers, and the wounds were so deep you could see the bones. It was scary. Isn't Inigo's family so poor that they can barely make ends meet? How can they still afford to raise chickens? Who knows? Probably found a way to get rich. The crowd of young strong thoughtfully. The changes in the home of Chen Di and Chen Daoi could not be hidden from the village. After all, the intensive sound of chickens crowing from time to time from their yard, as long as they are not deaf, can be heard. Although the crowd wasn't sure how Chen Dao and Chen Da's family could afford to raise so many chickens, it didn't stop them from envying the affluence of the 2 men's families. Being able to raise so many chickens, there must not be a shortage of food in Chen Di and Chen Jia's family. Talking about what? While the crowd was talking, Chen Da and Chen Daoi walked over side by side. The envy in the eyes of the crowd became even more intense when they looked at the chicken coop that Chen Daoyuan was carrying in his hands. There were 7 chickens in Chen Da's cage, and each one was brightly feathered and large, similar to the chickens that Chen Di had placed in his car. Talking about the chickens in Uncle Chen's house, Chen Jiang returned a sentence of Chen De, and then whirled around to look at Chen Dao, saying in a joking tone, Brother Dao, your family is affluent these days. You can afford to raise so many chickens. Jiang. Chen Dao nodded towards Chen Jiang and hastily changed the topic. Tough on everyone's help. When we get back to the village, I'll give everyone 5 pounds of sorghum flour each as payment. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the crowd immediately showed joy. Inuyasha's atmosphere. I told you that you wouldn't lose out by working for Chinda. 5 pounds of sorghum flour? Inigo is really generous. With the promise of 10 pounds of sorghum flour promised, the crowd on the good feelings of Chen Rice immediately rubbed up. There is no way. This year, whoever's family days are not good. 5 pounds of sorghum flour. Although they cannot eat for a long time, but always let the family have some more food storage. Inuyasha, let me help you with the chicken coop. Chen Cheng attentively helped Chen Rice to receive the chicken cage, carefully placed the chicken cage on the car driver. His family is large. Eat a lot. For 5 pounds of sorghum noodles, extremely eager. Although the others were not as attentive as Chen Chang, they treated Chen Daoi with extraordinarily respectful attitudes, even vaguely dominated by Chen Daoi. Okay, let's get going. After the crowd flanked Chen Dai Dai onto the donkey cart, Chen Dede waved his hand, and Chen Si drove the donkey cart all the way to the county town. Outside the county town, the number of stragglers was even greater, and had even formed a residential area. The converging stragglers collected wood outside the city, and built one humble house after another outside the city, and lived outside the county town. Of course, the houses that were built could only help these stragglers withstand some of the wind and cold, and the vast majority of them were still in a state of starvation. Sitting on the donkey cart, Chen Rice will see some disfigured corpses, but also saw the government people in the kanji, the displaced people lined up, holding a broken bowl in the receipt of the watery porridge. Every straggler who received the porridge was like a starving ghost, drinking the bowl of porridge in one gulp, and then they lay down on the ground or went back to the house they had built to lie down and minimize the consumption of energy. Stand still. The soldiers at the city gates reached out and stopped the donkey cart that was going into the city, and after a quick check, said, "You need to pay 10 won to enter the city." Master June, I've never heard of this. Chen Si, who was driving, was about to theorize about it, but Chen De reached out and stopped him, handing over the 10 cents that he had already prepared to the soldiers, while the donkey cart passed through the city gates without any problems and entered into the city. Get in the mother ***********. Chen Si looked back at the soldiers guarding the city and cursed. You still need to pay to enter the city. These big-headed soldiers and the officials in the city want money like crazy? Chen Si had often gone into the city with Chen De before, but had never heard of such a thing as needing to pay money to enter the city, which was why he seemed particularly annoyed. Don't say it. More is better than less. Chen De didn't say anything. He was also annoyed with the act of charging an entry fee, but compared to the 10-cent entry fee, the matter of selling the chickens was undoubtedly a bit more important. So Chen De chose to pay the 10 cents and didn't choose to argue with the city guards. Besides, even if you argue, it's useless. Those big-headed soldiers with swords in their hands won't reason with you. P.S. Please give a good review and free swag. Thank you all. Chapter 21 Enviable Affluence. A short time later, the donkey cart stopped in front of the Voodoo Fist Museum. The young and strong men of the Qin village looked at each of the large mansions with a look of both envy and cynicism. Grandma's leg. This county is a great place to live. Into the mother ******. Too bad I'm not from the county. That little lady passing by just now is so white. If I could marry such a woman, I would feel that it would be worth dying. What are you daydreaming about? A county maiden is beyond the reach of a mud-legged man like you. I wish I'd been born in the county. The young and strong were longing to hate themselves for not being from the county. Instead, Chen Dao jumped out of the car and said to the guards guarding the door of the martial arts hall, "Please help me inform Ms. Li, and tell her that Chen Dao, the chicken seller, is seeking an audience." As he spoke, Chen Daoyuan also motionlessly stuffed 20 copper plates into the guard's hand. Human feelings Chen Rice still understands some. Last time did not give. Just because the hand does not have a few money, now the hand is a little more generous. Naturally need to bribe the guard. After all, every time he came here to sell chickens, need to guards to help inform Liang. Wait, a smile appeared on the face of the guard who received the copper money, and he flew into the martial arts center to inform Liang. Not long after, the guards returned along with Liang. "You're here again, little brother Chen?" Liang, the only daughter of the pavilion owner, did not have a condescending flavor, but smiled warmly and said to Chen Daoyi, "How many chickens did you bring this time?" 14 in all. "So that's 7 taels of silver?" "Wait a moment, I'll go get the money for you." Soon, Liang took out 7 taels of silver from the pavilion and gave them to Chen Daoyi. After signaling the guards at the entrance to help carry the chicken cages into the pavilion, Liang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Little brother Chen, where did you find these chickens?" Chen Dao's eyes rolled and he said perfunctorily, "Our village is right at the foot of Sangmeng Mountain, and these chickens are all caught from Sangmeng Mountain." "Pale Mountain?" Li Ying's face flashed a trace of awe. "Sangmeng Mountain stretches for thousands of miles. Is not a good place? Is not even a martial artist dare not go deep into the existence of it?" Li Ying is really difficult to imagine. Chen Daoyuan, this half-grown boy, how to drum up the courage to enter the mountain. However, after glancing at Chen De and the Chen village youths behind Chen De, a dazed look emerged on Li Ying's face. Chen Rice and others should be in groups to enter the mountain hunting, and a high probability is only in the periphery of the Tsangmeng mountain hunting. Otherwise, with the level of danger in the depths of the Tsangmeng mountains, it was impossible for these people to return. Thinking of this, Li Ying couldn't help but remind, "Junior brother Chen, you should try to enter Tsangmeng mountain as little as possible in the future. Although money is good, life is more important." "I know, thanks for the reminder, Ms. Li," Chen Daoyi said carelessly. "Ms. Li, then we'll leave first, and I'll come back to you later if there are any white-feathered chickens." "Okay, bye." Chen Daoyi and the others boarded the donkey cart and left unhurriedly, while Liang looked at the back of Chen Daoyi and the others and sighed lightly. It was not hard to tell from Chen Daoyuan's reply that Chen Daoyuan did not take her reminder seriously, but upon careful consideration, Li Ying was relieved. Nowadays this year, most of the people do not have enough to eat. For villagers outside the city like Chen Daoyi, the harvest of Sangmeng mountain hunting may be their only income. If they give up this income, they are afraid that they all have to starve to death. Even if they don't starve to death, I am afraid that they will have to become the same as the general existence of the stragglers outside the city. "Uncle Chen." After moving a bit farther away from the Fuhu boxing hall, Chen Si asked in a loud voice, "Where are we going next?" "Go to the grain store in the East Market." "Okay." The donkey cart stopped in front of the grain store in the East City. Chen Si and these young and strong men were responsible for guarding the cart, while Chen De and Chen Daoyi entered the store to buy grain. When you walk into the store, the first thing that catches your eye is the wooden price tags inserted on many grains. Rice, 20 won/catty. Millet, 17 won/catty. White noodles, 15 won/catty. Sorghum noodles, 10 won/jean. Sorghum, 9 text/pound. Chaff meal, 5 text/pound. Rice bran, for text/pound. Food prices have gone up again. Chen De muttered to himself. His brows furrowed. The last time I was here, the price of rice was still 15 cents. But now it's 20 cents. Which is an increase of as much as 5 cents. The rest of the grains such as millet, white flour and sorghum have also risen to varying degrees. The guest does not know. One of the grain store's fellows heard Chen Da's voice to himself and hurriedly explained. Nowadays, grain in this city is getting rarer and rarer. The price of grain in the entire county is skyrocketing. And the increase in the price of the grain in our store is still relatively small. If you don't believe me, you might as well go to the other grain stores to take a look at it. And their selling price of grain can be much more expensive than our store. After saying that, the fellow lowered his voice and said, Guest, I suggest you buy some more grain to store. And not surprisingly, the price of this grain will have to continue to rise. Upon hearing this, Chen Da's expression was grave. It was not a secret that there was a shortage of food in the city. But he did not know that there would be a shortage of food in the city to such an extent. What's the concept of 20 cents a pound of rice? A few years ago when Qingzhou has not yet seen a change in the weather, the price of rice is about 3 a catty, but now it is soaring to 21, a full 7 times the price. With food prices this high, I'm afraid there's going to be a mess soon. Chen Daohui secretly mused that when the people in the city couldn't even afford to eat, chaos would ensue. Of course, these had nothing to do with Chen Daoyuan, and Chen Daoyuan was too lazy to think that much. After thinking about it, Chen Rice turned to Chen De and said, Uncle, let's buy food with all the money we have in hand. Listen to you. Having obtained Chen Da's promise, Chen Dao then found the owner of the grain store and talked to him. About a quarter of an hour later, Chen Dao and the shopkeeper talked about the amount of grain that needed to be purchased, 100 pounds of rice, 400 pounds of sorghum flour, and 500 pounds of rice bran, with a total value of 7 taels of silver. In addition, Chen Dao also paid out an extra 500 copper coins to buy an extra 50 pounds of sorghum flour as payment for the village's green and strong help. Thank you, guest. The owner of the grain store who received 7 taels of silver and 500 copper coins from Chen Daohui was full of smiles and hurriedly greeted the store's fellows to help carry the grain to the donkey cart outside the store. This Chen De and Inuyasha are also too rich. Chen Sanshui, who had been guarding the side of the donkey cart, looked at the grain store fellows who were coming and going to carry the grain, and his envy was overflowing. Chen Di and Inuyasha bought all the rice and sorghum flour, didn't they? How affluent. Chen Shang also had an envious look on his face. He didn't know how long he hadn't eaten white rice. At this moment when he saw the rice, he couldn't help but miss the fragrant flavor of white rice. Not only is Chen Shang and Chen Sanshui, other young adults are also envious. Now Chenjia village households are almost all the main grain chaff flour. Sorghum flour is also occasionally eat some. As for white rice, that's unthinkable. Chapter 22, The Prefectural Governor. Chen Di and Chen Da's family is really rich. So much grain and rice. I haven't eaten rice in a long time. So do I. In the envious gazes of the young and strong men, the grain store fellows carried a total of 1,050 pounds of grain onto the car, and then all of them got on the donkey cart together, and Chen Si drove the car back to Chenjia village, County Hall, just as Chen Rice and the others rushed back to Chenjia village. County Magistrate Su Jiwen was sitting in the side hall of the county office drinking fragrant tea. Standing next to Su Jiwen was the master teacher he had hired, and in front of Su Jiwen were the big families of the county who had come at the invitation of the county magistrate. Closest to Su Jiwen's seat sat the heads of the 3 richest families within Taiping County, who were from the Yuan family, the Feng family, and the Zhu family. These 3 families monopolized almost all the business in Taiping County, and were the first-class powerful families in Taiping County. And in the position a bit behind these 3 family heads were the heads of the 3 major martial arts schools from the county. Li Hu from the Fuhu Fist School, Chui Mang from the Shaking Mountain Martial Arts School, and Zhang He from the Bullying Legs Martial Arts School. Although the 3 martial arts schools were not as rich as the 3 great families, they were likewise the premier forces in Taiping County because of the larger number of martial artists in the schools. At this time a total of 6 people sitting in their seats, hand side of the table each put a cup of fragrant tea. However, 6 people did not taste the meaning of fragrant tea, but instead is staring at the main seat on the county magistrate Su Jiwen. Speculate on his intention to convene the crowd. Unfortunately, COG Man didn't have anything to show for reference. He was just holding the fragrant tea and elegantly skimming off the froth above the tea with the lid. Prefect Chui Meng, the owner of the Mountain Shaking Fist Pavilion who had been staring at Su Jiwen for a long time, finally couldn't hold his tongue and couldn't help but open his mouth. I don't know what we were summoned here for. Su Jiwen seemed to have not heard Chui Meng's words at all, but instead, It was the division master beside him who spoke up. You all have no idea. The master clasped his fists at the crowd and said, the county honors have just received an order from the court to increase taxes in this county. And as you all know, the county honors have always been concerned about the people, and really can't bear to increase taxes to the toiling masses, so they have no choice but to ask for help from all of you. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the 6 people present sank. The master is saying this in a nice way, that he does not bear to increase taxes on the people. In other words, does that not mean that he is going to increase taxes on us, the big families? For this kind of behavior of scraping meat from their own bodies, the crowd was naturally not happy, and hastily opened their brains to think of excuses to push back. Shui Meng's eyes were turning. Although he was rough-looking and looked stupid, he was actually extremely shrewd inside, and he busily said, although the operation of my Shaking Mountain Boxing Hall is a bit difficult, but the county honors have opened their mouths, so how can I just stand by and watch? After a false statement, Shui Meng said, Shaking Mountain Fist Gym is willing to offer 100 stones of grain to help county honor. 100 stones of grain? Su Jiwen's movement of skimming off the floating foam paused. His face didn't move, but in his heart, he was a little annoyed. 100 stones of grain, equivalent to 10,000 pounds. Seems like an extreme amount, but it's no. This amount of food is not enough to meet the court's demand for tax increase, even to give porridge to those displaced people outside the county. My Yuan family is also in quite a difficult situation nowadays, but it is also willing to offer 100 stones of grain to help county honor. The Fong family is also willing to offer 100 stones of grain. The Shu family offers 100 stones. As if they had discussed it, all 6 of them shouted out the price of 100 stones of grain. This amount for each family is completely 1 hair of 9 cows. Take out to deal with the magistrate is not to meet pain. It seems that you all are unwilling to give face to me. The prefectural governor, Su Jiwen, finally put the tea to the side. His face grim. Noble as the head of a county, he had already lowered his stance and requested. But these 6 people did not give him any face at all. 100 stones of grain is more like it to dispatch a caller. I'm not going to hide it from you, prefectural honor, but it's not easy for us either. Yuan frustrated. The head of the Yuan family said with a fake bitter smile, nowadays, bandits are everywhere outside the city, and my Yuan family's business has suffered a bit. 100 stones of grain is already the maximum amount that my Yuan family can come up with. Ha! The master teacher beside Su Jiwen couldn't help but secretly sneer. The Yuan family can only produce 100 stones of grain? It's more like lying to ghosts. Which of the 3 big families in Taiping County were not involved in the grain business? They don't dare to say that there are mountains of grain in their homes, but there is definitely no shortage of grain. As for the bandits outside the city affecting the Yuan family's business, that was even more ridiculous. The Yuan family's cargo transportation was protected by the Yuan family's supplied martial artists accompanying the vehicles. So how could those unseasonable bandits outside the city have the ability to affect the Yuan family's business? My Fong family has also been having an extremely difficult time lately, so I'd like to ask prefectural honor to be clear about this. Fong Tang, the head of the Fong family, said. Others have also complained and sold misery to Su Jiwen, with the obvious purpose of not being willing to pay more money in food. In this regard, Su Jiwen is also quite helpless, although he has the dignity of a county, but also cannot force these families and martial arts halls too much. After all, these families and martial arts halls in the county of the relationship between the intertwined, not to mention the other, say the county government office. A lot of the Su official and the constable is the family of these people. Once he is the county magistrate and the family of these clashes, the Su official and the constable will be on the side of which side, is really not easy to say. That's just it. You guys go. COG man waved his hand, signaling that the crowd could leave. The people were not willing to stay long, and they all got up to take their leave. Before they left, Su Jiwen didn't forget to remind, 100 stones of grain per family. Send it over to the warehouse within 3 days. After the crowd left, Su Jiwen leaned back in his chair disheveledly and said helplessly, Master is there any other way to get these large households to contribute more money in grain? No. The master named He Jian shook his head. How could it be so easy to pull money and food out of the pockets of these big families? That scene just now was the best proof. Even if it was Su Jiwen, the head of a county, at best, he could make these big families sell their face. As for trying to make them hemorrhage money, it was impossible. What shall we do about the taxes apportioned by the court? Su Jiwen asked. This time the court assessed the number of taxes to the head of Taiping County is not small. The attitude is also extremely harsh. If you cannot pay in full, I am afraid that Su Jiwen's official hat are difficult to keep. He Jian thought for a moment and said, perhaps we can only suffer the people one more time. The people? Su Jiwen couldn't help but ask. The people are already having such a hard time. Can they afford to pay taxes? Su Jiwen was naturally aware of the stragglers converging outside the city, and he even sent some of his Shushu officials to the outskirts of the city to give out kanji. He knows very well, with the cold plague continues for a long time, now the people have been overwhelmed. If the tax to the people, I'm afraid that the displaced people outside the city will be more and more gathered, or perhaps there will be people rise up. Chapter 23, Chicken Kill. Prefect. This time the court's wording is extremely harsh. If we can't pay the taxes in full, I'm afraid what He Jian did not say, but Su Jiwen's heart is clear. Su Jiwen is just a small family out of the readers. In the dynasty cannot have any nobleman to help. The other big families out of the people cannot pay the tax, at best will be punished by a little, not light and not heavy, and Su Jiwen is going to lose the official hat. Thinking of this, Su Jiwen immediately made a decision and said to He Jian, that's all. You go and arrange for the tax collection. Yes. He Jian made a bow and quickly left. Cog Man, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair, a sense of powerlessness filling his heart. He has been studying hard since he was a child, and he has the innocence of a scholar in his heart. When he first came to Taiping County, he once thought of making a career and letting the people of Taiping County live a good life. But it wasn't until he actually started doing something that he realized how hard it really was. Indeed, in theory, he, the magistrate, was the biggest official in Taiping County and could control everything in Taiping County. But that is not the case. Su Jiwen, the county magistrate, is only the apparent controller of Taiping County, but the real controllers are the major clans in the city. Once Su Jiwen's decree conflicts with the interests of the major clans in the county, the people underneath him will immediately go against the grain, and will not carry out Su Jiwen's orders at all. This makes Su Jiwen very helpless. Have the intention to change, but know where to start. Can only listen to it. Over time, it has become the current appearance. He, the magistrate, is no different from the mascot. In the face of those big families, there was no backbone at all. And even pulling down their faces, they could only pull out 600 stones of grain from the hands of the big families. Things are hard in the world. Cog Man sighed deeply. Chenjia Village. Chen Si drove the donkey cart and slowly stopped at the village entrance. The young and strong people have jumped off the car, looking hotly at Chen Daoyuan, mindful of the 5 pounds of sorghum flour per person promised by Chen Daoyuan. Don't worry, everyone, I'm sure you won't be missing out on the food I promised. Chen Daoyi did not disappoint the crowd and said directly, 5 pounds of sorghum flour per person. Give it now. At these words, the crowd immediately became excited and hastily began to distribute the food. Not long after, the people each carried 5 pounds of sorghum noodles and returned home happily. Chen Da, on the other hand, joined Chen Di in driving the donkey cart in the direction of his house. The donkey cart stopped in front of his house, and after unloading his share of grain, Chen Daoyi spoke up. Uncle, we'll kill chickens for dinner at our house later on, so why don't you call your aunt and Taidan to come over and eat some together? No need. Chen Du, which is too good to rub rice in Chen Da's house, busy saying, I still have to be busy when I go back, so I won't eat at your house. Slow down then, uncle. Good. Chen Da drove the donkey cart away. Chen Daoyi immediately knocked on the door of the room and shouted, Mother, it's me, coming. The door to the room opened and Li Ping walked out with Chen Fei. Looking at the large amount of grain laid out on the floor, she was stunned. Inuyasha, why did you buy so much grain? Move in first, I'll tell you more about it later. So, Li Ping and Chen Daoyi together moved all the grain on the ground into their house. After finishing, Chen Daoyuan talked to Li Ping about the specifics of this trip to the county. After hearing this, Li Ping couldn't help but frown and say, the price of food in the city has risen again? Yes, it's getting harder and harder for our people. Li Ping sighed deeply. 20 when a caddy of rice is completely unaffordable for the people. To know, many people labor for a day may not be able to earn 21 ah. Li Ping cannot help but be glad that his son is capable of finding the secret method of cultivating white-feathered chickens. Otherwise, I'm afraid my own family doesn't even have enough chaff to eat right now. Inuyasha, how much grain did you buy this time? A total of 50 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of sorghum flour and 500 pounds of rice bran were bought. Chen Rice replied as if he were counting. Rice is to improve the family's food. Chen Rice has long been tired of eating sorghum noodles every day. Cannot wait to eat white rice. As for sorghum flour and rice bran, sorghum flour can be eaten occasionally, and its main purpose is to be mixed with rice bran and fed to chickens. Rice? Li Ping stared wide-eyed and said, "Little rice, what are you buying rice for?" Standing in Li Ping's point of view, to be able to eat sorghum noodles all the time is already too good to be true. And eating rice is the kind of thing she has never thought of? "Of course I bought it to eat," Chen Daoui said. "Mother, our family is not so short of food now, and it's time to eat better." Li Ping was silent. She was still somewhat unable to accept the luxury of eating rice. On the side, Chen Fei's small eyes lit up with anticipation. "Brother, are we going to eat rice?" "Of course." Chen Dao caressed Chen Fei's hair and laughed. "Not only do we want to eat rice, we also want to eat meat." "Meat?" Chen Fei became even more excited and hugged Chen Daoi's thigh. "Brother, I want to eat meat." Chen Daoui came to the chicken cage, grabbed the gray feathered chicken that had failed to advance from the cage, and carried the chicken towards the kitchen. "Little Rice, are you really going to kill the chicken?" Li Ping asked as she followed Chen Rice into the kitchen. "Of course." While boiling water in a pot, Chen Daoui replied, "Mother, our family has the method of cultivating white-feathered chickens, so we definitely won't be short of food in the future. So don't always think about saving." "Okay." Li Ping hesitated for a long time, but still agreed to the matter of killing chickens for meat. After all, this was something that had been agreed upon for a long time. "Go wait outside while mother cooks." "No, mother, you go outside and rest. I'll show you what I can do." "You can do it?" Li Ping was full of skepticism. In her impression, the number of times Chen Dao entered the kitchen was few and far between. It was unlikely that he could cook. "I'm sure I can. Mother, just wait outside." Chen Daoui pushed Li Ping out of the kitchen and started to work on it himself. It is not that Chen Dao has to do the job of cooking, but when Li Ping cooks, she tends to uphold the style of thrift, less oil and less salt, and the rice and dishes made really make Chen Dao, who enjoys the food of the earth's Chinese countries, difficult to swallow. In order to satisfy his stomach, Chen Dao also had to cook himself. "Inuyasha, you don't want to burn down the kitchen." Li Ping, who was standing outside the kitchen door, was still a little worried looking into the kitchen from time to time, afraid that Chen Daoui would burn the kitchen or make the chicken bad. Fortunately, Chen Daoui was also from the countryside in his previous life, and he still knows something about killing chickens. He started by slitting the chicken's throat with a knife and catching all the blood in a bowl, then put the chicken into the boiling hot water scalded, and then 3 times to pull out all the chicken feathers plucked clean, followed by pulling out the chicken's internal organs on the side, and then take the kitchen knife, click 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 this chicken into small pieces. Chapter 24, Spiced Fried Chicken. The ingredients are ready. Chen Daoyuan will heat the pan. He is going to make fried chicken. Fried chicken naturally needs oil. Fortunately, there was still some lard stored in the kitchen, and this stuff was mainly reserved by Li Ping for Chen Daoui and Chen Fei to replenish their bodies. When the wok is hot, Chen Daoui adds a very small amount of lard, while the chicken is then poured into the wok and begins to stir fry. Zip, zip, zip. A strong flavor emanates from the chicken as it goes into the pan. It smells so good. Chen Fei immediately ran to the entrance of the kitchen, constantly twitching her nose to smell the fragrance emanating from within the kitchen. Even Li Ping couldn't help her throat rolling. The aroma of the fried meat was just too tantalizing. Chen Daoi's cooking skills were certainly not skillful, but there was still nothing wrong with stir-frying chicken. And as Chen Rice stir-fry, the aroma in the kitchen is also more and more dense. The 3 people in the room cannot help but swallow their saliva. This aroma for the 3 people who do not have meat to eat for many years is really too overbearing, as if it will be the 3 people's stomach of the cravings are hooked up in general. It wasn't until the chicken was sautéed that the strong aroma in the house faded a bit. Chen Daoui put the fried chicken with golden color into a plate and placed it on the kitchen table, then said to Li Ping and Chen Fei, who had been by the kitchen door, "It's time to eat. Woohoo! Dinner!" Chen Fei's little feet pounded fast, and she came directly to the table to sit down. Li Ping also came to the table and sat down. Instead, Chen Daoui served 3 bowls of steamed rice, placing one in front of the other, then said to the 2, "Try the chicken I made. Eat meat gobbler." Chen Fei was undoubtedly the happiest one, picking up a piece of chicken and stuffing it into her mouth, not caring that it was hot, chewing it while revealing an intoxicated look. The fried chicken made by Chen Daoui was far from delicious because of the lack of seasoning, but the chicken rich in fat, for Chen Fei who had always eaten batter, had already been called the most delicious food in the world, and she didn't even want to eat rice, and couldn't stop pinching up the chicken and stuffing it into her mouth. Too good to be true. Chen Fei shook her head and let out a slurred praise. Chen Daoui smiled and also picked up a piece of chicken and put it into his mouth to chew slowly. To be honest, This kind of chicken stir-fried with only a little oil and salt. The flavor was far from being able to compare with the kind of chicken with a lot of spices added in the previous life. But because of the lack of oil in his abdomen, Chen Daohui still felt very delicious. As he chewed, he said to Li Ping, "Mother, you eat too. We can't finish one chicken with the two of us. Mother knows." Li Ping picked up a piece of chicken and put it into her mouth. A satisfied look flickered on her face, but she didn't eat more than that. She just chewed slowly, savoring the delicious taste of the chicken. Just as the three members of the Chen rice family were eating, a large family is also eating at Chen Chang's home. Like Chen Daohui, Chen Chang also lost his father early, and his father died even earlier than Chen Ping. Shortly after giving birth to Chen Chang's youngest brother, Chen Chang's father died, leaving his mother, Lu Yan, to raise 6 children alone. Yes, there are as many as 6 children in Chen Chang's family, of which Chen Chang is the oldest one, while the youngest, Chen Ye, is only 9 years old. Over the years, Lu Yan alone to support 6 children is obviously not easy. Only the early 40s of Lu Yan's face is full of wrinkles, like a 60-year-old woman in general. Fortunately, now that the 3 oldest boys, Chen Chang, Chen Shi and Chen Mu, have reached adulthood, they can help the family share some of the burden, or else Lu Yan alone. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to provide for 6 children, but even so, Chen Chang's family situation is still very difficult. Now the cold weather. The family's fields have no output. Chen Chang's family has long been no surplus food, can only rely on some of the past savings, buy some rice bran to eat. However, what is on the table in Chen Chang's house today is not the rice bran of the past, but some paste-like food. "Mother, how come the food in our house has gotten better today?" Chen Shi, who was sitting on the edge of the dining table, couldn't help but wonder. The food in the bowl he naturally recognized was none other than sorghum noodles. This kind of food that was disliked by Chen Rice was already top-notch food for Chen Chang's family, who used to eat the cheapest rice bran in the past. It's actually sorghum noodles? Chen Mu was also very surprised. Already an adult, he also knows some of the family's situation, and knows that this kind of food, sorghum noodles, should never appear on his family's table. "It's from Inuyasha." Chen Chang smiled and explained. "Didn't I help escort brother Dao and Chen Di to the city today? This sorghum flour is the payment they gave me. 5 pounds of sorghum flour for one trip to town?" The look of surprise on Chen Mu's face intensified. This Inuyasha's family is also too wealthy, right? "Yes." Chen Chang nervously scratched his head and said, "Originally, we agreed with Chen De that it would be 2 pounds of sorghum flour per person, but as a result," with a big wave of his hand, "Brother Dao said that he would give us 5 pounds each. This is something Chen Daing would agree to?" Chen Shi asked with a surprised face. Chen De is not a generous person. His generosity is often only to the Chen Di family. In addition to counting Chen Si and Chen Jiang, when treating other people in the village, Chen De is still relatively stingy. This is also the norm in the Chen village today. Now that everyone is having a hard time, naturally no one would be willing to take out a large amount of food to give to others, even if we are all related by the same surname. "I don't know what's going on." Chen Chang was also a bit puzzled and said, "Chen De seems to be quite obedient to Inuyasha." "Yes?" Chen Mu was a bit puzzled. Chen Shi, on the other hand, couldn't help but lament. Brother Dao is really a man of honor. A trip to the county seat gives so much sorghum flour. "Big brother, you're going to the right county seat on this trip." Saying that, Chen Shi couldn't help but pick up his rice bowl and take a sip of the batter soup. And Lu Yan, who hadn't said anything, said to Chen Chang, "Brother Chang, people are so good to you. You have to listen to Brother Dao more in the village in the future." Lu Yan is just a rural woman, do not understand so many axioms, but who is good to their family she still knows. Chen Rice can give their family 5 pounds of sorghum flour, for the family is the biggest benefactor. The other thing is, Lu Yan, who had heard Chen Chang finish his trip to the county, felt that Chen Daoyuan was a capable person, and that it would definitely not be wrong to let his own son spend more time with Chen Daoyuan, or even to follow Chen Daoyuan. After all, his own oldest son, though he grew stronger, was less cerebral. "I know, mother." Chen Chang solemnly nodded his head and said, "I'll listen to Brother Rice in the village from now on. If he tells me to go east, I'll never go west. You guys too." Lu Yan looked at Chen Shi and Chen Mu. "In the future, help out more in the village. Brother Rice." "Got it, mother." The sons who were already adults responded, while the other 3 underage children ate the batter hungrily, not caring what a few people were saying. P.S. After 4 days and 5 nights without power from the typhoon and 5 days of living a primitive life, I finally survived. Chapter 25 Building a House. Similar conversations took place in more than one home in Xinjia village. Soon, the name of Chen Daoi's generosity spread throughout the entire Xinjia village, and made the villagers of Xinjia village skyrocket in favor of Chen Daoi. In today's context where every household saves food, such a generous amount of Chen rice is naturally loved. Of course, Chen Daidai didn't know about these things. At this time, Chen Daoi was sitting at the dining table, his face filled with the color of satisfaction. This was probably the most enjoyable meal that Chen Dao had ever eaten since he crossed over. White rice with chicken. This kind of meal that could only be described as ordinary in his previous life. But it gave Chen Dao a completely different sense of satisfaction. He lightly caressed his belly, and the look on his face seemed as if he was still reminiscing about the deliciousness of the chicken. Chen Fei, who was sitting next to Chen Daoi, had an oily mouth, and her face was full of happiness. Brother, the chicken is so delicious. Will we eat chicken every day in the future? Li Ping, who was cleaning up the table, couldn't help but glare at Chen Fei. Eat. You girl just knows how to eat. Chen Daoi gently stroked Chen Fei's somewhat withered hair and laughed. Brother promised little Fei that he would definitely be able to eat meat every day in the future. Really? Brother? Chen Fei asked with a face full of surprise. Of course it's true. Chen Daoi smiled and gave an affirmative answer, with the golden finger in place. Sooner or later, the situation of his family could be improved, and the life of eating meat every day was definitely not just a luxury. Great! Chen Fei clapped her hands happily. As Li Ping cleaned up, she said to Chen Daoi, Xiao Daoi, don't spoil her too much. How can our family eat meat every day? For Li Ping, tonight's meal has been a luxury cannot be more luxury. A meal to eat a chicken, which if you eat every day, the landlord can't afford to eat it. Mother, you believe me? Sooner or later our family will be able to live a good life of eating meat every day. Chen Daoi patted Chen Fei's head, signaling her to go sleep in the house next to him, and then he said with a straight face, Mother, I plan to rebuild our house. Ha! Li Ping, who was clearing the dining table, was stunned and said, where will our family get the money to rebuild the house? Don't need the money. Chen Daoi shook his head and said, nowadays, every family in the village does not have enough to eat. As long as we are willing to manage the food, there will definitely be people willing to help our family build a house. The most important thing in the village is the people who are willing to sell their labor. As long as they are willing to take care of the food, Chen Daoi believes that there will surely be a large number of people who are willing to help their own family work. How much grain would that cost? Li Ping said hesitantly. She naturally knows how broken her own house is, and has also moved to renovate the house idea. Just the family's property really does not allow it. It doesn't take much. Chen Daoi analyzed for Li Ping. Our family probably only needs to ask 4 to 5 people to help out on the line. Calculated at 2 pounds of grain per person per day. We only need about 10 pounds of grain a day. And this grain consumption is still affordable for our family. Chen Daoi brought back a total of 50 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of sorghum flour this time. A total of 750 pounds if you count the rice bran. The laborers who were asked to help in the village to work, of course, could not have white rice as their ration, but only a mixture of sorghum flour and grain bran cooked for them. It wasn't that Chen Dai treated the village laborers harshly, but this kind of food wasn't bad enough for many people in the village. As for the materials of the building, the Chen family village was located right at the foot of the Tsangming mountain, and there was simply not too much wood available for cutting, so there was no worry about the lack of building materials. 10 pounds a day. Li Ping frowned and pondered. How can it take about a month to renovate the family house? That is to say, at least 300 pounds of grain. This figure was still a bit unacceptable to Li Ping. However, she didn't refute Chen Daidai's proposal and simply said, Xiao Daidai, you decide for yourself. Li Ping had already taken Chen Daoi as the backbone of her family, and she would not reject any decision made by Chen Daoi unless it was too outrageous. Then I'll get someone tomorrow. The next day, Xiao Hei's chirping sound rang out, and Chen Daoi also came out from the warm quilt, first brushing his teeth hastily with a willow branch strip, and then taking out some grain and sprinkling it on the ground to feed Xiao Hei. Cluck cluck cluck. Blackie happily pecks at the sorghum, unhusked sorghum, on the ground as well as the rice chaff. Instead, Chen Daoi stroked Blackie's silky feathers before coming over to the chicken coop to observe the 6 white-feathered chickens. Actually laid an egg? Chen Daoi looked at the 2 eggs underneath the chicken coop with some surprise, and his heart was delighted. The 6 white-feathered chickens, each with 4 hens and 2 roosters, hold 2 hens and 1 rooster in each coop. The reason why Chen Dao does this is so that the chickens can mate and hatch new chicks. Therefore, when he saw that there were eggs in the chicken coop, Chen Daoi was very surprised in his heart. I just wonder if these 2 eggs were fertilized. Chen Rice suddenly some jokes that he saw on the network in his previous life. Once when Chen Rice brushed the jittery voice, he saw a video about the fertilization of eggs, and then the comments section of that video simply made Chen Rice stunned. Because there are a lot of people in the comments section who actually don't even know that an egg needs to be fertilized in order to hatch a chick, which shows a lack of common sense on the part of many people. Chen Daoui was naturally not this kind of person who lacked common sense, but he was not a professional chicken breeder, and naturally he could not accurately determine whether these two eggs were fertilized eggs or not. Let's leave it here for the hens to try hatching it first. After thinking about it, Chen Daoui did not choose to remove the two eggs, but instead placed them under the hen and let the hen try to hatch them. After sprinkling enough grain as feed on the sides of the two chicken cages again, Chen Dai returned to the house and took out the sumac flower and chicken heartgrass, preparing to make the materials for cultivating the yellow-feathered chickens. He put the sumac flowers and chicken heartgrass into a bowl, then took out a wooden stick with two rounded ends and pounded it in the bowl. Soon, the sumac flower and chicken heartgrass were crushed by Chen Dai and turned into a paste-like juice. Do chickens really eat this stuff? Chen Daoui somewhat hesitantly placed the bowl with the juice on the edge of the chicken coop. Cluck cluck cluck. The white-feathered chickens in the coop let out high-pitched cries, poking their heads into the bowl and pecking at the juices. Chen Dai, who saw the scene, was instantly relieved. It looks like there's nothing wrong with the yellow-feathered chicken's advancement. A smile appeared on Chen Daoi's face. The description of advancing yellow-feathered chickens on the golden finger was already very clear. All that was needed was to feed the white-feathered chickens a mixture of sumac flowers and chicken heartgrass for 3 days, and then there would be a 90% chance that the white-feathered chickens would be advanced to yellow-feathered chickens. And yellow-feathered chickens compared to white-feathered chickens undoubtedly have more advantages, not only to produce more meat, also lay more eggs. If you can make these 6 chickens all advanced into yellow-feathered chickens, then I'm afraid my family won't be short of eggs from now on. Chapter 26: The Attraction of Eating. In Yuyasha, it's time to eat. Li Ping's voice came from inside the house, and Chen Daoui immediately returned to the house to eat breakfast with Li Ping and Chen Fei. Today's breakfast naturally could not be as sumptuous as last night's, but compared to the past, it was considered a luxury. At this time, the three of them all had bowls of white rice in front of them. Although it seemed a bit bland, at least it was much better than the batter they had eaten before. Chen Daoui quickly finished the rice in his bowl before getting up and saying, "Mother, I'm going out to find someone to run an errand." "Aha!" Li Ping nodded. And then Chen Rice went out of the house and went directly to Chen Da's house. "Inuyasha is here? Come over and have a meal together." He Tsuilian, who saw Chen Daoyuan enter the door hurriedly and warmly greeted Chen Daoyuan to eat with her. In the past she liked Chen Daoyuan as a child, and now she likes it even more. After all, Chen Daoyuan provided the secret recipe for cultivating the white feather chicken, which made her family's days better. When Chen De came home with a huge pile of grain yesterday, He Tsuilian's entire body was stunned. Even if her family was the Qin village's premier wealthy family, she had never seen so much grain. Not to mention that there are 50 pounds of rice among these grains. With this grain, in the future, her man would not need to risk going into the mountains to hunt, and she would not need to be on edge every time, fearing that something would happen to Chinda. Based on this reason, He Tsuilian was extremely enthusiastic about Chen Daoui, and despite Chen Daoi's refusal, she directly pulled Chen Daoui to sit at her family's dining table. It's also that his own family doesn't have a daughter, or else He Tsuilian would have to consider forming a marriage with Chen Daoui. Auntie, no need. I've already had breakfast. Chen Dai, who was pressed down on the chair by He Tsuilian, waved his hands repeatedly to refuse. He Tsuilian, on the other hand, said with undiminished enthusiasm, "It won't hurt to eat some more, and Brother Dao will accompany your Uncle Chen to eat some." "It's really not necessary, Auntie. I came over because I have something to discuss with Uncle Chen." He Tsuilian, who heard that Chen Daoui had something to do, immediately got serious in her face, and was about to pull Tai Dan to the next room to take refuge. "Auntie, there's no need to hold back on this." Chen Daoui stopped He Tsuilian's evasive behavior and said, "I came over because I want to trouble Uncle Chen about something." "What is it?" Chen Da asked. "My family is planning to rebuild the house a bit," Chen Rice directly said. "During the reconstruction period we may need to temporarily live in Uncle Chen's house again for a while." "I don't know. Your family is renovating your house? That's a good thing." Not waiting for Chen Dai to finish, He Tsuilian was a mouthful of promise. "There are still 2 spare houses in our house. You and your mother, as well as Xiaofei, can come over to live at any time." After saying that, He Tsuilian added, "Do you need your uncle to go over and help?" "No need," Chen Dao said. "I can find enough manpower." "It won't work." He Tsuilian shook her head and said, Your uncle must go over there to help. You're the only male in your family. It's inevitable that those people in the village will despise you, sneak around, and contribute to the work, so you must have your uncle to keep them in check. Chen Dawi thought about it, and it seemed to make sense, so he nodded his head and said, "Then I'll trouble uncle." "No trouble." Chenda waved his hand. He was happy to help Chenda. "So, this matter is so settled. As for the matter of remuneration, Chen Rice did not mention. Mention Chen everyone will not want. Better not mention." Politely refused He Tsuelian's invitation for breakfast, and Chen Dai Dai, who was out of the Chen family, came back to a broken house. This house was not much better than Chen Daoi's house. Even the gate looked trembling, as if it was going to be blown down by a gale at any time. From the original body's memories, Chen Dai Dai knew that this was the home of Chen Chang, one of the youths who helped yesterday. The county line. Let Chen Rice is the most impressive is Chen Chang. Chen Chang not only tall horse, work is also extremely active. Most importantly, through the memory of the original body, Chen Dawi was clear that Chen Chang's family was one of the most difficult conditions in the village. As long as he was willing to give food, Chen Chang thought that he would be willing to help his own family work. With these thoughts in his mind, Chen Dai Dai went up and knocked on the door of the room. "Who?" A somewhat muffled female voice came from the house. Chen Dao immediately responded. "I'm Chen Dao from Chen Ping's family. Please open the door." "Auntie!" Squeak! The door to the old room opened, revealing a slightly stooped woman behind it. The woman's face was furrowed, as if the traces of suffering had been left behind, and she looked as if she were a 60-year-old grandmother. But Chen Rice no. In front of this woman named He Yen, the age is only about 40 just. To look 60 at 40 is the norm in this world, the truest depiction of the poor. It's Inuyasha, isn't it? Lu Yan's cloudy eyes sized up Chen Dawi for a moment, and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Quickly come inside. It's cold outside." "Okay, Auntie Lau." Crossing over the door of the room, Chen Daoyuan looked around, but saw the location of the front yard. There was nothing else but a water well. Lu Yan should be fetching water in the party, and there was also a barrel full of water by the well. "Mother, who's here?" But at that moment, a burly figure walked out from the house, and it was none other than Chen Chang. "Inuyasha?" Chen Chang's eyes lit up at the sight of Chen Rice. "Why are you here? There's something I need your help with. Go inside and talk." Outside was just a little too cold. Chen Chung hurriedly led Chen Dawi into the house. As for Lu Yan, she went to the kitchen that was separated by a wall, intending to boil a cup of boiling water for Chen Dawi. This is the benefit of living at the foot of the Tsangming mountain. There is no shortage of firewood to burn. The villagers of the Chen village can also burn a cup of boiling water to entertain guests. If it is in other villages, I'm afraid that even the firewood to boil water have to be saved. "Inuyasha, what do you need my help with?" Chen Chang, who had entered the house, immediately said. "Do you need us to escort you into the city?" "No." Chen Dawi shook his head and said. "I'm going to ask you to help build a house." "Building a house? No problem," Chen Chang said without thinking. "I'm sure I'll help if you have something to do." "Brother Dao, building a house is just to do some laborious work." Chen Chang is the most lack of strength. The heart of the thought of Chen Rice could he is naturally willing to give Chen Rice to help. "Makoto, you should hear me out first," Chen Dawi said. "This time, I may not be able to pay you as much as I did yesterday for helping to build the house. You can only manage meals every day. You see." "And a meal?" The eyes of Chen Chang, who had already planned to help Chen Dao Bai with his work, lit up. At the same time, Chen Shur and Chen Mu in the next room also rushed over and looked at Chen Dawi with a hot gaze. "Brother Dawi, does helping your family build a house really take care of the food?" Facing the scorching gazes of the three, Chen Dao could not help but be stunned. He still underestimated the attraction of the matter of eating for the villagers of Chenjia village. Just a sentence to manage the meal. It will let the 3 adult males in Chen Chang's family behave so. The attraction of this meal is comparable to the high paychecks of the previous life. It's even as if it's better than that. Chapter 27, Fire in the Heart. "Inuyasha, does it really take care of the food? Say something. Inego, is it true that working for your family is good for food?" Chen Shur and Chen Mu asked with eagerness in their voices. I don't blame them for being in such a hurry. It's just that the dinner thing is too important to them. If working for Chen Rice could take care of the food, then they could completely eat at Chen Rice's house, which would reduce the consumption of food at home, which was undoubtedly an extremely important thing for Chen Chang's family, whose stock of food had already bottomed out. Meeting the trio's anxious gazes, Chen Dao nodded. "Manage the food." After receiving an affirmative answer, a hot light flashed in the eyes of the 3 Chen Changs. and after glancing at each other, Chen Shi was the first to speak up. Brother Dao, can my third brother and I go to your house to help out as well? Chen Mu also scratched his head in some embarrassment and said, don't worry, Brother Dao, although we are not as strong as our elder brother, we will never be hesitant in our work, and we can definitely help your family to make the house better. Chen Daoi sized up the duo of Chen Mu and Chen Shi. These two had the standard body type of the poor masses, somewhat thin and weak, far less robust than Chen Chang, but there should be no problem doing some strength work. Thus, Chen Dao nodded and said, yes, great. Chen Chang's trio was so excited that they almost didn't jump up and down, and they were close to dancing with their hands. Next door kitchen is boiling water. Lu Yan's face also showed a smile. 3 sons can find a job in the Chen rice family to eat. For this poor family, is undoubtedly a great joy, so that the family's stock of food, you can tighten a few small children to eat. Inuyasha, when do we start working? Chen Shi couldn't wait to ask. There's no rush, Chen Daoi replied. I still need to go find some manpower to help. I can't start work until tomorrow. You guys can just come over directly tomorrow morning. Okay. Chen Chang made an assurance as if he were a man. Don't worry, Brother Dao. We will definitely be at your house on time tomorrow to help. I'll go first. Then, without waiting for Lu Yan to bring hot water, Chen Daidai left Chen Chang's home and went to find Chen Si and Chen Jiang to help. Chen Si and Chen Jiang's families were not as difficult as Chen Chang's family, but after hearing that Chen Daidai was willing to take care of the food, they still agreed. At this point, the 5 manpower to build the house was considered to have been recruited, and Chen Daoi also returned home to discuss with Li Ping the matter of temporarily moving to the Chen family's house. Moving in with the Chen family? That's fine. After listening to the Chen rice told, Li Ping nodded. This world in China's ancient times, there are men and women, but it is limited to the high family. The poor family will not consider so much. Very simple reason. Even the rice are not enough to eat. Where is the heart to think about these? Therefore, after hearing Chen Daidai say that he wanted to go and stay with the Chen family for a while, Li Ping only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Thus, the Chen Di family began a relocation operation, moving all the objects of use in the family to the Chen family home. And, of course, the most important thing was to move the family's most important possessions, food as well as the chickens raised in the front yard. The next day, before the sky was fully lit, Chen Di opened his eyes. After waking up Chen Shi and Chen Mu next to them, the 3 of them walked out of the house together. It's a cold day. Chen Mu wrapped the clothes on his body tightly, only to realize that the cold wind was piercing his bones and his face was freezing. However, the coldness of his body could not reduce the fire in Chen Mu's heart in the slightest, and he had already begun to fantasize about the days when he would be able to eat a full meal at Chen Daoyuan's home. Hurry up, don't lose the hour, Chen Chang said. Brother Tao is willing to give us a full meal. We can't delay Brother Tao. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them, Chen Mu and Chen Shi, hurriedly accelerated their steps and headed to Chen Daoi's home. Because the distance was not too far, the 3 of them soon saw the house of Chen Daoi's family, and at this time, in front of the door of the house, there were still standing Chen Si and Chen Jiang. You're here too, Makoto? When Chen Jiang and Chen Si saw the 3 Chen Changs, they hurriedly went forward to greet them. Chen Chang scratched his head and laughed nervously. Brother Dao said he would take care of the food, so we 3 brothers came to help. After saying that, Chen Chang asked, are you 2 here to help as well? Of course. Chen Jiang nodded, then whirled around and surveyed Chen Daoi's house, saying, Brother Daoi's house should indeed be rebuilt. With such a shabby house, it's just impossible to get through this winter. When these words came out, Chen Chang 3 people were silent. The situation of their house is not much different from Chen Daoi's house. Now it is not bad. Wait until winter. I am afraid that it is even more difficult to endure. You guys are here so early? But at that moment, a voice came from behind a few people. Chen Dao and Chen De walked over side by side, looking surprised, as if they did not expect these 5 people to be so active. It's not early. Chen Chang laughed nervously. This sun is almost up. Brother Dao, shall we start working now? There's no rush. Let's eat first. Chen Rice this words. Chen Chang 3 people's eyes immediately brightened up, thinking that the Rice brother can be true sincerity. This work has not yet been done, but first eat on the meal. Chen Si and Chen Jiang also had looks of anticipation on their faces. Although their desire to eat was not as strong as Chen Chang's trio, it was still good to save some of the family's food. Here's the rice. At this time, Li Ping and Hitsuilian walked over carrying a large wooden barrel filled with mushy food, steaming hot in the cold weather. It smells so good. Chen Shi couldn't help but touch his belly, and the aroma of the food made him gulp uncontrollably. Chen Chang's abdomen was even more gurgling sounds. He grew robust and ate a lot of rice, but because of the hard times at home, he had not known how long he had not eaten a full meal, and at this time, when he smelled the aroma of the batter, he felt a sudden hunger in his stomach. "Come over here and eat, all of you." Li Ping, who heard the commotion, smiled and took out a bowl to serve the crowd. The rice made from sorghum flour mixed with rice bran is naturally not good, and even some la throat, but for Chen Chang several people have been considered quite rare food. Chen Chang, who received a bowl, didn't mind the heat and directly drank the paste in the bowl in one gulp, then said with some embarrassment, "Auntie, can you give me another bowl? Eat as much as you want." Chen Dawi said from the sidelines, "But one thing to remember is that you can only eat it here. You can't take it home." With the difficult situation of Chen Chang's family, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't sneak meals home, so Chen Dawi still needed to take a precaution in advance. "Thank you, Inuyasha," Chen Chung hurriedly assured. "Don't worry, Inigo, we definitely won't bring it home." Chen Shi and Chen Mu also made a promise, saying outright that they would never do such immoral things. As for Chen Si and Chen Jiang, these two didn't need to worry. Their family situation was quite good, not so much that they would do something like secretly bringing food back home. Besides, there was Chen Dis staring at him from the side, and no one dared to do such a thing. P.S. Please readers Lord give a favorable comment. Send some free small gift. Thank you everyone. Chapter 28 The Villagers Gathering. Changer eat more, so you'll have the strength to work later. Li Ping smiled and added another bowl to Chen Chang, who took the rice bowl and grunted and finished it with another bite. Another bowl, another bowl, another bowl. Chen Chang's meal is not to say that it is not big. A big bucket of paste rice. He ate almost half of it alone, and only then he put down the rice bowl with a lot of intention. In fact, he could have eaten some more, but the battered rice in the barrel was already at the bottom, so he couldn't ask Li Ping and Hitsuilian to cook it again. Could he? However, although he did not eat to very full, but Chen Chang has also been very satisfied. At home he cannot be so open-belly to eat. "Makoto, you big belly," Chen Dis said half-jokingly, "I don't know how your mother brought you up." The crowd who heard this couldn't help but nod their heads. Chen Chang's meal size that wasn't normal. It was hard to imagine how Lu Yen, a widow, managed to pull him and the other 5 children up to this point. "Hey!" Chen Chang smiled honestly and didn't care about Chen Da's flirting, but turned his head to Chen Dawi and said, "Brother Dawi, after we've eaten our fill of rice, are we going to start working?" Rarely eating a 70% full, Chen Chang now felt full of strength and couldn't wait to start working immediately. "Inuyasha, we've had enough to eat too, so give us work to do." The two brothers, Chen Shi and Chen Mu, also spoke out, showing a positive attitude. "You can't be active. It's hard to find a job where you can get enough to eat, and if you lose it because you're lazy, it's a big loss." Chen Dawi glanced at his family's broken house and said, "Tear down the house first, keep the good wood to build a new house, and use the bad wood as firewood." "Yes," the crowd responded in unison, and then got to work. Chen Daidai quietly looked at the busy 5 people for a while. Then he said to Chen De, "Uncle, please keep an eye on it for me. I'll go back to do some errands." "Go on." Chen De nodded, back to Chen Da's home, but saw Chen Fei and Chen Taidan, 2 little guys, are playing with Xiao Hei in the front yard. Xiao Hei cackling and running in the front, the 2 little kids laughing and chasing in the back, like they don't know how to get tired. Crossing over to the front yard, Chen Daoyuan entered the room he was temporarily staying in and took out the sumac flower and the chicken heartgrass, mixing them together and mashing them into juice. Before carrying the bowl containing the juice to the front yard to feed the chickens, Chen Dawi first placed the bowl in the middle of the 2 chicken cages, and waited until the 6 chickens had finished the juice and the bowl together, then sprinkled some grains on the side of the cages, and let the 6 white-feathered chickens eat. And then Chen Daidai beckoned towards Little Black. "Little Black, come here." Xiao Hei, who heard Chen Daoi's voice, immediately abandoned his 2 little playmates and ran towards Chen Daoi cheerfully, rubbing Chen Daoi's calves with the feathers on his neck. "Brother, Inuyasha." Chen Fei and Chen Taidan also ran over to greet Chen Dao. "Fei, Iron Egg." Chen Dao smiled and touched the 2 children's heads. "Go play. Brother has something to do." The 2 kids flew off in a huff. Chen Daoi, on the other hand, took out a pound of sorghum and a pound of wheat bran from the house to feed Xiao Hei. Cluck cluck cluck. Blackie is also a foodie chicken, forgetting his master when he is grain and happily pecking at the grain Chen Daoyuan spilled on the ground. It's true that when you have something to eat, you forget your master. Chen Daoi smiled and shook his head as he came to the edge of the chicken coop, observing the condition of the 2 eggs inside the coop. Chen Dawi still has some understanding of the incubation time of eggs. Generally speaking, an egg needs about 20 days to hatch. At this time, the 2 eggs in the chicken coop have only been incubated for 1 day. It is obviously impossible for a baby chick to hatch out. 20 days is still a little too long and Chen Dawi looked at the white feathered chickens in the coop whose feathers were vaguely yellow. According to the past experience of advancement, probably the day after tomorrow, these 6 chickens would all be able to advance into yellow feathered chickens. In that case, it would be somewhat worthless to hatch any more eggs from white feathered chickens. Instead of hatching the eggs of white feathered chickens, it would be better to wait for the white feathered chickens to advance into yellow feathered chickens before hatching them. Chen Dawi, who thought of this, immediately probed his hand into the chicken coop and took out 2 eggs from underneath one of the hens. These 2 eggs. Just bring them right in for an extra meal at night. Chen Dawi put the 2 eggs into his room, intending to take them out again in the evening and cook them for an extra meal, and then out of the Chen family's home, back to their own construction site to help with whatever work they could. The sun is rising and the weather is warming up a little. Many villagers who heard the commotion have come out of their homes to see what's going on near Chen Daoyuan's house. What is the Inego family doing? Why are you tearing down the house? An old man asked as he looked at Chen Dao and the others who were busy. I know. A woman couldn't hold back her gossip and said, Inego's family is planning to tear down the house and rebuild it. When these words came out, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but let out a sound of sucking in cool air. You can't even get enough to eat these days, and Inego's family can actually afford to build a house? With this money to build a house, you might as well buy more food. What if someone else's Inigo's family has more food than they can eat? No wonder the villagers are so shocked. It is really this year to build a house is too rare. Some families do not have enough to eat. Build a house, this kind of thing, for the villagers is not at all an urgent need, even if the family house is broken again. The same. What do you know about hammers? The woman who spoke before rolled her eyes and said, there's no shortage of food in Inego's family, but I've heard that Cheng's men come over to help out with food, and they're even fed. Tube food? Once these words came out, the villagers on the sidelines without exception all revealed envious gazes. Really? And you're full? Hiss. Is this Inigo's family digging for gold? So rich? Inigo's family is simply rich. Not only do they take care of the food, they even take care of the food. Chen Chang, that pot-bellied man, shall not eat poorly for the Inigo family? It would be better to ask the 3 Chen Chung brothers for help than to ask me. I've eaten much less than they have. The eyes of the onlookers are green. In the view of Chen Dawi, the job of only managing the meal is no different from the labor force, but in the view of the villagers, this job is simply too good to be true. Only need to do some labor work, can eat every day, to save a lot of food for the family. This kind of good thing, they dare not dream of. Strength this thing. For the villagers, sleep can be restored, not worth it at all, but work for Chen Rice, is really have a full meal. Looking at the busy Chen Chang and others on the construction site, the villagers' eyes are full of envy, and they can't wait to take Chen Chang's place. No, I'll have to ask Inuyasha to see if he still needs help with manpower. Chapter 29 Golden Feathered Chicken and Blood Feathered Chicken. A young man ran up to Chen Dawi, who was carrying wooden blocks, and asked with a fawning face, Brother Dawi, do you still need help building your house? Chen Dawi glanced at this person and found this person's name from his original body's memory, Chen Xiaogo. It's Go. Chen Dawi smiled and said, there is no need for manpower for the time being. If I need it in the future, I will definitely look for you first. Hearing Chen Dai say this, Chen Xiaogo was also too embarrassed to dwell on it and left with his head hanging down. As for the onlookers in the village, they did not have the intention to leave, but instead looked at the busy Chen Chang and the others with interest, their faces full of envy. As the sun set in the west, Chen Chang and the others, who had ended a busy day, piled up the dismantled logs together while leaning against them to wait for their meal. It's exhausting. Chen Shi wiped the sweat on his forehead. This day busy down. Even if he is such a strong boy or feeling tired, not light, good in the morning after eating a full meal, but also can hold up. I think it's okay. Chen Chang grinned and said, I had a full meal in the morning, so I'm not particularly tired right now. Chen Shi, Chan Mu, Chen Si, Chen Jiang. A few people took a look at Chen Chang's strong calf-like body and recognized what he said. As far as Chen Chang's body was concerned, this bit of physical labor was a complete breeze for him, provided, of course, that he could be fed. Here's the rice. Speaking of rice, it came right away. Li Ping and Hitsuilian walked over carrying a large wooden bucket. As the two approached, the aroma that belonged exclusively to the meal emanated. Chen Chang gulped and his eyes glowed. All come and eat. Li Ping also knew that the crowd must be very hungry after a day's work, so she didn't dilly-dally and directly took out bowls and served them rice. Chen Chang quickly took the rice bowl, a mouthful of the bowl mixed with rice bran batter swallowed clean, and then exhaled a breath and said, "Xuan Tan." Chen Chang's two younger brothers were also like starving ghosts, gurgling and swallowing the batter in one gulp before handing the bowl to Li Ping. "Auntie, please have another bowl." "Yes." Li Ping smiled and gave each of the three brothers another bowl. Although the three Chen Changs were from the same mother, their meal sizes were ultimately different, and even if Chen Shi and Chen Mu were hungry again, eating 3 bowls would be about right. Chen Chang, on the other hand, is the real name of the big belly man. A series of dry 8 bowls before stopping. Will return the bowl to Li Ping, also naive smile. "Thank you, auntie." "You're welcome." Seeing that the three had finished eating, Li Ping waved her hand and left with Hitsuilian carrying the barrel. After the two left, it got dark. Chen Daoyi immediately said to Chen Chang and the others, "That's enough work for today. Everyone go home." "Go home." Eat a full meal of Chen Chang happily led his 2 younger brothers home. Seems to be afraid of no work tomorrow. While walking also turned back to Chen Rice. "Brother Rice, tomorrow we will come over again." Chen Dai nodded, and after looking at their figures leaving, he said to Chen De, "Uncle, let's go back to eat as well." "Good." Back at Chen Da's home, Li Ping and Hitsuilian had already prepared today's dinner, and the two of them, Chen Taidan and Chen Fei, were sitting at the table waiting for the meal to start. Back, Hitsuilian, who saw the two return, hurriedly greeted the two on the table. After each of them were seated, Chen Dai glanced at the meal on the table. At this moment on the table everyone had a bowl of white rice in front of each of them, as well as a pot of egg drop soup, made precisely with the 2 eggs that Chen Daoyi had put away this morning. Chen Fei and Chen Taidan's gazes frequently looked towards the egg drop soup, unable to stop gulping. "Eat them all." Chen Daoyi smiled and picked up the white rice and started building. Hitsuilian, on the other hand, took out a few small bowls and each shared a bowl of egg drop soup, allowing the crowd to eat on the egg drop soup. After a meal, the 2 women cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen, while Chen Daoyi took the lead and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, his eyes empty, 2 days passed in a flash. Waking up on this day, Chen Daoyi welcomed the good news. That is, the white-feathered chicken has succeeded in its advancement. Chen Daoyi, standing by the chicken coop in the front yard, looked at the 6 chickens in the cage with a delighted expression. But see, the chicken cage in the 6 originally covered with white feathers of the chicken at this time has looked like a big change. Feathers all transformed into a yellow-orange color, and the body size has become a little bigger. Chen Rice eyeballing the 6 advanced success of the yellow-feathered chickens, the weight of at least 7 to 8 pounds or so. On top of that, information on the yellow-feathered chicken's advancement also surfaced in Chen Dai's eyes. Yellow-feathered chicken. Characteristics: short growing period, more meat production, short egg-laying cycle. Yellow-feathered chicken advancement route 1. Yellow-feathered chicken, female, combined with iron-clawed chicken, male, has a 50% chance of hatching a golden-feathered chicken. Golden-feathered chicken characteristics: longer growth cycle, strong fighting strength, comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. Yellow-feathered chicken advancement route 2. Feed blood congealing fruit for 3 consecutive days to advance to blood-feathered chicken. Blood-feathered chicken characteristics: smaller in size. Chicken meat and blood can strengthen qi and blood. Golden-feathered and blood-feathered chickens. A light flashed in Chen Daoyi's eyes. These 2 chicken breeds, just by reading the introduction one could feel how powerful they were. The golden-feathered chicken, comparable to an 8th grade martial artist, was even more powerful than Little Black. Although the introduction of the blood-feathered chicken was a bit vague, Chen Daoyi noticed the characteristic of growing qi and blood. It was important to know that the martial artists of this world cultivated mainly qi and blood. The enhancement of qi and blood, in addition to accumulating little by little through cultivation techniques, the fastest shortcut is to nourish qi and blood through a variety of precious herbs to strengthen themselves. The medicinal herbs that could help martial artists strengthen their qi and blood were all very expensive and out of reach of even wealthy families. That means, Chen Daoyi's eyes flashed with brilliance. The effect of the blood-feathered chicken is similar to those precious herbs that strengthen qi and blood? It's even comparable to demonic beast blood and flesh? Chen Rice heart fire up. Can grow qi and blood chicken? That is not to say, no more than a demonic beast? The demonic beasts in this world are extremely precious existences, even more precious than the medicinal herbs that strengthen qi and blood. The reason is that the meat of the demonic beasts is difficult to hunt, while the blood and flesh of the demonic beasts can help the martial artists to strengthen their qi and blood and shorten the time of cultivation. And the effect is even better than those expensive medicinal herbs. As a result, the demonic beasts of this world could be considered precious. but whenever they appeared, they would definitely be able to attract a large number of martial artists clamoring for them. And the next route for the yellow-feathered chicken's advancement would be the blood-feathered chicken, a demonic beast-like being. I'm afraid the value of the blood-feathered chicken is no less than a demonic beast. Chen Dai made his judgment with certainty. Of course, Chen Daoi was also clear that the value of a single blood-feathered chicken was definitely not comparable to that of a demonic beast due to its size. But the advantage of the blood-feathered chicken lies in the fact that it is a domestic animal and can be bred in bulk, and there was no need to rely on luck to come across them like demonic beasts, or even sometimes pay with human lives to hunt them. Chapter 30, Super High Egg Laying Rate, Golden Feathered Chickens, Blood-Feathered Chickens. Chen Daoi recited the names of these two chicken breeds, and extreme longing welled up in his heart. The golden feathered chicken was comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. If he could cultivate it, then his safety would be completely worry-free. After all, even within the county, the most powerful martial artist was only a 7th grade, and although the golden feathered chicken couldn't beat a 7th grade martial artist, as long as there were enough of them, the pile could also pile up the 7th grade. As for the blood feather chicken, that goes without saying. The blood feather chicken whose role is no different from that of a demonic beast, as long as it can be cultivated and sold to those martial artists in the county, Chen Daoi will immediately be able to earn a lot of money, and the family's situation will also undergo a radical change. Eating meat all the time, I'm afraid that it can be realized immediately. Unfortunately, I haven't even heard of these two advancement materials. Chen Daoi sighed. The realm of the golden feathered chicken required the iron claw chicken, a chicken breed that Chen Daoi had never even heard of, let alone acquired. As for the blood plume chicken, S progression requires the blood clotting fruit. The original body S memory also does not exist in the blood clotting fruit. This kind of thing. Guess we'll just have to ask around the next time we're in town. Chen Daoi sighed and was about to go out when he saw Li Ping and Hitsuilian walking out of the kitchen carrying wooden barrels. Mother, Auntie, is the meal ready? Chen Daoi asked as he paused in his steps. Done. Li Ping nodded, and then frowned. Tower, our food consumption has been a bit high lately. Originally, in Chen Daoyuan's anticipation, hiring people to help build the house would probably only require the consumption of about 10 pounds of grain per day. But it wasn't until the house was under construction that Li Ping realized that the consumption of food was far greater than Chen Daoyuan's estimate. Today's daily food consumption is 20 pounds or more, resulting in a doubling of the rate of depletion of the family's food stock. It's okay, Mother, Chen Daoi said. The food in the house is still quite plentiful, so we won't run out of food for a while. But Li Ping was still a bit worried. If things go on like this, I'm afraid we don't have enough food to last until the house is finished. Chen rice last time to bring back the grain. In addition to white rice, sorghum flour and rice bran, a total of 450 pounds, according to the daily consumption of 20 pounds of grain, is simply impossible to support to a month. What's more, those who need to consume food are not only the 5 Chin-Chengs who are working, but also the chickens fed at home. I'll go to the county town with Uncle Chen in the next 2 days. And I'll bring back some grain then. Okay. Seeing that Chen Daoi had a number in her heart, Li Ping put down her worries and carried a wooden bucket and came to the construction site together with Chen Daoi. On the construction site, Chen Cheng 5 people plus Chen Di, a total of 6 people, are sitting under a tree to avoid the cold wind. See Chen Rice 3 people carrying barrels to come. Chen Cheng, a few people in the eyes have revealed the color of anticipation. In Chen Rice home work these days, for Chen Cheng 3 people and live in paradise is not much difference. In the past every day can only eat a 5, or even 3 points full of them. Now it is every day can eat belly round. This kind of day, Chen Cheng 3 brothers cannot wait to live forever. Let's eat, Li Ping yelled. Chen Cheng 5 people immediately went forward, took the rice bowl and gulped it down. After drying 8 bowls of mushy rice in a row, Chen Cheng couldn't wait to say, Brother Tao, are we going to start building the house today? Of course. Chen Rice nodded. A few days of busy down. The family's original old house has been completely demolished. Even the fence is also demolished cleanly. At this time, looking around, there is only a piece of flat land left. It is already the time to start a house. Inuyasha, Chen De asked out loud, how do you plan to build this house? Chen Daoi thought for a moment and replied, the house doesn't have to be too big. Just build 3 rooms and a kitchen. But there needs to be a front yard and a backyard. And the backyard must be built bigger. The pattern of 3 rooms was designed so that Chen Fei, Li Ping, and Chen Tao would each have 1 room. And as for the front and backyards, they were naturally designed to facilitate the raising of chickens. Chen Daoi knows that in the future, his family will definitely raise more and more chickens, and the yard where he raises chickens must be large enough to do so. I see. Chen Dai nodded and immediately made an arrangement. Brother Chang, you're stronger. Go with me to cut down the timber and the other 3 will be responsible for building the house. No problem. The crowd gladly responded, and then began to get busy. Chen Dat and Chen Chang. One of them was in charge of cutting down the trees. One of them was in charge of carrying the trees. And the remaining 3 of them were in charge of building the houses. And the entire construction site was in a fiery momentum. And as the sun rises, many villagers also come out of their homes and gather not far away to watch the fun. Is this the start of building a house in Inego's house? Definitely. The original old house has been torn down and now it's time to start building. Brother Tao's family is really rich. I've seen the meals his family provides for Chen Chang and the others. And every meal is sorghum noodles. Chen Chang these 3 brothers are also shelling out on the sorghum noodles at every meal. Then the landlord old man life is even better miles. It's a shame Inuyasha's family is no longer short of staff. Say, where did Inego get so much food? Other people's Inego children are capable of finding food. Unlike you, who are idle all day long and know how to wait for food at home with your mouths open. In the villagers' envious, worshipful eyes, Chen Rice returned to the Chen family home. Looking at the 6 yellow-feathered chickens in the chicken coop fell into deep thought. However, at this moment, Chen Daoi's eyes stared and noticed an egg underneath a hen. Chen Daoi hurriedly reached his hand into the cage, plucking the hen aside and picking up all the eggs. The color of surprise on his face was extremely intense. This has only just advanced into a yellow-feathered chicken, and it laid 3 eggs? Chen Daoi looked at the 3 eggs in his hand and was pleasantly surprised. He knew that yellow-feathered chickens had the characteristic of laying a lot of eggs, but he didn't expect that they would be so forceful, laying 3 eggs just after their advancement was completed. Cluck cluck cluck. But at this time, a hen in the cage clucked. Chen Rice gazed, but see this hen clucked a cluck, followed by a yellow egg will roll out from under the hen. Nice one. Chen Daoi was completely stunned this time. This yellow-feathered chicken's egg-laying frequency is really not normal nah. This is less than a day's work. And 4 eggs have been laid. An average of 1 egg per yellow-feathered hen. If we follow this frequency of laying, won't the family not worry about having no eggs to eat in the future? Chen Daoi looked delighted, but did not put the 4 eggs away, but put them back into the chicken coop. With yellow-feathered chickens laying so frequently, will they also hatch faster? Chen Daoi, who had stuffed the egg back under the hen, thought about this while returning to the house to eat the breakfast that Li Ping and Hitsuelian had already prepared. Chapter 31 Unscientific Hatching Speed. After breakfast, Chen Daoi returned to his room and found all the copper coins and counted them. A total of more than 500 copper coins. This is not enough money to buy food. Is it hard to sell some yellow-feathered chickens? Chen Dai couldn't help but have a headache. To be fair, he didn't really want to sell the yellow-feathered chickens, but rather, he wished to keep these 6 yellow-feathered chickens and let them breed steadily in his home, so that Chen Daoi wouldn't need to buy gray-feathered chickens from the city every time, and then go through 2 advancements to get the yellow-feathered chickens. But now the family's food consumption is too fast. If you do not sell the yellow-feathered chicken, Chen Rice really do not know where to raise money to buy food in the city. Let's hope the yellow-feathered hen's eggs hatch soon. Chen Daoi sighed softly and could only hope that the yellow-feathered chickens would hatch their chicks faster. Another 3 days passed in a flash. The first thing Chen Rice does when he wakes up in the morning is still to run and check the chicken coop. The 4 yellow-feathered hens in the cage did not disappoint Chen Daoi, laying eggs very frequently, steadily laying 1 egg every day. None of these eggs Chen Daoi took away. Instead, he left them in the cage for the hens to try to hatch. Now that the first batch of eggs has been incubated for 5 days, Chen Daoi desperately hopes to hatch new baby yellow-feathered chickens so that he can sell a few yellow-feathered chickens without any worries. I don't know if the hatching was successful today. Although he knew that it was unlikely that the hatching would be successful in 5 days' time, Chen Dai still held a glimmer of hope as he looked seriously at the chicken coop. Chen Daoi's gaze suddenly fixed, and the color of ecstasy gradually crept onto his face, only to see that at this time, in addition to the 6 adult yellow-feathered chickens that should have been there were also 3 additional fluffy baby chicks inside the chicken coop. A small chick with orange and yellow feathers poked its head around, its eyes seeming to be full of curiosity and surprise about the world. Kiri. The other 2 chicks pecked at the broken eggshells to replenish themselves. Great! It's hatched! Chen Daoi was both surprised and shocked in his heart. In 5 days, he actually did hatch 3 chicks. This is really too unscientific. However, Chen Daoi was relieved when he thought that this was a world with transcendent creatures like martial artists and demonic beasts. Besides, such a bizarre thing as crossing over himself had happened. Hatching chicks in 5 days didn't seem to be anything to be surprised about. Chen Dawi reached his hand into the cage and fished the 3 chicks into his palm, carefully distinguishing the gender of the 3 chicks. It was eventually determined that the 3 chicks, 2 hens and 1 rooster each. With these 3 chicks, I'll be able to selectively sell a few adult yellow-feathered chickens. Chen Dawi put the chicks back in the cage and returned to the house to take out the grain to feed Blackie and the yellow-feathered chickens in the cage. After feeding the chickens, Chen Dawi ate breakfast and went straight out to his home site. The construction site is still a hot scene. After Chen Chang and other days of labor, the foundation has been laid, and is now building the main body of the house. And not far from the construction site, there are 3 or 2 groups of villagers watching. Chen Rice home site has now become the only place for the villagers to watch. Whenever the sun rises, the weather a little warmer, the village those who do not have any recreational activities, but also cannot planting the villagers will go out of their homes, converge in the neighborhood to watch the fun. Of course, when watching the fun they can't help but talk about it, and one of the things they talk about the most is the meals that Chen Daidao provides to these helpers of Chen Chang. I came early today and saw the meals Chen Chang and the others ate. It really was sorghum noodles to fill them up. This rice brother is also too rich, right? Actually willing to give Chen Chang these pot-bellied men sorghum noodles. In the past, when I looked at Inuyasha's old man, I thought he wasn't an ordinary person, but I didn't expect the son he gave birth to be this capable as well. I really want to help the Rice brothers' family work. Every meal of sorghum noodles is too much for the landlords in the city to eat. Yes, Brother Dao is really capable. Auntie Lee is also living a good life. With such a capable son, she can enjoy happiness in the future. That's right. If only my son could be as capable as Inigo's. Just don't count on your son who is straight up panting and lazy after half an hour of farm work. That's it. Chen Daidai didn't care about these villagers who were watching, but directly found Chen Di, who had just joined Chen Chang in carrying the wood, and opened the door. Uncle, let's stop work for a day tomorrow. Ha! Before Chen Di said anything, Chen Chang shouted out in surprise, Brother Tao, your house is not built? Did we eat too much? Can we eat less in the future? No wonder Chen Chang's such a big reaction. Is really for Chen Rice work opportunity is too rare. Help Chen Rice work in these days time. Is Chen Chang live and one of the few every day can eat a good day? If Chen Rice is not to build a house, then his good days can be gone. Don't worry, Makoto. Chen Dao smiled and said, it's just a one-day work stoppage. It's not building anymore. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, I thought it was because we had eaten too much, and that you didn't have enough food in your home. Brother Inigo, don't worry, Brother Chang, there's still enough food at home. Chen Daidai pacified Chen Chang for a while, and then he said to Chen De, Uncle, I'm planning to make a trip to the city tomorrow. Chen De nodded. A few days ago Chen De told him that he was going to make a trip to the city, so naturally he wasn't surprised. He just said, do you need us to join you? Of course, Chen Dawi replied. It's not just you, Uncle. Chen Chang and the others are also going along. After all, it's not safe on the road. Although Chen Dawi hadn't gone out of the village during this time, he knew that there were more and more stragglers on the official highway nowadays. A few days ago, there were even stragglers who tried to enter the Chen family village. But fortunately, Chen He, the village head, reacted at the first time and led the village's young and strong people to drive away those stragglers, not letting those stragglers intrude into the village and cause chaos. So you want us to follow you to the city? Inuyasha. Chen Chang laughed nervously. No problem. Go there if you say so, Brother Dao. I'll listen to you. Nowadays, Chen Chang could be said to have 100% trust in Chen Daoyuan. In his opinion, Chen Daoyuan was the best person to him in the entire Chen village, the only one who could make him have enough to eat. Then Uncle, you can tell Jiang and the others later. We'll go into the city together tomorrow. Success. After saying something, Chen Di stayed at the construction site to work with Chen Di and the others. Of course, with this skinny body of Chen Dawi, what he can do is limited. At most, he can only help to carry some lighter wood. Chapter 32. Here's the rice. At sunset, Li Ping and Hitsuilian walked over with their buckets of rice, and as the aroma of the rice wafted over, Chen Chang and the others immediately stopped the fellows in their hands and walked towards Li Ping and the two of them. Even the villagers watching nearby couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The flavor of this sorghum flour is really fragrant. A young strong man who was watching sniffed the pungent aroma in the air and gulped furiously. He hadn't remembered how long it had been since he had eaten such a precious food as sorghum noodles. The others also shrugged their noses as if to inhale all the aroma in the air. Into the mother I haven't had sorghum noodles in a long time. So do I. Chen Chang, these pot-bellied men are really happy. I also want to have a meal of sorghum noodles. There's still rice bran in that sorghum flour. It's definitely not good. Greeting the envious gazes of the villagers, Chen Chang, several people came to the rice bucket, took the bowls handed over by Li Ping and He Tzuelian, and devoured them in large mouthfuls. Chen Chang was still the one who ate the most aggressively, and after eating 8 bowls in a row, he returned the bowl to Li Ping and let out a long breath. Chen Jiang, on the other hand, looked at Chen Daer and asked, "Brother Daer, are we going to enter the city tomorrow?" "Yes." Chen Zhang's eyes lit up when he received an affirmative answer. Chen Si was also happy. It's good to go into the city. Chen Jiang and Chen Si were extremely impressed with the prosperity of the county, and the two of them were exceptionally fond of the county, and if not for the conditions, they could not wait to go to the county to play every day. "Look how happy you two are." Chen Di shook his head and said, "All go back. Come gather here tomorrow and go to the county town together." Soon, all 5 people left. Chen Dao, on the other hand, returned to Chen Da's home together with Chen De, Li Ping and He Tzuelian. Everyone's table was already set up with Li Ping and He Tzuelian's meals made in advance. Today's meal was very simple, only a bowl of white rice for one person. However, even if it was white rice, it was still a rare delicacy for the crowd. So not only did the crowd not half resent it, but they were devouring it instead. Only Chen Rice, looking at the white rice in the bowl, had no appetite at all. Chen Daoi, who had lived in modern China for more than 20 years, really didn't have much appetite for this monotonous and incomparable food in front of him. However, Chen Daoi also knew that rice had to be eaten, otherwise he couldn't grow his body and had no strength, so he had to forcefully swallow the rice in the bowl. After dinner, the 2 kids went back inside first to rest. Chen Da, on the other hand, looked at Chen Rice and asked, "Brother Rice, are you planning to buy grain when you go into the city tomorrow?" Chen Dao nodded. "Yes, uncle." Chen Da frowned. "You still have money? There are a couple hundred more. What can a few hundred coins do?" Chen Di said, "Now the county food is so expensive. Chen Rice, a few hundred coins. Top Day can buy dozens of pounds of grain. Not helpful at all. I'm going to sell some chickens." "Selling chickens?" Chen Da was stunned for a moment and said, "Don't you want to hatch more chickens? How else can you hatch them if you sell the chickens?" "It has hatched." Chen Daoi smiled and said, "Today my family's chickens have successfully hatched 3 chicks. "What?" Chen Da froze. Chen Da cultivated the yellow-feathered chicken thing he knew. After all, Chen Da's family's chickens were raised in his family's front yard. But Chen Da didn't mean to look deeper into the yellow-feathered chicken's secret recipe. To get a white-feathered chicken's cultivation secret recipe, he was already very content. Not so much that he even wanted the yellow-feathered chicken's secret recipe. He also knew that the yellow-feathered chickens cultivated by Chen Daoi laid eggs very quickly and could lay 4 eggs every day. But what he never expected was, this egg will hatch so fast. Although Chen Da was a hunter, he knew that the time needed for eggs to hatch was relatively long. In the case of gray-feathered chickens, it would take at least 25 days or more to hatch a chick. And the yellow-feathered chickens of Chen Daoi have a full hatch time of only 5 days. Hatching a batch of chickens in 5 days. This kind of thing was unheard of by Chen Da. "It really hatched?" Chen Di asked incredulously. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chen Dai, but something like 5 days of successful hatching was just a little too counterintuitive. "Really? Uncle, you come with me." Chen Dao led Chen Di to the side of his own chicken coop in the front yard, and through the candlelight coming out of the house, he could barely see the 3 chicks in the coop that were warming themselves under the hen's wings. Chen Da, who saw this, finally believed what Chen Da had said. "It's incredible." Chen Da sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said, 5 days will be able to hatch a batch of eggs. "Brother Dao, could this chicken of yours be an immortal chicken from the sky?" "How?" Chen Dao shook his head and lost his smile, but he did not feel that Chen Da was making a fuss. In fact, when he saw the 3 chicks in the morning, Chen Dao did not behave much better than Chen Da, and even more so. It took a long time for Chen Da to calm the shock in his heart, and while walking back to the house with Chen Da, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Dao, your method of cultivating this yellow-feathered chicken mustn't be disclosed, so as not to bring about a killing. Chen Da is very clear about the value of these yellow-feathered chickens, laying eggs quickly and hatching quickly. Such a chicken breed, it is not too much to say that it is difficult to find 10,000 gold. Once let others know that Chen Da has a way to cultivate this kind of chicken, then I'm afraid that killing is just around the corner." "Uncle, I know the importance." Chen Daoi nodded, and immediately said, "Uncle, do you want this method of cultivating yellow-feathered chickens?" "I won't lie. Uncle naturally wants to," Chen Da said sincerely, This chicken is so marvelous that it only needs to be cultivated for some time to gain heaven-breaking wealth. How could uncle not want it? After saying that, Chen De added, but uncle is not a greedy person. Having the method for white-feathered chickens is already enough. As for the method of cultivating yellow-feathered chickens, you can keep it for yourself. Of course Chen De wanted to obtain the method of cultivating yellow-feathered chickens. After all, this method meant sky-high riches. But compared to riches, he cared more about Chen Da's safety. Such a precious secret method. One more person who knows it will have one more risk of leaking it. Chen De will never allow the Chen De family to be in a lot of danger because of himself. Okay. Chen Rice looked deeply at Chen De. This was also considered a test for him. He wanted to know. In front of the yellow-feathered chicken, Chen De could maintain the goodwill of treating his own family. And the result of this trial was undoubtedly very satisfying to Chen Dawi. Chen De was still the same Chen De. And his kindness to his own family was from the bottom of his heart, and would not be changed by any benefit, even if that benefit was enough to make his family rich and live like a landlord. Then uncle, I'll go back to rest first. Go! Remember, don't tell anyone about the yellow-feathered chicken method. Chapter 33, Superficiality. The next day, the sky was just brighter. Chen Jia's house was busy. The two women were cooking breakfast in the kitchen, while Chen De and Chen De were responsible for feeding the chickens in the house. Kara Kiri. Just after arriving at the chicken coop, Chen Dawi heard a chirping sound of chicks, only to see that in the chicken coop, the fluffy chicks had grown from 3 to 5. This hatching speed. Joy quickly climbed on the face of Chen Rice. This yellow-feather chicken hatching speed. Really too pleasant some. Chen Rice also finally determined a thing. Yellow-feather chicken eggs hatching cycle. Indeed is 5 days time. At this rate of hatching, it won't be long before the house is full of chickens. I'm afraid. While Chen Dawi was happy, Little Black cackled and ran over, feeling Chen Dawi's calf with the feathers on his neck. You foodie chicken. Chen Dawi smiled and sprinkled sorghum and rice bran on the side of the chicken cage, letting Xiao Hei and the chickens in the cage peck at them. And then Chen Dai Dai reached into the chicken coop and fished out 3 eggs. These 3 eggs don't look like they're going to hatch. Chen Dawi carefully examined the 3 eggs in his hand. One of these 3 eggs was put in to hatch on the first day, while the 2 were put in on the second day. All the eggs in the same batch with them had hatched successfully, but these 3 eggs did not move at all, which meant that these 2 eggs were either unfertilized eggs or the products of hatching failure. Just in time for an extra meal this morning, Chen Dawi brought the eggs to the kitchen and said to Li Ping, Mother, beat these 3 eggs into the rice. Give Chen Chang and the others extra meals today. Li Ping and He Tzuilian 2 people are in the kitchen to prepare. It is Chen Chang 5 people's meals. After all, need people to help escort into the city. Chen Rice is also embarrassed not to provide a meal to people. Okay. Li Ping took the eggs, broke 3 eggs and put them into the pot with the sorghum paste noodles. Chen Dai Dai didn't stay in the kitchen for long and came to the courtyard, opening the gate of Chen Dai Dai's house. You guys are here so early? As soon as the main door opened, Chen Dai Dai saw the 5 Chen Changs who were already waiting outside the door, and could not help but be a little surprised. Aren't we afraid of delaying you, Inuyasha? Chen Chang scratched his head. Come in first. Chen Dawi let the 5 people into the courtyard, and while leading a few people into the house, he said with a smile, You guys are blessed today. Not only do you have rice to eat, there are also eggs. Eggs. The eyes of the 3 Chen Cheng brothers as well as Chen Si and Chen Zheng all lit up. For Chen Cheng's 3 brothers, sorghum noodles are already a rare food. As for eggs, their 3 brothers, they have not tasted the flavor of eggs for at least a few years. Although Chen Si and Chen Zheng were not as miserable as Chen Cheng's trio, eggs were likewise unavailable food for them. So naturally their hearts were overwhelmed with anticipation. That's right. Chen Dawi nodded and said, 3 eggs were beaten in today's meal. It's not much, but it's enough for you to taste. Great. Chen Shi shouted happily, and the other 4 also looked expectant. And in their expectant eyes, Li Ping and He Tzuilian had also prepared the meal and brought over a large wooden bucket full of mushy rice. There really are eggs. Chen Mu had excellent eyesight, and the first thing he noticed was the difference between the battered rice and the previous days, and even smelled the unique aroma of eggs. Auntie, give me a bowl of rice with eggs. Chen Jiang, who was more familiar with everyone Chen, couldn't wait. Yes. He Tzuilian smiled and took out a bowl, scooping a bowl full of mushy rice for Chen Jiang. Sniffing the scent of eggs wafting from the battered rice, Chen Jiang couldn't help but look intoxicated. Fragrant. Too fragrant. Chen Dai Dai opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. This paced rice in his view with the previous days to eat and there is no difference. 3 eggs to beat in. Although talk about the Yangtze River into an egg so outrageous, but it is also less eggs and rice. Simply cannot see how much egg shadow. How to not let Chen Jiang to show this expression, right? In fact, not only Chen Jiang, even Chen Chang and the others were full of intoxication as they sniffed the aroma of the rice in the bowl, as if they could really smell the flavor of the eggs from inside. Mother, give me a bowl too. This appearance of Chen Chang's three people, but it made Chen Rice to generate curiosity, looking for Li Ping to ask for a bowl of paste rice, and then the end of the paste rice to pour into the mouth. As soon as the rice was in the mouth, Chen Daoi's face was a mask of pain as his eyes glazed over. To be fair, the rice paste is not that bad, but don't forget that the rice paste is mixed with rice bran. This rice bran stuff, after grinding into powder, can barely swallow, not grinding into powder rice bran, that is really stuck in the throat. Mother, get me a glass of water. Coming. Li Ping also noticed the expression on Chen Daoi's stuck throat and hurriedly poured Chen Daoi a cup of water so that he could swallow the rice stuck at his throat. Cough cough. Chen Dai coughed several times in a row before feeling more comfortable. The others were smiling. In their opinion, Chen Daoyuan was a capable and very precocious child, and they rarely saw him show this look. You guys eat first. I'm going to check outside. Having his throat stuck once, Chen Daoi completely lost interest in tasting the mushy rice and walked out of the house to the chicken coop, taking out 2 yellow-feathered hens from the cage and tying up their feet, intending to take them to the city to sell them. And shortly afterward, Chen Chang and the others also ate their fill and walked out. At the same time, Chen Di also borrowed a donkey cart from the village headman's house, and the group boarded the vehicle, with Chen Si driving the donkey cart, and headed for the county town. The long official road has not changed much. Donkey carts walking on the official road. You can still see a face weathered, numb look of the displaced persons. These displaced persons dragging their families, footsteps slow but firm towards the direction of the county town, as if there is the only hope of survival. Just Chen Rice is clear. After these stragglers go to the county, what greets them may not be official relief, but soldiers with swords in their hands. Ugh! Chen Daoi sighed lightly, forcing himself not to look at those poor stragglers, and smothered his head in the direction of the county town. As the donkey cart neared the county seat, Chen Daoyuan looked around, but see the gathering of the stragglers outside the county town a little more. The stragglers built up more and more houses. The whole county town outside the formation of an unplanned gathering place. Careful Chin Dai also noticed a lot of white bones on the ground that were exposed outside the soil. Obviously, there were not a lot of stragglers who were starved, killed, and eaten alive during this time at all. The yamen who used to give out kanji have also disappeared. Chen Daoi turned his gaze, but failed to spot the government officials who were giving out kanji. Obviously, the officials nowadays are not even willing to do such superficial work as giving out kanji. Chapter 34, 1 or 2 apiece. After paying 10 copper coins as the entry fee, Chen Daoyuan and his group were able to get past the soldiers guarding the city and enter the county town. The interior of the county still has that same bustling look, except, I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Chen Daoi seemed to see some sadness on the faces of the pedestrians coming and going. With this doubt, Chen Daoi sat on the donkey cart and arrived at the Fuquan Hall. He took the lead and jumped off the donkey cart, rather skillfully shoving 10 copper coins into the hands of the guards of the boxing gym. Brother Wei, please help find Miss Li. The last time he came to the Fuhu Fist Hall, Chen Daoi already knew the guard's name, which was Wei Gu. Wei Gu, who had received 10 coins, revealed a smile towards Chen Daoi, then ran inside the martial arts center and called Li Ying out. Chen Daoyu-chan is here again? Li Ying greeted Chen Daoyuan with a big smile. As the only daughter of the owner of the Fuhu Fist Pavilion, Li Ying was considered to be a person of high status in Taiping County, but was very approachable, or at least when facing Chen Daoyuan, she would always show a warm smile. Ms. Li. Chen Daoi also smiled and greeted Li Ying, and then said, I brought some more white-feathered chickens this time. I'll take them all. Not waiting for Chen Dai to finish his introduction, Li Ying waved his hand and said that he wanted all of them. Seeing this, the smile on Chen Daoi's face grew a few points whiter as he continued. This time, there are fewer white-feathered chickens. Only 3. Only 3. Ha! A trace of disappointment surfaced on Li Ying's face. The flavor of the white-feathered chicken was still very great. As a foodie, she was inevitably a little disappointed after hearing that the number of white-feathered chickens was small. But, Chen Daoi turned his words around and said, I've brought some other chicken breeds this time. I wonder if Ms. Li is interested? Other chicken breeds? Li Ying was stunned and pursued. It's not a gray-feathered chicken, is it? Gray-feathered chickens belong to the most common and widespread domestic chickens in Xia. The only advantage of this thing was that it was good to raise, but the taste was not good. far less fat than the white-feathered chickens that Chen Daoyuan had sold to Li Ying. Of course it's not a gray-feathered chicken. Ms. Li, you come with me. Chen Dao led Li Ying to the donkey cart, and as Li Ying approached, Chen Shang and the others couldn't help but have a look of constraint on their faces. On the way here, Chen De had already told them about Li Ying's identity. Li Ying was the personal daughter of the owner of the county's top 3 martial arts center, the Fuhu Fist Hall, and was considered a top status figure in the entire Taiping County. Far from being comparable to them, the villagers of the Chen family village. Look, Ms. Li, this is the chicken breed I brought this time. Chen Daoyi pointed to the 2 yellow-feathered hens in the chicken cage and introduced them for Li Ying. I will name this chicken as yellow-feathered chicken. Compared to the white-feathered chicken, the yellow-feathered chicken is bigger and the chicken meat is firmer, so I think it will be even more delicious than the white-feathered chicken. This yellow-feathered chicken is quite unique. Li Ying, who surveyed the yellow-feathered chicken in the cage, nodded. Indeed, as you said, the head is bigger and the feathers are brighter. I wonder how much this chicken costs. Li Ying was indeed a bit moved. Yellow feather chicken sells better than white feather chicken, and in Li Ying's opinion, the better the look of the chicken, the better the taste. Therefore, she has already had the idea of buying these 2 yellow feather chicken. This, Chen Daoyuan's eyes turned, and his heart thought quickly. Miss Li, you know, it is not easy for us to go into the mountains to catch these chickens, and yellow feathered chickens are more difficult to find than white feathered chickens, so the price will inevitably be more expensive. Straight up, how much? This. Chen Daoyi hesitated for a moment and gave what he thought was a good price. It needs to be 1 tael of silver apiece. No problem. It'll be 1 or 2 silver dollars apiece. Li Ying didn't even bother to bargain and directly accepted the price. Not bad for a wealthy, rich woman. Chen Rice's heart secretly gave Li Ying a nod. For the strength of the Fuhu Fist Pavilion also has a further understanding. 1 or 2 silver a chicken. But even the price is not cut a cut. One could only say that the affluence of the Fuhu Fist Gym was beyond Chen Daoyi's imagination. As a matter of fact, it was Chen Daoyuan who had gotten it wrong. In his opinion, the cost of cultivating a yellow-feathered chicken was nothing more than a 500 tael white-feathered chicken plus a few copper coins of chicken heartgrass and sumac flowers. But in Li Ying's opinion, this yellow-feathered chicken was a prey caught by Chen Daoyuan and others who risked their lives by going into the mountains. So a higher price was naturally a justifiable thing. Wei, help me get these chickens inside. After handing over a total of 3.5 taels of silver to Chen Daoyi, Li Ying waved his hand towards Wei Gu and asked Wei Gu to help himself to the 5 chickens he had bought into the pavilion, and then said to Chen Daoyi, little brother Chen, in the future, if there are still yellow-feathered chickens and white-feathered chickens, you can continue to send them over. As many as you like. I'll take them all. No problem. Chen Daoyi agreed without thinking. Li Ying this kind of refreshing big customer. He is naturally willing to continue to trade with her. But, next time Chen Daoyi may not come over by himself. Ms. Li, I want to ask you about something. Chen Daoyi suddenly said. What is it? I wonder if Miss Li has heard of the iron-clawed chicken and the blood-congealing fruit. Iron-clawed chicken? Unheard of. As for the blood-clotting fruit, Li Ying frowned and pondered for a moment, looking straight into Chen Daoyuan's eyes and said, what are you asking about the blood-congealing fruit for? Could it be that you haven't given up the idea of practicing martial arts? Li Ying definitely knew about the blood-congealing fruit. Chen Daoyi's eyes lit up and he busily said, I was just inquiring. I wonder if Ms. Li can explain it to me? Li Ying gave Chen Daoyi a deep look and said, the blood condensation fruit is actually not a rare thing. Most of the pharmacies in the city that are controlled by the big families sell it. However, very few people have gone to the pharmacies to purchase the blood condensation fruit. Why? Chen Dai couldn't help but pursue the question. Because the role of the blood congealing fruit is chicken ribs for martial artists or even quasi-martial artists. And there are things that are not considered the best for nourishing qi and blood for apprentice-level martial artists. Naturally there are very few purchasers. Li Ying said. So it is. Chen Daoyi suddenly realized that the original function of the blood congealing fruit was to nourish the qi and blood. But according to Li Ying's words, the efficacy of the blood congealing fruit in nourishing the qi and blood should be very weak. And the effect wasn't even considered to be good for some of the apprentice-level martial artists who were practicing martial arts. Based on this, Chen Daoyi could basically deduce that the value of the blood congealing fruit was bound to be not too high. And if the value of the blood clotting fruit is not high, then the matter of cultivating the blood feather chicken by oneself will have been settled. According to the introduction of the golden finger, to cultivate a yellow-feathered chicken into a blood-feathered chicken, only 3 blood-clotting fruits are needed. Thinking of this, Chen Rice asked without moving, I don't know the value of this blood-congealing fruit. Just give me a minute. Li Ying walked into the interior of the martial arts center, and in no time at all, he walked out with 2 fruits. This is the blood-congealing fruit, and for the price. The selling price at the pharmacy shouldn't be more than 21. Chapter 35, The Dreaded Tax Increase. 20 Text. This price directly caused Chen Daoi's heart to be ecstatic. He carefully examined the 2 fruits in Li Ying's hand, but he saw that the fruits were the size of an egg, round in body, with a hint of red color on the skin, which was different from most of the fruits that Chen Daoyuan had seen. These 2 blood-congealing fruits will be yours. Li Ying directly shoved 2 blood-congealing fruits into Chen Daoyuan's hands. Knowing that Li Ying was a rich woman, Chen Daoi didn't refuse, and directly accepted the fruit before excusing himself. Miss Li, I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Go on. After saying goodbye to Li Ying, Chen Daoyuan boarded the donkey cart and left with Chen Chang and the others. Li Ying, on the other hand, returned to the backyard of the martial arts school. Cluck cluck cluck. Inside the backyard of the martial arts center, the sound of chickens crowing was heard. Li Hu stood at the edge of the chicken coop and thoughtfully surveyed the white and yellow feathered chickens in the cage. Dad! It wasn't until Li Ying's voice came that Li Hu turned his gaze and said, Yingzi, did you buy these chickens again? Yes. Li Ying sat down on the side of a stone table and said, Father, we recently have white feathered chickens to eat again. Li Ying was a foodie. This was the consensus of everyone in the Voodoo Fist gym, and as a foodie, Li Ying had a penchant for chicken. But she had long since grown tired of the taste of gray feather chicken, and instead she couldn't get enough of white feather chicken. After all, compared to gray feathered chickens, white feathered chickens are not only more meaty, but also a bit fattier, and the texture of their chicken meat is far superior to that of gray feathered chickens. Li Hu reached out and pointed at Li Ying, for Li Ying's foodie attribute is also well aware of. In fact, not only Li Ying is a foodie, Li Hu was not. Regarding the flavor of the white feather chicken, Li Hu was equally attached to it. Otherwise Fawn would not have stood by the chicken coop to observe those chickens. The chicken this time was delivered by that little brother named Chen Daoi again? Li Hu sat down opposite Li Ying and asked out loud. Yes. Li Ying replied. It's not easy for little brother Chen Dao and the others. Every day they have to venture into the mountains to hunt. Ugh. Li Hu sighed softly and couldn't help but remember what happened in the county office a few days ago. In fact, at that time, when the county zun requested each family to contribute some money in food, Li Hu himself wanted to agree to it, but couldn't help that a few other big clans and martial arts halls were reluctant to do so. After all, the Fuhu Fist Hall still had to hang around in Taiping County, and it was impossible for it not to advance and retreat together with the 4 great families and the 2 major martial arts schools. I'm afraid there's going to be a mess in town these days. Li Hu looked up at the sky. The cold weather nowadays didn't have any effect on him who was already a martial artist. But it was quite hard for the people. The harvest cost of crops is not good. The income is not enough to make ends meet, and then have to face the official government to increase taxes. Chaos, I'm afraid, is near. East City. Wuhan sat behind his cargo with a sad look on his face. Elder brother Wu, what are you doing? But at that moment, a voice came from behind him. Wuhan turned around to look, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Elder brother Chen, why are you here? Chen Daoi jumped down from the donkey cart, hugged Wuhan gently, and smiled. Old brother Wu, how's business these days? Ugh, don't mention it, Wuhan said with an obscure look on his face. Recently the goods can't even be sold. How? Chen Daoi glanced at the stall in front of Wuhan, which had several chicken cages on it, and several gray-feathered chickens were clucking in the cages. Wuhan first greeted Chen Dao's people and then said, You don't know, old brother Chen, nowadays, business in this county is not doing well. Let's just say this live poultry. No one is buying it at all. Why? Chen Daoi asked in disbelief. Eating meat is one of the most simple needs of human beings. It is reasonable to say that live poultry should not be unsold. Of course it's because the government raised taxes, Wuhan said with a sad face. Recently, the government just issued an order requiring every household in the county to hand over at least 1 stone of grain. And if they can't get enough grain, they will need to pay 2 taels of silver. Chen old brother, you say, under these circumstances, how can anyone be willing to come and buy meat to eat? Raise taxes? Chen Dato froze. It was difficult for him, who lived in the country of China in his previous life, to understand this kind of tax increase in a disaster year. In the previous life, whenever any place was affected by a disaster, the government would often allocate funds to provide relief. But here, the situation is the opposite. Instead of allocating funds for disaster relief, the government had to raise taxes. Does the court really want to force the people of the entire Taiping County to die? No. It's not just Pacific County. This cold plague affects the entire Qingzhou, and even the next two states also face the impact of the cold plague. And the imperial court's tax increase? It is impossible to only add a county's land. I'm afraid that the entire summer country will have to increase the levy, under such a natural disaster, but also to increase taxes. I am afraid that the land of Qingzhou will soon be starving. Easy to eat. That's right. It's a tax increase. Wuhan hate voice, those dog days of the officials. Also do not think to go to find those high families to collect taxes. Just know from us these small people to scrape the oil. Into his mother. Chen Dao frowned. Chenjia village is under Taiping County. Even the people of the county are going to raise taxes. Chenjia village is afraid that it will be hard to escape the tax increase as well. The reason why Chenjia village hasn't heard of the tax increase yet. I'm afraid that it's just that the officials are understaffed and haven't yet taken the taxes outside of the county. The thought of Chenjia village also want to increase taxes. Chen Daoban cannot help but body cold to Chenjia village's situation. I am afraid that the entire village cannot be found to be able to pay two silver family. Elder brother Wu, I don't know what will happen if this tax is not paid? Chen Daoi asked. What else? Wu Han said without thinking. The officials have made it clear that whichever family fails to pay the tax, the entire family will be arrested and sent north to be enlisted in the army. Chargers. Chen Daoi was shocked in his heart. The summer country is not the previous life of China. The treatment of the summer country as a soldier can only be said to be poor to the extreme. Of course, for the people who couldn't survive, enlisting in the army was barely enough to eat, but it was a way to live. But things are not so simple. Wu Han said that this time, the army is going to the north, and the north there, Xia is fighting with the barbarians. The war situation is extremely tragic. Every day countless deaths and injuries. To go to the north to charge the army, not to mention whether it will not die in the battlefield. Whether it can arrive safely is a problem. After all, the north was thousands of miles away from Qingzhou, and such a long stretch of road was enough for many of the people who had filled the army to die on the road. This is really an official forcing the people to rebel. Chen Rice cannot help but secretly sigh. This tax increase can really not give the people to leave a living at all. Now facing a cold disaster of the people would not have enough to eat, and now come to a tax increase. Failure to pay taxes will result in enlistment in the north, at risk of dying on the road at any time. If the people don't rebel, there really is no justice. Old brother Wu, didn't the officials say they would collect 1 stone of grain? Is it possible to turn in grain like rice chaff? Chen Daoyuan asked so with a twinkle in his eye. If we can cope with it with rice bran, then this tax increase will be bearable for the common people. Chapter 36, The Blessing of the Maiden. Rice bran? Wu Han laughed bitterly, said, Chen old brother you think too simple. How can the government leave us such a big hole to drill? The tax collector has long said that this tax increase must be sorghum, wheat, rice 3 types of grain. All other grain does not count. Chen Daoi was silent. These 3 types of grain are the most expensive sold in the grain store today. Even he, who is having the best time in Chenjia village today, can't get a stone of grain. Once you can't get food, you have to go to the north to be enlisted in the army. Chen Daoi just feel cold all over the body. This court, really not give away to live. Elder brother Wu, have you paid this tax yet? Where can I pay yo? Wu Han sighed and said, right now the 1-month deadline given by the government is getting closer and closer. If I fail to pay this tax, I am afraid that my family will have to go to the army. This, Chen Daoi opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. He simply changed the topic and said, Elder brother Wu, I plan to buy some gray-feathered chickens this time. Are you selling these gray-feathered chickens? Of course I'm buying. Hearing that Chen Rice wanted to buy chickens, Wu Han's eyes instantly lit up. How much do you intend to buy? Old brother Chen? I can give you a cheaper price. Naturally, the gray-feathered chicken is not what Chenda wants to buy. Chenda went into the city to sell white-feathered chickens this time with the purpose of obtaining silver to buy more gray-feathered chickens to go back and cultivate. On the way to the East City, Chende had already discussed this matter with Chenda. Therefore after hearing Wu Han's inquiry, Chen Dao replied, I brought a total of 2 taels of silver this time, and I intend to use all of it to buy gray-feathered chickens. Brother Wu, can you help me calculate how much I can buy? 2 tael of silver. Wu Han counted with his fingers. Nowadays, a gray-feathered chicken is about 151, and with 2 taels of silver, you can probably buy 13 of them. I don't have enough here, but it doesn't matter. Chen, wait, I'll go find another stall owner to help you talk. Shortly afterward, Wu Han returned with 3 chicken sellers and said to Chen Daoi, Older brother Chen. It's been negotiated. There are 13 chickens in total, counting you 150 cents each. Okay, let's trade then. Soon, the two sides completed the transaction, and Chen Daoyuan paid 950 copper coins for 13 gray-feathered chickens. After placing the chicken coop on the donkey cart, Chen Daoyuan and his group went to the grain store in the East City. Food prices have gone up again. Chen Rice, who walked into the grain store, couldn't help but frown. The price of grain was another 2 to 3 when more expensive than the last time he came to the county. Sir, would you like to buy food? The fellow at the grain store warmly welcomed Chen Rice into the store. Chen Daoyi looked at the price of grain and asked, "Man, why is this grain price expensive again?" The guest does not know. The fellow responded, "Nowadays, the price of food in this city is rising every day, and this price in our store is already the most conscientious price." Aha! Chen Dao nodded non-committally, and after keeping all the grain prices in his mind, he offered to purchase quantities. "I need 50 pounds of white flour and 100 pounds of sorghum flour. White flour is now 16 won a caddy. Sorghum flour 12 won a caddy. 50 caddies of white flour. 100 caddies of sorghum flour. Just enough to spend the 2 taels of silver from the sale of the chickens. As for the money for the blood-clotting fruit later, Chen Daoyi still had a few hundred copper coins on hand, which should theoretically be enough. Okay, the fellows began to work with nimble hands, and soon carried a total of 150 pounds of grain onto the donkey cart outside the store. "Take care, sir." Amidst the fellows' goodbyes, the donkey cart slowly started and arrived at the 100 Herb Hall, which Chen Rice had visited once before. Inside the 100 Herb Hall, the elderly shopkeeper was playing an abacus behind the counter, while Su Qiaoshi, whose name was Su Qiaoshi, was organizing the herbs. The young Su Qiaoshi was ultimately a bit sharper in her 5 senses, and the first time she noticed Chen Daoyi entering the store, she hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Guest, are you seeing a doctor or buying medicine?" Chen Daoyi glanced at Su Qiaoshi, and had to say that the granddaughter of this pharmacy shopkeeper was really pretty, not to mention being good-looking and pleasant. Her voice was also extremely pleasant, so that people couldn't help but feel good about her. "Buy medicine," Chen Daoyi replied. "I would like to request for some blood-congealing fruits. I wonder if you sell them in your store." "Yes," the shopkeeper sitting at the back of the counter said. "Blood-condensing fruit is 18 cents apiece. How much do you need?" "Customer, 18 articles." This price was similar to what Chen Daidai had learned from Liang before. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dao said, 30 pieces. "Wait a moment, guest, I'll fetch it for you." Su Qiaoshi ran into the backyard of the apothecary store, and shortly afterward walked out carrying a parcel. Handing it to Chen Daoyi, "There are a total of 30 blood-congealing fruits in here, so you can count them." "Customer." "Yes." Chen Daoyi opened the package and counted them, confirming that they were indeed 30, and then took out 540 copper coins from the inner layer of his clothes and handed them over to Su Qiaoshi. When receiving the copper money, the 2 of their fingers touched. Su Qiaoshi's pretty face flushed, but Chen Daoyi didn't feel anything, and soon left the store carrying the blood-congealing fruit. "Grandpa." Su Qiaoshi looked at Chen Dao's departing back and said, "Is this teenager surnamed Chen a martial artist?" When Chen Dao came to the store before, Su Qiaoshi had heard Chen Di address him, so she knew that Chen Dao was surnamed Chen. "It should not be." Shopkeeper Su Shihua shook his head. Martial artists won't buy herbs like the blood condensation fruit. Although Su Shihua was only a small pharmacy shopkeeper, he was quite knowledgeable and knew very well that martial artists simply could not look at medicinal herbs like the blood-congealing fruit. Not to mention the martial artists. Even those apprentice-level quasi-martial artists who were practicing martial arts in the martial arts halls would not be able to look at the blood-congealing fruit. Otherwise, the price of the blood-congealing fruit would not be so cheap. He should just be a peasant's son who wants to become a martial artist. Su Shihua made a judgment and said, from amongst Chen Daodong's dress, he guessed that Chen Daodong should just be a farmer's son. And as for why he purchased medicinal herbs such as the congealing blood fruit, the odds were that it was just an ambitious peasant boy who hoped to become a martial artist through cheap medicinal herbs that increased qi and blood like the blood-condensing fruit. Right? Yeah? Su Qiaoshi looked out the door. For some reason, she was extra curious about the teenager she had only seen twice, because the teenager's eyes were completely different from others. In the pharmacy to help her grandfather work, she is also considered to have seen a lot. Came to the pharmacy among the crowd, roughly divided into 2 categories. One is the poor people. These people are often numb eyes, look restrained, and often buy only cheap herbal medicine. The other category was the wealthy families or some martial artists, who were dressed in luxurious clothes and always looked at her with covetousness if anything in their eyes. As for Chen Rice, His eyes gave Su Qiaoshi an extraordinarily different feeling. Chen Daohui looked at her with only admiration in his eyes and nothing else, and would quickly withdraw his gaze. This made Su Qiaoshi feel extraordinarily comfortable both times she spent time with Chen Daohui, even though she and Chen Daohui had only met twice and had only spoken a handful of words. Let's hope you can become a martial artist as you wish. Su Qiaoshi sent her sincerest wishes in her heart for that strange teenager. Chapter 37 Buns. As the donkey cart pulled out of the county, the flour sacks and chicken coops stacked on it drew the greedy eyes of the stragglers. Many people's moral bottom line would be gone when they don't have enough to eat. And if they could, the stragglers outside the city would never mind robbing Chen Daoyuan and his party. Fortunately, Chen Daoyuan and his party were all young and strong, and the bows and arrows in Chen Daoyuan's hands and Chen Cheng's big man were both shocking, which made the stragglers not dare to swarm up and grab the things on the car. Into heck! The eyes of these stragglers outside the city are getting scary. After a little farther away from the city gates, Chen Si, who was driving the car, only slightly relaxed his tense body and exhaled a breath. The pairs of eyes outside the city that were like hungry wolves were really stressful. Hurry up and drive back to the Qin village. Chen Da's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, wary of bandits that might scurry out from the sides of the official road at any time. Chen Cheng, on the other hand, smiled nervously and said to Chen Daohui, "Don't worry, brother Daohui, I'm sure I can keep you safe." Chen Rice glanced at Chen Cheng's thick body and nodded, not doubting Chen Cheng's words in the slightest. The 1-meter-8 tall Chen Cheng, in this era where the people generally did not have enough to eat, was no different from a giant. Having him there could reduce many unnecessary dangers. After all, whether it is a straggler or a bandit, all have eyesight, but also will pick soft persimmons to pinch. Like Chen Cheng, this kind of 1-meter-8, strong and incomparable big man, the general bandits are not willing to mess with. Chenjia village, not far from the site of Chen Daohui's home, villagers are converging to gossip. Since the Chen Rice family began to build a house, this place has become the only place of entertainment for the villagers of Chen village. And every day when the sun rises and the weather is a little warmer, the villagers will go out of their homes and converge in the neighborhood to watch the fun. Why isn't Inigo's family working today? I saw Chen to go to borrow the donkey cart from the village headman's house this morning. He should have gone into the city. Into the city? What for? What else could it be? I guess 9 times out of 10 I'm buying food. It's freezing cold. Where did Chen Det and Dao Dao get the money to buy food? It should be earned from raising chickens, right? My house is very close to Chen's family, and I can hear the intensive sound of chickens every day, so he must have raised a lot of chickens at home. Even if the site is empty at this time, no one in the construction still cannot stop the enthusiasm of the villagers. They converge in 2s and 3s, talking about the gossip related to Chen De. Chen Rice, Chen De and Inuyasha are really something. You can still find money to buy food in this day and age. An elderly villager sighed without envy. His family's situation was very bad, so he was exceptionally envious of Chen Daoyuan's family's life. People are really good at Inigo. A woman said, a half-grown boy can get so much food for his family. If only my boy could be so capable. Yeah, I see that Xiao Fei from Inigo's family has gained weight lately. Can you eat sorghum noodles every day and not get fat? Chen Cheng, those guys are kind of shelling out on it, eating 5 and 6 full every day. Just as the villagers were talking, a donkey cart appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The crowd all of a sudden turned their attention to the donkey cart in unison. Chen Det and the others are back. There's a lot of stuff in the car, like wheat flour and sorghum flour? Hiss, this is too rich. White flour is all you can eat. It's not just white flour. There's a lot of chickens in the car. Greeting the villagers' envious gaze, driving Chen Si cannot help but stand up his chest, feeling honored. Chen Jiang, Chen Cheng, Chan Mu, and Chen Shur also held their heads high and stood out their chests, as if they were a big, proud rooster. Park in front of my house. Chen De spoke to the driving Chen Si, who nodded and drove the donkey cart to a stop in front of Chen Da's house, while unloading the white flour, sorghum flour, and chicken coops from the cart and moving them toward Chen Da's house. The villagers looked at the unloaded goods from afar, and the envy in their eyes grew stronger. I looked and there were at least a dozen chickens locked in the coop. A dozen chickens? That's a lot of meat, and at least 100 pounds of flour. Hiss, this day of Chen's family, the landlord can't compare to it. If only I could work for the Chen Rice family. In the front yard of Chen Da's house, Li Ping and He Tzuilian opened the far door and looked at the house they moved into. The corners of their mouths couldn't help but hook up a smile. Although the supplies bought back this time were nowhere near as large as last time, the bags of food still made the two women feel at ease. Not long after, all 150 pounds of flour and chicken cages were moved into the house. Chendi drove the donkey cart to return it to the village headman, while Li Ping and He Tzuilian warmly entertained Chen Chang's 5 people. They say it's hospitality, but it's really just a mushy meal with some hot water. But even so, Chen Chang and the others didn't dislike it in the slightest and wolfed down the mushy rice before getting up to take their leave. Auntie, we'll go home first. Come back to work tomorrow. Bye Auntie and Inuyasha. All slow down. After bidding farewell to the 4 Chen Changs, Li Ping returned to the house and asked Chen Dare, how much grain did you buy this time? Not much, Chen Dao replied. A total of 50 pounds of white flour and 100 pounds of sorghum flour. Only 150 pounds? Li Ping couldn't help but frown. 150 pounds of grain seemed like a lot, but it wouldn't even last for a few days. Don't forget, the family still had to provide Chen Chang and these people with their daily meals. Why did you buy all white and sorghum flour this time? Li Ping couldn't help but ask, feeling that Chen Daoi was a little too handy. These days, which person buys grain only to buy white flour and sorghum flour? Don't worry mother. I know what I'm doing. Instead of giving Li Ping an explanation, Chen Daoi changed the topic and said, by the way mother, do you know how to make steamed buns? Buns? Li Ping asked. Is it the kind of white bread sold in the city? Right. Chen Rice nodded. The main reason for him to buy flour this time, apart from the fact that the price of flour has increased less, the biggest reason is that he wants to change his taste. In his previous life, Chen Daoyuan would have preferred white rice a little more in his choice of staple food, but the reason why he preferred white rice was because there were enough side dishes, and after he came to this world, every day was only white rice without side dishes. In this case, Chen Daoi was naturally less fond of the monotonous white rice, and also naturally remembered steamed buns as a staple food. When not eaten with other side dishes, steamed buns taste, naturally, far better than white rice. I've seen that food called buns in town. He Tzuilian, who had been to the county town with Chen De, said, it's very expensive to sell. A steamed bun costs a penny, and an adult needs at least 3 steamed buns to get enough to eat. Chapter 38, The Smell of Fragrance. A penny? Chen Rice cannot help but secretly bitter smile. A penny buns, that are the old days of the past. With the skyrocketing prices of grain in the county, now the city's steamed buns have been sold to 3 pennies apiece. Of course, this matter was not spoken out by Chen Daoi, but he said to He Tzuilian, Auntie, do you know how to make this kind of food? Where can I be yo? He Tzuilian shook her head like a rattledrum. The techniques of making these steamed buns are all the hotel master's unique skills. How can they be taught to outsiders? Chen Daoi was dumbfounded. Steamed buns were not considered to be much of a difficult food to make in his opinion. It was just a matter of mixing the noodles and then steaming them after successful fermentation. Unexpectedly in this world actually belongs to a unique craft. Mother. Chen Daoi turned his head to Li Ping and said, we can try making steamed buns to eat. Will you do it? Li Ping asked suspiciously. It should. Chen Rice also does not dare to guarantee that he will be able to make steamed buns. After all, yeast this thing, before there is no artificially extracted yeast, can only rely on natural fermentation to obtain, which is still difficult. Chen Daoi joined Li Ping and He Tzuilian in the kitchen and first taught the two to make noodles. After mixing the dough, Chen Daoi asked the 2 men to place the dough in a wooden basin and add some water. Then he placed the basin in the kitchen and waited for the yeast to reproduce in the dough. Is that good enough? Li Ping asked as she looked at the dough in the basin. Wait until morning and see. Chen Daoi vaguely remembered that yeast prefers a warm, moist environment. A moist environment Chen Daoi has been created by adding water to a wooden basin. As for a warm environment, the kitchen is still relatively warm and should be barely warm enough for the yeast to colonize. Okay, Li Ping half-heartedly said. Then let's eat first. At this time, Chen Di also returned, and after the 2 families ate dinner together, they each went to their rooms to rest. The next day, waking up to the sound of Xiao Hei's cockcrow, Chen Daoi came to the kitchen first. Li Ping and He Tzuilian were also in the kitchen at that moment, and were observing the dough in the wooden basin. Inuyasha's here. Li Ping hurriedly beckoned toward Chen Daoi. Come over and take a look. The dough seems to have gotten bigger. At the word, Chen Rice's eyes light up, quickly came to the wooden basin. But see, as Li Ping said in general, yesterday only human had big head of the dough, at this time puffed up almost 2 times or so. This shows, this dough has fermented successfully. Mother, Auntie, let's start making buns now. Chen Daoi commanded Li Ping and He Tzuilian to knead and press the dough to expel the air inside. And after that, the dough was divided into small pieces. And right after that, the steaming of the steamed buns could begin. Naturally, there was no such thing as a steamer in the Chen family's house. But something else could be used instead. After leaving a small pieces of dough that had already fermented as the material for the next steamed bun making, Chen Daohui found a round wooden board that was hollowed out in the center. First added some water to the bottom of the pot, then covered the wooden board over the pot, and then placed the small pieces of dough on the wooden board separately, and finally covered the pot with a lid. Just wait a little while for it to steam. Chen Dai, who had covered the pot, said to Li Ping and He Tzuelian with a smile. Ina, can this steamed bun really make it? Li Ping asked with some skepticism. It's definitely going to work, Chen Rice said categorically. The most difficult step in making steamed bread is fermentation. Now the dough is fermented successfully. How can the production fail? Mother, you watch the pot. I'll feed the chickens. Without saying much, Chen Dao directly left the kitchen and came to the front yard. The number of chicks has increased again. After checking the number of chickens in the coop, Chen Daohui's face once again appeared joyful. Yesterday when he went to the city, the chicks were still only 5, and now they have already become 7. According to this hatching speed, getting rich is definitely no longer a dream. But Chen Daohui looked at the chicken cage yakking little chickens. His mind began to consider a question. That is, whether to start cultivating blood feather chicken now? Blood feather chicken's cultivation material congealed blood fruit Chen Daoguang has already gotten. Chen Daohui looked towards the 3 adult yellow-feathered chickens. If all of these 3 yellow-feathered chickens were to be cultivated into blood-feathered chickens, then it would inevitably delay the reproduction and hatching of the chicks. And it's a bit of a lost cause if the chicks are raised to be blood-feathered chickens. After all, the yellow-feathered chicken not only has a short hatching time, the growth cycle is also relatively short. Those 3 earliest hatched chicks now has become quite large in size, up to 1/3 of the adult yellow-feathered chicken. Why don't we wait for this batch of chicks to reach adulthood before we consider cultivating blood-feather chickens? At the same time that Chen Daohui made his decision, Xiao He came to Chen Daohui's feet and rubbed against Chen Daohui's pants leg begging for food. Got it. You foodie. Chen Daohui shook his head and hurriedly returned to the house, taking out sorghum and rice bran to feed little black and yellow-feathered chicken. After feeding the chickens, Chen Daohuiwan returned to the kitchen, but saw that at this time the lid of the pot has been opened by Li Ping, and at this time, inside the pot, a white fat steamed bread is listed. This is the bun? Li Ping's throat rolled as she sniffed the aroma wafting away from the pot. Fragrant. Too fragrant. The aroma of these steamed buns was even more enticing than white rice. Not to mention Li Ping, even He Tzuelian, also eyes brightly looking at the steamed buns in the pot, almost did not resist reaching out and grabbing one to eat. It worked. Chen Rice with a happy face came to the side of the stove, only to feel the mouth. Ate a few days of bland white rice for the flavor of the steamed bread extraordinarily miss. Inuyasha, Li Ping turned her head to Chen Daohui and said, are you going to give these steamed buns to Chenger and the others? Careful Li Ping has long noticed that the number of steamed buns in the pot is large, and he himself, as well as Chen Da's family, will not be able to finish them. Yes, isn't this a little too much of a waste? Li Ping looked at the steamed buns in the pot. Her face was full of reluctance. She was not a stingy person, but she still felt that this kind of food was a little too extravagant to give to those pot-bellied men of Chenchang. Mother, listen to me, Chen Daohui explained. This steamed bun can also be made with sorghum flour. In the future we will just use sorghum flour to make steamed buns for Chenger and the others to eat. Moreover, Mother, don't you think that eating steamed buns, on the contrary, can reduce our grain consumption? Yes? Li Ping obviously didn't have her head on a swivel. Next to him, He Tzuelian said thoughtfully, I've eaten this steamed bun thing before. This food satiates the stomach very quickly, but also starves quickly. Is this what you mean, Inigo? Almost. Chen Rice nodded. Those who have eaten steamed buns know that this stuff is fluffier and fills the stomach quickly. Using this stuff as food for Chen Cheng's group of laborers definitely saves much more food than mushy rice, and Chen Cheng's group will still definitely not have any dissatisfaction. After all, compared to mushy rice, steamed bread tastes, well, so much better. Chapter 39, Delicious Buns. Envious Villagers. Okay. Li Ping nodded her head and agreed to come down, and then the 3 of them worked together to put a single steamed bun into a wooden barrel, covered it with a piece of cloth, and carried the barrel to the construction site. On the construction site, Chen Chang's 5 people had arrived early and were sheltering from the wind under a tree, while Chen De was standing on the side, not knowing what he was thinking about. Not far away, there were already quite a number of early risers converging in 2s and 3s, intending to watch the fun, but at that moment, Chen Daohui, Li Ping and He Tzuelian came over carrying wooden buckets. The eyes of Chen Chang's 5 men quickly lit up and hurriedly surrounded them. Is dinner ready? Chen Shi asked with glowing eyes. His enthusiasm for the matter of eating was no less than Chen Chang's. You are blessed today. As soon as Li Ping uncovered the cloth on the barrel, the next moment, a rich aroma was wafted out. Smells good. A villager watching not far away immediately gulped. What is this flavor? It smells too good. The smell. What kind of food is this? Hardly white rice? Definitely not. I've had white rice and it doesn't taste like this. What's that? Watching the villagers tiptoe. Want to see what the food inside the barrel looks like, but because the distance is far away, can only vaguely see a touch of white, cannot tell what is specific, while Chen Chang and the others, who were closer, were looking at one snow-white, round steamed bun in the wooden barrel and gulping furiously. Is this a bun? Chen Si was worthy of being a person who had been to the city many times, and he recognized steamed bun's appearance at the first time. What's a bun? Chen Chang couldn't help but ask, and at the same time gulped, almost not being able to hold back from directly reaching out and grabbing the steamed buns in the barrel. Buns are a good thing. Chen Jiang explained for him, this is eating food made from white flour, which is sold for 3 cents a piece in the city today. 3 cents a piece? The three brothers, Chen Chang, Chen Shi, and Chen Mu, were directly stunned. The steamed buns in the bucket are just the size of a fist, and this size of steamed buns are sold for 3 cents a piece? Can't it be that this is the food of the immortals? Come and eat them all. Chen Daoi smiled as he watched the performance of the 3 Chen Chang brothers, grabbing a steamed bun from the bucket and handing it to Chen Chang. Brother Chang, taste how it tastes? Chen Chang looked at the snow-white steamed bun in front of him, and then looked at his own dark palms. He couldn't help but take a step back. Brother Chang, this food is too golden. I don't dare to eat it. Right. Chen Shi 2 brothers are also small chicken pecking like nodding. 2 yuan a steamed bread. They really cannot afford to eat if you don't eat it I will. Chen Dao directly stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth and bit into it. The unique wheat flavor burst out in his mouth. Chen Dao couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, feeling the aroma of the steamed bun. The flavor of the steamed buns, I must say, is indeed much better than white rice, and the fluffy texture is satisfying to the core. Seeing Chen Rice bite off half of the steamed bun, Chen Sheng opened his mouth and was a bit dumbfounded, but he still forced himself to hold back his desire. In his opinion, 3 cents a bun was too precious, and he was a bit deterred. Hurry up and eat Makoto. Chen Dao, who swallowed a mouthful of steamed buns, patted Chen Chang's arm and said, all this food is for you. If you don't eat it, isn't it a waste? Is it really for us? Chen Shi asked incredulously. Of course. Chen Dao nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, the crowd no longer hesitated. Chen Jiang quickly took a steamed bun from Li Ping's hand and bit down on it. It smells so good. The unique aroma of wheat burst in the mouth. Chen Jiang chewed the steamed bread in his mouth, only to feel the aroma getting thicker and thicker. At the same time, there is a unique sweetness spreading out in the mouth. These buns are so good too. Chen Si was also praised, although he had been into the city, but he had never eaten steamed buns. At this time he tasted the steamed buns. He realized why the steamed buns in the city can be sold for so much money. On this flavor, it's more delicious than white rice. I'll have one too. Chen Chang took one of the steamed buns and ate it in one bite. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face immediately. The rich wheat flavor of the steamed buns and the sweetness that came from chewing made Chen Chang's eyes narrow slightly, only to feel that this was the best food in the world. Bar none. Auntie, please, I'll have another one. Quickly finishing off one of the steamed buns, Chen Chang reached out and took another one and continued to start building. One more. One more. After a series of 5 steamed buns went down, Chen Chang faintly felt a slight sense of satiety and touched his belly, saying, these steamed buns are really tasty. I can eat 5 more. Don't worry, there are plenty of buns. Chen Rice smiled and handed Chen Chang a cup of water. Brother Chang, drink some water first. It's too dry if you just eat steamed buns. It's easy to choke. Thank you, Inuyasha. Chen Chang heart touched. Chen Rice to him is really good. Do not mind that he eats a lot, but also take care of him in every way. At this time, he has been dead to Chen Rice. Chen Shi and Chen Mu also looked at Chen Daoi, who was a half-big boy, and their hearts were moved. Chen Rice to their 3 brothers is really nothing to say. Not only take out 2 cents a steamed bread for them to eat, but also worried about the big brother choking. The 3 brothers at this moment couldn't help but have the thought of being willing to sacrifice their lives for Chen Dao Yuan. They're eating what looks like buns? Not far away, an onlooker villager finally recognized the food that Chen Chang was holding in their hands, and a strong look of envy immediately erupted from his eyes. Buns? They actually eat steamed buns? This food is better than a ing landlord. Into the mother asterisk. Why didn't Inigo's family build a house without me? I want to eat steamed buns too. The days of the gods are just like this, right? Not to mention all the sorghum noodles. There are also steamed buns to eat. I've been alive for more than 30 years, and I've never once eaten a steamed bun. The villagers looked at Chen Chang and the others who were devouring their food, and the envy in their eyes almost turned into substance. Steamed bread is the kind of food they have only seen and heard of, but never tasted. In their opinion, this kind of food is something that only the decent people in the city can afford to eat. But at this time, Chen Chang's several people are in their face, swallowing one after another steamed bread into their stomachs, which tells them how not to envy, especially when you think of your own family eating chaff all the time, while a few people in Chen Chang are eating steamed buns that are better than white rice. It was fine if this wasn't compared, but once it was compared, that sense of disparity instantly made the entire population of these villagers bad. The most important thing is, standing not far away from them, just can smell the aroma of steamed buns wafting in the air. The overbearing wheat flavor instantly let a lot of villagers who have just eaten breakfast produced a strong sense of hunger. P.S. Today 5 more. Ask for some free gifts, and ask for a good review. Thank you readers. Lords. Chapter 40 Expensive Food. The villagers gulped and looked on enviously. Chen Chang, on the other hand, took a bite of a steamed bun and ate it to his heart's content. After eating a full 10 steamed buns, Chen Chang couldn't get enough and said, satisfied, "This steamed bun is really the best meal I've ever eaten." Hearing this, Chen Shi and Chen Mu nodded their heads in agreement. For them who hadn't eaten meat for several years and hadn't even eaten much white rice, a food like steamed buns was indeed a delicacy that was superior to all foods in the world. Chen Jiang and Chen Si didn't really agree with Chen Chang's statement, but they also praised the flavor of the steamed buns. The fluffy texture and sweet aroma made them extremely satisfied with their food. Of course, there is a bad thing about steamed buns. That is, if you just eat steamed buns, it is too dry. You have to eat it with water. There was also the fact that the steamed buns were too tasty, but satiated too quickly. Chen Shi, Chen Mu, Chen Si, and Chen Jiang, the 4 stout young men, had only eaten 3 each before they were too full to eat. It was also Chen Chang, a pot-bellied man with a big appetite, who could eat 10 in a row. All full, right? Chen Rice glanced at the bucket of steamed buns. Sure enough, steamed buns this thing than the paste rice to be more easy to satiate the stomach. Usually a bucket of paste rice Chen Chang they can eat a clean, but this time a bucket of steamed buns, but did not finish. At the moment the bucket is still left in the bucket of about 10 steamed buns. Eat up. Chen Chang scratched his head and laughed nervously. Thank you brother Chang for giving us steamed buns to eat. This is what you deserve. Chen Dao responded with a smile. At this time, everyone including him had already eaten the steamed buns, and with the remaining 10 steamed buns, Chen Dai did not intend to keep them. Makoto. Chen Dao thought for a moment and said, there are still 10 steamed buns left, so each of you take 2 and go back to give your family a taste. As soon as Chen Dao said this, the eyes of the 5 people instantly lit up. Chen Chang, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed and said, Brother Tao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? You've been kind enough to give us enough to eat. How can we be kind enough to take it home again? In the nature of simple and straight, Chen Chang seems to be able to eat in the Chen Rice home has been very advantageous to Chen Rice. Not to mention eating or steamed bread, this precious food. If then take the steamed bread home to eat, that's a bit greedy. Yes, Inigo, how can we be so kind as to even take food? Chen Shi also said so, although his family is poor, but the 3 brothers are still relatively simple in nature. Even eat and take this kind of taking advantage of people, more or less unwilling to do nothing. Chen Dao waved his hand and said, steamed buns are food that will go bad if left for a long time, so why don't I give them to you to take back and eat? Come on, 2 for each person. Take them all back to your family to try, then come back to work. In the case of what he could do, Chen Dao was still willing to invite to buy the hearts of the village. The 5 Chen Changs who worked in their own house were the type with more loyal character, and to bestow some favor on them, they would surely remember it in their hearts. So, Chen Daoyuan stuffed 2 steamed buns into the hands of several people each, telling them to take them back to their families to try. This, well, Chen Chang hesitated for a long time, or chose to take over the 2 steamed buns. In fact, his heart also wants to give his family a taste of steamed buns, this delicious food, especially his mother. Chen Chang has seen his mother's hard work since he was a child, so he naturally hopes that his mother can eat something good. Soon, the 5 Chen Changs each took 2 steamed buns and ran home quickly. The villagers watching nearby looked at their darting figures and couldn't help but look at each other. What are Chen Chang and the others doing? Not working after dinner? I knew these guys wouldn't work hard. If I had to say, Brother Tao might as well hire me to work. I work hard and eat less than Chen Chang. I just seem to have seen Inuyasha stuffing 2 steamed buns into each of them. It can't be for them to take home, can it? It must be so. Into the mother asterisk. The 3 Chen Chang brothers are shameless. They even ate and took it. Granny Bear, why can't I find such a good strength job? Even with guessing to figure out the ins and outs of the matter of the villagers' eyes are red. Hate to take Chen Chang 5 people instead. There's no way around it. A job where you can get a full meal and bring home steamed buns for your family is, in the villagers' eyes, no different from working for the emperor's old man. Chen Chang's home. Lu Yan was cooking this morning's meal in the kitchen. In the eyes of earthlings, meals often described things like rice, but in Chen Chang's home, meals were handfuls and handfuls of rice bran as well as bran powder. At this time the pot of paste formed by the chaff powder is being stirred by Lu Yan. The top of the paste is still floating some not ground into powdered rice bran, which is the 3 minor children in Lu Yan's home as well as Lu Yan's meal this morning. Mother, we're back. But at that moment, Lu Yan's ears twitched and heard a loud voice coming from outside the house. Why is Makoto back? Lu Yan's heart tightened. This point in time, it was the time when Chen Chang and the others were working at Chen Dao Yuan's house. How could they run home at this time? It's hard not to. Just when Lu Yan had a bad thought in her mind, the 3 Chen Chang brothers ran into the kitchen. Mother, we're back. What are you guys doing back here? Lu Yan looked at the happy Chen Chang 3 brothers. His face did not have the slightest joy, but instead his heart was heavy. Chen Chang 3 people to go to Chen Rice family to help work, but to reduce the pressure of their own food is not small. At this time the 3 people are uncharacteristically early to go home. It is difficult not to let Lu Yan heart to produce a bad idea. Mother, look what we brought back. Chen Chang did not notice Lu Yan's face. Instead, he touched 2 snow-white steamed buns from his bosom and handed them to Lu Yan as if they were treasures. It is? Lu Yan looked at the steamed buns in front of her and was full of doubts. She had stayed in the Qin village for most of her life and had never left, so naturally she did not recognize steamed buns as this kind of food. It was just that even though she didn't recognize it, Lu Yan knew that the snow-white, fist-sized object in front of her must be something that could be eaten, as a sweet-smelling odor wafted from the object. It's buns! Chen Shi also took out the 2 steamed buns he had been covering from his arms, excitedly showing off. Mother, I'm telling you, Brother Dao can be generous, giving us steamed buns to eat today. It is said that this kind of food sells for 3 cents apiece in the city. It's very expensive. 3 cents apiece? Lu Yan took the steamed buns hand-stalled in the air. The hand of this food. From the feeling of the hand, the weight of even 2 or less than, but want 3 cents a. For Chen Chang's family, 3 cents can buy a caddy of chaff flour. A caddy of chaff flour to save, can let the family's 2 children to carry through the day, while the value of a steamed bread is equivalent to the ration of 2 children a day. This is more than gold. In Lu Yan's opinion, even the emperor of the capital city, eat meals are not so much, right? Chapter 41 shocked Lu Yan. This is so precious. Lu Yan stuffed the steamed bun back into Chen Chang's hands. Brother Chung, you quickly return this food to Brother Dao. It's too precious for mother to eat. Mother! Chen Chang, who received the steamed buns, could not help but say, don't worry about eating it. There's no shortage of this at all in the Tao's family. When we were working, Tao let us eat as many steamed buns as we wanted, until we were full. What? Lu Yan's eyes went wide and she was directly stunned. 3 cents a bun. Not only offering it to Chenger and the others to eat, but also to eat to their heart's content? That's it. Chen Shi, who was at the side, helped to explain. These steamed buns are all the ones that Brother Dao asked us to bring back. Mother, try it. These steamed buns are delicious. Chen Mu also said. That's right. Mother, try it. Yes? Seeing the 3 brothers have been persuasive, Lu Yan half-heartedly will Chen Chang hands of steamed bread received. Tear open a small piece into the mouth to chew. Mother, how does it taste? The 3 brothers looked at Lu Yan with anticipation. It's delicious. Lu Yan nodded seriously. This steamed bun is better than all the meals I've ever eaten. Lu Yan, who is more than 40 years old, has eaten most of the chaff in her life, and used to be able to eat a mouthful of white rice once in a while during the peaceful years. Yet even white rice is far less flavorful than steamed bread. I'll put these buns away for your siblings later. Although the steamed buns were delicious, Lu Yan did not eat them greedily, but carefully put away the 5½ steamed buns, intending to keep them for the 3 little ones at home. Seeing this, Chen Chang's 3 brothers didn't say anything. Their mother had always been like this. If there was something good to eat, she would leave it for her children. After collecting the steamed buns, Lu Yan said to the three brothers, "Brother Dao is so good to you. You mustn't be lazy when working in his house, or I won't be able to spare you." "Don't worry, mother, we know." About a quarter of an hour later, the three Chen Chang brothers, as well as Chen Jiang and Chen Si, all returned to the construction site of the Chen Daoui family and began construction work in full swing. Chen Rice itself also participated in, but the strength work is really not Chen Rice's good at. Just move a moment of wood, Chen Rice will be panting up. This body is still too skinny. Chen Daoui sighed lightly. His body is now only 15 years old, and because of the relationship of not eating enough for many years, his body is very thin and weak, and he is simply unable to do too much physical work. "Inuyasha, go rest, we'll just do it." Chen Chang, who noticed Chen Dao's lack of stamina, hurriedly told Chen Dao to go and rest. Chen Dao nodded and returned to the Chen family's home, lying on the bed and thinking about the future. Since his last trip to the county town and some conversation with Wu Han, Chen Daoui has often considered the matter of tax increase by the court. According to Chen Rice speculation, this tax increase certainly will not be limited to within the county. Sooner or later will receive the village outside the county. When the villages outside the county will suffer, even the people in the city can't afford to pay for a single stone of grain, let alone the miserable people in the countryside outside the county. And if you can't pay the food, your whole family will be enlisted in the army. This punishment gave Chen Dai a shuddering feeling. He wasn't worried that his family wouldn't be able to deliver the grain, but he couldn't help but worry about Chen Chang and the villagers. With the situation in Taiping County today, there are at least 90% of those who cannot pay a stone of grain. Once the government pushes these people too much, it is hard to say that there will not be chaos, and even some people will rise up. When I read history in my previous life, the history books often described peasant rebellions as peasant revolts, and every time Chen Daoyuan saw a peasant revolt, he would feel very relieved. But that was to look at it from the point of view of the people in the future. And today, Chen Rice is to personally go through the peasant uprising, which is completely different from what you see in the history books. To know, once someone rebels, war breaks out, that suffer the most, is always the bottom of the common people such as him. It's time to do something about it. Lying on the bed, Chen Dai wrapped the quilt tightly around him and thought about countermeasures as he fought off the cold wind. Before I knew it, it was dusk. On the construction site, Chen Chang's 5 men had long been hungry. Well, at that moment, Li Ping and He Tzuilian walked over carrying the wooden buckets holding the meals. "Auntie." Chen Shi came over to the rice bucket and asked in a curt tone, "Is the evening meal still steamed buns?" Having tasted the flavor of steamed buns, Chen Shi has completely fallen in love with steamed buns, and his love for mushy rice has been drastically reduced. "It's buns." Li Ping nodded gently. Joy immediately surfaced on the faces of the 5 Chen Shis, looking in surprise at the rice bucket that had been uncovered by Li Ping. As the piece of cloth covering the rice bucket was uncovered, a rich fragrance emanated, and a single fat steamed bun appeared in the sight of Chen Chang's few people. "It's really buns." Chen Chang took a steamed bun handed by Li Ping and said suspiciously, "Auntie, how come this steamed bun isn't quite the same color as it was in the morning?" The others also revealed a puzzled look. The steamed buns in the morning were white, while the steamed buns in Chen Chang's hand at this time were a bit on the yellow side. Of course, both emitted a similar aroma, the same tantalizing taste. The buns in the morning are made of white flour, and the buns now are made of sorghum flour. Li Ping explained with a smile. Sorghum flour can also do steamed bread. This thing is Chen Rice told them. Li Ping and He Tzuilian in Chen Rice under the guidance of Chen Rice, using the old flour left in the morning and sorghum flour and together, rapid fermentation, successfully produced sorghum steamed bread. So it is. Chen Chang dawned, directly bit down half of the sorghum steamed buns, cheeks drumming chewing. As the flavor of the steamed bun spread out in his mouth, a look of satisfaction appeared on Chen Chang's face. The others also opened up. One person grabbed a steamed bun and wolfed it down. "These sorghum buns, they seem to be a bit tastier than white bread." "I feel the same way. Inuyasha is so kind to us, and gives us steamed buns to eat." The crowd ate and complimented Chen Dai. At this point in time, in their opinion, Chen Daoui was definitely the best person in the village for them, bar none, for even their mother had never given them such delicious food. "They're eating buns again." Into the mother Chen Chang, these pot-bellied men, what kind of godly life are they living? Eat better than the landlord. I want to eat buns too. Buns at all times to fill up. Into his mother, this day is really a human life? Just how much food does the Tao family have? Steamed buns, such a precious eatable food, is actually given to these big-bellied men like Chun Chang. Not far from the construction site, the villagers who watched the halal were dripping to the ground, their noses sniffing the aroma of steamed buns emanating from the air, and their eyes watching Chen Chang and the others take a bite of steamed buns, which was a complete ordeal for them. Chapter 42, Red Panda? Auntie, we'll go first. After filling their stomachs with delicious steamed buns, the 5 Chen Changs said goodbye to Li Ping and each returned home. Chen De was also walking home with both Li Ping and He Tzuilian. At this time, inside Chen Dazhong's yard, Chen Dao was feeding the chickens. When they saw Chen Da's 3 people come in, they hurriedly greeted them. Inuyasha, let's add dinner tonight. But at that moment, Chen De mysteriously took out a package from behind him. The package opened to reveal a small animal inside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Daoi fixed his eyes on it and burst out a sentence of nationalism and surprise. The animal was seen to have an extremely soft-looking reddish-brown fur, dotted with streaks of white. Its eyes were round and black, with a ring of white fuzz set around them, as if it were wearing a pair of glasses. Its tail is exceptionally long and covered with a thick and thin ring pattern with 9 sections, making it look lovely and beautiful. Is this a red panda? Chen Daoi stared wide-eyed at the small animal in front of him. Yes, this animal was no other than the cute animal known as the red panda in his previous life. In his previous life, Chen Dao often brushed the video of the red panda by brushing Jane, so he was extraordinarily familiar with the appearance of the red panda, and the first time he recognized this living creature that Chen De was going to use to add to his meal. Red panda? Chen De, who heard Chen Da's exclamation of surprise, wondered, isn't this the 9 sections wolf? Chen Rice suddenly remembered. The little panda is the past life of China later to the name of this animal. In many places, the little panda is commonly known as the 9 section of the wolf. The reason is that it is the color of the tail layering a total of 9 sections. Uncle, where did you get this? Chen Rice looked at the timid little panda at Chen Da's feet. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. In his previous life, Chen Rice more than once wanted to raise a little panda, but the conditions were not at all permissible, so he had to give up. This ran over me while I was cutting down a tree. Chen De replied. It wasn't afraid of life either. It ran out of the forest and has been following me around since then. I thought it was at least a piece of meat, so I brought it back and prepared to kill it for meat. Killed it? The corner of Chen Dao's mouth tugged. Such a cute little animal. Chen De actually also got down to kill and eat meat, not ashamed to be an old hunter. However, Chen Dai's mind turned slightly, and it dawned on Chen Dai. For the earth people in the previous world, due to the food and drink, naturally will not go to kill the little panda, such a cute creature. But for the people in this world, eating meat is the most important thing. The little panda is not cute, does not affect it as a piece of meat. However, understanding after understanding, Chen De was still a bit reluctant to let Chen De kill this little panda. He walked over to the little panda, picked it up, and said, Uncle, I really like this little panda. Can you give it to me? I can exchange it with some eggs. You're going to keep this 9-jointed wolf? Yes, that's for you. Chen De waved his hand and said, as for what eggs to exchange, there is no need to say anything. A single one is just that. Far less precious than the white-feathered chicken cultivation secret method you gave me. Chen Dai did not say anything, because as Chen De determined to give this little panda to him, information about the little panda's advancements surfaced in his eyes. Red panda. Characteristics: cute, adorable, flexible. Red panda advancement route 1, feed iron heart bamboo for 5 consecutive days. And there is a 50% chance of advancing to Swift Wind Red Panda. Swift Wind Lesser Panda characteristics, moves like the wind. Weak attacks. Battle power comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. Red Panda Advancement Route 2, feed the blood congealing fruit and blood jade bamboo leaves for 5 consecutive days. And there is an 80% chance of advancing to the Iron Claw Red Panda. Characteristics of the Iron Claw Red Panda, swift movement, sharp claws, and battle strength comparable to that of an 8th grade martial artist. Little pandas can actually advance. Chen Rice is both unexpected and unsurprising. Over this period of time, he has roughly figured out the law of this golden finger of his. All the plants and animals belonging to him can see the information of advancement. At this time, this little panda has been given to himself by Chen De, and is naturally considered to be something that he owns. What really makes Chen Rice surprised is that the little panda's advancement is actually so strong. Among the 2 advancement routes, the first advancement route of the Swift Wind Little Panda will be comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. The second advancement route of the Iron Claw Little Panda is even comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. Blood congealing fruit and blood jade bamboo leaves. Chen Rice's eyes flashing light. Advanced to become one of the two materials of the iron-clawed red panda condensed blood fruit he already has. The only thing missing is the blood jade bamboo leaves. If I can gather all the materials and advance the little panda into an iron-clawed little panda, my safety will be even more guaranteed. Chen Rice, who came to this world, has always lacked a sense of security. Although the black-footed chicken Xiao He, who was cultivated before, made his sense of security rise a little, but the rise was ultimately limited. After all, Xiao He was a little too special, not quite suitable for appearing in other people's sights. Imagine Little Black cackling and following behind when Chen Daoyuan entered the city. This would make Chen Daoyuan in the limelight in a minute, and then he would be targeted by the county's big powers. Compared to Blackie, the little panda was less eye-catching. Although the little panda would also be noticed by others because of its cute looks, it was better to have a little panda hanging on your body than to have a clucking chicken following behind you, right? Not to mention, after the little panda advanced into the Iron Claw little panda, its battle power was comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. 8th grade martial artist in the county is also the existence of very few. There is the equivalent of the 8th grade martial artist Iron Claw little panda protection. Chen Daoi's own security problems will be completely solved. What a cute little panda. Chen Daoi squinted his eyes and gently stroked the soft fur on the head of the little panda in a very happy mood. The little panda also seemed to be extremely fond of being stroked. A cozy look appeared on its cute little face, rubbing its head against Chen Daoi's palm, and its long tail kept wagging, showing its pleasant mood. I'll call you Round from now on. Chen Daoi looked at the round little face of the little panda and gave it such a name. And then Chen Daidai hung Xiao Yuan on his shoulder and went to the kitchen to eat dinner with his family. Whoa! Chen Fei's eyes were sharp. The first time she saw the little panda lying on Chen Dao's shoulder, she immediately trotted to Chen Dao's side, her little eyes unblinking as she looked at the cute little panda. Brother, what kind of animal is this? So pretty. Chen Taidan also ran over it the first time, wanting to reach out and touch the little panda, but also a little afraid. It's a baby panda. Chen Dao explained for the two little ones. I named it Xiao Yuan. Do you want to play with Xiao Yuan? Think. The two small children nodded their heads in unison. Small children really had little resistance to cute creatures like red pandas. Chapter 43, It's not easy to get here. Here you go. Chen Daoi peeled the little panda off his shoulder and handed it to Chen Fei. The little panda wasn't afraid of being born, following Chen Fei's outstretched hand and climbed onto Chen Fei's shoulder, squinting on Chen Fei's shoulder as if he was sleeping. So cute. Chen Taidan reached out and gently caressed the fur of the little panda. And after seeing that the little panda did not have any reaction, he touched it more cheerfully. The two small children pet the baby panda as they returned to their seats and sat down. And at that moment, the meal was served. Tonight's meal is quite rich. In addition to steamed buns, Li Ping and Hitsuelian also cooked an egg drop soup. The crowd ate sorghum steamed buns in the egg drop soup, but also ate with flavor. After dinner, Chen Dao took the little panda from the reluctant Chen Fei and returned to his bedroom. Chen Daoi, who was lying on the bed, looked at the little panda that was shrinking in his arms and sleeping with a thoughtful expression on his face. Animals like red pandas are supposed to eat bamboo, in addition to some berries and things like that. Fruit Chen Rice is certainly temporarily unable to give the little panda to eat, but bamboo leaves this thing, close to the Tsangmeng Mountain Chen village, is still not a lack of. Not worried about feeding the little panda. Next time you enter the city, you can inquire about the blood jade bamboo leaves. With this thought in mind, Chen Daidai quickly entered Dreamland. 5 days passed by quietly, and on the construction site of Chen Daoi's house, Chen Cheng's 5 people as well as Chen Da were still in full swing building the main body of the house. Chen Da, on the other hand, was standing in the courtyard of Chen Da's house, his eyes glowing with delight. The number of yellow-feathered chickens held in the cages at this time has reached 24. This was a number that extremely surprised Chen Daoi. This is because the number of adult yellow-feathered chickens reached 7 out of these 24. After Chen Daoi sold 2 yellow-feathered chickens, there were only 4 adult yellow-feathered chickens left. And the reason why there were 7 at this time was naturally because the 3 chicks that were initially hatched had already reached adulthood. 8 days, only 8 days total to adulthood. That's a growth rate. Chen Rice heart shocked. The previous generation of those KFC, these fast food restaurants with fast-growing white feather chicken, the fastest to 20 days or so to reach the standard of the pen, and their own cultivation of yellow feather chicken, but only need 8 days. If this were in the former China, I'm afraid that the public would be regarded as unhealthy, or even poisonous or growth hormone-addled chickens. But Chen Rice is very clear. He absolutely cannot have growth hormone, such high-tech things for yellow feather chicken, not to mention the possibility of feeding chemical feed, but with all natural grain raised. The fact that they can reach adulthood in 8 days is simply because the yellow-feathered chicken is a unique breed, and never because they are fed any growth hormones, hormone-containing feeds, or anything like that. At this rate of reproduction and growth, I'm afraid that in less than a month, there won't be enough cages to go around. Chen Rice at the moment extraordinarily hope that their own house can be built as soon as possible. Otherwise, they really have to have no place to raise chickens. In addition, the number of chickens raised has become larger, and the consumption of food has become greater, and the last purchase of sorghum, rice bran and other grains has almost been consumed. Gotta start raising bleeding feather chickens, Chen Dai thought darkly. He knows very well that although the white-feathered chicken and yellow-feathered chicken are sold at a relatively high price, they can only feed his family, and if he wants to get rich, he must cultivate the chicken breeds that martial artists need. That is, the blood-feathered chicken. The martial artists in this world had a supreme status and were one of the most affluent groups of people, and only things that were sold to the martial artists could be sold at a high price and generate enough profit. Chen Dai, who thought of this, immediately returned to the house and took out 3 blood-condensing fruits and gave them to the 3 yellow-feathered chickens that had just reached adulthood to peck at. Cluck cluck cluck. The 3 just adult yellow-feathered chickens pecked quickly at the blood-congealing fruit that Chen Daodong had placed on the ground. At the same time, Xiao He also cackled and ran over to beg for food from Chen Dai. And on Chen Daoi's shoulder, Xiao Yuan, who had been lying on his back, also let out a calling sound. Apparently also hungry. It's all about the food. Chen Dao returned to the house in agony, took out the sorghum and rice bran to feed Xiao He, and then, Chen Dao took the little panda out to the construction site of his house. Uncle Chen. Chen Dao called out to Chinda, who was carrying the wood, and said, please take me to find some bamboo. Chinda glanced at the little panda on Chen Dao's shoulder and nodded knowingly. Follow me. Within a short time, Chen Dao and Chen Dai arrived in a bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain. The little round that came to the bamboo forest looked extraordinarily excited, calling and jumping off of Chen Dai and nibbling on the fresh bamboo. Inuyasha, just stay here. Don't go inside. Chen Dai Taboo pointed to the direction of the mountain. This bamboo forest belongs to the edge of the Tsangming mountain. Less wild beasts, is considered to be a relatively safe place. If you go a little deeper, it is the scope of Chen Da's previous hunting, which from time to time will emerge a variety of wild beasts. Very dangerous. I know, uncle. I'll get back to work then. After Chen Dai left, Chen Dai sat under a bamboo tree and waited for Xiao Yuan to eat while looking into the depths of the Tsangmeng mountain. Tsangmeng mountain is mysterious and dangerous. Even the Chen village villagers living under the mountain know very little about the mountain. Not to mention the Chen village villagers, even Chen Dai, the hunter, has a very limited understanding of Tsangmeng mountain. When he went into the mountains to hunt, Chen Dai also only dared to hunt in the periphery of the Tsangmeng mountain, never dared to enter the depths. According to Chen Dai, he had once seen a group of martial artists enter the depths of the Tsangmeng mountain from the direction of the Chen family village, and never came out afterward. Even martial artists couldn't survive entering, so it was obvious how dangerous the depths of the Tsangmeng mountain really were. Boing boing. But at this time, the small round issued a joyful cry. Chen Rice looked at the sound, but saw the small round as people stand up. Round small face has a little eager color, and in front of the small circle, is an exceptionally different bamboo. That bamboo on the bamboo leaves and unusual emerald green bamboo leaves are completely different, but the color of blood red. The bamboo leaves in the sunlight also flashes like jade-like luster. Boing boing. Because the bamboo leaves were too high for him to reach, Xiao Yuan flew to Chen Daoyuan and bit the corner of Chen Daoyuan's coat, seemingly asking for Chen Daoyuan's help. This can't be the blood jade bamboo leaf, can it? Chen Dai walked over to this bamboo tree and looked up. This bamboo leaf is red and sparkling with a jade-like luster. It is likely to be one of the materials needed for the little panda's advancement, the blood jade bamboo leaf. That's a lot of work for a lot of money. Chen Rice reached out and shook the bamboo pole violently. Not long after, a piece of red bamboo leaves floated down from the air. Xiao Yuan cheerfully picked up a piece of bamboo leaves and put it into his mouth to chew. Judging by Xiao Yuan's behavior, there's a high probability that this thing is a blood jade bamboo leaf. Chen Dai judged that according to past experience, often the materials for advancement were very attractive to the animals that needed to advance. Previously, when Chen Dai took out the blood condensation fruit to feed the yellow-feathered chicken, the little circle appeared to be exceptionally restless and seemed to want to eat the blood condensation fruit very much. And the fact that this red bamboo leaf could make Xiao Yuan love it so much meant that this thing was most likely one of the blood jade bamboo leaves needed for advancement. In that case, there will be no need to go to the county to find the materials for Xiao Yuan's advancement. Thinking of this, Chen Rice shaking bamboo pole movement more and more violent. a piece of red bamboo leaves floating down with the wind. Chen Rice's hands and feet nimbly will be all these bamboo leaves collected, and then quickly bring the small round back to the Chun family. Take out a blood condensation fruit to hand over to the small round. Boing boing. Little round excitedly cupped his hands over a blood condensation fruit and nibbled on the flesh in small bites, a humanized look of joy appearing on his face. Chapter 44 Blood-clawed chicken and red-blooded chicken. Brother, where's Round? We want to play with Round. Chen Fei and Chen Taidan ran out of the house cheerfully, and the first thing they said was that they were looking for Xiao Yuan. Chen Daoyuan handed them Xiao Yuan, who had already finished eating the blood-congealing fruit, and said, "You guys play with Xiao Yuan. Brother is going out." "Yes, brother." After leaving Xiao Yuan to play with the two children, Chen Dao came to the construction site and joined Chen Di and the others, doing what he could. 3 days passed. That morning, Chen Daoi stood in front of the chicken coop, the joy in his eyes extremely strong. I only saw that at this time, the total number of chickens in the chicken coop had reached 30, including 8 adult yellow-feathered chickens, 19 juvenile yellow-feathered chickens, and the remaining 3 were blood-feathered chickens. The advancement was successful. Chen Daoi looked at the blood-feathered chickens in the cage and was overflowing with joy. At the same time, the blood-feathered chicken's advancement information appeared in Chen Dao's line of sight. Blood-feather chicken. Characteristics: smaller in size. Chicken meat and blood strengthens qi and blood. Blood-feathered chicken advancement route 1. Feed blood lingji for 5 consecutive days to advance to blood-clawed chicken. Blood-clawed chicken characteristics: large size, swift movement, battle strength comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. Blood-feathered chicken advancement route 2. Use chicken heart grass and cockatoo flour mashed into juice and feed for 5 days to advance to red-blooded chicken. Red-blooded chicken features: chicken blood and meat can nourish qi and blood, and the effect is more than that of blood-feathered chicken. Blood-clawed and red-clawed chickens. Chen Rice face thinking. This time there are the same 2 routes of advancement. One is the route to advance into a combat chicken. The other is the route to advance into a meat chicken. And the chicken breeds that can be born from both routes of progression look very good. Among them, the blood-claw chicken's fighting strength could be comparable to that of an 8th grade martial artist, while although the red-blood chicken's description was a bit vague, Chen Daoi, judging from his previous experience, could roughly conclude that the red-blood chicken's effect of nourishing the qi and blood was definitely better than that of the blood-feather chicken. Unfortunately, it's just that the herbs for advancement are getting harder and harder to get. Chen Daoi sighed. He hadn't even heard of the blood lingji that the blood-clawed chicken had advanced to, and herbs with the word lingji in their name. There was no need to think about it to know that they certainly weren't cheap. As for the red-blood chicken's advancement materials, chicken heart grass Chen Rice is not lacking, but I am afraid that I have to go to the county to inquire about the phoenix tail flower. Chen Daoi guessed that the blood ganoderma and phoenix tail flower were most likely medicinal herbs used by martial artists, and medicinal herbs used by martial artists were often extremely expensive. It's better to consider the matter of advancement later. Chen Daoi pressed the matter of advancement for the time being and looked at the 3 blood-feathered chickens in the cage. Now that the blood-feather chicken, a breed of chicken that could be effective against martial artists, had been cultivated, it was time to consider selling them next. But how to sell this thing? Chen Dai hadn't thought about it yet, because a chicken breed like the blood-feather chicken, which was useful to martial artists, was a little too precious. It was hard to guarantee that Chen Daoi wouldn't be targeted if he were to take it to the market to sell it. To know. Now the whole summer country is shaky. The court and the government for the following control force is completely absent. The majesty of the law is also gone. Killing people to cross this kind of thing is not impossible to happen. On the way to the county town last time, Chen Daoi saw with his own eyes a few bandits scurrying out of the forest beside the official road, forcibly taking away 2 women from a family of 3 as well as all the money and food. It was also that Chen Daoi's group didn't look like they were to be messed with. Or else I'm afraid that they would have to become one of those bandits' prey. Of course, what Chen Daoi was worried about was not the bandits, but the big powers in the county. Once those great powers learned that they possessed something like the blood-feather chicken, whose effects were comparable to that of a demonic beast, I'm afraid that they would be greeted with only 2 results. One is to die a violent death in an inexplicable way, and then the blood-feather chicken falls into the hands of those great powers for them to study. The second was that he himself was imprisoned and tortured by those great powers to inquire about the origin of the blood-feather chicken. These 2 consequences, no matter which one, is unacceptable to Chen Daoyuan. So, Chen Daoyuan intends to wait until the small circle is successful in its advancement before considering going to the county to sell the blood-feather chicken. As for the target of the blood-feather chicken sale, Chen Daoyuan had no choice but to choose to sell it to Liang. Have dealt with Liang several times. Of Chen rice for Liang is still very good feeling. Liang body completely without that kind of high and mighty flavor. The heart is also relatively kind. Should not be to do tricky things, but even so, Chen Daoyuan still intends to wait for Xiao Yuan to succeed in his advancement before going to the county town. After all, knowing people, Chen Daoyuan doesn't dare to guarantee that, in front of such a huge benefit as the blood-feathered chicken, Liang will not be moved. Only with the protection of the Iron Claw Little Panda, which was equivalent to an 8th grade martial artist, could Chen Daoyi feel a bit more at ease. Hurry up and succeed in your advancement, little round. Chen Rice gently caressed the small round head. Small round immediately issued a cozy calling call. Seems to be extremely enjoy Chen Rice caress. After taking out grain from the house to feed Blackie and a bunch of yellow and blood-feathered chickens, Chen Dai walked out of the house and went to his own construction site. At this time, Chen Chang 5 people are eating breakfast, eating still fragrant sorghum flour steamed buns. See Chen Rice over. The people have greeted. Inuyasha's here. Inuyasha here still has steamed buns. Eat some together? Facing the enthusiastic few people, Chen Dao nodded in response, walked straight to sit beside Chen Chang, and asked with a smile, Brother Chang, will eating steamed buns every day be a bit tiresome? Tired? How can you get tired of it? Chen Chang replied without thinking, these steamed buns are even better than white rice. Where would I get tired of eating them? Chen Daoyi was dumbfounded, and realized that he had somewhat thought out of the box. For him, eating steamed buns all the time was naturally something unacceptable, and occasionally he had to eat some white rice for a change. But for Chen Chang, these people, their family usually eat chaff flour. Steamed bread for them than chaff flour delicious. Do not know how many times. There is no possibility of boredom. Inuyasha, Chen Do walked over and said, this house is already halfway built, and I estimate that there's about half a month to go before it's finished. Hearing this, Chen Dai looked towards the construction site, only to see that at this time on the construction site, the prototype of the house had already appeared. Just as Chen Dis said in general, after another half a month or so, the main body of the house should be completed. Tough uncle. And you guys, Brother Chang, Chen Daoyi said, we're hard work. Chen Chang, however, waved his hand and said, eating steamed bread every day. We can't wait to work in Chang's house every day. Yeah. The others nodded like a chicken pecking rice and agreed. Working in Chen Daoyi's house during this time, probably the happiest days they've ever lived. Every day buns tube full. Where is the previous years of peace? They have never had such a good day, let alone in today's disaster years. Chapter 45 Iron Claw Red Panda. After breakfast, Chen Chang and the others started to get busy, chopping down trees where they should, and cutting wood where they should. Chen Dai also joined in, doing what he could, such as handing wood to Chen Jiang and the others who were building the house. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. The first thing Chen Daoyi did when he opened his eyes this day was to uncover the comforter and look at Xiao Yuan, who was curled up in his own comforter. Iron-clawed lesser panda. Characteristics, swift movement, sharp claws, battle power comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. Iron Claw Red Panda Advancement Route 1, feed with blood congealing fruit and blood Ganoderma for 5 days to advance to Sharp Blade Red Panda. Sharp Blade Lesser Panda characteristics, long and sharp claws. Its claws can break through the defense of a 7th grade martial artist, and its battle strength is comparable to that of a peak 8th grade martial artist. Iron-clawed Red Panda Advanced Route 2, feed Iron Heart Bamboo and Bear Blood Flower for 5 days to advance to Golden-clawed Red Panda. Golden-clawed Lesser Panda characteristics, extremely fast, battle strength comparable to a 7th grade martial artist. The advancement was successful. Ecstatic emotions instantly flooded Chen Dai with them, as he carried Xiao Yuan out from the comforter and carefully examined the changes in Xiao Yuan. Doesn't seem to have changed much. After carefully checking it out, Chen Daoyi couldn't help but frown. The information that surfaced in his vision let him know that Little Round had successfully advanced into an iron-clawed little panda. But Little Round's appearance hadn't changed much. It was still the same cute and adorable, harmless appearance. No! Chen Daoyi's line of sight quickly landed on Xiao Yuan's claws, only to see that Xiao Yuan's claws had become much longer and looked sharper. Before, the claws of the little panda felt more like a plastic-like texture, but at this time, Chen Daoyi touched it, but he felt a cold, sharp, solid touch, and the claws also flashed with a metal-like luster, which was almost the same as iron. I wonder how powerful these claws are. Chen Daoyuan carried Xiao Yuan to the front yard and pointed at a rock the size of a human head in the yard and said to Xiao Yuan, attack this rock. Boing boing. Xiao Yuan immediately responded, leaping off of Chen Daoyi's body and swiping his claws toward the stone. Snort! A toothsome, ear-piercing sound came out, And in the next moment, in Chen Daoi's line of sight, several dents appeared on the human head-sized rock that had been scratched out by the small circle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Rice stared wide-eyed at the dent on the stone. For the small round's attack power has a profound understanding. Even such a hard stone can still scratch out dents. Small round's claws if grabbed on the human body. I'm afraid that the skin will have to be split open in a minute. Right? Circle is really good. Chen Dao excitedly picked up Xiao Yuan and furiously kissed Xiao Yuan's furry face. Boing boing. Xiao Yuan seemed to be extremely receptive to his master's kisses, letting out a wooing purr of pleasure, and seemed to be a completely different species from the little panda that had clawed out dents in the stone just a few moments ago. Ha ha! Looking at the dumb little round, Chen Dai became even more fond of it, rubbing the little round's head. The more he rubbed it, the happier he became. Inuyasha, what are you doing here? But at this time, Li Ping and Hitsuilian walked out from the house with their rice buckets and asked with a smile after seeing Chen Daidao frantically rubbing his little round head. Nothing. Chen Daoi waved her hand. Mother, I'll go out with you. So, the three of them exited the Chen family home together and headed for the construction site. At this time the side of the tree, Chen Chang and others are sitting under the tree to avoid the wind. Although the body is a little cold, the heart is very hot, is looking forward to later steamed bread meal. Inuyasha's here? Chen Shi was the first to notice the arrival of Chen Daoi and greeted him. Brother Daoi, are you still eating steamed buns today? Of course. Chen Dai smiled and nodded. But you don't have to work after breakfast today. No work? Chen Chang and the others who heard that they didn't have to work uncharacteristically revealed uneasy looks. Inuyasha, Chen Chang said anxiously, is your house not going to be repaired? Over this period of time, Chen Chang has completely fallen in love with the days of work in Chen Rice. Although the intensity of physical labor every day is a little big, but it is able to eat the belly full, and there are steamed bread, this kind of delicious food, which is the previous he has never experienced. Yeah, Inigo, this house is only half repaired. We can't stop, right? Chen Jiang also said cautiously, afraid that Chen Dao would say something like the house would not be built. Inuyasha, is it possible that we ate too much? Can we eat less in the future? Chen Shi asked with a worried face. It was hard for him to find a place to eat. If Chen Daoi's house was not built, then the three brothers would have to go back to the old kind of life where they didn't have enough to eat. Don't worry, the house is definitely finished. Chen Daoi smiled and said, the reason why I'm not working today is that I need you guys to make a trip into the city with me. Into town? Hearing that it is not the house is not built, Chen Cheng three brothers sighed with relief. Chen Jiang Chen four two people are eyes lit up. The two of them to the county is the most yearning, but also the most favorite to go to the county. As for Chen De, he was pondering, guessing that Chen De should be going to the county town to sell chickens. In fact, not only Chen De himself also intends to make a trip to the city. The 13 gray feathered chickens that he bought back last time have all advanced into white feathered chickens. In addition, the few white feathered chickens that originally stayed at home have also successfully hatched 3 new white feathered chicken chicks. Today, Chen Chang's home is full of chickens, and it's time to sell some of them. Otherwise keeping them at home would be a waste of food. Uncle, please go to the village headman's house to borrow a donkey cart. Chen Dao signaled Chen Di to go and borrow a donkey cart, while he himself accompanied the 5 Chen Chengs for breakfast. These buns are a real treat. Taking a steamed bun from Hitsuilian's hand, Chen Shi, who took a hard bite, praised, how can I eat it without getting tired of it? Unlike chafing dish, if not for the time when I was extremely hungry, I simply couldn't eat it. The people who heard this nodded their heads. The flavor of the steamed buns, which can be compared to the chaff powder. I don't know what I'll do if Inego's family doesn't work after this, Chen Jiang said half-jokingly. My appetite has been spoiled by the steamed buns from Inigo's family, and I don't know if I'll be able to eat the family's food in the future. Yeah, compared to steamed buns, the food at home is similar to pig food. Chen Si nodded with deep empathy. He and Chen Zhang's family, although not as poor as Chen Sheng's family, but the food cannot talk about much. Most of the time to eat is also chaff flour, and only occasionally to eat a little sorghum flour. The taste is far from being able to be compared with the spray of fragrant, sweet steamed buns. Chen Rice quietly listening to the speech of the crowd, only feel that the people of this world is really too easy to satisfy some. The previous life because of the relationship between the developed productivity. People have long been out of the hungry state. In the pursuit of food is extremely high. Not only want to have meat all the time, meat must also be done enough delicious to be able to do, which is like the people of this world is so easy to satisfy. Eat a few steamed buns will be praised, and also not tired of eating. Chapter 46 Master of the Fuhu Pavilion. Soon after, Chenda drove the donkey cart back, and many of the nearby onlookers looked at Chenda on top of the donkey cart and looked at each other. Did Chenda go to the village headman's house to borrow a donkey cart again? Is this going into town? Must be going to buy food. Chenda and Dao's family is really wealthy. In these days they can still go to the city to buy grain every 3 days. Greeting the envious gazes of the nearby villagers, Chenda returned home with Chenda and Chendawi, tying up all the chickens that needed to be sold and putting them into cages, while then getting on the donkey cart with Chen Chang's 5 people, leaving Qinjia village and walking up the official road. On the long official road, stragglers could still be seen, either alone or with their families in tow, all of them dry and thin-faced, in rags, and there were even quite a few stragglers stopping outside the Chen village, seemingly wanting to enter the Chen village to beg for food, but they were destined to not be able to enter, as Chen He, the village headman, was organizing the village's youths to guard the village every day, guarding against these stragglers who wanted to break into the village. The donkey cart nears the county town. A stench comes to the face. The shanties built by the stragglers are haphazardly and densely spread outside the town. The feces and urine are discharged indiscriminately, and the whole outside of the town seems to be a filthy world. In addition, Chen Dawi also saw quite a number of stragglers lying on the ground, their eyes lifeless. These stragglers by and large couldn't find food and didn't have the strength to build shacks, so they could only lie on the ground and wait for death. Ugh! Chen Dao sighed softly and forced down the pity in his heart. After paying 10 cents, he entered the city with Chen Di and the others, and came straight to the door of the Fuhu Martial Arts Center. Brother Wei, please help call Ms. Li. After stuffing 10 copper coins into Wei Ji's hands according to the usual practice, Wei Gu entered the pavilion and called Li Ying out. Little brother Chen is here. Seeing Chen Rice, Li Ying's smile is still that kind of friendly. For the foodie attribute of her, every person who sells her high-end ingredients can get her favor. Ms. Li, please lend a hand. Chen Dawi mysteriously pulled Li Ying to the side. Li Ying did not think so and followed Chen Dawi to a place a little farther away. After confirming that the distance was enough for Wei Gu, Chen Di and the others not to hear his conversation, Chen Di lowered his voice and said, Ms. Li, this time, I have brought some rather special chickens. I wonder if you are interested. Special chicken? Li Ying's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to follow up. How special? Chen Dawi thought for a moment and organized his language. 2 days ago when we went into the mountains, we captured a kind of chicken that we had never seen before. The chicken was very small, but its feathers were as bright red as blood. And according to the judgment of the old hunters in the village, this chicken is likely to be very beneficial to martial artists. Greatly beneficial to martial artists? Li Ying's pupils shrank and he was filled with surprise. Are you telling the truth? No wonder Li Ying is so shocked. It is really useful to martial artists. Prey is too rare. As far as Li Ying knows, the only prey in the world that can be effective to martial artists is demonic beasts. If what Chen Daoyuan said is true, that is not to say that Chen Daoyi and the others captured a demonic beast. It's just our guess. Of course, Chen Daoyi didn't dare to make a guarantee, so he could only vaguely say, this is the judgment of the old hunters in the village, and they suspect that this kind of chicken, most likely possessing the bloodline of a demonic beast, can help martial artists to strengthen their chi and blood. Demon beast bloodline? Li Ying frowned and contemplated for a moment before saying to Chen Daoyi, little brother Chen, wait for me for a while. After saying that, Li Ying turned around and ran inside the martial arts center. Not long after, Li Ying returned and said to Chen Daoyi, little brother Chen, my father wants to meet you. Li Ying's dad, isn't that Li Hu, the owner of the Fuhu Kung Fu Gym? According to Chen Rice inquired about the news, Fuhu Boxing Hall owner Li Hu is the 8th grade of the martial arts, in the entire county is also considered to be the premier strong man, such a character to see their own. Chen Daoyuan gently stroked Xiao Yuan, who was lying on his shoulder, and nodded. Good, bring your chicken with you, my father wants to see it. Okay. Chen Dao signaled Chen Di and the others to wait for him outside. While carrying the chicken coop, he walked into the Fuquan Hall with Li Ying. Crossing over the gates of the boxing gym, what came into sight was an empty lobby, within which a single upright youth was boxing in a single line, and next to these youths, there was an extremely tall-looking man who was correcting their posture. That's my second senior brother Han Mang. Li Ying, who noticed Chen Daoyuan's line of sight, introduced him. Nowadays, my father has seldom taught the apprentices of the martial arts school personally, and it is usually done by the second master brother instead. The second master brother is exceptionally gifted, and is now a peak 9th grade martial artist, and will soon be able to catch up with my father. Chen Daoyi nodded and said, then, Miss Li, are you the eldest senior sister? Of course. Li Ying lifted up his chest, not without pride. Don't you look at second senior brother is so powerful. When he sees me he has to respectfully address me as a senior sister. Awesome awesome. Chen Dao smiled and complimented Li Ying. At the same time, quite a few apprentices practicing martial arts in the martial arts hall also noticed Chen Dao, but they lost interest after just a glance. Chen Dao's dress. At a glance, one could tell that he was not in the same category as them, and he was simply not worth paying attention to. Only Han Meng, who was no less tall than Chen Chang, trotted over and naively greeted Li Ying. Senior sister. Aha! Li Ying nodded. Han Meng then looked at Chen Daoi. And this little brother is? My name is Chen Inari. Hello brother Chen. Han Meng scratched his head and said, are you here to practice martial arts as well, brother Chen? No. Chen Dai had no intention of explaining. Li Ying, on the other hand, said, my father wants to see him, so we'll talk more about it later. Senior Han. Okay. After passing through the lobby of the martial arts school, he came to the backyard of the martial arts school. There was only one figure sitting on a stone chair in the empty backyard, and Chen Dai recognized this person's identity at a glance. It was the owner of the Fuhu Fist Pavilion, Li Hu. Dad. As expected, Li Ying, who came to the backyard, called out Li Hu's identity. I've brought little brother Chen. Li Hu nodded at Li Ying, and then he pointed to the stone chair opposite himself and said to Chen Daoi, little brother, please sit down. Thank you, Pavilion Master Li. Chen Daoi said thank you and walked straight to sit down opposite Li Hu, quietly sizing up Li Hu on the opposite side. Li Hu and Chen Rice imagine the martial artist is very different. In the view of Chen Rice, the strength of a strong martial artist should be with Han Meng, Chen Chang that tall, but Li Hu's body is not particularly tall. The eye of his only 1.7 meters tall. The cold weather, Li Hu only wearing a short-sleeved, bare arm block muscle bulge, just like sculpture, giving a feeling of great strength. Li Hu glanced at the small circle on Chen Daoyuan's shoulder seemingly unnoticed and sized up Chen Daoyuan. Little brother, you said you captured a chicken with a demonic beast bloodline? Chapter 47, Chicken Blood with Great Effect. Pavilion Master Li, please look. Chen Daoi lifted the chicken cage placed by his feet and placed it on the stone table in front of him. This is the chicken we caught from the Tsangming mountain. This chicken's feathers are bright red like blood. It is a breed we have never seen before. According to the old hunters in our village's conjecture, this is most likely to be a breed of chicken that has the bloodline of a demonic beast. What old hunters guess? That is naturally Chen Rice Bowl ****** pretext. The reason why this is said, but just to increase the credibility of the blood-feathered chicken with demonic beast bloodline. However, Chen Daoyuan's set of words did arouse Li Hu's interest. Li Hu came closer and looked at the blood-feathered chicken in the cage, only to see that the chicken in the cage was extremely small, even smaller than the common domesticated gray-feathered chicken. And it was also true that, as Chen Daoyuan said, it was covered with bright red feathers, which was extraordinary at a glance. There is indeed something different about this chicken. Li Hu stood up and looked at the chicken inside the cage from an overhead angle, and said thoughtfully, can you be sure that this chicken, like beasts with demonic bloodline, has a growing qi and blood effect? Can't be sure, Chen Dao honestly said, so I will bring the chicken to Miss Li to take a look. If this chicken really has the effect of strengthening qi and blood as our village hunter said, then we will talk about the price. If not, then this deal will be called off. Oh, Li Hu's gaze turned to Chen Daoi, sizing up the teenager with a secret admiration in his heart. As a top 10 figure in Taiping County, Li Hu had seen too many young men who were coy in front of him, not to mention other things. Let's just say that the apprentices in the martial arts school, which one of them didn't cower in fear when they saw Li Hu? And Chen Rice, this daughter in the mouth of the peasant's son. The face of their own time is not humble, clear speech, eyes also not the slightest fear of color. Just this courage will be enough to make Li Hu impressed. You mean to say that you are willing to take a chicken for us to experiment on? Li Hu said with an appreciative look in his eyes. Of course. Chen Daoi took a blood-feathered chicken out of the cage and said, Pavilion Master, feel free to take one of the chickens and try it out. If this chicken really has the effect of strengthening the qi and blood, then we'll come back and talk about the price. If it doesn't, then I'll take this batch of chickens back with me. Chen Daoi naturally knew that this batch of blood-feathered chickens was truly effective in strengthening qi and blood, so he had no worries about the results of the test, but only worried about whether or not it would be taken by Li Hu by trickery. Luckily, the small circle lying on his shoulder was able to give Chen Dai some sense of security. Yes, Li Hu reached out and picked up the blood-feathered chicken, handing it to Li Ying. Ying Zi, you slaughter this chicken and bring the blood for a taste. No problem. Li Ying could be considered quite skillful at such things as killing chickens, and soon carried the chicken into the nearby kitchen. And within a few moments of effort, the screams of the blood-feathered chicken came from the kitchen. Immediately afterward, Li Ying walked out from within the kitchen with a bowl of chicken blood that had not yet solidified, and said to Li Hu, "Father, taste it." Li Hu took the bowl containing chicken blood while explaining for Chendawi, any beast with demonic beast bloodline, its blood will have the effect of strengthening the martial artist's chi and blood. If this bowl of chicken blood can have an effect, then it means that your batch of chickens really do have demonic beast bloodline. After saying that, Li Hu picked up the bowl, not minding the fishy flavor of the chicken blood in the least, and drank the bowl in one go. It tastes pretty good. Li Hu, who drank the chicken blood, used his sleeve to wipe away the remaining chicken blood at the corner of his mouth, and immediately afterward, his face stiffened, and his entire body was stunned in place. This chicken blood, Li Hu only felt a warm current rising from his stomach, followed by this warm current spreading from his abdomen towards his whole body. Along with the blood in Li Hu's whole body seemed to boil up. The exposed skin and face were all red, which was the manifestation of the chi and blood in his body surging. It really works. Li Ying's eyes lit up. As a 9th grade martial artist, she simply should not be too familiar with Li Hu's performance at this moment. It was exactly the manifestation of boiling chi and blood in the body and rising chi and blood power. You guys wait a minute. Unable to suppress the boiling blood in his body, Li Hu directly walked to the open space in the backyard and waved his fists, striking the family's martial art, Fu Hu Quan, to calm the churning chi and blood power in his body. Phew! It was a long time before Li Hu exhaled a hot breath, the red color of his skin and face fading away, and returned to the stone table to sit down. Dad, how did it work out? Li Ying couldn't wait to ask. Effects. Li Hu felt the condition of his body and gave an extremely high evaluation. The effect is very good, several times better than the unusual herbs. This bowl of chicken blood, so that Li Hu's body of chi and blood power rose by a trace. Do not look at this trace as not much, but for Li Hu, it is an extremely pleasant surprise, knowing that Li Hu, who had reached the peak of the 8th grade martial artist, usually wanted to rise a trace of chi and blood. He would need to diligently and unceasingly punch for at least a month before he could do so. As for using herbs to help with cultivation, for Li Hu in this realm, the herbs that could be bought in the county were no longer effective for him. The bowl of chicken blood from the blood feather chicken saved Li Hu's efforts in January, so it is clear how unusual the effect of the blood feather chicken is. Hearing Li Hu's evaluation, Chen Daoi breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the blood feather chicken could get Li Hu's affirmation. In this way, his own blood feather chicken would not worry about sales. That means that the chickens brought by little brother Chen really do have demonic beast bloodlines? Li Ying asked. I'm not sure if there is a demonic beast bloodline, but the effect of being able to strengthen chi and blood is real. Li Hu turned his head to Chen Daoi and said, Little brother, let's talk about the price. Price. Chen Daoi naturally didn't know anything about the price of this thing, so he had to say, why don't Pavilion Master Li first say what price he's willing to offer? Li Hu glanced at Chen Daoi and said, how about 10 taels of silver apiece? It's too cheap. Is Pavilion Master Li not deceiving me for being young and ignorant? Chen Daoi shook his head and said, as far as I know, a serving of unusual medicinal herbs that can help a 9th grade martial artist to strengthen their chi and blood needs to be sold for at least around 20 taels of silver. The blood feather chicken is more effective than the medicinal herbs. How can it not be as much as 10 taels of silver apiece to be right? This was the reason why Chen Daoi gave up becoming a martial artist, and also the reason why Li Ying persuaded Chen Daoi to give up practicing martial arts. In this world, the medicinal herbs applicable to martial artists were simply too expensive, and it was simply not something that a farmer's son like Chen Daoi could afford to purchase. Of course, what was said here was the herbs used by martial artists. If it was the herbs used by those apprentices of martial arts schools, the price would probably be cheaper. But even cheaper, it was not something that a peasant son of rural origin like Chen Daoyuan could afford to use. Being uncovered mind Li Hu more or less a little weak, very unnatural, scratched his head, awkwardly laughed. Words cannot be said so. Little brother, your chicken, although the effect is better than the herb. Without waiting for Li Hu to finish, Chen Daoi stretched out 2 fingers and said, 20 taels of silver apiece. What does Pavilion Master Li think? Chapter 48 Fu Hu Quan. 20 taels? Li Hu's eyes lit up, and without thinking, he said, deal. Chen Daoi was dumbfounded, feeling that the price he had said was still a bit low, but the words had been said, so it was not easy to refute. So he said, then let the deal begin. Son, Li Hu said to Li Ying, Ying Zi, go get 100 taels of silver. Chen Rice brought over a total of 5 blood feather chicken, a 20 taels, 100 taels of silver just to buy all. Li Ying ran to the house and returned in a short time with a money bag, handing it to Chen Daoyi. Little brother Chen, this is 100 taels of silver. Count it. Chen Daoyi took the money bag, opened it in front of Li Ying, and counted up the amount. After confirming that the 100 taels of silver were not a single cent, Chen Daoyi smiled and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master Li, for your generosity." To be honest, Chen Daoyi was still quite satisfied that the blood feather chicken could be sold at a price of 20 taels apiece. The most important thing was that Li Hu's father and daughter did not have a lust for profit and chose to forcefully rob him of the blood feather chicken, but instead chose to make a normal transaction. In this way, he could safely sell more blood feather chickens to Li Hu in the future. Li Hu, who bought 5 blood feather chickens at such a cheap price of 100 taels of silver, was also very happy and said with a smile on his face, "You're welcome, little brother." After saying that, Li Hu sized up Chen Daoyi and asked, "Little brother, I wonder if he has any intention of practicing martial arts?" Hearing this, Chen Daoyuan was stunned and looked at Li Ying. "I can also practice martial arts?" "Naturally, I can." Li Hu smiled and said, "Everyone in this world can practice martial arts. The difference only lies in the level of talent. Of course, talent is not the key to determining whether or not practicing martial arts can be successful. The real key to success lies in resources." "Resources? Nice." Li Hu nodded and said, "Everyone can practice martial arts, but even if they are gifted, if they want to become a martial artist, they can't get around the biggest hurdle of resources. An apprentice-level martial artist to use the medicinal herbs, one will need 5 taels of silver. The 9th grade martial artists need to use the medicinal herbs are more expensive. One needs at least 20 taels of silver." Little brother thinks, how many people can afford the cost of practicing martial arts? Chen Daoyi was dumbfounded. This price, at least among the people Chen Daoyi knew, none of them could afford it. Then why does the pavilion master think I'm capable of practicing martial arts? Because you're rich. Li Hu narrowed his eyes and smiled. 100 taels of silver. Although it is a drop in the bucket for the expenses of practicing martial arts, but if you are lucky enough, it is enough for you to become a 9th grade martial artist. How about it? Is little brother interested in coming to my Fuhu Fist School to practice martial arts? Since you're here waiting for me. Chen Rice rolled his eyes. Fuhu Quan Museum tuition is not cheap. Into the museum to practice martial arts, the registration fee will need 10 silver, which does not count the subsequent use of martial arts museum medicinal soup and so on consumption. Not exaggerated. In Fuhu Quan Museum practice martial arts for a month, spending at least 32 silver at the bottom of the. "Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your kind invitation." Chen Daoyi politely declined. "But my family lives outside of the city, so it's ultimately inconvenient for me to come to the pavilion to practice martial arts. So let's forget about this matter." Just as well, Li Hu itself is just thinking of having dates without dates to play a shot. See, Chen Daoyuan refused. He did not force, but from the pocket touched out a book on the stone table, pushed in the direction of Chen Daoyuan. Since the little brother does not want to enter the museum to learn martial arts, then this Fuhu Fist manual, then give it to the little brother. Chen Daoyi gazed at the book that Li Hu pushed to him, only to see that the book's cover had the 4 big words Fuhu Fist Compendium written on it, which caused Chen Daoyi to be stunned. According to the news he inquired about, the Fuhu Fist is the town hall technique of the Fuhu Fist Museum, and he did not think that Li Hu would actually be so generous to send out the fist spectrum. For a moment, Chen Daoyi had a further understanding of Li Hu's generosity, but he still rebuffed. "This is too valuable. The younger generation does not dare to accept it." "Valuable?" Li Hu and Li Ying both laughed. "Little brother may have listened to the rumors out there," Li Hu said with a smile. "It is thought that the Fuhu martial arts school's boxing is a family heirloom, an existence that cannot be replaced by 10,000 pieces of gold. But the truth is that this is not the case, isn't it?" Chen Daoyi said with a puzzled look on his face. The statement he heard outside was just like this. The 3 major martial arts halls, including the 3 big families in the county, had their gong methods at top secret level, and would definitely not grant them to outsiders. "Of course not," Li Ying spoke up. "You might want to think about it, little brother Chen. If the Fufu Fist was really so precious, how would we easily grant it to those apprentices in the lobby outside?" Chen Daoyi opened his mouth and realized that he couldn't even refute. Just as Li Ying said in general, the apprentices who practiced martial arts in the lobby outside only need to pay 10 taels of silver. Then they can learn Fuquan inside the martial arts hall, and there are even people who teach them in person. If Fuquan is such a gongfu, how could Li Hu teach the boxing method to those apprentices so easily? As a matter of fact, martial arts practice techniques are not considered precious. At least the lower third grade ones are. Li Hu explained. Those apprentices out there, if they don't need to be taught, but only want to buy a boxing manual, 2 taels of silver will be able to buy one. As for why there are rumors outside such as the preciousness of boxing methods, it is probably because of the expense of practicing martial arts. Compared to the techniques, the herbs needed to nourish and strengthen the chi and blood for practicing martial arts are the biggest problem, and the mountain that prevents millions of ordinary people from becoming martial artists. So it is. Chen Rice suddenly. No wonder Li Hu so generously will fist Spectrum to himself. The original boxing is not as precious as one imagines, just because the practice of martial arts costs too high, only to let outsiders produce a kind of boxing is extremely precious, non-family wealth billions of unobtainable feeling. This fist book, little brother will accept it without fear. After explaining clearly, Li Hu again pushed the fist book towards Chen Daoi's face and said, little friend can practice according to the moves above the fist book. It's good to be able to practice. If you can't, you can at least learn some rough handles for self-defense. Chen Daoi cupped his fists and said, then the latecomer will accept the honor. Practicing martial arts is extremely taxing on the body, Li Hu admonished. With the physical quality of the little brother, daily practice once Fuhu fist is already the limit. Little brother must not be greedy. Practicing boxing if you find any discomfort in the body, the little brother needs to stop immediately, otherwise it will inevitably overconsumption of their own, leaving behind dark injuries. Thanks for the reminder, Pavilion Master. Chen Daoi sincerely thanked him, and in his heart, he felt a little more favorable towards this person. Li Hu, as one of the county's great powers, the owner of the Fuhu Fist Pavilion, not only did not seize his blood feather chicken, but also sent out precious boxing manuals, and even reminded himself of some of the details when practicing martial arts. Li Hu, indeed, is a character worthy of deep friendship. Then that's the end of it. After instructing Chen Daoyuan, Li Hu got up and said, if little brother still has blood feather chickens in the future, you can continue to sell them to me, no matter how many. I will buy them at 20 taels apiece. Chapter 49 Dangerous Cats. No problem, Chen Daoi answered with alacrity, and before he excused himself, he also said to Li Ying, Ms. Li, I also brought some white-feathered chickens this time. I don't know if you're interested in them? White-feathered chickens? Li Ying's eyes lit up and he busily said, yes, as much as you want. Although the blood-feather chicken is good, but for Li Ying as a foodie, the meat is still too little. Her favorite, or fat and meaty white-feather chicken and yellow-feather chicken. It's right outside. Ms. Li, come with me. The two of them walked out of the martial arts school. Chen Din nodded towards Chindet and the others who had been waiting by the donkey cart, and then he pointed to the chicken cage on the cart and said to Li Ying, Miss Li, there are a total of 15 white-feathered chickens brought this time. Well. Hearing the quantity of 15, Li Ying was even happier, directly touching out silver and handing it to Chen Daoi. 500 1 for 1. 15 is 7. 5 taels of silver. I don't have any coins here, so I'll just give you 8 taels of silver directly. Thank you, Ms. Li. Chen Dazue, who heard the sound, was almost smiling. This is an extra 500 1 for nothing. How can you not be happy? Wei Gu, come over here and help me carry these chickens in. Li Ying recruited Wei Gu, the doorman, to carry the chicken coop into the pavilion. Chen Daoi also offered his farewell in a smooth manner. Ms. Li, then we'll leave first. Take care, little brother Chen. After Chen Daoyuan and his party left in the donkey cart, Li Ying returned to the backyard, only to see Li Hu lost in thought as he surveyed the chicken coop on the table. Dad, what are you looking at? Of course I'm looking at this blood-feathered chicken. Returning to his senses, Li Hu subconsciously said, with this blood-feather chicken, I'm afraid that my father will be able to become a 7th grade martial artist in less than 2 months. Really? Li Ying was surprised. If his father could become a 7th grade martial artist, then the survival of his family's martial arts school in Taiping County would be more secure. Naturally, it's true. Li Hu smiled and nodded. He was also looking forward to the day when he was promoted to a 7th grade martial artist. Nowadays, the strongest martial artist in Taiping County was the strength of the 7th grade. Once he became the 7th grade, he would no longer need to look at the faces of those 3 big families to act. Little brother Chen is really something. Li Ying couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Even this kind of chicken breed with demonic beast bloodline can be captured, and I don't know how a group of their ordinary villagers managed to capture so much prey. That little friend Chen is not a simple character. Li Hu's gaze deepened, remembering the harmless-looking, cat-like animal on Chen Daoyu's shoulder. Ingzi, didn't you realize? That little friend Chen knows words. Ha! Liang obviously didn't notice that many details and said with a puzzled expression. Isn't little brother Chen a villager outside the city? How come you can read and write? Literacy was not a simple matter these days, especially for the people in the villages outside the city, who might not have a literate reader in their entire village, and had no means of learning the written word at all. That's why I say that little friend Chen is not simple. Li Hu carefully recalled the bits and pieces of the party with Chen Daohui, not only because he is literate in his talk, but also because of that cat on his shoulder. Cat? Liang tilted her head and thought about it. Chen Daoyuan did have a cat lying on his shoulder all the time. It was just that Liang obviously wasn't the kind of girl with a girlish heart and a love for small animals, so she didn't pay too much attention to it. That cat gives me a very dangerous feeling. Li Hu spoke with deep meaning. I even suspect that that cat has strength no less than mine. Ah! Liang froze. His father Li Hu was a peak 8th grade martial artist. What kind of cat could have the same strength as his father? Is it possible that it is a demonic beast? Anyway, just try to make good friends with junior friend Chen in the future, Li Hu solemnly urged. Just as Li Hu's father and daughter were talking, Chen Daoyuan's donkey cart had already arrived at the East Market and met Wu Han, who was setting up a stall to sell his goods. Elder brother Wu. Elder brother Chen is here? After greeting each other, Chen Dao asked with a smile. Old brother Wu, how's business these days? Still the same. Wu Han was full of bad luck, with the government's order to increase taxes down. This chicken and duck live poultry is completely unsellable. Chen, old brother, you look at this street. In addition to those of us who sell goods, where there are customers? Chen Daohui looked around and realized that it was indeed as Wu Han had said. The whole street was full of goods sellers, but there were very few customers. It looks like old brother Wu is having a hard time as well. Chen Dao sighed and then said to Wu Han, Old brother Wu, I have a business here. I wonder if you are interested? Wu Han was worthy of being a businessman, and when he heard the word business, his eyes immediately lit up. What kind of business? Does elder brother Wu remember the white-feathered chickens I sold here before? White-feathered chickens? Of course I remember. Wu Han nodded repeatedly. His memory of Chen Daohui's white-feathered chicken was too deep, for no other reason than the fact that the white-feathered chicken looked great and managed to sell for a high price of 500 won. I'm going to give the white-feathered chicken to you to sell. Old brother Wu, what do you think? Chen Rice lowered his voice and said, with the successful cultivation of blood-feather chickens and the success of selling them at high prices, Chen Rice has more or less looked down on the business of white-feather chickens and yellow-feather chickens. After all, the profits from selling white and yellow-feathered chickens are much lower than those from blood-feathered chickens. In the words of the previous generation, the added value of the two chicken breeds, white and yellow-feather chicken, is relatively low. In addition, every time he sells white-feathered chickens and yellow-feathered chickens, he needs Chen Rice to personally go into the city, which is really too much trouble a bit. So Chen Daohui thought that instead of selling white and yellow-feathered chickens himself, he should give this business to others, and he only needed to control the high-value chicken breeds like blood-feathered chickens, and the candidate to do this is Wu Han, whom he knows well. Wu Han, as the city's cargo man, is bound to have some contacts within the county, and this matter will definitely not go wrong if it is handed over to him. Fruity? Wu Han's eyes brighter. For Chen Rice's white-feathered chicken he was coveted for a long time. That is excellent selling. 500 when a white-feathered chicken. If they can grasp the source of goods in the hands, that is not to say that the profit is very considerable. Really? Chen Daohui nodded seriously. Recently, the hunters from our village have found a large number of white-feathered chickens in the Tsangming Mountains. These white-feathered chickens we don't intend to sell personally. We are trying to find a businessman who is familiar with the situation in the county to cooperate. If elder brother Wu is interested, let's talk about the specific details of cooperation. Interested? I'm interested. Wu Han eagerly grabbed Chen Daohui's hand. Elder brother Chen, make sure you give this business to me. Don't worry, old brother Wu, we're so familiar with each other. Who else can I give this business to if not you? Chen, old brother atmosphere. My old Wu did not make you a friend for nothing. Chapter 50, Calculations. After some courtesy, Chen Rice talked about the price of white-feather chicken. Wu, old brother, this white-feather chicken business I can give you, but this price, well. Chen Daohui trailed off and finally said, then I'll count you 400 won apiece. How about that? 400 writings, eh? Wu Han's eyes dribbled, calculating in his mind whether he could make money on his own at 400 won a white-feathered chicken. According to Chen Daoyuan's previous price of 500 won for a white-feathered chicken, he could definitely make money by acquiring them at 400 won each. But, nowadays the customers who buy chickens in the city are less and less. Wu Han is not really sure that the white-feathered chickens that he bought for 400 won can be sold for 500 won. After hesitating for a while, Wu Han said, "Chen, isn't the price of 400 won a chicken a bit expensive? Nowadays, there are only a few people in the city who buy chickens to eat, and although your white-feathered chickens are good, they may not be able to sell for the high price of 500 won in the past. Don't worry about this, old brother Wu." Chen Daoyi laughed. "I've already found a good buyer for you. All you need to do is to acquire white-feathered chickens from our village, and then sell them directly to Ms. Li Yingli of the Fuhu Kung Fu Gym." The reason why Chen Daoyi approached Wu Han was to save himself the trouble of going into the city, and as for the problem of not being able to sell, that did not exist. Li Ying, that foodie, was able to buy all the white and yellow-feathered chickens in Chen village for the time being. As for the future number of white-feathered chickens, yellow-feathered chickens, Li Ying cannot buy. What to do? It's not too late to sell it at a reduced price when the time comes. Meat is indispensable to humans, and as long as you're willing to reduce the price, there's no possibility that you won't be able to sell it. Even got a buyer for me? Wu Han's heart was happy. Buyers Chen Rice have found for themselves. They only need to buy from the Chen village white-feathered chicken transported over to become so simple and not bad profit business. Little cute, all know what to do. Then I have no problem. I'll take this business of yours, old brother Chen. Son. Chen Daoyi nodded and said, "Then every 3 days from now on, you can come over to our village, old brother Wu, and transport the white-feathered chickens that we capture to the city to sell." 3 days is just the right amount of time to cultivate the cycle of white-feathered chickens and yellow-feathered chickens, and Wu Han comes once every 3 days, which corresponds exactly to this cycle. So it's a deal? Deal. After finishing talking about the white-feathered chickens, Chen Daidai looked at Wu Han's stall again and asked, "Elder brother Wu, today we intend to purchase some gray-feathered chickens. How many do you have here in total?" 5 in all. Wu Han, who knows his number of gray-feathered chickens like the back of his hand, immediately gave the total. 5 is too few. Chen Daoyi shook his head and said, "Trouble old brother Wu to do us a favor and call all the stall owners selling chickens here." "No problem." Soon, Wu Han ran out and called all the stall owners on this street over, then said to Chen Daoyi, "Older brother Chen, I've called all the stall owners who sell chickens over. You can say how many chickens you need." Chen Daoyi looked at these stall owners and noticed the look of anticipation in their eyes. For these stall owners, they had been having a very hard time recently and were naturally very eager to sell some goods. However, Chen Daoyi didn't report the quantity he needed at first, but asked, "Elder brother Wu, how many when a gray-feathered chicken is priced at these days?" 180 man. Hearing this figure, Chen Daoyi immediately knew that the price of food in the city had risen again. "I'm afraid, otherwise the price of live chickens wouldn't have skyrocketed so quickly." Chen Dao turned his head in disgust with Chen De. Then he said to the crowd of chicken sellers, "I intend to buy 50 gray-feathered chickens, based on 150 won for one. Is this price acceptable to you?" 50 only. This quantity instantly made the eyes of many chicken stall owners light up. Nowadays, in this year, it was not rare for customers to buy 50 chickens in one breath. This, gentleman, a stall owner who looked about 50 years old sized up Chen Daoyi and said, "You really want 50 chickens? You didn't lie to us?" The others also looked at Chen Daoyi with hot gazes. Although Chen Daoyi had lowered the price quite a bit, but the number of 50 pieces still made them stupidly eager. "Why would I lie to you?" Chen Rice said. Gray-feathered chickens are not what he wants to buy. His own yellow-feathered chickens reproduce so fast and are yellow-feathered chickens as soon as they hatch out. Chen Daoyi is stupid to buy gray-feathered chickens and cultivate them from scratch. This batch of gray-feathered chickens is what Chen Da wants. And Chen Da's 8 taels of silver from the sale of chickens this time around is intended to be used entirely to buy gray-feathered chickens. 150 won apiece. If you can accept it, bring the chickens you sell yourselves and I'll pay you. If not, just leave. As soon as Chen Daoyi said this, many stall owners immediately turned around and flew to their stalls, bringing their gray-feathered chickens to Chen Daoyi. "This gentleman, I have a total of 6 gray-feathered chickens here, calculating at 150 won per chicken. A total of 900 won. A stall owner pointed at the gray-feathered chickens in the cage and said with a pleasing face, "Nowadays, live poultry in the whole East City is not selling well, and when you come across such a big spending customer, it's something you can't afford to miss. Okay, Uncle Chen, give him the money." After Chen De took out 1 tael of silver and handed it to the stall owner, the stall owner left with a happy face. Other stall owners see Chen Rice to give money so quickly, also have acted. Will their own chicken offer to Chen Rice in front. "My lord, here are my chickens. 5 in all. Here's mine. 4 in all." I've got 10 of them here, and they cost a tael and a half silver. The transaction went smoothly. One hand to pay, one hand under the delivery. Not a quarter of an hour's work. Chen Da's 8 silver is spent as 7 or 8. The total of 48 gray-feathered chickens that were bought were also kept in the cages that were given by the stall owners, and were carried to the donkey cart by Chen Chang and the others. That's too many chickens. Chen Jian looked at the gray-feathered chicken that kept clucking in the car. His eyes were full of envy. He had watched the deal between Chen Daoui and those stall owners. He had seen with his own eyes that Chen Daoui had taken out 8 taels of silver to purchase the gray-feathered chicken. He was envious of Chen Daoi's affluence. 8 silver. That can buy how much food? The family all eat steamed buns. I'm afraid you can eat for a year and a half, right, elder brother Wu? I'll leave after I've finished buying the chickens. Don't ever forget our business. After buying the chickens, Chen Dai bid farewell to Wuhan and drove a donkey cart with Chen Di and the others to the grain store in the East City. Outside the door of the grain store, the donkey cart had just stopped when Chen Dai saw a brocade-clothed young man walking out from the grain store surrounded by several people who looked like guards. The youth glanced at Chen Daoui and the others as well as the gray-feathered chickens that kept clucking in the car. A trace of contempt flashed across his face, but he didn't say anything, just dashing off under the escort's flank. Grass. What kind of bird is this? Chen Jiang, who had a more sensitive mind, couldn't help but curse. The look of contempt on that brocade-clothed youth's face was not hidden at all, making him extremely enraged. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all readers and family reunions. Chapter 51, Sweet and Bubbly. No one will take you for a dummy if you say less. Chen Di glared at Chen Jiang, that brocade-clothed young man traveling in front and back, and dressed beautifully. At a glance, it is known to be the city's nobility. Is the existence of their million cannot afford to provoke? However, although the mouth let Chen Jiang not speak, Chen Di's heart is also extremely irritated. That kind of contemptuous gaze, it is easy to stab the heart of others. Get in the mother **********. Chen Jiang, however, did not stop talking this time, but spat a mouthful of spit on the ground and angrily cursed. One day sooner or later, I will trample these rich kids who look down on me under my feet. That young man looks like a nobleman from the city. It's normal to look down on us. Don't be too concerned. Jiang. Chen Si comforted Chen Jiang. In fact, he himself did not feel good in his heart. This feeling of being despised was not really good. As for the 3 Chen Chang brothers, they didn't feel anything. They were by and large used to this kind of gaze. Even in the village, occasionally people would cast similar gazes at them. Get in there. Chen Rice did not say anything. Perhaps it is the relationship between the 2 lives. His ability to accept this kind of thing is far more than Chen Jiang's young and strong. In Chen Daoi's opinion, what was the point of paying attention to someone else's contemptuous gaze when it couldn't hurt him in the slightest? Chen Rice steps into the grain store. The first thing that meets the eyes is the price of grain that rises again. Rice, 28 won/catty. Millet, 26 won/catty. White noodles, 20 won/catty. Sorghum noodles, 13 won/jean. Sorghum, 12 cents per pound. Chaff meal, 6 text/pound. Rice bran, 5 text/pound. As expected, Chen Rice, the price of food compared to his last visit has risen quite a bit again. Rice, millet and so on the average of 2 to 3 won. 28 cents a catty of rice. Even the people of the county, I'm afraid not many can afford to eat. Imagine the previous life of the state of China. What is the concept of 28 cents a catty of rice? Not to mention, in the previous world, it was much easier for an ordinary person in China to earn $1 than it was for a person in this world to earn a copper plate. So you can see how terrible the grain price of 28 cents a catty was for the people. What kind of grain do you want to buy, sir? A grain store fellow greeted him warmly. Chen Daoui waved his hand and directly found the grain storekeeper in front of the counter. Storekeeper, I'm going to buy more grain. I wonder if I can get it cheaper. I'm afraid that's a little difficult. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, the young master of the main family has already come here just now, requesting that we must not sell at a reduced price. Hearing this, Chen Dai couldn't help but think of the brocade-clothed young man who had walked out of the grain store just now, and it was no surprise that that person should be the young master that the shopkeeper had spoken of. As far as Chen Daoui knew, this grain store in the East City should be under the Yuan family's property, which meant that the teenager just now should be a member of the Yuan family. These big families are really, Chen Daoui secretly sighed. The county's big families will certainly not be less stocked with food. After all, the vast majority of land in Taiping County is in the hands of these big families. The reason for the price hike is just to take advantage of the fire and tunnels of oddities. But haven't these big families ever thought that once the people can't afford to eat and rebel, they will probably be the first to suffer? Maybe they know but don't care. Or maybe they've never given the mudbloods the time of day. Chen Daoyi shook his head to dispel the superfluous thoughts in his mind and said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, I need 200 pounds of white flour, 200 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of sorghum and 300 pounds of rice bran." Chen Dao reported the amount of grain he needed. In fact, Chen Dao's intention was to exchange most of the silver for grain, but considering the limited carrying capacity of the donkey cart, he chose to buy less. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up and he hurriedly took out his abacus and started tapping. 200 caddies of rice 5,601, 200 caddies of white flour 4,001, 200 caddies of sorghum 2,401, 300 caddies of rice chaff 1,501, a total of 13 taels of 501. Do you think that's right, customer? The shopkeeper sized up Chen Daoyi in front of him, his face full of smiles, but in his heart, he was more or less skeptical, doubting whether this teenager could really come up with so much silver. Right. Chen Daoyi's mental arithmetic was very good and knew that the shopkeeper's math was right. So he took out 14 taels of silver from the money bag given by Li Ying and gave it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, please help me load the grain and carry it to the donkey cart outside." "No problem." The shopkeeper cheerfully handed over 500 coins to Chen Daoyi, and then greeted his fellows to start loading the grain and carrying it to the donkey cart outside. How much grain did Inuyasha buy here? Outside the grain store, Chen Si, who had been guarding the side of the donkey cart, looked at the bags and bags of grain placed on the donkey cart with a dull expression. Chen Chang's three brothers, on the other hand, their eyes were glowing. Chen Daoyuan had bought so much grain, which meant that their previous guess that Chen Daoyuan's family had no grain was wrong, and it also meant that, in the future, they didn't have to worry about Chen Daoyuan stopping to build a house because of the shortage of grain in the family. "That's a lot of grain. Inigo is too rich." Chen sure drooled and said, "With the generosity of Brother Rice, he has bought so much grain, can he still lack our rations?" Thinking that he would be able to eat fragrant steamed buns every day in the future, Chen sure felt that his whole body was like soaking in honey water, sweet and bubbly. Chen De was also looking at the bags of grain being moved onto the donkey cart with a smile on his face. Although his family was still rich in food for the time being, he still felt very relieved to see so much food. Soon, a total of 900 pounds of grain were all put on the donkey cart, almost piling up a small mountain on the cart. Chen Daoyi looked at the occupied carriages and laughed at the several people. "We seem to be walking back. A large amount of grain occupies the car driver. Except for the driver's seat, there is no space for people to sit. Several people can only follow the side of the donkey cart back to the village on foot. There's something about that." Chen Chang scratched his head and laughed nervously. "It's just a dozen or so miles. It's not far." Chen Di and the others also nodded their heads in agreement. A dozen miles or so was not much of a distance at all for those of them who often did forceful work. "Okay, let's go then," Chen Dao said. "First, go to the 100 Herb Hall." About a quarter of an hour later, the donkey cart stopped outside the 100 Herb Hall. Chen Daoyi told the crowd to wait outside and walked into the 100 Herb Hall himself. When he walked into the 100 Herb Hall, he saw that Su Shihua, the previous shopkeeper, was not there, and sitting behind the counter was Su Qiaoshi. Perhaps because there weren't many customers, Su Qiaoshi was dozing behind the counter, her arm propped up on her cheek, revealing a section of snow-white wrist, her pretty face little by little, as if she was about to fall onto the tabletop at any moment, with a hint of crystals hanging on the side of her mouth. "Miss Su," Chen Daoyi lightly called out, but Su Qiaoshi didn't respond at all. "See this? Chen Rice cannot help but some funny. This girl is also too lack of vigilance some. This store is open. People fall asleep, not afraid of others to come in to steal things? Miss Su." Chen Dao knocked on the counter table and increased the volume a bit. Yikes! Su Qiaoshi woke up with a jolt and subconsciously tilted her body back until she saw that the visitor was Chen Daoyi. Then she sighed in relief and said, "Mr. Chen, it's you." Chen Daoyi smiled without saying anything and reached out to point at the corner of Su Qiaoshi's mouth. Chapter 52, Hello, Little Round. Su Qiaoshi's face blushed with shame and she hurriedly turned her head away to wipe the drool from the corners of her mouth before turning her head to Chen Daoyi and saying, "I've made Mr. Chen laugh." Chen Dao smiled and asked, "Why isn't Boss Su here?" "Grandpa is old and his body gets tired easily. He's resting in the backyard right now." Su Qiaoshi replied, "Mr. Chen, do you want to buy medicine or see a doctor?" "If you want to see a doctor, I'll go wake up Grandpa, but if you want to buy medicine, just look for me directly." Chen Daoyi nodded and said, "I want to purchase some blood congealing fruits." "No problem. How much do you need?" "Mr. Chen," Su Xiaoxi was about to turn around and go to the back to get the blood-congealing fruit, but her eyes suddenly fixed on Xiao Yuan on Chen Daoyuan's shoulder. Whoa! Su Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes blossomed with surprise. What a cute little cat. Boing boing. Circle let out a disgruntled purring sound, as if she wasn't very happy with the term kitty. And this call from Xiao Yuan made Su Xiaoxi like it even more. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at Xiao Zhao's round, budding face, and she couldn't help but plead. Mr. Chen, can you let me hold it? Sure. Chen Daoyuan nodded with a smile and instructed Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, don't hurt anyone. After saying that, Chen Daidai removed Xiao Yuan from his shoulder and placed it on the counter. It's beautiful. Su Xiaoxi was full of joy as she picked up Xiao Yuan, her eyes full of doting. She had no resistance at all to this cute, harmless-looking little animal, only to see Su Xiaoxi, who was holding Xiao Yuan, caressing Xiao Yuan's fur from time to time, and even kissing Xiao Yuan's cheeks with her round little mouth, obviously loving Xiao Yuan to the bone. After toying with Xiao Yuan for a while, Su Xiaoxi looked up and asked, Mr. Chen, is it called Xiao Yuan? Aha! Hello round. Su Xiaoxi's slender fingers tapped Xiao Yuan's moist nose, and the smile on her face never stopped. After toying with Xiao Yuan for a full quarter of an hour, Su Xiaoxi remembered the main event and said to Chen Daoyi while holding Xiao Yuan, Mr. Chen, how many blood-condensing fruits do you need? As many as it takes. Chen Daoyuan said boldly. Ha! Su Xiaoxi froze for a moment and said, the number of blood-congealing fruits in our store is still quite large. Are you sure you want them all? Mr. Chen, okay. Chen Dao nodded seriously. The blood-clotting fruits that he brought back last time had been almost consumed after cultivating 8 blood-feathered chickens in Xiao Yuan. Now Chen Dao was in dire need of new blood-clotting fruits, and the more the better. Chen Daoyi, who still had more than 80 taels of silver in his hand, wasn't worried at all about not being able to afford all the blood-congealing fruits in the 100 herb hall. Then I'll help you see how many there are first. Su Xiaoxi reluctantly placed Xiao Yuan on the counter before walking into the backyard. Not long after, she came back with a parcel and placed it on the table and said to Chen Daoyi, Mr. Chen, this is all the blood-congealing fruits we have in the store. A total of 150 of them. Do you want to count them? No, I trust you. Chen writes this simple sentence, but let Su Xiaoxi heart slightly warm. This kind of being trusted feeling, really quite good. That's a total of 2 taels of silver and 70 coins. 1 coin equals 101. Right, Miss Su? That's right. After the transaction was completed, Chen Dao seemed to remember something and asked, Miss Su, have you heard of the herbs blood ganoderma, phoenix tail flower, iron heart bamboo, and bear blood flower? These blood feather chicken and small round advanced materials. Chen Daoyuan originally wanted to find Li Ying to inquire about them. After all, Li Ying had a higher status in Taiping County and probably knew more. However, after Li Ying brought in to see Li Hu, Chen Daoyuan gave up the idea of finding Li Ying to inquire about it. Himself, an ordinary person who was not a martial artist, always inquiring about herbs and other things, it would easily give rise to people's associations. So, Chen Daoyi had to settle for the next best thing, choosing to find Su Xiaoxi at the drugstore to ask around. Hearing the inquiry, Su Xiaoxi stared and thought for a moment before replying, Mr. Chen, of these herbs you mentioned, I've only heard of the 3 flavors of blood ganoderma, phoenix tail flower, and bear blood flower. Oh, Chen Daoyi's eyes lit up. It's not bad to have 3 flavors, and hurriedly asked, dare I ask Miss Su, is it available in the store? No. Su Xiaoxi gave a reply that disappointed Chen Daoyi. These 3 herbs are all things used by martial artists. Our small store can't get the goods and doesn't dare to sell them. After saying that, Su Xiaoxi seemed to be afraid that Chen Daoyi didn't understand, and continued to explain, Mr. Chen doesn't know. The entire Taiping County, all the medicinal herbs used by martial artists are monopolized by the 3 great families, and only the 3 great families can sell these kinds of medicinal herbs, and other pharmacies that don't belong to the 3 great families can't bear the consequences if selling these kinds of medicinal herbs is known by the 3 great families. That's overbearing, isn't it? Chen Dao said subconsciously. Shoo. Su Xiaoxi index finger erected on the edge of the rosy lips, looked at the direction of the doorway after carefully said, Chen Gongzi, this kind of words must not be said again in the future, which if the bystanders hear, I'm afraid what Su Xiaoxi didn't say. But Chen Daoyi detected the seriousness of this matter from her performance, and from this we can also see how much influence the 3 big families have in Taiping County. The people don't even dare to talk about them a word. What's the difference between that and being an emperor? Chen Rice is a sensible person. but there is no head iron must be presumptuous three big families. As for going to the three big families operating in the pharmacy to buy advancement materials, the blood-feathered chicken and small rounds advancement is not urgent at the moment, so it's not too late to buy them the next time you're in town. Thus, Chen Daoyi smoothly offered Su Qiaoshi her farewell. Miss Su, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Chen Dai was about to turn around and leave, but at that moment, Su Qiaoshi spoke up with some embarrassment. Mr. Chen, can you stay a little longer? Chen Daoyi had thought that Su Qiaoshi had something to help him with, but then he saw Su Qiaoshi's pair of beautiful eyes looking straight at Xiao Yuan, and it was clear that it was Xiao Yuan rather than Chen Daoyi that she really wanted to stay. Okay, Chen Dao nodded. Seeing this, Su Qiaoshi was immediately happy, picking up Xiao Yuan and furiously stroking her head, her pretty face full of doting colors. And while Su Qiaoshi was playing with Xiao Yuan, Chen Daoyi wasn't idle either, but said to Su Qiaoshi, Miss Su, can I trouble your apothecary store to help me acquire some more blood-condensing fruits? You need more blood-congealing fruits. Mr. Chen, yes, if it's possible, please trouble Miss Su to help me acquire some more, and every once in a while in the future, I'll make a trip over to buy them away. No problem. Su Qiaoshi was ultimately simple-minded, and didn't ask Chen Daoyi what he wanted so many blood-congealing fruits for, agreeing to it in one mouthful. However, she still kindly reminded, Mr. Chen, although the blood-congealing fruit has some effects of nourishing qi in blood, it is not advisable to consume too much of it, so Mr. Chen should still try to use some sparingly. I know, thanks for the reminder. Miss Su. After another quarter of an hour, Su Qiaoshi reluctantly handed the small round back to Chen Daoyi, saying with a face full of reluctance, Mr. Chen, come often in the future. Chen Daoyi naturally knew that Su Qiaoshi was hoping that Xiao Yuan would come often rather than herself, but he didn't say anything, just nodded his head and said, okay, Miss Su. Walking out of the 100 Herb Hall, Chen Rice said to Chen Chang and the others who were guarding the donkey cart, let's go, back to the village. Back to the village. The donkey cart started, with Chen Si driving the vehicle, and the crowd following beside it, heading out of the city without slowing down. After exiting the city gates, Chen Daoyuan and the others were still greeted by the greedy, hungry gazes of the many stragglers. The piles of grain on the donkey carts were like radishes hanging in front of the donkeys, sucking the gaze of the stragglers firmly in, refusing to move away in the slightest. So much food. This grain must be at least 1,000 pounds, right? How wonderful it would be if this grain were mine. Then my mother and my sister wouldn't have to starve to death. The eyes of the stragglers flashed with greed, itching to swarm to snatch up all the grain on the donkey cart. Well, as this thought arose in their minds, they saw Chen Chang several people at the side of the donkey cart. Chen Chang is tall and big. It is not easy to be messed with. Chen De and others do not look like good bullies. The many stragglers had to hold down the agitation in their hearts, watching the donkey carts slowly leave their sight. Stop! A kilometer away from the city gates, Chen De suddenly held his bow and arrow in his hands, looking with a grave face at the figure coming at breakneck speed from the opposite side. Put! The figure suddenly stopped 5 meters in front of the donkey cart, and with a plop he knelt down on the dirt floor. Several adults, do me a favor, as long as you give my child a mouthful of food, you can make me do anything. It wasn't until this person spoke out that Chen Daoyi and the others realized that this person rushing towards the donkey cart was actually a woman. It wasn't that Chen Daoyu and the others couldn't see, but the woman was covered in rags, her face was covered in dirt, and when she didn't speak, she really couldn't tell her gender. My lord, give my child some food, she is dying of hunger, please. The woman knelt on the side of the donkey cart and kowtowed again and again, each time extremely hard, deeply smashed into the mud, making the whole forehead black and yellow, just like a mudman. Chapter 53, Liang Zhou. Chen Daoyi wordlessly looked at the woman in front of him, who was obviously a straggler, covered in tattered clothes, revealing some not-so-white skin. The woman's arms were also holding a child who was about 5 or 6 years old by visual estimation. At this time the child's eyes were closed tightly, and his face was white with a greenish color, which was a sign of hunger and cold. Chen Rice lifted his foot to walk towards the woman. Chen De reached out his hand to stop, but Chen Rice waved his hand, signaling that it didn't matter. After getting closer, Chen Daoyi saw more clearly. The woman kneeling in front of the donkey cart was extremely thin. The tattered clothes on her body appeared extremely loose. While she was holding a girl in her arms, the girl was already in a state of breath. My lord, please give some food. My child is dying. Please, my lord, save my child. I'll do anything for a mouthful of food. The woman didn't seem to notice Chen Daoyi's approach. She just kept kowtowing her head, her forehead hardening and smashing a small pit in the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Dai couldn't help but look complicated. He was not a hard-hearted man, rather, he was a man who could easily be caught up in the internalization of his spirit because of the suffering of others. In his previous life, when Chen Daoyuan brushed the Shake Shack, every time he saw those videos that showed the suffering of the human world, his heart was extraordinarily painful, and he always wanted to help those suffering people, but he was always powerless to do anything about it. Chen Dao even donated a lot of money to those charitable associations. Until the back of the know those charitable associations of the nasty behavior, Chen Dao only stopped donating, and since then never donated a dime. Chen Rice in his previous life, because he was not able to help others, so he often turned a blind eye to the suffering of others. But now, when this woman knelt in front of him, Chen Daoyi still couldn't manage to ignore her suffering. Chen Daoyi once again approached a bit closer and said softly to the woman, "Get up!" The woman seemed to not expect to get a response. The kowtowing action stalled for a moment. Looking up at Chen Daoyi, "This, gentleman, what did you say? Get up, child, show me," Chen Dao said again. The woman's eyes lit up and she hurriedly got up from the ground, sending the child in her arms, which she had been covering for warmth, to Chen Daoyi. Chen Daoyi carefully examined the girl's face and asked, "Is she hungry?" "Yes, my lord. We have not eaten for 5 days. 5 days without food." Chen Rice can't help but feel emotion in his heart. Human life is sometimes very fragile, but sometimes it seems to be extraordinarily tenacious. 5 days without food and still alive. Really not easy. Chen Daoyi beckoned toward Chen Chang. "Brother Chang, bring over the dry food and water bags. This time into the city." Chen Rice has brought some steamed bread over, in addition to water bags, in order to prevent the road accidentally hungry, but did not want to come in handy here. Coming in Yuyasha. Chen Chang unloaded the package containing the steamed buns from his back and handed it to Chen Daoyi along with the water bag. "Feed some to your kids first." Chen Daoyuan took out a steamed bun and handed it to the woman. The woman took it in surprise and tore open a bit of the bun and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. The unconscious girl's mouth moved subconsciously, chewing and then swallowing the bun. Great! Seeing the girl swallowed the steamed bread, woman accelerated the feeding action. The steamed bread bit by bit torn off, fed into the girl's mouth. At the same time, in order to prevent the girl from choking, the woman also poured some water into the girl's mouth. Soon, a whole steamed bun was eaten by the girl, and the girl's pale face immediately improved a bit. Seeing this, the woman finally unloaded the burden in her heart and thanked Chen Daoyi repeatedly. "Thank you, benefactor, I kowtow to you." This woman was also honest, and directly then kowtowed 3 times to Chen Daoyi. After all, Chen Daoyi was not used to letting others kneel, and hurriedly grabbed the woman's wrist and helped her up. "There's no need to kowtow." "Yes, benefactor." The woman was very obedient, hastily stood up and stood in front of Chen Daoyi in a formal manner. "Benefactor, I'm true to my word. From now on I'll be your person. You let me be a cow or a horse. What it means to be my man." Chen Daoyi was a bit teary-eyed. The ambiguity of this statement was a bit too great. Chen Daoyi had to skim over it. "What's your name?" "My name is Ding Xiaohua, and my daughter's name is Qiu Jie." "Where's your husband?" "My husband died of starvation a long time ago, and on the way to flee the famine, he left the last of his food for me and my daughter, and died of starvation himself in the wilderness." Sadness spread across the woman's face as she spoke of her starving husband. Chen Daoyi also couldn't help but feel much heavier in his heart. "Where did you guys escape from?" "The cooler states to the north." "Liangzhou?" Chen Dao froze. "This is the border of Qingzhou. How could Liangzhou flee to Qingzhou? There are 9 states in Xia. And if you look at the map of Xia as a square grid, the upper 3 states from left to right are Liangzhou, Yuzhou and Mingzhou. The 3 central states are Qingzhou, Jingzhou and Yuzhou. The next 3 states are Yuezhou, Jiangzhou and Haizhou. Although Qingzhou shares a border with Liangzhou, it is still a little hard to imagine crossing a state and fleeing to Qingzhou. How did you guys run from Liangzhou to Qingzhou?" Chen Daoyi asked in disbelief. "Benefactor doesn't know, but nowadays the land of Liangzhou has long been unlivable." Ding Xiaohua said with a sorrowful face. "Liangzhou territory has to conscript men every year to be sent to the battlefield, but all the men in the family can't escape the government's conscription. Coupled with the cold weather, the ground can't grow food, and there are fewer men in the family. Nowadays, the entire Liangzhou territory, I don't know how many people have starved to death." Speaking here, Ding Xiaohua could not help but reveal a few palpitating looks. Those of us who escaped are still considered good, and many of those who stayed in Liangzhou could only starve to death alive at home. Is it that bad in Ryuzhou? Chen Daoyi was shocked. He had heard the village scholar Li Zhang say that the three northern states were bitterly cold places, far less affluent than Qingzhou, but not so miserable as this, right? Cold weather cannot grow food, not to mention, but also to face the official government levy, and even a variety of harsh taxes. Chen Daoyi sort of knows why there are so many stragglers lately. I'm afraid that most of these stragglers are not from the Qingzhou territory, but have fled from Liangzhou. Taiping County is at the border of Qingzhou and Liangzhou, and some of the stragglers who live on the border of Liangzhou can come to Qingzhou much easier than going to the county or state capitals of Liangzhou. This world is too chaotic, Chen Daoyi secretly sighed. From Ding Xiaohua's description, it was not difficult to tell that nowadays, in the Liangzhou territory, the people were already completely unable to live. And when the people can't live at all, it becomes a matter of course for them to rise up. Chapter 54, Boating on Dry Land. Honestly speaking, although Chen Daoyi disliked the ruling class of the corrupt feudal empire, he still didn't want the world to be in chaos, because the ones who suffered the most from chaos would always be the civilians at the bottom. It's just a shame that such things don't change just because he thinks they will, and all he can do is be left alone. Chen Daidai withdrew his scattered thoughts and looked at Ding Xiaohua. What do you plan to do next? Hearing this, Ding Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I don't know. I heard them say that if I came to Taiping County, I would be able to live. So I followed them, but I didn't realize that the county was so far away, and the food that my man and I had brought with us was all eaten up on the way. And if I hadn't run into you, I'm afraid that even my daughter wouldn't have been able to survive. Tears blurred Ding Xiaohua's eyes, mixing with the dirt and grime on her face and turning into a murky liquid. I'm afraid only she knows how hard it is to go all the way. Only with a small amount of dry food, she embarked on the road to escape with her husband and daughter, from the Liangzhou dry land boat, by a pair of iron feet to the border of Qingzhou, a distance of hundreds of miles. In the eyes of the earthlings is only an hour's high-speed rail trip only, but for Ding Xiaohua, who traveled hundreds of miles on just one pair of feet, it was a longer road than the last 20 years of her life. And along the way, she, her husband, and her daughter drank the wind and dew when they were thirsty, and relied on the few grains to fill their stomachs when they were hungry. And even, her husband died of starvation alive on the road because of the food shortage. Ding Xiaohua is extraordinarily fortunate that she met the kind Chen Rice in his party. Otherwise, I am afraid that even her daughter will have to starve to death here. Ugh! Chen Daoyi sighed softly and looked at Ding Xiaohua's tear-blurred face, taking out a steamed bun from his baggage and handing it to Ding Xiaohua. When feeding Ding Xiaohua's daughter before, Chen Daidai noticed the color of longing that flashed in Ding Xiaohua's eyes. Obviously, Ding Xiaohua herself was afraid that she hadn't eaten for a long time, and her belly was as hungry as fire. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ding Xiaohua was obviously starving, and after saying thank you he grabbed the steamed bun and wolfed it down. You can come with me if you want. It doesn't matter if you don't. Just keep traveling to the county. I am willing to go with you. Benefactor, I am willing to go with you. Ding Xiaohua was busy nodding her head. She was not stupid, and knew that she might not be able to survive even if she went to the county town. Instead, she had the hope of surviving by following Chen Daoyuan. As for whether it's appropriate for a widow with a daughter to follow a group of big men, this kind of thing, Ding Xiaohua didn't even bother to consider. Poverty may not sell one's dignity, but hunger can. If you can't even live, how can you care about the defense of men and women? Then let's go. The donkey cart restarted. The heavy cargo on the cart pressed out deep ruts in the dirt official road. Chen Chang and the others escorted the left and right sides of the donkey cart, their eyes always on the wind and grass in the woods beside them. Ding Xiaohua, on the other hand, followed the crowd with her daughter on her back, her eyes glowing as if she saw the hope of living. Boing boing. After walking for some more time, the small circle on Chen Daidai's shoulder suddenly let out a yelp. Chen Daidai, who had spent time with Xiao Yuan, sensed the difference in Xiao Yuan's call this time and immediately signaled the crowd to stop. And at the same time, one figure after another appeared in the woods to the right of the official road. It's the thieves hiding in the forest. Chen stared sharply to the right, his heart heavy. Take the official road. The most afraid of these hidden in the forest of the forest bandits. These forest bandits may not have much force, but robbery of goods is atop of the good hand. They will be those who transport goods caravan as a prey, specializing in staring at the caravan of the more goods to rob. The group of forest bandits that appeared at this time were obviously eyeing the grain on the donkey carts of their own and other people. Chen Chang and the others also looked nervous. Their hearts could not help but feel a little apprehensive. This was the first time they had encountered these thieves known as forest bandits on the official road. In the line of sight of several people, More and more silhouettes emerged from the middle of the woods, soon exceeding double digits. These forest bandits were armed with a variety of weapons, some with wooden sticks, the front end of which was fitted with either iron or stone spearheads, others with knives, and, of course, others with the most rudimentary weapons such as stones and sticks. "Woods those Hans?" A bearded man stepped out from the crowd and said with a big smile, "Let us have half of the grain in the car, and leave that woman behind, and I can be the master of letting you go." "That's right, leave half the food and the women and you can leave safely. Hand over half of the grain on the cart, or else we won't be blamed for being impolite. Leave half your belongings." The other minions loudly echoed the bearded man's words. If not as a last resort, they were still unwilling to fight with Chen Daoyuan's group. After all, that head of Chen Chang was really bluffing. In addition, Chen Daoyuan had already held his bow in his hand, his arrows on the bowstring, and was aiming at their group. Chen Daoi's gaze calmly surveyed the thieves across from him, his face expressionless. These thieves, looking not much better than the stragglers outside the county, all ragged, yellow and skinny, but also the leader of the bearded man Strongsome. Of course, although these forest bandits looked thin and weak, the weapons in their hands were still a bit of a threat, and coupled with the fact that there were so many of them, the average freight caravan would not want to mess with them, and most of them would choose to break the bank. Available at. This group of thieves want too much, want half of the food in the car, and even plan to take Ding Xiaohua captive. This kind of thing, not to mention Chen Di, even Chen Di couldn't accept it. Chen Di aimed his bow and arrow at the leading bearded man and said in a consultative tone, "Good men, half of the grain is too much. Can we discuss this?" "No way." The bearded man could not be denied. "My brothers have come out hard, and I can't even bring back half a cart of grain. I'm afraid I won't be able to explain to my brothers." "That's right, half of the grain must be surrendered. Chief, let's just slaughter them, that way the food will be all ours." "That's right, slaughter them. The government can't control this place anyway. Kill them." The minions under the bearded beard do not mind the big thing uproar. Most of the bottom of the minions did not think so much, they just subconsciously think that their side is more people, the other side is less people. As long as rely on the number of people will be the opposite side of all the people to kill all the people. By then the food and women in the car are their own. There is no need to haggle with Chen Daoi and the others. Listening to the uproar of his men, the bearded man didn't show any indication, but only stared closely at Chen De, who was the biggest threat, as well as Chen Chang, and said in a threatening tone, "I'll give you guys a quarter of an hour to think about it. Hand over half of the grain and the woman, or die." Chapter 55, Terrorist Small Circle. Ding Xiaohua was so scared that her face looked like dirt. Oh no! Her face was already full of dirt, and she was dirt-colored even without being scared. She was trembling, holding her unconscious child tightly, her eyes firmly fixed on Chen Daoyuan and the others, fearing that Chen Daoyuan and the others would hand her over. Chen Da, on the other hand, was frowning and thinking about countermeasures. As for Chen Zhang's few people, although they were nervous in their hearts, they still looked straight at the opposite thieves without showing any fear. Only Chen Chang, not only did he not have the slightest fear, but instead asked Chen Daoi, "Brother Daoi, do you want me to beat them up?" Chen Daoi shook his head and did not speak, only sighing lightly in his heart. These thieves across the street, in a way, are also considered to be bitter people. They may be just honest peasants themselves, who were forced by this cruel world to go to the Liangshan mountain and become thieves. It's just that no matter what kind of people they turned out to be, when they threatened Chen Daoyuan's property or even his life, they were enemies to Chen Daoyuan. "Circle. Finish them off." Boing boing. Xiao Yuan immediately responded, leaping off of Chen Daoyuan's shoulders. The moment it landed on the ground, Xiao Yuan was a catapult, turning into a stump in the sight of the crowd. "What's that?" Before the bearded man could see Xiao Yuan's movements, a miserable scream came from behind him. "Ah!" 3 lines of blood instantly appeared on the neck of a thief behind the bearded man who was holding a wooden stick as a weapon, and the lines of blood gradually widened in the line of sight, and then, blood gushed out, coloring the thief in front of him. What the hell? The thief who was sprayed with blood was so scared that he backed away, and the other thieves also had their pupils shrinking, their hearts terrified. "Careful!" the bearded man hastily reminded the crowd. But just as his words landed, another miserable scream came from the henchman who was sprayed with blood. The same fatal wound appeared at his neck, and blood shot out like a fountain, staining the nearby fallen leaves as well as the soil. Damn! What the hell is this? The small circle was so fast that the bearded man's sight couldn't even catch its movements. As for Chen Chang and the others, they were frozen in place. They had seen the cat on Chen Daoyuan's shoulder, and had previously thought that it was just a pet that Chen Daoyuan kept, but they had never thought that extremely beautiful and harmless-looking pet was so lethal, so fast that even their eyes could catch up with it. That 9 sections wolf is so powerful? Chende is even more vibration in his heart. The small round is exactly what he personally gave to Chen Rice. Before he gave Chen Rice, the small round is completely stupid on behalf of the stupid, looks stupid, attack power, in addition to good looking nothing, and even he also intends to kill the small round to eat the meat, and then the fur will be sold. Chende, who thought of this, could not help but be shaken. This 9 sections wolf was only handed over to Chen Daoyuan for a few days, and it had become so powerful, then would it remember what it had planned to slaughter it and take revenge on itself now? Just as Chende pondered whether Xiao Yuan would retaliate against him, the screams in the forest were continuous. Xiao Yuan nimbly and swiftly shuttled between the many thieves, but wherever he struck, it was a lethal attack, and every time he swung his claws, he would leave a fatal wound on the neck of one of the thieves. A large amount of blood spurted onto the ground, staining the fallen leaves red. Looking at his men who fell to the ground one after another, the bearded man almost collapsed. What the hell is this? The bearded man with cold hands and feet completely did not expect this group of people who are regarded as their own fat sheep hands will exist in this kind of ghostly thing. Not only is the speed extremely fast, the attack is sharp and incomparable, so that they simply cannot find any counter-attacking space, and can only watch one after another henchman powerless planted on the ground. A few more screams came, and the bearded man looked back, only to see that the men behind him had all collapsed on the ground, and the blood that gushed out gathered into a small stream on the ground. It was also at this time that the bearded man finally got a good look at Xiao Yuan's figure, but he saw that it was a cat-like animal, with a round face covered with white and brown fur, and a wet nose, which made it look harmless to humans and animals. But it was such a harmless animal, just a few breaths of effort, slaughtered his own men clean. Where was this a harmless little animal? It was clearly a demonic beast that was claiming its life. Put! A pain came from his neck, and the bearded man only felt that the strength in his body was flowing away. Gradually, his eyes were blurred, his body was soft, and he planted himself on the ground full of fallen leaves. All dead? Chen Zhang's eyes widened as he looked at the bodies that fell to the ground, his pupils lightly trembling. Chen Cheng's several people are also full of shock looking at all the thieves that have been put to death cleanly, their hearts appalled. In just a few breaths of time, 10 or so thieves were even killed cleanly, and could not even resist. The crowd looked at the small round that re-jumped to lie on Chen Daoyuan's shoulder, and the impression of this beautiful, harmless-looking kitten changed completely. Where is this harmless? The Yama of life-saving is no more than that, right? Inuyasha. Chende licked his face and wordlessly came to Chen Da's side, and carefully said, "This 9 sections wolf, is it the one I gave you a few days ago?" "Yes." The answer given by Chende immediately made Chen Da's heart turn to dust. It's over. It's over. This 9 sections wolf is so powerful, I thought of slaughtering it a few days ago. It will surely take revenge on me, right? When Chen was small, he had heard the old hunters in the village say that the 9 sections wolf was a very careful animal, and it would definitely not let go of itself that wanted to slaughter it for meat. Don't worry, Uncle Chen, Xiao Yuan isn't that petty. Chen Daidao comforted Chen Didao as Chen Daidao gently stroked Xiao Yuan's head. Xiao Yuan also cooperated by wailing twice, as if echoing Chen Daoi's words. Chende looked at the small round that kept waving its 2 front paws as if it was demonstrating to himself, and always felt his body a little cold. All right. Go on back to the village. Chen Daidai voiced out to welcome the crowd in their lost state of mind, restarted the donkey cart, and walked along the official road in the direction of Chenjia village. Chenjia village. Near the construction site of Chen Daoi's house, villagers with nothing to do gathered together in 2s and 3s. Since Chen Daoi's family started to build a house, this place has become a gathering place for villagers to gather here to watch and gossip together to pass the time, and secondly, it will be warmer when there are more people to help each other withstand the cold weather. Inuyasha and the others aren't back yet? A middle-aged woman looked out in the direction of the village entrance and said, as early as in the morning, the news that Chen Dao and the others were going to enter the city had already spread throughout the entire Chen family village, and the villagers also knew that Chen Dao and the others were not going to start work today, but that didn't stop them from converging here to gossip. Chapter 56, The Big Numbers. Inuyasha and the others went into the city to buy grain. It's so rich. A male villager said with a face full of envy. The others nodded their heads in unison. The Tower family and the Chen family are doing even better than the village chief today. That's not true. All the time, even Qin Sheng's big-bellied men can eat white bread. Where can the village head's family eat this all the time? Inigo's family is living a truly divine life. I wonder how much grain Inigo will buy back this time. Villagers' chat content, always inseparable from the Chen Rice family affluence, talking about Chen Rice family, face full of longing, envy look. But envy to envy, so many days have passed, the villagers have probably gotten used to it, although they still can't help but be envious when mentioning Chendai, but in the end, they are able to treat it with a normal heart. However, this ordinary heart of theirs was soon to be dissipated. Just as the crowd was chatting, in the direction of the village entrance, a donkey cart slowly came. Looking at the car that piled up into a small mountain of grain bags, these villagers who were watching the scene, their eyes were almost green. That's the village headman's donkey cart, isn't it? Yes. That donkey had a scar on his forehead, I remember it clearly. Into heck, this donkey cart is full of grain. How much grain is this? Those grain bags at the bottom, one look and you know it's rice. Into heck, so many bags, how much rice must it be? Look at the ruts, they're so deep they're sinking into the ground, and I estimate that there must be thousands of pounds of grain. I'd say at least 2,000 pounds. Less. At least 3,000 pounds. The villager's speeches quite have the style of our country's great leap forward period. The words are not shocking, said 1,000 pounds of more or less reliable, said 2,000 pounds of 3,000 pounds, that is really outrageous to home. On this wooden donkey cart, 3,000 pounds of grain put up, minutes to pressure to fall apart, the wheels may have to be crushed, even if it does not fall apart. I am afraid that this load-bearing capacity, but also not a donkey this creature can have. The reason for this shocking statement was simply that the villagers were tongue-tied in a state of extreme shock. At this time the villagers have a count, eyes are firmly absorbed in the donkey car, as if looking at the gold mountain silver mountain general. From a certain perspective, the grain on the donkey cart was indeed just as precious to the villagers as the mountains of gold and silver, or even more precious than the existence of gold and silver. After all, nowadays this year, no money is nothing, no food at home, that is really to starve to death. Inuyasha. The young strong man named Shingo couldn't help but come over to the donkey cart next to Chendawi's side, and salivated as he asked, "Are you emptying the grain stores in the county?" Go was joking. Chendawi laughed and responded, "I've only bought 900 pounds of grain, how can I empty the grain store?" 900 pounds. Chengo was struck by lightning and his entire body froze. 900 pounds of grain for him has been as astronomical, however. Chen Rice also used the word but such as. This is but two words paired with the figure of 900 pounds, so that Chengo almost can't help but give Chendawi a punch in the face, too infuriating. I can't believe it's 900 pounds. Inego's family is too rich, isn't it? The landlord's family doesn't even have this much food. Look at Chen Cheng's pot-bellied men, their mouths are almost crooked with laughter. Brother Dao has bought so much grain, can they still eat less? Chen Cheng three brothers are really shelling out on, follow the rice brother to mix, every day to eat 5 full 6 full of oil. I also want to work after Inigo or. Why can't Inigo see me? I want to marry Inigo. I want to eat steamed bread every day. In the envious eyes of the villagers, the donkey cart slowly stopped in front of Chenda's house. Squeak! Li Ping and Hitsuelian, who had heard the commotion long ago, opened the gate to the front yard and said with a smile, "Back." Aha! Chen Dawi nodded and said to Chen Cheng and the others, "Brother Chang, please help carry the grain in." Look at what you said, Inuyasha, how can this matter be considered trouble? Chen Chang was always the most active one, and with his two brothers, he began to carry the grain, joined by Chinda, Chen Jiang and Chen Si. As for Chen Dawi, this kind of work naturally did not require his hands. Inuyasha, how much grain did you buy here? Li Ping couldn't help but ask as she looked at bag after bag of grain being moved from the car into the house. Even Hitsuelian had her gaze fixed on Chen Dawi, anticipating his answer. That's 900 pounds. Chen Dawi's words fell. Li Ping and Hitsuelian instantly fell into a state of rigidity. What is the concept of 900 pounds of food? In a peaceful year, that number wasn't too big, just about 3 acres of harvest, but in today's year, 900 pounds of grain, that's sky high. It is not an exaggeration to say that the entire Chen family village, more than 100 families, all the grain stored together, I'm afraid that may not have 900 pounds so much, which also have to put what rice bran, wheat bran and so on the count. And Chen Rice went to the county town for a trip and brought back so much grain. I was thinking of buying 2,000 or 3,000 pounds, but the donkey cart just couldn't fit, so I had to buy 900 pounds back first. This sentence added by Chen Dawi instantly sent Li Ping and Hitsuelian's brains into an even more protracted state of downtime. 3,000 pounds of grain. This is a number that the two women had never hoped for. Inari, where did you get the money to buy this much grain? Li Ping subconsciously asked. Don't ask this, mother, I have my own way. Chen Dawi smiled perfunctorily and immediately stepped aside, revealing Ding Xiaohua behind him. Mother, let me introduce to you, this is Ding Xiaohua, fleeing from Qingzhou, I saw her pitiful, so I brought her back. Hearing Chen Dai introduce herself, Ding Xiaohua hurriedly stepped forward and said somewhat apprehensively, Greetings, Auntie. From the conversation between Chen Daoyuan and Li Ping, Ding Xiaohua already knew the identity of Li Ping. It was precisely Chen Daoyuan's mother. Xia ruled the world with filial piety. The mother's weight inside the family was still quite heavy. Therefore, when facing Li Ping, Ding Xiaohua was very afraid that Li Ping would be dissatisfied with herself and drive herself away. If she couldn't stay at Chen Daoyuan's house, then Ding Xiaohua would have nowhere to go but to the county town to try her luck. Fleeing from Qingzhou? Li Ping frowned and sized up Ding Xiaohua in front of her, only to see that this woman was wearing a tattered linen dress. Her body was covered in dirt and grime, even her face was covered in dust and mud, and she was carrying an unconscious child on her back, calling for sympathy. Chapter 57, Never Before Experienced. Li Ping didn't mind the filth on Ding Xiaohua in the slightest. Stepping forward and holding Ding Xiaohua's hand, she said heartily, "Girl, you're from Liangzhou?" "I fled from Liangzhou with my man." Ding Xiaohua nodded and told the story of his escape all the way. After listening to it, not only was Li Ping moved, even He Zuolian couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. With only a small amount of food, traversing hundreds of miles from Liangzhou to Taiping County, even thinking with the cover of one's toes, one knows how difficult this journey has been. Even Ding Xiaohua's husband died of starvation alive on the road. It is hard to imagine, after her husband died of starvation, losing the people who support each other, Ding Xiaohua how to bring a child, relying on a pair of iron footboard to walk the rest of the journey. That's a tough girl. He Zuolian sighed softly. She didn't know how the world had become like this, but she couldn't help but sympathize with Ding Xiaohua. Li Ping did the same. She held Ding Xiaohua's hand a little tighter, as if she wanted to lend a little strength to Ding Xiaohua. "Girl, you go take a bath first, leave the child to us to watch over." "Thank you, auntie." Ding Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears and her heart was filled with gratitude. Li Ping, the mother of the benefactor, not only did not dislike herself in the slightest, but instead, she was also so considerate as to notice the filth on her body. This kind of concern was something that Ding Xiaohua had never experienced since she fled. "Go on, leave the baby in my care." While signaling Ding Xiaohua to take a bath, Li Ping said to He Zuolian, "Sister He, take a piece of clothing for Xiaohua." "Okay." Bathing in a poor family is naturally not as cumbersome as it is for the rich, and after Ding Xiaohua washed off the dirt on his body with the boiled hot water, he put on He Zuolian's clothes and re-entered the front yard. Until this time, Chen Daoyuan only saw Ding Xiaohua's looks. Ding Xiaohua's features were barely decent, even if his skin color was a bit dark. This was also a normal situation. After all, no matter who, topping the wind and sun walking up hundreds of miles, I am afraid that it is very difficult to maintain the fairness of the skin. The most surprising thing for Chen Rice is the age of Ding Xiaohua. He had previously thought that Ding Xiaohua, who had a 5 or 6-year-old child, should have been 30 years old, but the result is that now when he looks at the slightly green face, I am afraid that he is not even 20 years old. Ding. After thinking about it, Chen Daidai decided to address Ding Xiaohua as Big Sister. "Big Sister Ding, how old are you?" "Back to the benefactor, I am 20 years old." Chen Rice opened his mouth. For this world, this early marriage has a more profound cognition. 20 years old will have a 5 or 6-year-old child. That is not to say that Ding Xiaohua 14, 15 years old has been married and successfully gave birth to a child? This marriage age and birth age. Chen Rice mouth corner pumped. This world's people, marriage is not too early, right? 15 years old less than married, also gave birth to a child. This kind of thing in the previous world simply dare not think. Let's eat first. At this time, Li Ping, who saw that Chen Cheng and the others had finished moving the grain, greeted and signaled the crowd to eat. And the eyes of Ding Xiaohua, the 3 Chen Cheng brothers, Chen Si, Chen Jiang and the others who heard about the dinner all lit up. Dinner! The crowd flocked into the kitchen with a brain, but found that everyone Chen's dining table was large, but it could not be squeezed into so many people. So, Chen Daoyi thought about it and said, "Let's take it to the front yard to eat, and leave the kitchen for the women and children." After saying that, Chen Dao grabbed 2 steamed buns and picked up a bowl of egg drop soup, took the lead and walked out of the kitchen, squatting on the ground in the front yard to eat steamed buns with egg drop soup. Chen Chang and the others also followed suit, each holding a steamed bun squatting beside Chen Daoyi, in addition to each person's hand also holding a bowl of egg drop soup. Working for a Negos family is comforting. Chen Chang drank a mouthful of egg drop soup and said without emotion, "Not only are there fragrant steamed buns, there is also egg drop soup to drink. I've never eaten so well." "Me too." Chen Shi Chen Wu 2 brothers nodded frantically. In Chen Rice homework this time, is their 3 brothers have the best days, every day steamed bread tube full, and even today there is egg soup can drink. In their view, the county magistrate to live in the day is no more than that. If you're so happy with just a little egg drop soup, you'll be so happy if you eat meat in the future, you'll be so happy you'll turn into little cuties. Chen Rice said with a smile, "This egg soup only put a little salt for seasoning, the taste is bland, for him is just a little better than plain water, as for whether there is any egg flavor inside." Chen Daidai, who often ate eggs, really didn't taste it, but looking at the behavior of Chen Cheng's few people, the egg flavor should be more or less there. "Inuyasha, don't make fun of us." Chen Chang, who swallowed a mouthful of steamed buns, laughed nervously and said, "Where can we eat meat? If I could really eat meat, even if I were to be happy as a little cutie, I would also be willing." Chen Mu, me too. Chen Si, I'm the same. Chen Rice looked at these three brothers, only to feel that these three brothers are also too easy to satisfy. Some just eat steamed buns with egg soup, will be happy as such, even do not dare to hope for a mouthful of meat. Wait for it. Sooner or later, I'll let you eat meat. Chen Dao said in his heart. In the kitchen, Li Ping handed Ding Xiaohua a steamed bun that was still steaming and smiled. "Xiaohua, eat more, look at how thin you are." Knowing what happened to Ding Xiaohua, Li Ping couldn't help but think of the days when she lost her man, a time when she was also as difficult as Ding Xiaohua, so she was extraordinarily sympathetic to Ding Xiaohua. "Thank you, auntie." Ding Xiaohua inadvertently surveyed the meals on the table, for Chen Rice is not worth saying food, for her, is several times better than the usual food to eat. Even before fleeing, Ding Xiaohua ate the most wild vegetables and rice bran, where to eat steamed buns and egg flour soup. Ding Xiaohua tore a small piece of steamed bread and put it into his mouth, and immediately felt a fragrance, and after chewing, there was even a sweetness that spread out in the middle of the mouth, and that taste made Ding Xiaohua, who hadn't eaten for 5 days, subconsciously squinted his eyes, and his look was intoxicated. Seeing Ding Xiaohua's performance, Li Ping and He Tzuilian glanced at each other and smiled coincidentally, as the chef who made the steamed buns, seeing other people show their satisfaction, their hearts were also filled with a sense of accomplishment. As for Chen Fei and Chen Taidan, the two younger children, they didn't care that much, and were eating a mouthful of egg soup and a mouthful of steamed bread. While eating the steamed buns herself, Ding Xiaohua didn't forget about her own child, picking up a steamed bun and saying to Li Ping, "Auntie, I'll go and feed the child first." Ding Xiaohua's child has been temporarily placed in Chen Taidan's room, and is still in an unconscious state. Chapter 58, Boxing Practice. Go on. Li Ping nodded, but also understood Ding Xiaohua's concern for the child and did not stop it. So Ding Xiaohua took steamed buns and water with her and headed to Chen Taidan's room to feed her child. After dinner, Chen Chang and the others left one after another. Chen Rice is back to their own room to lie down, would like to take out the Fuhu boxing manual out to read a glance, but the black light reading is really too much effort, so had to give up this idea, lying on the bed not as much as after falling asleep in the past. The next day, when Chen Dao woke up, Chen De had already left the house and gone to the construction site. In the kitchen, Li Ping and He Tzuilian were busy preparing breakfast for the crowd. In addition, Ding Xiaohua was also helping out in the kitchen. With the help of others, Ding Xiaohua is finally embarrassed to eat for free at home, and tries to help out with some of the work that she can do. Inuyasha's awake. He Tzuilian, who saw Chen Daoi arrive at the kitchen door, greeted with a smile. Benefactor. Inuyasha. Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua also greeted Chen Dao. Mother, auntie, sister Ding. Chen Daoi responded to the crowd, and without the idea of disturbing them, he directly came to the front yard. Cluck cluck cluck. Kiri kiri. The dense sound of chickens playing like music in the front yard. After this period of breeding, the number of yellow-feathered chickens in the cage has reached 40, including 12 adult yellow-feathered chickens, 25 juvenile yellow-feathered chickens, in addition to 3 blood-feathered chickens. Before going to the city, Chen Daoyuan had cultivated a total of 8 blood-feathered chickens, and he selectively sold 5 of them. As for the remaining 3, Chen Daoyuan was planning to keep them for himself. In Chen Dao's opinion, the martial artists in this world mainly cultivate the power of qi and blood, while the role of the blood-feather chicken is to strengthen the power of qi and blood. The reason why Chen Dao left these 3 blood-feather chickens is that he wanted to test whether or not consuming the blood-feather chickens directly by himself can help him to become a martial artist in the absence of Gongfu. Even if you can't you at least be strong? Originally, this was Chen Daoyuan's idea, but now the plan had produced some changes. Right now, he already possessed the Fuhu fist recipe gifted by Li Hu, and it was time to put the matter of becoming a martial artist on the agenda. Although Chen Daoyuan had Xiao He and Xiao Yuan for protection, Xiao He and Xiao Yuan were ultimately animals, and there were inevitably times when they were negligent, so Chen Daoyuan still very much hoped that he would be able to become a martial artist and have some self-protection abilities. Besides, even if you don't consider your own safety, becoming a martial artist is also beneficial. According to Chen Daoi's understanding, the life expectancy of a martial artist is generally longer. A 9th grade martial artist can live to at least 100 years old, and an 8th grade martial artist is even more to live to about 120 years old. Becoming a martial artist is imperative for the sake of your longevity. Chen Daoi returned to the house, took out the grain and fed the chickens before taking out the Fuhu Fist manual and flipping through it in the early morning daylight. The booklet of boxing manuals was not thick, and after about a quarter of an hour, Chen Daoi had finished reading all of them. So this world's gong methods are like this. Chen Daoi looked at the 4 big words on the cover of the Fuhu Fist recipe and fell into deep thought. According to the description on the Fuhu Fist manual, the martial arts in this world were divided into 9 grades, while the Fuhu Fist was a technique that could only be cultivated up to a 7th grade martial artist. The way to cultivate Fuhu Quan was also very simple. One only needed to follow the moves on the manual and practice one move at a time to grow chi and blood. The boxing manual also said, with the physical strength of ordinary people, a day to practice a once Fuhu Quan will already be the limit. If forced to practice more, it is inevitable that the body will be injured in the body's origin, resulting in physical deficits. Even if they are gifted in some people with great natural strength, hitting 3 times a day is at the end of the line, and then forcing them to practice, they will likewise injure the body's origin and cause deficits. And at this time, some herbs that strengthen chi and blood came in handy. A strong body could hold more chi and blood, and more chi and blood would likewise feed back into the physical body. After using herbs that strengthen chi and blood, one's own chi and blood would be nourished, feeding back to the physical body, which would then be able to practice at a greater intensity, and after successive passes it would increase chi and blood again, forming a positive cycle. So, is this the reason why in this world's martial arts, both techniques and resources are indispensable, and even resources are of greater importance than techniques? Chen Rice finally understand why Li Hu will say that the Gongfu is not worth money, because even if you throw the Fuhu Quan to an ordinary person to practice, he cannot be practiced to become a martial artist. Playing once the Fuhu Quan, the growth of chi and blood power is very weak, and the ordinary people can only play once a day, playing a year and a half. I am afraid that the growth of the chi and blood power from the 9th grade of the martial artist are quite far away. Only those rich families and dignitaries who did not lack resources had enough resources to supply themselves to become martial artists. However, this is a martial art that is almost impossible to practice for normal people, but Chen Daoyi does not need to worry about it at all. Although he didn't have herbs that strengthened his chi and blood, he had the blood feather chicken. Li Hu's performance when he ate chicken blood had proven that the effect of blood feather chicken, even if it was just chicken blood, was better than the effect of the herbs used by unusual martial artists. And from a certain point of view, the blood feather chicken that Chen Daoyi possessed was endless, equivalent to having endless resources for practicing martial arts. Was he still afraid of not becoming a martial artist? Let's try this voodoo fist first. After Li Ping and the others went out with their rice buckets to feed Chen Chang and the others, Chen Daidao got up from the threshold and tried to fight the Fuhu Quan. Fuhu Quan's fighting style is far more profound than those Wangbok fist in the previous life. The physical strength consumed by each move is very great. Within a few moments of work, Chen Daoyi is panting, a large amount of sweat dripping from his forehead. Once again voodoo boxing finished, Chen Rice whole person as if from the water out of the general, drenched clothes not to mention, the face is pale, seems to be at any time may faint over. No wonder Li Hu had to remind me that with my body, hitting Fuhu Quan once a day is the limit. Chen Dai panted and muttered to himself. His body, because of the relationship between long-term nutritional deficiencies, the body deficit is very strong, and very thin and weak. Once again Fuquan down, his body seems to be hollowed out in general, and even his fingers do not want to move a bit. The power of chi and blood doesn't feel like it has risen. Chen Daoyi attempted to sense the situation in his body for a while, but found that he couldn't sense it at all. Is the increase so small that I don't feel anything? Chen Daoyi pondered for a moment and went to the chicken coop, grabbing a blood-feathered chicken out. Then he took the blood-feathered chicken to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife and slit its throat. Cluck cluck cluck. The blood-feathered chicken let out the last wail of its life, and the blood fell and converged into the bowl that Chen Daoyi had prepared long ago. After catching the chicken's blood, Chen Dai placed the corpse of the blood-feathered chicken in the kitchen for the time being and carried the bowl to the front yard. Chapter 59. Li Hu, an 8th grade martial artist, reacted so much when he drank all the chicken blood in one gulp. My body is much worse than Li Hu's, so I'll just drink less. Chen Daoyi thought for a moment and took a light sip of blood. What made Chen Daoyi a little surprised was that the flavor of this chicken blood was actually okay. The fishy smell is very mild and the flavor is a little sweet. Chen Dai smacked his mouth, feeling the flavor of the chicken blood. In the next moment, a warm current was felt rising in the stomach, and this warm current spread from the stomach towards the limbs, and Chen Daoyi felt warm and comfortable all over. The drained stamina seems to be recovering rapidly. Chen Daoyi felt it carefully, and as the warmth in his body spread, his physical strength was rapidly recovering, and without a moment's effort, Chen Daoyi felt himself able to fight the Fuhu Fist once again. This chicken blood works so well. Chen Daoyi's eyes lit up as he hurriedly assumed the position and continued to fight with Fuhu Quan. After one round of Fuhu Quan, Chen Dai was once again panting, sweat soaked through his clothes and dripped down from his clothes to the ground. More chicken blood. Chen Dao picked up the bowl that was placed aside and took a big gulp of chicken blood. The familiar warmth once again rose from the stomach, this time far more intense than last time, causing Chen Dai's exposed skin to be as red as a boiled crab. Keep punching. Drinking chicken blood, punching, drinking chicken blood, punching. Chen Dao was caught in an infinite cycle of practicing boxing. It was only until all the chicken blood in the bowl was drunk, and Chen Daoyuan, who had fought a total of 10 times with the Fuhu fist, stopped and exhaled a mouthful of white breath. It worked out great. Chen Rice carefully felt the condition of the body. Qi and blood rise he is unable to know specifically, can only vaguely feel, but it is the body's situation is very obvious. After 10 times of Fuhu Quan, Chen Daoyi felt that his own strength had risen a lot. In the past, he even struggled to lift a bucket of water, but now, Chen Daoyi felt that he could lift 2 buckets of water in one breath. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't take long for me to become a 9th grade martial artist. The symbol of a 9th grade martial artist is that each arm possesses 200 pounds of strength. Chen Rice is still a bit far away from this distance. According to his own guess, his current arm strength is around 40 pounds at best. Even the average arm strength of adult males in his previous life was not as good, 20-30 kilograms. However, Chen Daoyi was not discouraged. 10 times of Fuhu fist had given his weak body an arm strength close to that of an adult male in his previous life. As long as he practiced Fuhu fist diligently, and paired it with blood feather chicken blood and blood feather chicken meat, becoming a martial artist, it would be a matter of time. I wonder how well the blood feather chicken meat works. Chen Daoyi returned to the kitchen, looked at the corpse of the long-dead blood feather chicken, pondered for a moment, and then directly opened fire to cook. Inuyasha, what are you doing? However, at this time, Li Ping's trio returned with their rice buckets, and when they saw Chen Daoyi firing in the kitchen, they couldn't help but ask in confusion. I'll cook a chicken for dinner. Chen Dai casually replied. Okay. Li Ping and Hitsuilian did not say anything. They for Chen Daoyuan's luxury, or Chen Daoyuan's capricious behavior has long been accustomed to. In their view, Chen Daoyuan is a capable person, can find the secret method of raising chickens, but also brought back so much food, he has the qualification to waste. However, Ding Xiaohua, who was following Li Ping and Hitsuilian, was frozen. In the middle of the day, there is no work to do, and there is not much physical exertion, so it is too extravagant to cook a chicken for dinner, isn't it? And look at Li Ping and Hitsuilian's reaction. They have no objection at all to Chen Daoyuan's behavior. Surprisingly, that is, Ding Xiaohua is not a person from Earth China. Otherwise I am afraid that I will have to say the classic question, what family ah? This little benefactor's family is too rich. Ding Xiaohua couldn't help but lament in his heart, casually killing a chicken to eat. The landlord would not dare to be so extravagant. Chen Dao naturally did not notice Ding Xiaohua's reaction. At this moment, he was boiling water. This blood feather chicken, Chen Daoyi didn't intend to use it for frying, but directly stewed it in boiling water. Mother, please help me empty the chicken's guts. Coming. After Li Ping helped empty the chicken's guts, Chen Daoyi put the chicken into boiling water and scalded it, then began plucking the feathers. After plucking the hair clean, Chen Daoyi reboiled a pot of boiling water, put the whole chicken into the pot, sprinkled in some salt, and then covered the pot with a lid to start stewing. What are you cooking, brother? Chen Fei was worthy of being a snacker, and ran into the kitchen at the smell, standing on her tiptoes in an effort to see what was cooking in the pot. This time the cooking isn't good. Chen Rice touched Chen Fei's head, and did not want to share some of her chicken, meaning, it is not that Chen Rice is not willing to give up, but Chen Fei is still small, the blood feather chicken meat and is a great qi and blood tonic. Chen Rice does not know if Chen Fei can hold up. Yes? Chen Fei suspiciously wrinkled her little nose, but she still trusted her brother, and after hearing Chen Daidan say that it wasn't delicious, she quickly ran out of the kitchen and returned to the front yard to find Xiao Yuan to play with Chen Taidan. After about half an hour, Chen Dai opened the lid of the pot, and immediately a rich meat aroma swept through the entire kitchen, and even spread beyond the kitchen. Inari's chicken stew smells so good. Li Ping, who was chatting with Ding Xiaohua and Hitsuilian in the living room, said with a smile. Ding Xiaohua and Hitsuilian nodded their heads in unison. Ding Xiaohua even gulped. For her, who had experienced not eating for 5 days and felt the hunger and burning in her belly, the attraction of the meat scent was endless. Fortunately, since she started living in the Chen family's home yesterday, Ding Xiaohua had been able to eat 2 full meals without losing her mind. This chicken is pretty special. In the kitchen, Chen Daoyi, who opened the lid of the pot, observed the chicken in the pot, only to see that the chicken meat of the blood feather chicken was completely different from ordinary chicken meat, and after cooking, it even turned red, and even the soup turned red. No wonder it has such a good effect of nourishing qi and blood. Chen Daoyi fished the chicken out of the pot and put it on a plate, and the chicken soup Chen Daoyi did not intend to waste, intending to take it to his family and the working Chen Chang and the others to try. Mother, you try this chicken soup. Walking out of the kitchen, Chen Daoyuan served a bowl of soup to Li Ping, Hitsuilian, and Ding Xiaohua respectively. The 3 of them didn't make any pretense and took the soup and drank it in one gulp. It tastes great. Li Ping nodded and gave an affirmative answer. The chicken soup was cooked with water and at best a little bit of salt, but the meat flavor was full of flavor. It's delicious. Ding Xiaohua's comment was even simpler and more direct. For her, everything that had a meaty flavor was the most delicious food in the world. It does taste good. Ho Chue Lian also gave a favorable review. Chen Daoi, on the other hand, asked, "Is there any special feeling after drinking the chicken soup?" Special feelings? Li Ping frowned and thought and replied, "It seems that after drinking the soup, her body warmed up a bit and she wasn't as cold." Chapter 60, Fragrant, Too Fragrant. So do I. Ding Xiaohua and He Tzuilian also gave a similar answer. This chicken soup is indeed quite peculiar. The soup color is light red. After drinking, the body's cold seems to be dispersed as if the body is warm, as if in the warm winter general. Yeah. Chen Daoi showed a thoughtful look. It seems that the effect of chicken soup, only a slight nourishing effect, far less than chicken blood, just do not know how the effect of chicken meat. Mother, there's still some chicken soup in the house, take it to uncle and the others to try. Let me do it. Ding Xiaohua positively got up, entered the kitchen, and lifted the wooden bucket holding the soup, while going out the door straight to the construction site. Instead, Chen Daidai tore off a flavorful chicken leg and started building it straight away. Although the stewed chicken only put a little salt for seasoning, but after stewing for half an hour is still very soft, and with a strong meat flavor, so that Chen Rice mouth and mouth. Soon, the meat on a chicken leg was eaten clean by Chen Daoi, and at that time, a warm current also rose in the stomach of Chen Daoi. Just this warmth, it doesn't seem quite the same as chicken blood? Chen Daoi felt the changes in his body carefully. When he drank the chicken blood, the reaction in his body was extremely great. He could feel his body's qi and blood as if they were boiling, so that he couldn't wait to give out the excess energy in his body. And chicken into the stomach of the feeling is very different from chicken blood, although it will also let the body produce warmth, nourishing blood, but the effect is not as violent as chicken blood, seems to be silent and slowly nourish the body. Chen Daoi continued to eat the stewed chicken. Because of the fact that he had just fought, he was extremely consumed, and his appetite was also wide open, and it didn't take him more than a few moments of effort to finish the entire chicken. With the whole chicken eaten, Chen Rice body of the warm current more strongly some, but the effect is relatively mild. Just let Chen Rice have a kind of warm feeling all over the body, will not seem like chicken blood general. Let a person have the kind of energy mixed with the body may not be immediately vented out of the impulse. It seems that chicken is a milder, gradual type of tonic. Chen Daidai contemplated for a moment and went to the bathroom to take a shower. And while Chen Dao was taking a shower, Ding Xiaohua had already come to the construction site, carrying a wooden bucket, and said to Chen De, "Uncle Chen, this is the chicken soup boiled by the benefactor, he asked me to bring it to you to taste." Hearing this, Chen De immediately yelled out, causing Chen Chang and the others to stop the work they were doing and converge around Ding Xiaohua. "Uncle, what is it?" Chen Chang asked, scratching his head. "Good thing." Chen De laughed and said, "Brother Dao has boiled some chicken soup and specially asked Little Flower to bring it over for you to try." Chicken soup. The eyes of the three Chen Chang brothers, Chen Si, and Chen Jian all lit up. And at the same time, Ding Xiaohua also unveiled the lid on the wooden barrel. As the lid opened, a rich fragrance wafted out. Chen Chang and the others immediately had their mouths and mouths agape. The villagers who were watching from not far away were desperately twitching their noses and gulping furiously. "What's that smell? It smells so good. This flavor I remember, it's a meat flavor, it's definitely not wrong. Meat? Inigo's family is still giving them meat? That's too extravagant, isn't it? Just how rich is Inigo's family? It's actually willing to give the help working meat. I can't remember the last time I ate meat. Mother, I want to eat meat too. Eat. Get out of here." The villagers' guesses were of course wrong. The food that Chen Dao gave Chen Chang and the others was not meat, but chicken soup. But even chicken soup was enough to make Chen Chang and the others salivate. Looking at the wooden barrel floating in a bit of oil, meat flavor, extremely strong soup, Chen Chang could not help but swallow his saliva, said, "Brother Tao is also too good for us, not only buns tube full, but also give meat soup to eat." Chen Sure, Chen Wu, two people nodded frantically. Chen Rice to them is really nothing to say. Usually even rice bran rice cannot eat enough of them, since the help of Chen Rice after work, all the time steamed bread tube full, never hungry not to say, from time to time there are egg soup to drink, and now there is chicken soup. This kind of day is more than 90% of the entire village. Drink it all while it's hot. Ding Xiaohua smiled, took out a bowl, and one person served a bowl of chicken soup. Chen Chang took the lead in receiving a bowl of chicken soup, sniffing the rich meat flavor in the bowl, not even bothering to take a sip, but gently taking a small sip. As the chicken soup entered his mouth, the flavor of the meat, which he hadn't felt in years, spread through his mouth, stimulating Chen Chang's taste buds. Fragrant, so fragrant. Chen Chang couldn't help but marvel. The others also sipped their soup while raving about it. Even Chen Si and Chen Jiang, a satisfied look appeared on their faces. For them who only ate staple food for years, even just a bowl of chicken soup with a meaty flavor was enough to make them feel satisfied. The crowd took small sips of the soup, happy looks appearing on their faces. "You can have a bowl too, Little Flower." Chen Di noticed the longing look on Ding Xiaohua's face and hurriedly said to Ding Xiaohua, "I'd rather not drink." Ding Xiaohua said with some embarrassment, this chicken soup isn't much, it has to be eaten tightly by those of you who are doing laborious work. Ding Xiaohua, who was born in the countryside, naturally knew that men who did strength work needed to eat more, and although there was no chicken in the chicken soup, it at least had a meaty flavor, which allowed the men to regain some strength. Chen Di ignored Ding Xiaohua's excuses and directly served a bowl of chicken soup and stuffed it into Ding Xiaohua's hand. Uncle! Ding Xiaohua, who received the chicken soup, was touched in her heart. Whether it was Chen Dao who saved her, or Chen Dao's family, they were all a little too nice to her, letting her who had traveled hundreds of miles to come to Qingzhou feel the warmth that she had never felt along the way. Drink! Thanks, uncle! Ding Xiaohua did not continue to refuse, but instead picked up the chicken soup and slowly drank it. This chicken soup is really good. At this time, Chen Shang, who finished the bowl of chicken soup, smacked his mouth and said, I feel warm all over after drinking it, and it seems to have gained a lot of strength. So do I. Chen Shi and Shen Mu nodded their heads frantically like Chen Shang's echoing insects. If I could eat steamed buns and drink chicken soup every day, I think it would be worth dying for. Chen Chang added. Brother Makoto, you're trying to live the life of a landlord. Chen Jiang said in a joking tone, everyday buns with chicken soup, the landlord old money cannot live on these days miles. Ha ha. The crowd laughed. Soon after drinking the chicken soup, the crowd was full of energy and continued to work. Ding Xiaohua, on the other hand, carried the barrel back to the Chen family and sat in the living room to chat with Chen Daoyuan and the others. Mother! But at that moment, a faint voice came. Ding Xiaohua was stunned, then surprise flashed across his face. It's Jade's voice. Ding Xiaohua excitedly got up and went straight to the room next to him. Chen Daoyi and the others glanced at each other and got up to follow. Chapter 61 Buns are the best. Autumn Jade opened her eyes in a daze and looked at the ceiling of the house, feeling a little strange. Her memories still lingered of being on the road with her mother, remembering only that she was very, very hungry, and promptly lost consciousness until she woke up again in this bed. The unfamiliar environment made Qiu Jia a little uneasy and subconsciously called out to her mother. Jade. But at that moment, a voice that was very familiar to Qiu Jia came, and when Qiu Jia looked somewhat weakly in the direction from which the voice came, she saw her mother. Mother! Qiu Jia cried out in surprise, her heart settling down. Parents are a child's greatest dependence. The moment she saw her mother, Qiu Jia's fear of unfamiliar environments instantly dissipated most of it. Jia, you're finally awake. Ding Xiaohua quickly walked over to the bedside and held Qiu Jia's small hand tightly. Mother was worried sick about you. Mother! Mother and daughter held each other's hands. Chen Daoyi and the others who entered the room at the back looked at this scene and sighed in their hearts. This mother and daughter who had traveled hundreds of miles together were really not easy. That is, they are lucky to run into Chen Rice, otherwise they will either die on the road or die outside the county, turning into a pile of dry bones in the wilderness. Ding Xiaohua stepped aside and pointed at Chen Daoyi and said to Qiu Jia, this is the benefactor Chen Gongzi who saved us. In the future, you must remember his kindness and repay him even if you are an ox, got it? The small age of Qiu Jia did not yet know such a big truth. Her dark eyes surveyed Chen Daoyi, instinctively nodded her head and said, I know, mother, in the future, I will definitely repay my benefactor properly. Good to know, good to know. After a conversation, Qiu Jia seemed to be a little tired. Ding Xiaohua rushed to find a leftover steamed bun from the kitchen and fed it to Qiu Jia before soothing her to sleep. Benefactor, thank you so much. Seeing Qiu Jia sleeping, Ding Xiaohua thanked Chen Daoyuan and the others repeatedly, the gratitude on her face almost turning into substance. Before she met Chen Daoyuan, she almost thought her daughters were dead, and she didn't even dare to hope that she could survive. It was Chen Daoyuan who changed their destiny, not only letting her daughters live, but also letting them have a full meal. Big sister Ding doesn't need this. Chen Daoyi waved his hand and said, in the future, just call me Chen Daoyi or Daoyi Gur, no need to call benefactor all the time. Success. Ding Xiaohua agreed readily from the goodness of her heart, secretly keeping Chen Daoyuan's kindness in her heart. It was a flash into the night. Chen Shang and the others who were wrapping up their work were a little worried when they saw that no one had come over to deliver the food after a long time. Uncle. Chen Shang looked at Chen Di and asked, why hasn't anyone come to deliver the food yet? The other four also looked at Chen Di, waiting for his answer. Chen Di smiled and responded, Xiaohua came over to me in the afternoon and told me that we won't eat at the construction site today, we'll eat at my home. So? Chen Shang and the others breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed Chen Di towards the house. All here? Seeing the crowd return, Chen Daoyi, who was feeding the chickens, laughed and said, you're all blessed today, you'll have something good to eat in the evening. Good stuff? Chen Shi's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked, is it chicken soup? Chen Shi, who tasted a bowl of chicken soup, his favorite food has changed from steamed buns to chicken soup. Of course, his love for steamed buns is still undiminished, just if it can be steamed buns with chicken soup, it would be better. No. Chen Dawi shook his head, and a look of disappointment immediately appeared on the faces of the crowd. At this time, however, I heard Chen Dai continue, "There is no more chicken soup. But there is egg soup and chicken mince." Egg soup and chicken chowder? The disappointment on Chen Chang and the others' faces was swept away, and a look of surprise spread across their faces. "Inuyasha, is there really chicken mash for dinner?" Chen Chang asked with glowing eyes. "Naturally, it's true. You guys come with me." Chen Dao led the crowd into the kitchen. The crowd's eyes looked at the food on the table, and as Chen Dao said, there were more than just steamed buns on the table. There was also a large pot of egg flour soup as well as a small plate of chicken mince. The crowd looked at the small plate of chicken morsels, eyes bursting with blazing light. The flavor of chicken morsels is certainly not as good as chicken, but no longer as good. It is also a meat dish. For Chen Chang, who hadn't eaten a bite of meat in years, even a small plate of chicken mash was enough to surprise them. "It's just that as good as this chicken mash is, the quantity seems to be a little too small." Chen Rice plus Chen Da's family plus Ding Xiaohua's mother and daughter, there are as many as 8 people, plus yourself and others. With 13 people, I'm afraid this small plate of chicken mince is not enough to share. Let's all share a bit of chicken mash each. Chen Dawi smiled and said, "Just taste the flavor. If you want to be full, you still have to rely on the steamed buns." With that said, Chen Dao picked up his chopsticks and began to divide the chicken mash, giving Chen Chang and the others a little bit each, while the group of men then carried their bowls to the front yard to eat. As for the women, they stayed in the kitchen to eat. It was worth mentioning that Ding Xiaohua's daughter, Xiao Jie, was already able to get off the ground, and at this time, she was also at the dining table, sitting next to Chen Fei in a restrained manner. "Mother." Xiao Jie looked at the food on the table and pointed at the white, fat buns, and asked in a small voice, "What's this?" It's not that Xiao Jie did not see, but born in the countryside, and her family's poverty, she has never eaten such food as steamed buns, and naturally do not know what this is. Just the aroma floating on the white fat food, but let Autumn Jie cannot help but swallow saliva, although I do not know what kind of food this is, but she instinctively feel that this kind of good-looking food, certainly better than what they used to eat. It's buns. Chen Fei explained to Xiao Jie from the side, steamed buns are delicious. It's even better than white rice. Yeah, steamed buns are the best. Chen Taidan agreed. Since he had eaten steamed buns, he did not like to eat white rice. Every day begged Hitsuilian to make steamed buns to eat. Buns? Xiao Jie tilted her little head. White rice she had eaten very little. In her memory, white rice belongs to the most delicious meal, but Chen Fei and Chen Taidan said that steamed bread is more delicious than white rice. This makes Xiao Jie more want to taste the flavor of the steamed buns. Just unfamiliar environment and people, but let her subconsciously some constraints. Do not dare to casually reach out to take the steamed buns on the table. Eat them all. Well, at that moment, Li Ping spoke up, signaling the crowd to start eating. Dinner. Chen Fei was the fastest, grabbed a piece of steamed bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Chen Taidan did not move slowly, letting Yichuelian give him a bowl of egg drop soup, and ate steamed bread with the egg drop soup. Xiao Jie, on the other hand, carefully tore off a piece of steamed bread and put it into her mouth. As soon as the steamed bread enters the mouth, Xiao Jie's eyes are bright, rich wheat flavor. After chewing the sweet taste, at this moment, Xiao Jie completely believed Chen Fei and Chen Taidan said, steamed bread is indeed better than white rice. Chapter 62 Meat is delicious. Front yard. Chen Chang regarded a small section of chicken intestines as a treasure and carefully stuffed it into his mouth for fear of dropping it on the ground. After the chicken intestines entered his mouth and chewed carefully, Chen Chang's big eyes slowly brightened up. Yummy, so yummy. Is this what meat tastes like? Chen Chang's tongue licked his lips as if he wanted to lick up all the remaining flavor, and his mouth was full of admiration. The two brothers, Chen Shi and Chen Mu, on the other hand, chewed slowly, not willing to swallow the chicken intestines, chewing them repeatedly in their mouths. Yummy, so yummy. The meat just smells good. Like Chen Chang, the two brothers also gave chicken gut the highest praise. Seeing this, Chen Dawi couldn't help but cry and laugh, looking at the expression of these three brothers. Those who didn't know would think that they were eating mountain delicacies instead of chicken mash. However, Chen Dawi also understood the mood of these three brothers, who hadn't eaten a bite of meat for several years, not to mention chicken mash. Any food with meat was enough to make them intoxicated. Not to mention these three brothers, even Chen Si and Chen Jiang, who often hunted in the mountains with Chen Dit and could occasionally eat some meat, gave the same extremely high rating for the flavor of the chicken mash. To put it bluntly, eating meat is the simplest human need, and for the common people who can't eat meat all year round, even food like chicken mash, which isn't technically meat, is enough to make them feel satisfied and mentally happy. Makoto. Chen Dawi drank a mouthful of egg drop soup and laughed. You guys work hard, you might be able to eat meat in a while. Really? Chen Chang's 5 people looked at Chen Daoyuan in surprise. For what Chen Daoyuan said, they had always been willing to believe it, because what Chen Daoyuan had promised had never failed to materialize. Of course. Chen Daoyi nodded. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to eat meat. Don't worry, Inuyasha will definitely work hard. We'll be sure to fix up Inigo's house beautifully. Just watch, Inuyasha, your house, we can definitely build it. Get Chenrice affirmative answer. Chin-chang and others' heart even more excited. Work well, we'll be able to eat meat. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about this kind of thing. 2 days later. Just as the day dawned, Wuhan got up from his bed. Old Wu, what are you doing up so early? Zhangya, Wuhan's daughter-in-law, who heard the commotion, asked. I have business today and have to go out early, so hurry up and make breakfast. Wuhan casually replied back, then put on his clothes and opened the door of his house. But see, at this time outside the door, 3 tightly dressed green strong is waiting outside. A cold wind blew, the 3 bodies shivered. Why are you guys here so early? Wuhan asked with some surprise. These 3 young strong men were no one else but his daughter-in-law Zhangya's 3 younger brothers. Wuhan's daughter-in-law, Zhangya, is not from the county but from a village outside the city. Since marrying Zhangya, Wuhan has also taken on the responsibility of taking care of Zhangya's family, bringing her 3 younger brothers into the city as well. Wuhan had originally thought of letting Zhangya's 3 younger brothers help him out, and in the past it did work out that way, with the 3 brothers helping Wuhan out and Wuhan paying them a reward so that they could live in the city. But recently, as business has become more and more difficult, Wuhan cannot take care of these 3 brothers, can only let them go to the city to find some strength work to do. The 3 brothers did not complain, and did not even rely on Wuhan's home to affect the couple's life, but instead, they are self-reliant, working while living in the cheapest house, although the days are a little more bitter, but in the end, they can still live on. It is also because of the honest nature of these 3 brothers, Wuhan is willing to help them. If these 3 brothers are really the kind of idle people, Wuhan even in Zhangya's face to help them, will not be so try. Didn't you tell us to come, brother-in-law? The oldest of the 3 brothers, Zhang Ming, laughed nervously. 2 days ago, brother-in-law Wuhan asked someone to inform them that there is a business to take the 3 of them. Let them come over today. So they got up in the morning and came to Wuhan's house to wait in front of the door without eating. You're too honest in your nature, Ming. Wuhan laughed and joked, coming so early and not knowing to knock. Aren't we afraid of disturbing my brother-in-law and sister? The second brother Zhang Shui laughed. The 3 of them still had a good impression of their brother-in-law Wuhan. After marrying their sister, Wuhan had been doing his best to help them. These things, they all remembered in their hearts. Okay. Wuhan didn't say much and asked, have you had breakfast? Come in and have some together if you haven't. Not yet. The 3 brothers didn't make polite conversation with Wuhan and directly entered the house. Ming, you guys are here? Zhangya, who had already gotten up and was busy in the kitchen, poked her head out and greeted the 3 brothers before shrinking back and continuing to be busy. Wuhan then gestured for the 3 brothers to sit down in the living room, and then said, you guys have been working well in the city lately, right? Barely enough to eat. Zhang Ming replied, brother-in-law should know, nowadays the price of food in this city is getting higher and higher. I heard from those laborers who worked that in the past, they could still earn a family's ration for a day's work, but nowadays it's difficult. The 3 of us brothers work together as laborers, and the money we can earn in a day is only 30 coins, and we don't even care about food. 30 coppers. Wuhan's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be so little? I don't know. Zhang Ming scratched his head and said, the proprietor said that there are too many people who want to find work now, not to mention 10 coins, even if 5 coins to sell a day's labor there are people to do it. That is to say, we 3 brothers are honest and do not work lazily, or else he would not be willing to look for us to do the work. This. Wuhan opened his mouth, his heart heavy. He knew that times were hard in the city today, but he didn't know that they were actually this hard. 3 strong laborers work for a day to earn only 30 coins, only enough to buy a caddy of rice. This dog into the world. Wuhan spat in his heart and chose to skim over the topic. I'm looking for you guys this time because I have a piece of business that I need your help with. Tell me, brother-in-law, what you do, will definitely help. The 3 brothers patted their chests and made a guarantee that they were very willing to help Wuhan work. Because of the relationship with their relatives, Wuhan always took better care of them, and Wuhan would always be willing to give them more pay for the same work. Wuhan, who had been assured by the 3 brothers, nodded and said, this time, the business will require going outside the city, and the reason why I asked you guys to come here is that I want you guys to help guard the trucks so that they won't be targeted by the thieves outside the city. Wuhan's business this time, naturally, with Chenrice said that the white-feathered chicken deal, in the past Wuhan acquisition of live poultry, and occasionally out of the city, but at most from the county will not be more than a mile, now it is to go to more than a dozen miles away from the Chun family village. Chapter 63 Wuhan's Arrival. To be honest, for having to go so far away to collect goods, Wuhan was more or less a little apprehensive inside. The situation outside of the city he also knows a thing or two, stragglers all over the place, forest bandits, roadblockers are even more numerous. At any time all kinds of dangers may occur. But Chen Rice give really too much. Not only each white feathered chicken to give yourself 101 yuan profit, but also help themselves to find a good buyer. They only need to go to the Chen family village, will bring the chicken back, you can earn a not bad profit. This kind of business, as a cargo man, Wu Han couldn't refuse at all. Therefore, even if it was dangerous outside the city, Wu Han had to make this trip. Need us to help escort? The three Zhang Ming brothers glanced at each other and immediately made assurances. Don't worry, brother-in-law, we'll definitely be able to keep you safe and come back. Brother-in-law, you'll definitely have no problem leaving this matter to us, we'll definitely be able to protect you and the goods. Even if we die, we will definitely give you protection, brother-in-law. For the matter of having to go outside the city, the three brothers obviously didn't have much fear. They would often go out of the city and go home in the past because of their parents' relationship with the village still outside the city, and occasionally they would run into thieves, but every time they managed to get out in one piece. I definitely believe in you guys. Seeing these three brothers state their position, Wu Han nodded and continued, you guys also don't worry, this time the sale as long as it can be done, brother-in-law will definitely not be stingy, at least give each of you this number. Wu Han stretched out 2 fingers, the eyes of the three brothers lit up, 2 fingers, surely not 21, but 201. 201 is not a small amount for the three of them, you know, the three of them can only earn 31 for a day's hard work. And a trip outside the city earns 600 words. At this moment, the three brothers secretly resolved in their hearts that this time, even if they put their lives on the line, they would save their brother-in-law and the goods. The food is ready, come and eat it all. At that moment, Zhanya in the kitchen poked her head out and called out to the crowd to go eat. The three brothers who got up early in the morning and hurried to Wu Han's house had long been hungry and hurried into the kitchen to eat with Wu Han's 2 families. After breakfast and each bringing their weapons, Wu Han pulled out his only donkey cart and the 4 of them walked together towards the outskirts of the city. After the donkey cart left the city, it went up the official road which was lined with dense woods on both sides. Wu Han and Zhang Ming's 3 brothers looked at the woods on both sides with heavy eyes, alert to the thieves that might come out at any time. That's a lot of stragglers. Looking at a numb look walking on the official road of the stragglers, Wu Han heart heavy before out of the city when he noticed a large number of convergence of the stragglers outside the city, but also saw a lot of starvation in the city outside the bones, thought that has been enough shocking, but I never thought that the stragglers on the official road is a little bit of quite a lot. These stragglers may think that the county town is where hope lies, but they don't even know that even if they get to the county town, they can't get into the city, much less get a little bit of food from the government. The donkey cart moved forward slowly, perhaps because there is no goods on the car. The speed of traveling is relatively fast, only more than half an hour. Wu Han 4 people will arrive at the entrance of the Chen village smoothly. Stand still. However, Wu Han, who was about to enter the village, was stopped by a youth. But he saw a young man standing under a tree at the entrance of the village reach out and stop the donkey cart, and asked really, who are you? The youth was no other than Chen Go. Ever since the last incident where stragglers attempted to break into the village head Chen he had responded by arranging for one of the village's young strong men to stand guard at the entrance of the village every day, observing the situation at the entrance at all times, in order to prevent a repeat of the stragglers breaking into the village. Although Wu Han's 4 did not look like stragglers, Chen Go did not dare to take them lightly at all and stop him. This little brother. Being a businessman, Wu Han hurriedly greeted him with a smile and said, I'm a cargo man who came at the invitation of Chen Daochen's little brother. Can you allow me to enter the village? You can't go into the village. Hearing Chen Dao's name, Chen Go's expression loosened a bit, but he still shook his head and said, the village headman said that any outsiders are not allowed to enter the village without permission. If you're looking for dower, I can call him out for you. Then I'll trouble you, little brother. Wu Han didn't mean to force his way in either and just smiled. Song. Then wait here, I'll help you go in and call in Yuyasha. After signaling Wu Han to wait at the entrance of the village, Chen Go ran into the village in a puff of smoke, and disappeared from the sight of the 4 in the twinkling of an eye. Looking at the direction where Chen Go disappeared, Zhanghua, the youngest of Zhang Ming's 3 brothers, couldn't help but frown and say, brother-in-law, this village doesn't look wealthy, is there really a white-feathered chicken like you said? On the way to Qinjia village, Wu Han had already told the 3 brothers about the specifics of this deal, so the 3 brothers knew that this time Wu Han was coming to Qinjia village to purchase white-feathered chickens. The 3 brothers' line of sight crossed the village entrance and looked at the interior of the Chen family village, only to see that the situation of the Chen family village was not different from their family's village, and that the village was sparsely populated and looked exceptionally depressed, not at all like a wealthy village, and no matter how you look at it, it didn't look like it was possible to have the appearance of the white-feathered chickens that brother-in-law had mentioned. Let's wait and see. Wu Han more or less also some uncertainty up, but overall always have to look at the situation, not to mention. Elder brother Chen doesn't look like a liar either, so he shouldn't be able to trick himself into making a trip for nothing, right? In Chen Da's family, when Wu Han arrived at the entrance of the village, Chen Da was feeding the chickens while counting the number of chickens. 2 days passed, and 7 more chicks hatched out, at which time the total number of yellow-feathered chickens had come to 47, including 15 adult yellow-feathered chickens, 29 juvenile yellow-feathered chickens, and 3 blood-feathered chickens. The reason why the number of blood-feathered chickens did not increase was because Chen Dawi had been eating a blood-feather chicken every day for the past few days to practice boxing, cultivating the blood-feather chickens while consuming them, so naturally the number would not increase. Of course, Chen Daoyuan could also choose to cultivate a large number of blood-feather chickens at once, but he didn't do so, because the reproduction efficiency of blood-feather chickens was far inferior to that of yellow-feather chickens, and at least so far, Chen Daoyuan hadn't seen blood-feather chickens laying eggs. So instead of breeding blood-feathered chickens in large numbers, adult yellow-feathered chickens should be kept to continue breeding until after the flock is large enough to be bred in large numbers. As for now, only a small amount of cultivation is needed for his own martial arts practice will be enough. At the rate this flock is growing, I'm afraid we'll soon surpass 100 yellow-feathered chickens. Chen Dawi silently calculated in his heart, nowadays every day there would be 3-5 yellow-feathered chicken chicks born, and every day there would also be 2-3 yellow-feathered chickens coming of age. This number was still quite considerable, and it would continue to grow. Chapter 64, Your Excellency, Mr. Chen Dawi. As the number of adult yellow-feathered chickens becomes larger, the rate of laying eggs and hatching every day will also increase. During this period of time, it may just grow 3-5 yellow-feathered chickens every day, then in a few days, it may become 5-8, and after a while, it will become 10, and according to this rate of growth all the time, the house will be full of chickens, and I'm afraid it's only 2 or 3 months' time. Of course, this number will not grow indefinitely. Yellow-feathered chickens, although they lay more eggs and have a shorter growth cycle, have their own drawbacks, which is that they get old very quickly as well. According to Chen Daoi's observation, the firstborn yellow-feathered chicken, now laying eggs more and more infrequently, I'm afraid that not long, these yellow-feathered chickens will be completely old, no longer laying eggs. At that time, these yellow-feathered hens will completely lose the value of continuing to raise, either slaughtered for meat, or is to be cultivated into a blood-feathered chicken to sell. Inuyasha. Just as Chen Daoyuan was pondering, a voice came from outside the door. Hearing the voice somewhat familiar, Chen Daoyuan subconsciously touched the small circle on his shoulder, and immediately opened the door to the front yard. Go, what brings you here? As soon as the courtyard door opened, Chen Dao saw Chen Go's face full of pleasing colors. Brother Dao, someone outside the village is looking for you. I've come to help call you, Chen Go said with a big smile. Hearing that someone was looking for Chen Daidai's mind immediately conjured up Wu Han's figure, and there was no one else who could come to Qinjia village to look for himself, except for the agreed upon Wu Han. I know, go, wait for me for a while. Chen Rice returned to the house, took out 5 pounds of sorghum flour and handed it to Chen Go. Tough on you go brother, these 5 pounds of sorghum flour you take. Receiving the sorghum noodles, Chen Go's eyes erupted with a blazing light, and he said in a loud voice, thank you, brother Tao. Thank you, Mr. Tao. Chen Go in any case would not have thought, just help notify A, will be able to harvest 5 pounds of sorghum flour. At this time the heart of the natural surprise, Chen Rice is more grateful to the extreme. You're welcome. Chen Daidai smiled and waved his hand, then directly went out to his family's construction site, found Chen De, and went straight to the point. Uncle, the acquisition of white-feathered chickens has come. How many chickens do you intend to sell this time? Wu Han is here. Chen De, who was unloading the wood, was stunned, and after thinking about it, said, let's sell 20 of them first this time. After a long period of time, Chen De has learned how fast white-feathered chickens reproduce. White-feathered chickens lay eggs far less frequently than yellow-feathered chickens, but they are not bad either. On average, a white-feathered hen will lay an egg in 2 days, and a new white-feathered chicken will hatch in about 10 days. Now the number of white-feathered chickens in Chen's family has reached more than 60, and a stable breeding has been formed, so he does not plan to sell all the white-feathered chickens in one go, but only some of the older white-feathered chickens. Success, then uncle, you take the white-feathered chicken with you and we'll go together to meet Wu Han at the village entrance. Shortly afterward, Chen Di returned home and brought all the white-feathered chickens that needed to be sold with him, while the two of them came together to the entrance of the village to meet the 4 Wu Han people who were stomping around waiting. Standing in an open place like the entrance to the village in this cold weather and waiting is really not pleasant. Well, at this time, Wu Han saw the 2 Chen Dawi and Chen Dawi who came in style. Of course, more of his attention was mainly focused on the chicken coop carried by Chen Dawi and Chen Dawi. The clucking of the chickens coming from the coop was simply the most wonderful sound in the world to Wu Han. Old man Chen really didn't lie to me, he really has tons of white-feathered chickens here. Wu Han's heart was on fire, and he was busy welcoming the 2 of them and greeting Chen Dao, elder brother Chen, big brother Chen. Elder brother Wu. Chen Dawi affectionately hugged Wu Han gently and smiled, you're here really early. After saying that, Chen Daoguang glanced at the 3 Zhang brothers beside Wu Han and said, elder brother Wu, this amount of your manpower is not safe enough to go out of the city. The danger of the official road outside the city, Qindawi but personally experienced, very clear Wuhan this manpower, simply not enough to ensure the safety of their own personal as well as goods. It can't be helped. Wuhan sighed lightly and said, I also know that there is a shortage of manpower, but I just can't get enough silver to hire guards. There was another thing Wuhan didn't say, and that was that he wasn't sure if Qindawi really had any white-feathered chickens to sell to him, and naturally, he didn't want to put in the blood to find enough manpower to act as an escort until he could see a profit. The good thing was, now that he had seen the white-feathered chicken, his heart was a little more at ease. Also, Chen Rice also did not dwell too much on this matter. In his opinion, he has left enough profit to Wuhan, the risk of going out of the city, naturally to be borne by Wuhan. Then let's talk about the matter of white-feathered chickens. Before I have already spoken with Wu old brother Yu, these white-feathered chickens, the price of 400 won for one, we should have no opinion? Naturally not. Wuhan laughed, and then said with some embarrassment, Chen old brother, the silver I brought this time is not quite enough. I wonder if I can be lenient and wait until the next time I come over to pay you the money? Although Wuhan is a businessman, but in the end is only a small stall vendor, the hand of the capital is not much, and 20 white-feathered chickens, enough to require as much as 8 taels of silver. Wuhan simply cannot have so much money on hand, otherwise he would not have to suffer because of the government's tax increase. Didn't bring enough money? Chen Dawi was stunned and thought for a moment, that's no problem. Chen Rice is not worried about Wuhan will rely on the money, very simple reason, the white feather chicken business that is a stable business, but where a bit of long-term vision of the people know, will continue to do this business is the most correct choice, only the rat-eyed people will think of drawing once on the debt to run away. But Chen Dawi turned his words around and added, since you're coming here to pay next time, old brother Wu, why don't you do me a favor? What favor? Older brother Chen, feel free to say. Wu Han said boldly. This money, when you come over next time, all of it will be exchanged for grain for me and shipped over, how about it? This is the meaning of Chen Rice, but also the idea of Chen De. Nowadays this year, want too much money is really not much use, instead of changing into grain, the heart will be more down to earth. For food? Wu Han didn't think much about it and agreed in one breath, that's no problem. If you can't buy enough grain, switch to gray-feathered chickens. Yes. After the deal had been negotiated, Chen Dao signaled Chen Di to put all the chicken cages on Wu Han's donkey cart, and then said to Wu Han with a smile, old brother Wu, do you want to go into the village and sit down? Next time. Wu Han politely refused, I'm still in a hurry to go back to the city to sell these chickens, as you know, old brother Chen, the road is not easy to walk after dark, we have to hurry back, or else I'm afraid it will be dangerous if we are late. Nowadays the official road to the county seat is barely less dangerous during the day, but after dark. Chapter 65 The Face of Chen Rice. Even if it is a peaceful year, at night dare to walk at night outside the city are very few people, not to mention now this time, not only need to guard against it any time may come out of the forest of wild beasts, but also to guard against those vicious thieves, non-martial arts of martial artists, simply do not dare to walk at night. Also good. Then we will go back first, old brother Wu take your time. By the way, the next transaction is in 10 days, so old brother Wu can come back in 10 days. After bidding farewell to Wu Han, Chinda walked back to the village with Chinda. It wasn't until the two left that Zhang Ming, who had been silent before, opened his mouth and said, brother-in-law, is it actually true that this village has such a peculiar breed of chicken for sale? I can't lie to you guys. Wu Han, who had successfully acquired 20 white-feathered chickens, was in a good mood and said with a smile, you guys don't look at Chen Laodi's young age, he's not a simple person, that's an existence that can talk and laugh with the missy of the Fuhu Kung Fu Gym. Wu Han naturally did not know that Chen Daoyuan talked and laughed with Li Ying and even Li Hu, and the reason why he said so was just to raise Chen Daoyuan's status, so that these three brothers would not treat Chen Daoyuan with contempt. At this point in time, Wu Han seems to think that Chen Daoyi is his own nobleman, he will never allow the three brothers to destroy the good relationship between himself and Chen Daoyi by belittling Chen Daoyi. The first lady of the Fuhu Kung Fu Gym? The three Zhang Ming brothers glanced at each other and looked at each other. The Fuhu Fist School was one of the largest martial arts schools in Taiping County, and its owner, Li Hu, was one of the leading strongmen in Taiping County, while the status of the Fuhu Fist School's missy was naturally a lofty existence. That Chen Daoyi, who seems to be a half-grown boy, can actually talk and laugh with this kind of existence. In the hearts of the three brothers, they immediately raised Chen Daoyuan's status by more than one level. This kind of character was not something they could despise, much less something they could provoke. Let's go, back to the city. Wu Han greeted, the four of them got into the donkey cart, started the car and slowly walked towards the direction of Taiping County. On the way back, Wu Han and others were a little more vigilant in their hearts, constantly surveying the woods on both sides of the official road, fearing that some thieves would come out of the woods. Luckily for the four of them, they didn't run into any thieves until they successfully entered the city. An hour later, the donkey cart stopped in front of the door of the Fuhu Fist Pavilion. Wu Han jumped out of the cart and said to Wei Gu, who was guarding the door, this Strong man, please help to notify the pavilion's Missy, and say that Chen Daoyuan's friend is visiting. Wei Gu, who heard the word Chen Daoyuan, looked Wu Han up and down, before the pavilion master had already instructed him that in the future if Chen Daoyuan came over, he could directly release him without notice. But this time it's a friend of Chen Dao's who's here. Wei Gu thought about it and decided to inform. One moment. Wei Gu ran into the pavilion, and not long afterward, he walked out with Li Ying. Li Ying looked at Wu Han and only felt that there was something familiar about the man's looks, but couldn't recall who it was, so he asked, "Are you a friend of little brother Chen Daoyi?" Wu Han had actually met Li Ying once, but he didn't dare to climb into friendship with her, and just replied, "Back to Missy, it's Chen Dai who entrusted me to come over to deliver the goods." Wu Han reached out and pointed to the chicken cage on the car's driver and continued, "These 20 white-feathered chickens were sent here by Chen Dai for me to deliver." White-feathered chickens. Li Ying's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward, and after seeing that there were indeed 20 white-feathered chickens in the chicken cage, he smiled, "Not bad, not bad. It's really white-feathered chickens." Martial artists have a large amount of food. Li Ying is a meatless existence. A few days ago Chen Daoyuan sent the white feather chicken has been eaten by her clean, at this time in urgent need of a new white feather chicken. So after seeing Wu Han send white feather chicken, she cannot help but to Wu Han's attitude is much better, said with a smile, "All of this batch of white feather chickens all want 500 won money apiece. No problem, right?" "No problem, of course." This was the price that had been agreed upon long ago, so naturally Wu Han would not have any objections. "Then I'll go get you the money." Within a short time, Li Ying came into the pavilion and took out 10 taels of silver and gave them to Wu Han. And then she didn't have the heart to make small talk with Wu Han. Carrying the chicken coop, she went back to the pavilion. Not surprisingly, she should have gone to make chicken for dinner. Brother-in-law. Zhang Ming glanced at Wei Gu, who was guarding the door, and lowered his voice to Wu Han. "This business is too good, isn't it?" With Wu Han has done some business. Zhang Ming on the business of the difficult to do is the heart of the matter. In the past he has never seen this simple business, only need to buy the chicken from outside the city of 400 won a money, to the city immediately will be able to sell 500 won a high price, and is still a second sell. That's easy money, isn't it? Not only is Zhang Ming, even Zhang Fire, Zhang Water, two people are also jaw-dropping. In their view, this money is simply easier than picking up money. Just run back and forth a trip, instantly is 2 silver profit into the account. You know, the money that the three of them earned from a day of hard work and sweating selling their strength was only 30 copper coins. It's all thanks to the blessings of elder brother Chen. Wu Han said with a light sigh. He knew very well that he could make money so easily, not because of how well he did business, but because of Chen Daoyuan. Only Chen Daoyuan's hands could have a unique chicken breed like the white-feathered chicken, and only Chen Daoyuan could make the Missy of the Fuhu Kung Fu Gym give her face so much. If he hadn't reported Chen Daoyuan's name, Wu Han could be sure that he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter the door of the Fuhu Boxing Hall, let alone meet the Missy of the Fuhu Boxing Hall, and succeed in selling the white-feathered chicken for a high price. This Chen Dao's face is too good. Zhang Ming quietly sized up Wei Gu, who was guarding the door. Although he was honest in nature, he had a delicate mind and noticed the changes before and after Wei Gu. When the donkey cart of himself and the others stopped in front of the Fuhu Fist Museum, Wei Ji's face was expressionless, and even somewhat disgusted. And after reporting Chen Daoyuan's name, Wei Ji's attitude towards the crowd immediately became much better, and although the gap between this before and after attitude was extremely subtle, it still allowed Zhang Ming to notice it. Elder brother Chen is not a simple character. Wu Han cannot help but face the color of emotion. Initially no Chen Rice is just a thin and weak-looking, ordinary peasant son, there is no special place. Until after many contacts, Wu Han found out the uncomplicated thing about Chen Daoyi. People can not only capture the white-feathered chicken, this kind of precious chicken species, and even have a friendship with the big lady of the Fuhu Boxing Hall. At this time, Wu Han cannot help but be very happy, good in their own good intentions to help a little Chen Rice. Otherwise this profit so lucrative, and so simple white-feather chicken business, I'm afraid it is not their turn to do. Wu Han lamented as he boarded the cart with his 3 brothers and drove the donkey cart in the direction of his home. Chapter 66 The Promise of Meat. Returning home, Wu Han parked the donkey cart and immediately closed the door and windows of the house tightly, and then immediately said to his daughter-in-law Zhangya, who had been waiting in the house, "Daughter-in-law, go and bring the family's box of money here." Zhangya didn't ask much and turned into the bedroom to take out a 4-square box. Wu Han opened the box, but saw that there was a large amount of copper plates inside. "Daughter-in-law, count 200 won for each of the 3 younger brothers," Wu Han instructed Zhangya. Hearing this, Zhang Ming was somewhat embarrassed. "Brother-in-law, this is too much. We didn't put in much effort, so to take so much money, I'm not sure what's in my heart." The 2 brothers, Zhang Shui and Zhang Hua, also nodded their heads. They had only followed their brother-in-law on a trip out of the city, and they took so much money, there was more or less a sense of insubstantiality in their hearts that they hadn't worked hard for it. Wu Han waved his hand and said, you guys risked your lives with me to enter the city, this is what you deserve. Although this trip to Chinja village was smooth, but undeniably, taking this trip, the risk is still very big. The three brothers risked their lives to go out of the city with themselves. Wuhan naturally will not treat them poorly. After Zhang Ye counted the money, Wuhan stuffed a total of 600 copper coins into Zhang Ming's hands, and then he said, "Take this money, eat better in the next few days to replenish your body." Zhang Ming weighed the 600 copper coins in his hand. His heart was both touched and surprised. Brother-in-law Wuhan, to their three brothers is really nothing to say off. Zhang Ye, on the other hand, looked at a few people and asked out loud, "How much silver did you guys earn on this trip out of the city?" This question, she actually wanted to ask when Wuhan asked her to count the money, giving her three younger brothers a share of 601. Wuhan's trip out of the city must have earned more money. "Sister, I've made a lot of money this trip out of town. I've never seen such good money." Zhang Ming didn't have any heart and soul and directly told all of his and the others' experiences today. After hearing this, Zhang Ye's entire body was stunned. Is there such good money in the world? Zhang Ye stared wide-eyed. As Wuhan's wife, Wuhan wouldn't hide most things from her, so she was aware of how difficult business had been lately. It was precisely because she knew business was hard that she looked so shocked at this point. Just by making a trip out of town and hauling 20 chickens back to the city, you can make a profit of 2 taels of silver. This business, well done, is as easy as picking up money. Elder brother Chen is my old Wu's honorable man. Wuhan sighed softly and handed 10 taels of silver to Zhang Ye. Daughter-in-law, you keep this money well. 8 taels of this is the payment for elder brother Chen's goods, and don't touch the remaining 2 taels of silver. This is the money I intend to use to hire guards. I see. Zhang Ye held the 10 taels of silver firmly in her hands and nodded solemnly. Time flies, and before you know it, it's mid-September. On the day of September 15th, the Chen Rice family, Chen Da's family, Ding Xiao was mother and daughter, as well as Chun Cheng's 5 people, all stood in front of a brand new house, looking delighted. There was no need to explain the reasons for the elation of the Chen Rice family, the Chen De family, and the Ding Xiaohua mother and daughter. As for the 5 Chen Changs, they were happy with a slight loss. Happy because the house, which was built by their own hands, was finally completely finished, and the sense of accomplishment of seeing the birth of a house that they had built with their own eyes was extremely powerful. And the loss is because the house is built, their jobs are gone, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to live in the future with a meal of steamed buns to fill up, and occasionally there is egg drop soup. Not far away from the crowd, there are still a lot of watching villagers. They are gathered together, looking at the cluster of new houses. The envy in the eyes of the color is not the slightest concealment. This is a well-built house. That's not true. It took over a month to build. Brother Tao gave Chen Chang their steamed buns every day to keep them full. Can they not put in the effort? Inego's family is really getting better. They're living in a new house. When will my family get a new house? The villagers had a look of longing in their eyes. And among the crowd, the village head Chen He also came, but he didn't come forward to talk to Chen Dawi and the others. He just converged with the villagers to watch the fun. Come on, get in there. Chen Dawi greeted the crowd around him, and then he pushed open the courtyard door and walked into the front yard. The front yard was empty at this point, except for a well. Crossing over the front yard and pushing open the door of the room, the first thing that caught his eyes was the wide living room, which was also decorated with tables and chairs hand-built by Chen Chang and the others. On either side of the living room, there were 4 rooms as well as a kitchen, and in addition, on the far left side of the living room, there was a door that opened to reveal an extremely large backyard. Before building the house, Chen Dawi had specifically asked Chen Chang and the others to make the backyard as big as possible, and Chen Chang and the others did as he instructed, and the space in the backyard surrounded by a fence was extremely large, which would definitely not be a problem for Chen Dawi to raise chickens in a short period of time. Inuyasha, will this house work? Chen Shur asked with some trepidation, both hoping to receive an affirmative answer from Chen Dai Dai and hoping that Chen Dai Dai would be dissatisfied. Because if Chen Rice is not satisfied, it means that the house has to be rebuilt, and it also means that they can continue to live the days of having a meal with buns to manage their food. Pretty good. Chen Dawi nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Everyone has worked hard during this period of time. I'll set up a banquet in the evening. Everyone will come over to eat meat. Meat? A scorching light immediately erupted in the eyes of the 5 Chen Changs. Inuyasha, are we really eating meat tonight? Inuyasha, you're not lying to us, are you? Inuyasha, are you serious? 5 pairs of eyes stared at Chen Dai Dai dead in the face, hoping to get an affirmative answer from Chen Dai Dai's mouth. Even Ding Xiaohua's mother and daughter were looking at Chen Daoyuan with expectations. Chen Chang and the others were not the only ones who craved for meat. Ding Xiaohua's mother and daughter were equally looking forward to the matter of eating meat. Of course it's true. Chen Dawi smiled and nodded. Kill 2 chickens in the evening. Everyone come over to eat the meat. Today the meat and steamed buns are filling. The moment these words came out, Chen Chang's 5 people immediately became excited, itching to go forward and hug Chen Daidao up to celebrate. Even Ding Xiao's mother and daughter gulped, obviously already beginning to recall the delicious taste of the meat. Eating meat is work. Chen Daoi continued, please, Chenger, help us move all the furniture to the new house, and when we're done, we'll start cooking. It's just moving some furniture, what's the trouble? Inuyasha, we're going to move things. Don't worry Inuyasha, we'll finish moving soon. Chen Dao's promise to eat meat motivated Chen Shang and the others to go to Chen Dao's house under Chen Dao's leadership and move the furniture Chen Dao had stored in Chen Dao's house to the new house one by one. Chapter 67, a new house is built and the chickens are over 100. While Chen Da and the others were busy moving the furniture, Chen Daidai also walked out of the new house and looked at the villagers who were watching. The villagers also noticed Chen Dao's gaze and greeted him warmly. Inuyasha, the new house is built? Inuyasha, should we have a housewarming party? What housewarming banquet? That's something only the lords of the city can throw. You're afraid you want to eat Inigo's family's meals for nothing. Inuyasha, is there any work I need help with? Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Chen Daidai thought about it and decided to invite to buy the hearts of the people. Good morning, everyone. He first greeted the crowd, then smiled and said, in order to celebrate the completion of the new house, tonight my family intends to host a banquet. When that time comes, anyone from the village can come over and take 2 steamed buns each to go back and eat. When Chen Daoi said this, the villagers on the sidelines were first stunned, and immediately after, their first reaction was skepticism. Are you serious, Inuyasha? You can really take 2 steamed buns? It can't be making fun of us, can it? Inuyasha, this is no joke. It wasn't that the villagers didn't trust Chen Daoi, but food was too expensive these days, and the crowd just couldn't imagine that anyone would be generous enough to be willing to take out so much food to entertain themselves. Naturally, it's true. Chen Rice did nod. In the house inaugurated this time, Wuhan came over again, brought a large amount of grain. Nowadays, whether Chen Big family or Chen Rice family, food is enough. Take out some to entertain the villagers, there will not be any pressure. Great! Inigo's atmosphere. I can't believe there are really steamed buns to eat. Inigo is really good to us. Inuyasha is such a good man. The villagers who received an affirmative answer from Chen Daoyuan cheered and praised Chen Daoyuan's generosity. At the same time, they scattered to their homes to inform their families of the good news. The village head Chen He, on the other hand, approached Chen Daer a little closer and asked with some concern, Brother Daer, there are quite a lot of people in the village, do you have enough food in your house? Chen He's concern is not unreasonable. The entire Chen village, a total of 103 households, the population of more than 500, one person 2 steamed buns, that can be more than 1,000 steamed buns, the landlord's old family, want to take out more than 1,000 steamed buns is not easy. Don't worry, village chief, our family still has enough food. Chen Daoi naturally did the mental math and knew that his own grain was fully capable of providing so many steamed buns. Then I am relieved. Chen He took a deep look at Chen Daoi, only to feel that this half-grown boy in front of him has changed a lot. Before always a weak look, but now it has changed a lot. The face is healthier not to mention, even the essence is far better than the other people in the village. This is of course, this period of time, Chen Rice a blood feather chicken every day, practicing boxing has not stopped, as early as 7 days ago has become a 9th grade martial artist, wearing clothes, Chen Rice changes are not too obvious. If you take off the shirt we'll find that Chen Rice upper body muscles are extremely well developed, the strength of the arms is more than 200 pounds, and now even the village is the most powerful Chen Chang in the arm strength, I am afraid that cannot be compared with the Chen Rice. The strength of his arms is more than 200 pounds. And after becoming a martial artist, the chi and blood are full, and his own ability to withstand the cold is greatly enhanced, and now although Chen Daoi is still wearing a patched and tattered garment, the fact is that the cold weather nowadays has a very, very small effect on him. Village chief, then I will go back to my work first. After bidding farewell to the village head, Chen Daoi returned to the Chen family and informed Li Ping and the others about his invitation to the whole village to eat steamed buns, asking them to make more steamed buns in the evening. Treating the whole village to steamed buns? You're too generous, Inigo. Being busy in the kitchen, Itsuilian said, not to blame Chen Rice, but feel Chen Rice has 2 big hands and feet some, invite the whole village to eat steamed buns, this kind of thing, even in the past when the year is good, no one dares to do so. Inuyasha, why don't we give a little less, 1 steamed bun for each person, okay? Li Ping also frowned. Nowadays she had already handed over all of the family's matters to Chen Daoi, and rarely asked Chen Daoi's decisions anymore, but when she heard that Chen Daoi was going to invite the whole village to eat steamed buns, she still couldn't help but raise her voice. For no other reason, Chen Rice, this behavior is too arrogant, a wave of the hand is thousands of steamed bread sent out, now the family food is rich, but cannot be so wasteful. Mother, just do as I say. Chen Daoi sighed in his heart. The reason why he invited the whole village to eat steamed buns was not purely because of the invitation to buy people's hearts, but more because he sympathized with those villagers. Just a few days ago, there are a few old people in the village. Because of the relationship between the lack of food at home, alive and starved to death in their homes, their families do not even have the money and food to organize a funeral, hastily wrap the old man's body with a straw mat, and then buried in the side of Tsangming Mountain. Witnessed the grief on the face of that family Chendawi, which gave rise to the idea of inviting the whole village to eat steamed buns, not for any other reason, but only for the village to eat a full meal, lest death a few people. All right. Li Ping and Hitsuilian hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to this matter. In fact, they would not oppose Chendawi's decision at all. After all, the reason why the two families can live a good life nowadays is all because of Chendawi. The decision made by Chendata would not be opposed even by Chinda, let alone the two women. Thus, the kitchen began to get busy, with the three women, Li Ping, Ding Xiaohua, and Hitsuilian, making steamed buns within the kitchen. Instead, Chendawi went to the front yard to check on the chickens that the family had raised. I still underestimated how fast yellow-feathered chickens can reproduce. Looking at the front yard cage has long been unable to control, full of chickens walking around, Chen Rice both happy and sad, happy because after 10 days of breeding, the number of yellow-feathered chicken has broken through the 100. There were 40 adult yellow-feathered chickens, 62 juvenile yellow-feathered chickens, and still 3 blood-feathered chickens. For the sake of the flock's growth, Chen Dawi did not choose to cultivate the blood-feathered chickens too much, but let the yellow-feathered chickens continue to reproduce. The yellow-feathered chickens did not let Chendawi down, and in just 10 days' work, they bred to more than 100, and now every day about 12 yellow-feathered cockatiels gibbered to the ground, and the rate of reproduction grew further. And let Chen Rice some worry is. With the number of yellow-feathered chicken increased, the cage rearing method can no longer be sustainable. In fact, 10 days ago, the cages placed in the front yard could not accommodate so many yellow-feathered chickens, and some of them could only be placed outside the cages for free-range rearing. At first, Chendawi was still quite worried about these yellow-feathered chickens running around, but fortunately there was Xiaohei. Perhaps because of the higher bloodline level, these yellow-feathered chickens were extremely afraid of Xiaohei, and through Xiaohei, Chendawi was able to control these yellow-feathered chickens and keep them from running around. Chapter 68, Joyfulness. Cluck cluck cluck. When he said Xiaohei arrived, it happily ran to stop at Chendawi's feet and rubbed Chendawi's calf with the feathers on his neck. Seeing this, Chen Dai immediately realized that this bastard wanted to eat. So, Chen Rice returned to the house and took out the grain to feed the small black and yellow-feathered flock. On top of that, Chen Dai also took out the bamboo leaves that he had collected in advance and gave them to Xia Yuan to eat. Looking at the small animals that were happily eating, Chen Dawi smiled and began to kill chickens to practice boxing. After slitting the throat of a blood-feather chicken and bleeding it, Chen Dawi placed the corpse of the blood-feather chicken in the kitchen and asked Li Ping to help him cook it. Then he returned to the front yard, drank the chicken's blood in one gulp, and began to play Fushu Quan. After half an hour, Chen Dawi put away his stance and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. My arm strength should be over 250 pounds today, and the defense of my body's epidermis is much stronger. Chen Dawi pinched the skin on his arm with force, only to feel that it was tough, even with his own strength nowadays. If he wanted to break through his skin's defense, I am afraid that it would not be a simple thing. This is also a sign of a 9th-grade martial artist. The skin is as tough as cowhide. Not only can it greatly reduce the damage of swords and other sharp weapons, but it can also play a buffering effect. The attack of a blunt weapon falling on the body of a 9th-grade martial artist will be buffered by the tough skin to take most of the force, and the damage caused to the internal organs of the 9th-grade martial artist will also be greatly slowed down. After practicing kung fu and eating the chicken, Chen Dao took a shower with cold water before joining Chen Chang and the others in moving furniture as well as yellow-feathered chickens, the livestock, with the crowd. Chen Lian walked on the way home. Although her body was cold, her heart was on fire. After hearing the promise of Chen Rice to invite the whole village to eat steamed buns, Chen Lian did not dare to delay for a moment, hurriedly ran home. The reason why she is in such a hurry is because her family is on the verge of not being able to open the pot. Chen Lian's parents died early, and she and her grandmother depend on each other for their lives, and it is obviously very difficult for two women to get by in these days of age. Luckily, in the past, when the year was peaceful, other villagers with relatives would more or less help out, so that Chen Lian and her grandmother would not starve to death. But with the arrival of the cold plague, every family has a hard time. The villagers of Chen Lian's family of natural succor is no longer, which led to Chen Lian's family's situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. If not in the past there are still some stocks of food, I'm afraid that Chen Lian and her grandmother had already starved to death in the house. But the stock of food will be exhausted. These days, looking at home and the rice bowl of food gradually reduced, Chen Lian is to see in the eyes, anxious in the heart. There is not a single coin left in the house, and once the food runs out, grandma and she will only starve to death. It is also because of the hardship of the family, so Chen Lian in hearing Chen Rice promises each villager 2 steamed bread, the heart is extremely excited, cannot wait to immediately return home to tell grandma the good news. Fortunately, the Chen village was not large, and in less than a quarter of an hour's travel, Chen Lian returned home. Grandma, Grandma. Chen Lian, who returned home, immediately called out in excitement. Grandmother He Shuehua, who heard the commotion, walked out of the house and asked suspiciously, Xiao Lian, what's wrong? Grandma, let's go inside and talk. Chen Lian helped her hunched grandmother into the house, trying to make her less exposed to the cold wind. When she was seated in the house, Chen Lian said excitedly, Grandma, there's a good news, you know about the village's rice brother, right? Inuyasha? He Shuehua recalled carefully and said, it's Chen Ping's son, right? He Shuehua, because of older, bad legs and feet reason, usually is rarely go out, but Chen Daoyuan's reputation she still heard of some, no way, now Chen Daoyuan's name in the village is a star-level existence, the villagers gossip, 3 words cannot be separated from Chen Daoyuan. That's him. Chen Lian nodded her head and said excitedly, Brother Dao said that tonight, when their new house is completed, they are going to invite the whole village to a banquet. Eat a seat? He Shuehua was stunned, the color of memories flashing in her eyes. The word banquet has been a very long time ago for her. In the past, when the year was peaceful, there would be banquets in the village whenever there was a red or white event, but since the onset of the plague, the custom of banquets has gradually disappeared from the village, and since every family does not have enough to eat, who would want to hold banquets? Exactly. Chen Lian said, Brother Tao said that each villager can go to his house tonight to receive 2 steamed buns to eat. 2 buns each? He Shuehua completely surprised, Xinjia village total of more than 500 people, 1 person 2 steamed buns, that is more than 1,000 steamed buns, Chen Ping home that boy, were so much food? Yeah. Chen Lian looked longing, I heard from other villagers that the steamed buns are especially delicious, and I haven't eaten any steamed buns yet. Looked at Chen Lian face longing color, He Shuelian cloudy eyes flashed a trace of sadness, son and daughter-in-law went early, the family also lost the strong labor force, resulting in the family's days are very bad, Chen Lian is already 18 years old girl, but a steamed bun so longing. Little Lotus, it's grandma who is sorry for you. Tears slipped from the cloudy eyes of He Shuehua. In fact, Chen Lian is not a lazy person, but very hardworking, the family's acres of land are well manipulated, and the annual harvest is very good. But because of the relationship to take care of her as an old woman, can only scrimp and save, not enough to eat, and do more work, but also because of the relationship to bring their own this burdensome, and even marrying are disliked, He Shuehua only feel that they are very sorry for Chen Lian. Grandma, what are you talking about? Chen Lian reached out to wipe the tears from her grandmother's face and said, if it wasn't for you taking care of me when I was a child, I might not have survived, so where have you wronged me? After speaking, Chen Lian added, Grandma, don't cry. Today is such a big happy event, why are you still crying? No more crying, no more crying. He Shuehua wiped the tears from her face and squeezed out a smile, let's go to Daeguo's house to eat steamed buns together in the evening. Chen Lian nodded her head repeatedly, I've smelled the flavor of that steamed bun many times, just by smelling it I know it's delicious. After speaking, Chen Lian couldn't help but lament, Brother Dao is really a good person. To actually be willing to share so many steamed buns with us. Similar to the conversation in Chen Lian's home, in the villager's home after home staged, not more than half an hour's work, Chen Rice home to host a banquet, to give each villager 2 steamed buns to eat things is spread throughout the village. As a result, the entire village was agitated, cheers resounded in house after house, and the entire village was as joyous as a New Year's Eve, everywhere. Chapter 69 County Magistrate Chen Daoi? In the late afternoon, when the sun was heading west, one by one, the villagers excitedly walked out of their homes and went straight to Chen Daoi's house. Chen Lian also assisted He Shuehua out of her home and walked as fast as she could to Chen Daoi's house. Smells good. Chen Lian, who was close to Chen Daoyuan's house, moved her nose, and the aroma that permeated the air and belonged solely to the steamed buns was inhaled into her lungs, instantly making her feel hungry in her belly. The village has not been lively for a long time. He Shuehua's cloudy eyes surveyed the front, but saw one villager after another consciously lining up to enter Chen Daoi's house to receive steamed buns, their faces filled with joy. This scene of the whole village coming out in full force and fervor made He Shuehua look a little saddened. Once when the year was good, Chen village is barely considered a relatively affluent village, similar to the bustling scene in front of you will occasionally appear, but since the arrival of the cold plague, the government increased taxes, the village has been a long time has not been so lively. Uncle, I've come to collect my steamed buns. Chen Go, who was the first to line up to enter the courtyard of Chen Daoi's house, had a pleasing smile on his face as he said to Chen De, who was handing out steamed buns to the crowd. Distribute steamed bread this matter, Chen Rice finally gave Chen De to do, because Chen De do this matter, the villagers do not dare to bargain if let Li Ping or He Tsuilian to do, may not be able to deter this group of villagers. It's go. Chen De glanced at Chen Go, his impression of him wasn't too bad, Chen Go, although this person had more than a few thoughts, he wasn't really a bad person, so Chen De didn't reject Chen Go, and directly handed Chen Go the 2 steamed buns. Thank you uncle, thank you uncle. Chengo thanked him repeatedly and covered the 2 steamed buns in his arms. The heat emanating from the buns seemed to bring him a touch of warmth. And after Chengo's family and other villagers have come forward to receive steamed buns, get steamed buns the moment each villager's face is overflowing with happy smiles. I never thought I'd have a day when I could eat steamed bread. These buns looked delicious. Inuyasha is really generous to treat the whole village to such good food. Yes, nah. In this year, only Inigo was willing to give us some food. Most of the villagers who got the steamed buns chose to eat them directly in the open space outside Chendawi's house, while a few took them back to their homes, intending to eat them later. It is worth mentioning that there are quite a few children among the crowd lining up Chendawi but said that each person in Chin village has 2 steamed buns, so all the villagers have brought their children over just to receive 2 more steamed buns. Chen Lian looked at the long line ahead, her stomach empty but waiting patiently for the line to advance. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, it was Chen Lian's turn to receive the steamed buns. Uncle, I've come to collect my steamed buns. Chen Lian looked at Chenda in front of her and said with a smile. It's Xiao Lian. Chenda glanced at Chen Lian. He naturally recognized Chen Lian. Chenjia village is just that big, except for children, the vast majority of adults Chenda knew. Chendi also knew about Chen Lian's family's situation, but he didn't mean to give Chen Lian more steamed buns. He just handed Chen Lian a total of 4 steamed buns. Xiao Lian, these are the steamed buns for you and your grandmother. Thanks, uncle. Chen Lian carefully took the 4 steamed buns and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Chenda. These 4 steamed buns might just be a full meal for the villagers who could still get by, but for her and her grandmother, it was a hope to support them to live and not to starve to death. Chen Lian regarded the 4 steamed buns as treasures and covered them in her arms, trying to avoid the buns getting cold, and then she helped her grandmother to a tree to avoid the wind. At this time, there were quite a few villagers under this tree enjoying the deliciousness of the steamed buns, and when they saw Chen Lian coming over, they greeted each other with joyful smiles. Little Lotus is coming over? A middle-aged woman said enthusiastically, Grandma, he come over and sit with me. After saying that, the woman came forward to assist He Shuehua and sat down beside herself. He Shuehua shot a glance at the woman, recalled some memories, and said, You are Chen Sheng's daughter-in-law, aren't you? It's my daughter-in-law. Chen Sheng, who was sitting not far away, laughed. He was Chen Go's father, while the woman Lu Jia who was assisting He Shuehua was Chen Go's mother. Sister Lian, hurry up and give Grandma He a taste of the steamed buns. Chen Go, who was sitting next to Chen Shang, said, These steamed buns are delicious, fluffy, and tasty, and they are most suitable for elderly people like Grandma He. Chen Lian, who heard this, nodded and shoved a steamed bun into He Shuehua's hand, smiling, Grandma, eat quickly while the bun is still hot. Saying that, Chen Lian also took out a piece of steamed bread and ate it herself. She only ate 1 breakfast today, and at this time, her belly had already been hungry as fire. He Shuehua also ate the fat steamed buns in her hand bit by bit. She was old and had bad teeth, but fortunately, this kind of food like steamed buns was fluffier, and it still didn't take much effort for He Shuehua to eat it. While feeling the sweet flavor in her mouth, she lamented, I used to think that Ping was a capable person, but it's a pity that he left a bit early. I didn't expect that his son would also be so capable that he would be able to invite the whole village to eat steamed buns. He Shuehua's words immediately drew the concurrence of the people nearby. Yes. Tao's son is really outstanding. Grandma He, you are going out less. Didn't see the sight of Tao's son coming back every time he went to the city. Every time it's a cartload of grain pulling back. Look at our eyes are red. Brother Tao's heart is also really good, actually willing to invite us to eat steamed buns, such precious food. I heard that a steamed bun in the city will be sold for 5 cents a mile. This expensive? That's true, isn't it? The price of food is getting higher every day, and food is getting more and more expensive. Alas, this dog entered cold plague, and do not know when it will pass. My family has been almost unable to uncover the pot. Son of a government, we usually do not pay a lot of field taxes, and now that we have suffered a disaster, the government simply does not care about our lives. Speaking, the crowd's topic could not help but turn to the now raging cold plague, but also about the inaction of the government, the mood gradually down. Get in the mother. Chengo ruthlessly bit a mouthful of steamed buns, said viciously, those city officials simply do not care about our lives. To me, this county master might as well let the rice brother to be it. At least he can still give us steamed buns to eat. Yes. If the county magistrate were Inigo, he certainly wouldn't care about our deaths. Brother Tao's heart is extremely good. If he were a county magistrate, all of us in Taiping County would surely have enough to eat. That's right. If Inigo becomes an official, he'll be the most conscientious official in the whole world. Chapter 70, The Hornet's Nest. Chen Lian ate her steamed buns while listening to the crowd without making any comments. She didn't know who the county master was, but she still knew who was good to her, and if she had to choose someone to be the county master, she would definitely choose Chen Daoyi. After all, other than Chen Daoyuan, no one had given her buns to eat. What are you doing here? While the people under the tree were chatting, inside the front yard of Chinda's house, Chinda, who was handing out steamed buns, was staring blankly at the three people in front of him, his face full of disgust. The three people in front of them were no one else but the three Chin brothers who had once tried to break into the house before, and after a month of recuperating from their injuries, these three brothers had finally recovered from their injuries. It's just that at this point all three of them have broken their phases. When Blackie attacked people, he wouldn't be merciful and avoided the vitals, but rather pecked wherever he caught them, and the three brothers Chin, who suffered from Blackie's attack that night, had small pits one after another all over their faces, and the whole face looked like a hornet's nest, which was very ominous. It wasn't just their faces, there were more pits on the trio's bodies, just not visible because of the clothing covering them. To say that these three brothers is also hard life, the average person if the small black pecked all over the body, and was arranged by the village head to hit a board not dead also have to lose half of their lives. But the three brothers recuperated at home for a month and were miraculously healed. Of course, this was also because although these three brothers were stupid, they at least had some food stored at home, which allowed them to barely carry on for a month. This is not just healed, they heard the news that Chen Rice to invite the whole village to eat steamed buns, immediately is excited to come. What are you talking about, uncle? Chen Jin was still a bit intimidated by Chinda, but he still straightened up and said, Chinda said that everyone in the village can come over to eat steamed buns, our three brothers are also villagers of Chin village, so how come we can't come over? That's just it. We are also from the Chin village, we want to eat steamed buns too. The three brothers' justified statement immediately caused a look of disgust to appear on the faces of many villagers who were lining up. These three brothers are shameless wherever there is food, there they are. Before that they were thinking of going into Inuyasha's house and stealing things, and this still has the nerve to come and collect the steamed buns? Why didn't the village headman beat these three brothers to death so as not to waste food? In the face of the villagers' dislike, the three brothers did not take it seriously, but instead said to Chende with a straight face, Chende said that everyone in the village can receive steamed buns, could it be that his words don't count? This word, Chende is hesitant, he is not willing to give these three brothers steamed buns, but not to give them the words. Again, it was contrary to Chenda's promise, which was a bit difficult for Chende. Uncle. At this time, Chendai walked out of the house and said to Chende with a normal face, give it to them. This. Chende was still a bit hesitant, while the villagers who heard Chenda's voice couldn't help but sigh. Brother Tao is still too kind. Giving these three brothers steamed buns is a complete waste. Exactly. It's better for these three brothers to starve to death early, so as not to be an eyesore in the village. If you ask me, the village chief should have beaten them to death before. The villagers at the back of the line to receive steamed buns are more or less indignant, because of the relationship between Chen Daoyuan's steamed buns, they are very favorable to Chen Daoyuan's, and the three Chen Jin brothers who tried to break into Chen Daoyuan's house to steal before, naturally, they will not be treated well by them. Therefore, when they saw Chen Daoyi say that he would give steamed buns to these three brothers, the villagers were very dissatisfied in their hearts. Of course, this dissatisfaction was not directed at Chen Daoyi, but at Chen Jin's three brothers. These three brothers were simply thick-skinned beyond words. A while ago they were still thinking of stealing from others, and now they came back to dabble in the food. It was simply disgraceful. It's Inuyasha who knows better. Chen Jin smiled and said, that's right. Our three brothers are also from the Chun family village, why don't we get steamed buns to eat? That's just it. The two brothers agreed in succession. Chen Daoyi looked at the hornet's nest-like faces of these three people and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. So be it. Let's give you one last full meal. Chen Dao once again said to Chen De, Uncle, give them the steamed buns. This. Well. Seeing that Chen Da's mind was made up, Chen De didn't say much and directly handed over 6 steamed buns to the three Chen Jin brothers. The three brothers who got the steamed buns did not even thank you, and left Chen Daoyi's house with a pace that did not recognize their relatives. Just. Turning away, they did not notice that on Chen Daoyuan's shoulder, a figure that seemed like a cat and a bear disappeared into the front yard. Big brother, this Chen Daoyi family is also too rich. Walking on the road between the villages, Chenin viciously bit into a steamed bun, as if the bite was not a steamed bun, but Chen Daoyi's head in general. It would have been nice if we had been able to steal from his family before. Until now, the three brothers still don't feel that there's anything wrong with trying to break into Chen Daoyi's house, they just regret that they didn't succeed in stealing something that time. Yeah. Chen Tong nodded his head repeatedly and said, into the mother, his family is so rich, but he's not willing to share a little with us, what a son of a. After saying that, Chen Tong added, big brother, should we do it again and go into his house to steal something? I'm afraid we can't rely on us alone. Chen Jin's eyes flashed with brilliance as he mused, we have to find someone to help. Getting help? Chen Copper and Chen Yin were stunned. Chen Jin, on the other hand, explained, when we were in the city before, didn't we know a leader of the Black Tiger Gang? We can ask him for help. Big brother, you mean that person called Wang Kai? Chen Copper and Chen Yin immediately reacted. They still had a deep impression of that Wang Kai, and with the proceeds from their previous land sales, quite a bit of money had been spent on treating Wang Kai to food and drinks. Nice. Chen Jin nodded and said, nowadays, this year, but Chen Daoyi can be so rich, his family must be hiding a lot of secrets. As long as we tell this matter to Wang Kai, he will surely be moved, maybe even the master of the Black Tiger Gang will be moved, and at that time, Chen Daoyi's time of death will be here. The Black Tiger Gang is the biggest gang in Taiping County. The gang leader is a martial artist level existence. Even the big families in the city and the government have to give three thin face of the existence. Once attracted their covetousness, Chen Daoyuan will die. In time, wouldn't the secrets of Chen Daoyi's family and his family's wealth be able to share some of it with himself? I'm not looking for more, even if I can share a few chickens with myself. Chen Jin couldn't help but fantasize. Chen Yin and Chen Copper are also eyes bright this month, lying in bed all day in pain. They have reached the extreme point of resentment in the heart of Chen Daoyi. The thought of Chen Daoyi's family broke the end of the two cannot help. The heart of the excitement. Chapter 71. A hearty dinner. The three brothers who were excited in their hearts didn't notice that at this time, there was no one in the vicinity of the three of them. Because of the fact that the vast majority of the villagers in the Chen village had converged on the Chen rice family, the entire village was extremely empty nowadays, and because the three brothers did not fit in, they tended to prefer to take the remote paths. And at the moment, there was not a sound of people at all on the side of the road they were walking on. It seemed extremely claustrophobic. Boing boing. However, at this moment, in the dead silence, a voice that did not sound like a human voice rang out, like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the three brothers. The sudden appearance of such a sound in the middle of such a silent environment was indeed a bit frightening. What's that noise? Chen Jin looked around with a wary gaze, and Chen Yin and Chen Copper also stopped in their tracks and mentally scrutinized their surroundings. Whoosh! A somewhat sharp voice came, and without waiting for the three brothers to react, Chen Tong let out a cry of pain from his mouth. Ah! Feeling some abnormalities in his neck, Chen Copper subconsciously reached out to touch his neck and felt some warm, wet liquid that felt a little like blood? Blood? Chen Tong's pupil shrank, immediately realizing what was going on, but it was already too late, as the strength gradually receded from his body, and blood gushed out down his broken throat. Chen Tong only felt the sky spinning, and in the next moment, he planted himself on the ground. Brother! Chen Jin exclaimed in shock, but the next moment, he felt a strange sensation coming from his neck, followed by a feeling of powerlessness, and his eyes lost their expression, transforming into a cold corpse. Big brother, third brother, what's wrong with you guys? Don't scare me! Seeing his elder brother and third brother fall to the ground one after another, Chen Yin was so scared that his face was like earth, and he was about to go forward to check the situation of the two of them, but not waiting for him to make a move, a black shadow was attacking, and immediately after that, Chen Yin's neck was in pain, and he completely lost his breath. It wasn't until all three were dead that a tiny figure revealed itself in the moonlight, with a long, bushy tail and a round face. Who was it if not Little Round? Xiao Yuan's wet and moist nose twitched, confirming that all three were all dead before leaving the scene of the crime by the dim moonlight. Chen Daoyi's house, front yard. More than 1,000 steamed buns had been distributed, and the villagers left Chen Daoyi's house in twos and threes, but Chen Daoyi did not rush into the house, but stood in the front yard waiting for something. Inuyasha, what are you waiting for? Seeing Chinde, who was slow to move, Chinde asked. Just a little longer. As soon as Chen Daoyuan's words fell, he saw a black shadow jumping into the front yard, and when he hit his eyes, it was Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, who had entered the front yard, put away his claws and jumped onto Chen Daoyi's shoulder, making a calling sound as if he was reporting something. Chen Daoyi seemed to have understood, gently caressing Xiao Yuan's head and smiling, very well done. Xiao Yuan wooed once again, extremely enjoying Chen Daoyi's touch as well as his compliments. Chen Daidao turned his head to Chen Dao. Uncle, let's go in. Chen De glanced at Xiao Yuan and didn't think much of it, closing the door to the front yard before entering the house with Chen De. In the kitchen, a hearty meal was already prepared. At this time a large round table placed a large pot of stewed chicken. This is in the Chen rice under the authorization of Li Ping and He Tzuilian killed 2 do not lay eggs old hen made out of. Next to the stewed chicken was a plate of chicken mince and a large pot of egg drop soup. The 5 Chen Shangs, Ding Xiaohua, and the 3 children sat around the dining table, looking at the dishes on the table, and couldn't stop gulping furiously. Today's dinner was definitely the most scrumptious dinner they had seen in recent years. Not only is there a snow-white steamed bun in front of each person, but there are also 2 full chickens as well as an egg drop soup made with a dozen eggs. Looking at the food set out on the table, the crowd was dumbfounded. Fortunately, they also knew that the man in charge, Chen Daidai and Chen De, had not arrived, so they did not make any movements, just endured the hunger in their stomachs and sat down at the table to wait. Brother is here. However, at this time, the sharp-eyed Chen Fei, through the light of the dim candles in the house, saw Chen Daidao as well as Chen Div, who had walked into the kitchen, and her small eyes instantly lit up. Inuyasha's here. Inuyasha and uncle, sit over here. Inuyasha, come sit down. Other people are also warmly greeted. Chen Rice, two people sit down. No way, they have long wanted to open the meal, but Chen Rice, two people do not come, they cannot open the food. Chen Dao came to sit beside Chen Fei, touched Chen Fei's head, and said, everyone is hungry, right? Let's all eat. As soon as Chen Daoi said this, the crowd's eyes immediately lit up and flew into action. Chen Chang was the fastest out of the gate, quickly picking up a piece of chicken and stuffing it into his mouth, feeling the flavor of the meat in his mouth as well as the aroma of the grease, revealing a look of satisfaction. Yummy! It's so good! Chen Chang shook his head and let out a sigh of approval. The others were not slow in their movements either, staring at the large pot of chicken, transporting the pieces as if they were flying, bringing piece after piece of chicken into their mouths, making sounds of praise as they ate. The meat is just delicious, better than the buns. It was. It's so delicious. Fragrant, so fragrant. Looking at a satisfied face, Shindawi could not help but laugh in his heart. These days he had eaten a blood feather chicken every day, and had long since become less eager for meat. On the contrary, it was Chen Chang and the others, who because of not being able to eat a single bite of meat for years, were extremely exaggerated at this time, as if they were eating mountain delicacies and seafood. Chen Dawi ignored the chicken on the table. Instead he served himself a bowl of egg drop soup and 8 steamed buns with the egg drop soup. Everyone, don't just eat meat, have some soup and some steamed buns. Chen Daoi's words were obviously not listened to by many people. After all, meat was just too rare for the people here. With meat in front of them, they simply couldn't look at any other food. The one who ate the most exaggeratedly was Chen Chang. He didn't even spit out the bones. As soon as the chicken was in his mouth, he chewed the chicken along with the bones and swallowed it into his stomach, making Chen Daoi admire his digestive ability. On the contrary, Chendi and Chenda's two families behaved a bit better. Chenda would share the chicken mash as well as the chicken soup with them every day when they ate the blood feather chicken, and they, who could occasionally eat meat, did not behave so out of sorts as the 3 Chen Chung brothers generally did. Under the crowd's devouring, it didn't take long. A large pot, more than 10 pounds of chicken, was eaten clean, so the crowd stared at the small plate of chicken mash, one person a chopstick, and ate the chicken mash clean. It was only then that the crowd remembered the staple food, steamed buns. It is also funny to say, in the past, I think the steamed bread is the most delicious food on earth, Chen Chang and others, in the taste of meat, but in front of the steamed bread, the contrast between this before and after, really left a person stunned. Chapter 72, Loyalty. The dinner, which could not be described as a meat pipe, evidently satisfied the crowd. When dinner was over, Chen Chang and the others rubbed their bellies, their faces extremely satisfied. It's still Inuyasha who's good to us. I haven't eaten so much meat since I grew up. Chen Cheng squinted and laughed. He had lived for almost 25 years and had never had such a sumptuous dinner. Yeah. Inuyasha really can't say enough about us. It was worth it to work for Inuyasha. This is the best meal I've ever had. The others chimed in, their hearts having reached the peak of their favor towards Chendawi. For his part, Chendawi smiled and said, tomorrow morning, everyone will come over here and we'll go on a trip to the county town. After seeing everyone nod their heads, Chendawi then said, alright, everyone go home when you're full. Brother Changer, stay for a bit, I have something to tell you. Chen Daoi gave an order, and the people left individually with an understanding. The women were cleaning up the dishes, while Chen Daoi, who led Chen Cheng to the front yard, spoke, Brother Chang, do you want to continue to work after me in the future? Of course I want to. Chen Cheng nodded his head without thinking, Brother Dao, I'm willing to work after you, as long as I manage to eat. That's good. Chen Rice secretly nodded. He is not worried about Chen Cheng refused. Nowadays working for him Chen Rice can eat has been recognized by the whole village. Willing to work for Chen Rice, no 500 people also have 409. As for why Chen Rice looking for Chen Cheng? The answer is naturally because Chen Cheng is stronger. Came to this world Chen Rice has always been extremely lack of security. In this aspect of security, invest more Chen Rice will not feel loss. The reason why he allowed Chen Cheng to continue working with him was because Chen Dai Dai intended to train Chen Cheng to become his bodyguard, and even, he intended to train Chen Cheng to become a martial artist. With Chen Cheng's 6'8", tendon-fleshed body, once he became a martial artist, he was bound to be one of the best in his class. At that time, when he had Chen Cheng and Xiao Yuan as his bodyguard, wouldn't he be safe and secure? After this period of observation, Chen Daoi had thoroughly confirmed Chen Cheng's loyalty. It might be a little difficult to let Chen Cheng die for himself, but Chen Daoi could be sure that Chen Cheng would never betray himself, so he didn't mind spending some resources to cultivate Chen Cheng into a martial artist to be his personal bodyguard. Then you'll follow me from now on, Makoto. Chen Daoi said, not only will I take care of your food, I will also pay you a salary every month. And a paycheck? Chen Sheng's eyes lit up. Not only do they manage the food, but they also have a salary to collect, which is more than a beautiful thing. Sure. Chen Dao nodded and took out 5 eggs that had failed to hatch and stuffed them into Chen Sheng's hand while saying, with this salary, you won't need to worry about your family not being able to afford to eat, so take these 5 eggs and go back to your own siblings to replenish their bodies. Chen Sheng looked at the 5 eggs in his hand, his heart was moved and his eyes were a little moist. Brother Dao, you are so good to me. Chen Dai not only gives himself full food, but also considers his family. At this moment, Chen Sheng is completely dead to Chen Daoi. From the time he understands, in addition to his mother, no one has ever been so good to him. Chen Daoi patted Chen Chang's shoulder and said, Brother Chang, hurry back. Don't keep your mother waiting. After saying that, Chen Dai turned around and returned to the house. Chen Shang, on the other hand, stopped for a long time before he turned around and left, returning to his home. At Chen Sheng's home, his mother Lu Yan was sitting in the not-so-spacious living room with Chen Shi and Chen Mu, and through the dim moonlight coming in through the door, one could see the sadness on the faces of the three. With the construction of the Chen Rice family houses completed, Chen Sheng three brothers also completely lost the work can eat a full meal. The future not only cannot eat every day, not to say, the family's food consumption will be even greater. This is not much for the family of this food storage, although not to say that the sky is falling, but the days are even more difficult is certain. Ugh. Shenshir sighed, not without regret. I should have known that we should have been a little lazy, so that Tao's house could be built slower, and we could have eaten for a few more days. How can you have such a mind? Lu Yan looked angrily at Chen Shi and said, Brother Dao gives you full meals and sends steamed buns to the house, yet you think of being lazy? As soon as his mother became angry, Chen Shi immediately became weak and scratched his head in embarrassment. Mother, I'm just saying, it's not like I'm going to actually do this. In fact, Chen Shi was still very grateful to Chen Daoi, and had never thought about the lazy thing. The reason why he would say something like that just now was just a subconscious complaint because of the lack of food storage at home. Why don't we go into the city and work? Chen Mu said, I've heard that selling labor in the city can earn a lot of silver, and the three of us don't lack strength, so we can definitely find work. No way. Chen Shi shook his head and said, I inquired about that cargo man Wuhan when he came over earlier, and he told me that nowadays, a lot of people in the city are eager to do the work of selling labor, and it's not our turn at all. This. Shen Mu opened his mouth, the heart is very helpless, the village cannot planting, the city to sell labor is not the family so many people really can only starve to death is not? Mother, second and third brother. Just as the three of them were worried, Chen Chang ran in with gusto, his face filled with joy. Big brother is back. Chen Shi, who noticed the joyful look on Chen Chang's face, busily said, Big brother, what did brother Dao leave you behind just now? Inuyasha told me to keep working after him. Chen Chang laughed nervously. He said that if I work with him in the future, not only will I be able to eat every day in the future, but I will also receive a salary. There's such a thing as a good thing? Chen Shi and Chen Mu froze, followed by intense envy erupting from their eyes. Big brother, this is a good thing. Chen Shi's eyes glowed as he said, who in the village doesn't want to work for Brother Rice nowadays? It's your good fortune that Brother Dao has taken a liking to you. After saying that, Chen Shi added with great regret, how come Inuyasha didn't look at me? Is it possible you've been slacking on your work? Lu Yan obviously hadn't forgotten Chen Shi's words just now. Brother Dao saw that you weren't working hard, so he didn't ask you to continue working? Injustice, mother. Chen Shi hurriedly cried out, I've never been lazy when I work, don't believe me, ask big brother and third brother. Lu Yan looked at Chen Chang and Chen Mu, but saw that both of them were nodding their heads. They had all watched when Chen Shi worked, indeed they had never been lazy. Instead, because of the fact that they were able to have enough to eat every day, their hands and feet were quite diligent. So, Lu Yan couldn't figure out why Chen Daer left Chen Chang alone for a moment, so she quickly stopped thinking about it and instead looked at Chen Chang and asked, Brother Chang, you said before that Daer would still pay you a salary? Chapter 73, 3 Corpses. Yes, mother. Did Inuyasha say how much to send? Lu Yan pursued, not that she is greedy for money, but this salary is too important for her family. If the salary is large enough, then her family will not have to worry about their food, while if the salary is less, then I am afraid that her family will have to figure out how to scrimp and save to get through this winter. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't much food stored at home, Lu Yan wasn't even going to ask this question. Even if she let Chen Chang work for Chen Daidai for nothing, she was willing to do so. After all, in the entire Chen village, Chen Daoi was the only one who was willing to give them some food for this family. Inuyasha didn't say. Chen Chang replied, but he said that the salary would not be a problem to feed all of our family. As Chen Chang's words fell, the eyes of the three people in the room all lit up. Did Inigo really say that? Lu Yan asked as she gazed at Chen Chang. Yes. Chen Chang nodded his head and took out the 5 eggs he had brought back, handing them to Lu Yan. Mother, these are the 5 eggs that Brother Dao asked me to bring back, saying that they are for his younger siblings to replenish their bodies. Lu Yan took the eggs and carefully held the 5 eggs in her hand as if she was holding a rare treasure. In fact, these 5 eggs were indeed similar to babies to Lu Yan. A few small family because of the perennial insufficient food, and eat the relationship of the chaff powder, every day are constantly shouting hungry, and all grow yellow and thin. These 5 eggs is suitable for them to make up the body. Inuyasha is so generous. Looking at the 5 eggs, Chenshur couldn't help but sigh with emotion. 5 eggs out of the blue. The landlords in the city aren't this generous. Hasn't Inuyasha always been like this? Treats the village extremely well. Shenwu said, "It's a pity that Brother Tao didn't take a fancy to me, or else I'd be able to eat a full meal every day just like Big Brother." Lu Yan put away the 5 eggs, her gaze fell on Chen Chang, and she solemnly instructed, "Brother Tao is so good to you, Brother Chang, you must help him with all your heart in the future, or else Mother won't be able to spare you, got it?" "Got it, Mother." While Chen Chang's family was talking, in the newly built house, Chen Dawi was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling with an empty gaze. Counting the forest bandits that he had killed before, Chen Dawi, who had not even killed a few chickens in his previous life, had already killed more than 10 people after coming to this world, which was enough to be labeled as a murderous demon if placed in the previous life in China. However, in this world, killing a dozen people only, it is nothing at all. Even the government, I am afraid that it is difficult to find out that those people were killed by Chen Daoyuan. Even if they are found, they will not be held accountable. After all, those forest bandits near the official road, dead is dead. The government may even clap their hands. Where would they care how they died? On the contrary, Shenjin 3 brothers are some trouble, but the problem will not be too big. After all, Shenjin 3 brothers died. Chen Rice but has been staying in the front yard, has been in the villagers' line of sight. There is a full alibi. Even if the officials found out in the end, Chen Dawi didn't think he would have anything to do with it. He only needed to reveal his identity as a martial artist. The status of a martial artist in this world is a transcendent level of existence, and it is simply impossible for the government to go against a martial artist for the sake of a mere 3 Chenjin. In short, Chen Dawi was not worried about what effect killing the 3 Chenjin brothers would have on him. He just inevitably felt some emotions. The lives of people in this world are also a little too worthless. There are countless stragglers starving to death outside of the city, but no one has ever cared about their deaths. Ugh. Chen Dai sighed softly, and without realizing it, he entered dreamland. Early the next morning, the 3 Chen Sheng brothers woke up, and did not eat breakfast at home, went out and went straight to the new home of Chen Dawi. They were all well aware that Chen Daoyuan's family must have prepared breakfast for them, so they stopped wasting food at home. When he came to the door of Chen Daoi's house, he saw that Chen Jiang and Chen Si had already arrived early and were wrapping their clothes tightly around their bodies, standing in front of the door and waiting. "Makoto, you guys are here." Chen Si smiled and greeted the 3 Chen Sheng brothers. "Chen Si, Chen Jiang." The 3 brothers also responded with a smile, and then immediately, they spoke while waiting for the door to Chen Daoyuan's home to open. Squeak! Did not wait long, the door was opened, revealing the figure of Chen Daoyuan inside. Several people have enthusiastically went forward to greet Chen Daoyuan. "Good morning, Inuyasha." "Good." Chen Din nodded and led the crowd inside. The 2 women in the house Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua had already prepared breakfast, and they started eating directly after entering the house. After eating a full 8 steamed buns on the egg drop soup, Chen Sheng contentedly patted his belly and laughed. "The steamed buns at Inigo's house are really good, how can you not get tired of them?" "That's not what you said yesterday." Chen Jiang laughed and teased. "Yesterday, he said the chicken was the best." "The chicken is delicious, and so are the buns," Chen Shang said seriously. Chen Dawi didn't gossip with the crowd, took the food to the backyard to feed the chickens, and tied up the legs of the 3 blood-feathered chickens and put them into the chicken coop before taking Chen Chang and the others out of the door and heading straight to Chen Dawi's house. Chen De had already borrowed the donkey cart from the village chief's house and was planning to go to Chen Da's house to look for Chen Di and his party. When he saw Chen Di and the others coming over, he said, "Coming? Let's set off then." So the group got into the donkey cart, left the village, and headed in the direction of the county town. Ah! And not long after Chen Rice and the others left, an ear-piercing scream resounded throughout the entire Chen clan village. A woman looked at the 3 corpses on the ground with a ghastly white face and fell on her but in fear. At the same time, heard the movement of the nearby villagers have also come out of their homes. See the 3 corpses, without exception, all of them pale, some of the timid, and even trembling. Of course, there are some bold ones. A green strong man boldly went forward and turned the bodies over, recognizing the 3 corpses. It's the 3 Chenjin brothers. The green strong face cannot help but show a trace of contempt. These 3 brothers, in the village of people. Oh no, they have no people skills at all, they're about as common as stinking dog in the village. How did these 3 brothers die? Yesterday I saw them collecting steamed buns at Inigo's house. How come one night passed and they died? It's good to die. These 3 brothers should have died a long time ago, and living is a waste of food. The surrounding villagers were talking, and many even clapped their hands. The young strongman who was the first to come forward to check the situation was scrutinizing the wounds on the bodies of these three brothers with a frown on his face. These three brothers had obviously not been killed by men, but by wild beasts, and the wounds at their necks could be seen at once to have been inflicted by the claws of some wild beast. Chapter 74, A Little Gain? The village chief is here. However, at this moment, the crowd automatically separated a path, and the village head Chen He walked over, looking at the three corpses on the ground with a grave expression. Mayor. The young strongman who was checking the situation got up and said to Chen He, the people who died were the three Chen Jin brothers, who should have been killed by the wild beasts that came down the mountain. Chen He squatted down, checked the situation, and nodded his head to affirm the youth's judgment. Indeed, he was killed by a wild beast. The wounds on the necks of the three Chen Jin brothers, as long as they are not blind, can basically see that they are caused by the claws of the beast, but Chen He heart but more or less have some doubts. Chen family village, because of the relationship of the Tsangming mountain adjacent to the past, is not without the appearance of the beasts that broke into the village. Those beasts may be wild boars, maybe jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. They may be threatening to people, but not so much so that the three adults cannot do the slightest resistance. There is no trace of struggle at the scene, which indicates that all three Chen Jin were killed by a single blow, and what is even more bizarre is that after killing the three brothers Chen Jin, the beast turned a blind eye to their corpses. Beasts harming people is for the sake of satiety, only kill but do not eat people. Beasts Chen He has never seen, cannot be a demonic beast, not? Chen He shook his head and vetoed this speculation. If the demonic beasts entered the village, it would not be just the three Chen Jin brothers who would die. I am afraid that the villagers living in this neighborhood would not be safe. And after ruling out the speculation of demonic beasts, the object of suspicion changed from beasts to people. For some reason, Chen He suddenly remembered the animal that hung on Chen Daohui from time to time, resembling a cat and a bear, and that animal's claws were very much in line with the wounds on the necks of Chen Jin's trio. Chen He, who thought of this, took a deep look at the corpses of the three Chen Jin brothers and said to the surrounding villagers, everyone lend a hand and send them to the side of the mountain to be buried. Although there was a guess in his heart, Chen He did not say anything about this matter. He also did not like these three brothers, and their death would be good for the entire Chen clan village. As for going to the government to denounce Chen Rice, it is even more impossible. First of all, Chen He has no evidence, and secondly, Chen Rice is now in the village's reputation is as high as the sky. If he dares to say that Chen Rice is a murderer, I am afraid that the first one who does not agree is the surrounding villagers. What's more, what good would it do to him, Chen He, to denounce Chen Daohui? Chen Rice at least to the village issued steamed bread to eat. Chen He also got a few Chen Jin three brothers and gave him what? His three brothers were lucky to get a full meal before they died. That first to check the situation of the young strong man said with a smile, yesterday he also went to the Chen Rice home to collect steamed buns. Naturally know that these three brothers cheekily go to the Chen Rice home to ask for steamed buns thing. Yes. To be able to eat a steamed bun before they die, these three brothers will be considered a full dead ghost when they go to hell. If you ask me, why do the three brothers still eat steamed buns when they're all dead? They might as well leave it to me. Right. What's the difference between a satiated ghost and a starving ghost when you go down to hell? The flavor of that steamed bun yesterday was really good. I really envy Chen Chang and the others. They can eat steamed buns every day. They shouldn't be able to eat now that Inigo's house has been built and there's no work for them. Inigo and the others seem to have gone into town again today? Yes. I even saw them going out of the village this morning for miles. For Chen Jin's three deaths, the villagers obviously do not feel anything. While chatting, while carrying the bodies of Chen Jin's three brothers to the side of the mountain, even the straw mat are not lazy to wrap, dug a pit will be buried all three bodies. As the donkey cart traveled on the official road, Chen Chang and the others were clearly not as staid as before. Having seen the horrors of the small circle, they were no longer afraid of the forest bandits that emerged from the forest, so the people sitting on the donkey cart were quite relaxed, and even had the time to chat a little. 1 hour later, the donkey cart stopped in front of the door of the Fuhufist Museum. Chen Daoyuan jumped off the cart, and was about to follow the customary to the gatekeeper Wei Gu stuffed in the hands of the copper plate. Wei Gu has directly waved his hand and refused. Brother Chen doesn't have to. Wei Gu said, the pavilion master said that in the future, you can go straight in to see him when you come, you don't need me to inform you. In the past, Wei Gu treated Chen Dao as a small person at the bottom. Naturally he didn't mind collecting Chen Dao's money, but now that Chen Dao was already the guest of honor of the pavilion owner, and his position in Wei Ji's heart had risen dramatically, it would be a bit inappropriate to collect money again. Then thank you brother Wei. Chen Dao also did not have the intention of having to give money, signaling Chen Di and the others to wait outside, and then walked into the interior of the martial arts hall on his own. Inside the martial arts center, one apprentice was practicing Fuhu Quan under Han Mang's guidance, sweating like a pig. Chen Daohui, who had long since become a 9th grade martial artist, looked at these boxing apprentices and secretly shook his head in his heart. The boxing of these apprentices under the guidance of Han Mang was really good and decent. However, Chen Daohui had noticed that many of the apprentices were very pale, which was the appearance of overexertion. Lacking medicines to replenish qi and blood, even if one's boxing was good and standardized, it would still be difficult to become a martial artist, and those pale-faced apprentices were obviously forcing extra training, which would only result in a deficit in the body. In this world's martial arts, gong methods and resources are indispensable. Chen Daohui sighed softly in his heart and walked through the lobby to meet Li Hu, who was practicing martial arts in the backyard, as well as Li Ying, who was sitting and watching at the stone table. Without disturbing Li Hu, Chen Daohui lightly walked to sit opposite Li Ying and smiled. "Long time no see, Ms. Li. Little brother Chen is here." Seeing Chen Daohui's Li Ying was still that warm, smiling brightly and responding, "Don't call me Ms. Li in the future, it's too raw. Just call me Sister Li or Sister Ring directly." "No problem. I'll call you Sister Ring from now on." Chen Rice responded with a mouthful of goodwill. Li Ying, on the other hand, turned her head to carefully survey Chen Daoyuan, her eyebrows furrowed as a hint of contemplation flashed in her eyes. She and Chen Daoyuan have been nearly a month have not seen, and this month's time, Chen Daoyuan's change is really not small. The original 1 meter 5 or so of the height of the body jumped up a cut, are close to 1 meter 6. In addition, Chen Rice's face as well as the body changes are also great. Originally a weak, pale and thin appearance, now it has looked strong a lot, even the voice has become thick a lot. "You practiced voodoo fist?" Li Ying asked thoughtfully. "Practiced." Chen Daohui didn't deny it. He knew that he couldn't hide his own changes from others. "Recently I've had some gains from practicing boxing. My body has gotten a lot better." "Yes?" Li Ying suspiciously sized up Chen Daohui. Chen Daohui had changed so much, how could he not look like he only had some gains? Chapter 75 Amazing Words. Little brother Chen has been making good progress in martial arts lately. At this time, Li Hu, who had finished boxing, came over and said thoughtfully while carefully observing Chen Daohui. Li Ying was only a 9th grade martial artist and could only observe the surface of Chen Daoyuan's changes, but Li Hu, who had already been promoted to a 7th grade martial artist, was able to detect the uncommon qi and blood power within Chen Daoyuan's body. Such a powerful power of qi and blood is simply not something that ordinary people can have, not to mention that the last time we met, Chen Daoyuan's body was not even as good as an ordinary person. In less than 20 days, it changed from a skinny kid to a 9th grade martial artist. Li Hu could not help but feel shocked in his heart, and even almost thought that Chen Dao was a martial arts genius. However, on second thought, Li Hu dismissed this speculation. The reason why Chen Daohui was able to advance to the 9th grade so quickly should have something to do with the blood feather chicken and not much to do with his own talent. A slight improvement is all. The pavilion master is flattering. Chen Daohui responded with a smile, placing the chicken cage he was carrying on the table. "Pavilion masterly, I brought 3 blood-feathered chickens this time." Li Hu's eyes quickly lit up. The effect of the blood-feathered chicken he had already personally tested. It was even better than he had imagined. In just less than 20 days it had allowed him to break through the boundaries and become one of the pinnacle 7th grade martial artists in Taiping County. The effect was better than the herbs by an unknown number of times. Thus, the moment he saw Chen Daoyuan take out the blood-feathered chicken, Li Hu's excitement needed no introduction. "Little brother Chen," Li Hu asked experimentally, "the number of blood-feathered chickens brought this time, isn't it a bit too small?" "Pavilion master, there's nothing I can do," Chen Daohui said in a fake distressed manner. "This blood-feathered chicken was captured in the Tsangmeng Mountain. The pavilion master also knows that the Tsangmeng Mountain is extremely dangerous and the prey is difficult to find. To be able to capture 3 blood-feathered chickens in one go is already a very lucky thing." Chen Rice these words, Li Hu only believed half. Tsangmeng Mountain dangerous is true, prey is difficult to find is also true, but to say that Chen Rice only 3 blood-feathered chicken, that is bull. It was very simple. If the number of this blood-feathered chicken was really so small, then how did Chen Daoyuan become a martial artist? It can't be by bought herbs, can it? Not to mention whether Chen Dao could pay that exorbitant price. Even if he could, the effects of the medicinal herbs could not possibly allow Chen Dao to advance so quickly in his martial arts. Just as well. Li Hu thought about it and didn't get to the bottom of it, but said, "Xiaoing, go fetch 60 taels of silver and give it to little friend Chen. We'll buy all 3 blood-feathered chickens." "Okay, Dad." Not long after, 60 taels of silver were handed over to Chen Daoyuan. The transaction was completed smoothly. Chen Daoyuan also declined the invitation of Li Hu's father and daughter to stay for dinner, and directly walked out of the Fuhu Martial Arts Hall. Just walked out of the door of the martial arts hall, there was a middle-aged man in a long shirt walking on his face. Chen Daohui inadvertently glanced at this person, pondering. Middle-aged man with elegant looks and a very special aura. This kind of temperament, Chen Daohui does not know how to describe, only feel. A little like some leaders seen in the news in the previous life. The middle-aged man obviously noticed Chen Daohui as well, and after nodding, he directly said to Wei Gu, who was guarding the door, "Please notify Pavilion Master Li, and say that Su Jiwen is visiting." Wei Gu glanced at the middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament and turned around to go in to inform. Chenda, on the other hand, got into the donkey cart and left the Fuhu Martial Arts Center with Chendi and the others. Not long after Chendayu and the others left, Weigo was hurriedly returning and respectfully said to Su Jiwen, County Duke, please come in. Obviously, Weigo had already learned about Su Jiwen's identity from Li Hu, which caused his attitude to change drastically and respectfully. Su Jiwen nodded towards Weigo and walked straight into the martial arts center, and after walking through the lobby, he met Li Hu's father and daughter who were in the backyard. The county honors came. Li Hu failed to go out to meet them. Please forgive me. Li Hu opened his mouth and confessed, the identity of the county magistrate is definitely higher than his identity as the master of the Fuhu Pavilion. Logically speaking, he should go out to greet him, but Fong was busy hiding the blood feather chicken, so it was not good to go out to greet him directly. No harm done. Su Jiwen didn't seem to care about this. Directly sitting down with Li Hu on the edge of the stone table, he opened his mouth and said, this official wants to eradicate the Zhu family. I don't know if the pavilion master can help this official. Exclamation point. A big exclamation point flashed through Li Hu's head. He was shaken, never expecting this county dignitary to say such amazing words as soon as he arrived. Even Li Ying, who was standing next to the two, was stunned. Eradicating the Zhu family. The Zhu family has existed in Taiping County for 100 years, a family that has survived for 100 years and is deeply rooted in Taiping County, which can be easily eradicated. In fact, Su Jiwen's previous magistrate had wanted to move the three big families, but the result was that the magistrate died a violent death, and it was only then that it was the turn of Su Jiwen to come to the office. The prefect must not joke. Li Hu looked serious and said, if this is spread out, I'm afraid neither you nor I will be able to live in peace. Li Hu didn't have much favor with the three big families in Taiping County, and even loathed them more than anything else, but that didn't mean that he wanted to be an enemy of the three big families. You have to know, in this acre of Taiping County, the three great families can be too much deeper than the Fuhu Fist Museum, and the three great families, although there are occasional small fights, but ultimately the existence of the same gas, once you move the Zhu family. The other two families will definitely help, and when that time comes, he will not even say that he will be able to open the Fuhu Kung Fu Gym. Even he himself and Li Ying will be in danger. I never thought that Pavilion Master Li would be so timid. Cog Moon made a provocative move. Li Hu was unmoved. County honors, no need to provoke me. Li Mao certainly not small guts, but also dare not with the three great families as an enemy. Yeah? Su Jiwen looked deeply at Li Hu. Just the test has let him understand. Li Hu, this person with the three great families is not a heart. If this official said that there is certainty that can eradicate the Zhu family? Where did the prefect get the certainty? Li Hu shook his head, and did not believe Su Jiwen's words. Su Jiwen, the seemingly honorable county magistrate, is completely a mascot on the surface. Even the county magistrates Xu Yun and constables he cannot control. Where is the ability to eradicate the Xu family? This table, Pavilion Master, should be made of lapis lazuli, right? Instead of directly answering Li Hu's rhetorical question, Cog Man looked at the desktop, and suddenly, Cog Man reached out and grabbed a corner of the round desktop and snapped. Ka-ching! The table made of cast blue stone instantly broke down a piece. This scene immediately caused Li Hu and Li Ying to widen their eyes. Lapis lazuli is a valuable stone in Xia. Not only the color is good looking, but also very strong, even with a hammer pounding, may not be able to easily damage, and Su Jiwen just casually break, will be the whole piece of lapis lazuli polished into the desktop break off a corner. Chapter 76, Rebellion. Li Hu and Li Ying's gazes fell on Su Jiwen with shocked expressions. Anyone with some status in Taiping County knows that the county magistrate Su Jiwen is just a poseur, just a scholar with an empty official position but no power whatsoever, including Li Hu and Li Ying, who also think the same way. But at this moment, Su Jiwen's performance clearly contradicted their perception, breaking a corner of lapis lazuli with his bare hands. Even an 8th grade martial artist couldn't do it. This means that this county honor, which is regarded as a mascot, is a 7th grade martial artist. A seemingly unarmed scholar, secretly he is one of the few 7th grade martial artists in the entire Taiping County. The prefectural honors are so deeply hidden. Li Hu looked at Su Jiwen with a deep gaze. Even he had never felt the presence of qi and blood power in Su Jiwen's body. Su Jiwen smiled, said, not hide from Li Pavilion Master. This official since childhood martial arts talent is not bad. This official's father originally hoped that this official to practice martial arts, but the mother is more hopeful that this official from the text. The two old opinions are not mutually agreeable, so they made a compromise choice, so that this official martial arts dual training. Ever since I knew how to start at a young age, this official has been reading in the morning and practicing martial arts in the afternoon, and it's a good thing that this official is good at both his talent for reading and practicing martial arts, and he's barely managed to make some headway in both martial arts and academics. Some builds. The corner of Li Hu's mouth twitched, that is, he did not understand the Earth's internet terrain, or else he would have angrily sprayed Su Jiwen Versailles. Nima, literature and martial arts, and still managed to pass the imperial examinations, and even practiced as a 7th grade martial artist. At this time, Li Hu, quite a person than a person's feeling of death, people, and practice martial arts and practice literature can become a 7th grade martial artist, and their own focus on martial arts, but promote the 7th grade martial artist so difficult, and even need the help of the blood feather chicken in order to promote the 7th grade. Li Hu almost didn't shed the tears of the week, it was just too damn infuriating. Now, does Pavilion Master Li believe what I said? COG Man asked as he ended the Versailles Act. Li has a question, I wonder if the prefect can solve it for me? Go ahead. Why does Prefecture Honor insist on dealing with the 3 great families? Li Hu asked. Those stragglers outside the city, Pavilion Master Li should have seen them before, right? I've seen it since. Although Li Hu went out less, but the displaced people converging outside the city, he still went to see, and even arranged for people to go outside the city to give porridge. This officer does not come from a good background. Su Jiwon suddenly turned, talking about his own family history. Father is just a merchant's son, slightly thin wealth, spend money in the martial arts hall to learn some rough strokes. The mother is also just a small family origin. This official has seen with his own eyes, the too old man to provide for the official to study, practice martial arts is how hard it is, but also know that the people at the bottom of the people how difficult it is. This official is stupid. I have read countless books over the years, and I have not been able to realize all of the truths in the books, but I have known some of the truths from the books. This official has never planted a field, yet he has food to eat. This official has never raised chickens and ducks, yet he has meat to eat. This official has never chopped wood, yet he has countless amounts of firewood to burn. And all these are obtained by the sweat of thousands of people. Every cent of this official's salary comes from the hands of the people, and at this time those people outside the city who once provided for this official are starving to death every day, which makes it hard for my conscience to be at ease, so I have to borrow the Zhu family's grain to help aid them. Su Jiwon said these words. Li Hu could not help but be silent. He had guessed countless reasons for Su Jiwon to eradicate the Zheng family, and it was only most of his guesses that he thought from the perspective of interests in power. But never thought that Su Jiwon's reason for wanting to eradicate the Zhu family was actually so simple, actually just for those stragglers outside the city, just because he couldn't bear to watch the people starve to death alive. At this moment, Li Hu cannot help but respect. Living 40 years he has seen countless corrupt officials, seen countless for the sake of power, for the sake of the interests of more than fighting power, but never seen Su Jiwon such a heart only for the people of the officials. I don't know how Prefectural Honor plans to eradicate the Zhu family? Li Hu asked. Hearing this, Su Jiwon's eyes lit up. Since Li Hu asked about eradicating the Zheng family, it meant that he was planning to side with himself. This official has already made proper arrangements. Su Jiwon said his plan without slowing down. Li Hu and Li Ying listened and nodded their heads. The plan of the county Zun, the success rate is still very high. Both of them felt very feasible. But Li Hu's eyes twinkled as he asked, I wonder how County Honor intends to distribute the resources of the Zhu family after eradicating them. Everything has to talk about interests, although Li Hu is a good-hearted person, but the risk of dealing with the Zhu family, but only to benefit the people, this kind of thing, he is impossible to do. The matter has been considered by me in advance. Su Jiwon said with confidence, after the fall of the Zhu family, all of their food and fields will go to the government, and the Fuhu Fist Hall, which helped me, can get all of the Zhu family's herb stores as well as their medicine fields. The industries of the Zhu family are most often food and medicinal herbs, not only the Zhu family, but also the 3 major families in Taiping County. The county honors took away the grain and fields, and the medicinal herbs went to the Fuhu Fist School. Such a distribution was still acceptable to Li Hu, so he nodded his head and agreed, then it is so settled. After the Zhu family falls, the medicinal herbs go to me, and the grain goes to the county honors. Great! Su Jiwon caressed his beard, a smile on his face. With Li Hu's joining him, he was a little more certain about eradicating the Zhu family. As a result, the atmosphere in the courtyard became more and more relaxed, and Li Hu asked Li Ying to make a pot of tea, and sat face to face with Su Jiwon, drinking tea and chatting. Right. However, at this moment, Su Jiwon seemed to have remembered something and took out a piece of paper filled with writing from the inner layer of his clothes, handing it to Li Hu. Pavilion Master Li might as well take a look at this. Li Hu took a look and his pupils fluttered. There wasn't much on this piece of paper, but the content was amazing. Someone actually rebelled in Liangzhou? Li Hu hissed as if speaking to himself. The content on the paper should be copied by Su Jiwon from the official residence newspaper, and what is said on it is exactly the news that there is a rebellion in the land of Liangzhou. In Liangzhou, a young man who was conscripted and sent to the battlefield of the Great Wall to serve as a soldier, because he was dissatisfied with the government's action, he gathered his acquaintances and killed the escorting officials, and held all the conscripted young men hostage, shouting a slogan that broke the sky: the emperor, prime ministers, nobles, and officials are just mortal beings like us. Why do you hold the throne and subjugate us? Today, I, Yang Zhang, will fight against them and pull the dog emperor down from the dragon chair. Perhaps because Yang Zheng's words were too provocative, or perhaps because the people of Liangzhou had long been dissatisfied with the court's behavior, Yang Zheng's rebellion went exceptionally well. He took hostage the conscripted youths and stragglers, and attacked one county after another, and the first thing he did in each county was to kill all the officials and mandarins in the city, and then open the county's granary and distribute it to his subordinates as well as to the poor people in the city. This move made Yang Zheng very popular, and the cause of rebellion was supported by more poor people. Chapter 77, The End of the Line. With the support of a large number of stragglers and people, Yang Zheng had a constant source of soldiers, and his rebel team was constantly growing. According to the description on the residence report, Yang Zheng's team had expanded to 100,000 people, and had successfully occupied half of a county. Liangzhou was only 3 counties in total. In other words, Yang Zheng has occupied 1/6 of the land of Liangzhou, and has already owned his own basic disc. That was a month ago. Su Jiwen didn't seem to be surprised by Li Hu's shocked performance and sighed. A month ago, Yang Zheng had already occupied half of the county, and now I'm afraid that the entire Liangshan County has already been occupied by Yang Zheng. Liangshan County is the southernmost county of Liangzhou, adjacent to Qingzhou, which means that Yang Zheng may swing south and enter Qingzhou at any time. And once Yang Zheng entered Qingzhou, the first to suffer would definitely be Taiping County, because Taiping County was the northernmost county in the entire Qingzhou, bordering Liangshan County in Liangzhou. Li Hu stared and said, "What about the imperial court? Why don't you send an army to surround it?" "The court?" Su Jiwen snorted and said, "I'm afraid the court is still busy struggling at this time. Without 3 months, I'm afraid it won't be able to send an army." After saying that, Su Jiwen added, "What's more, the current imperial court, there is still the ability to send an army is not yet known. Now the barbarians outside the Great Wall are watching intently, and the country is seriously affected by the disaster. The tax revenue has been greatly reduced. Where is the money and food to send an army? The opening of a large army requires money and food, and it is not a small number. With what Su Jiwen knows, I am afraid that today's court is unable to take care of itself, not to mention sending out an army to exterminate Yang Zheng, the rebel thief. Is the court just going to sit back and watch Yang Zheng grow?" Li Hu asked incredulously. "Yang Zheng is a rebel. This is a matter of breaking the sky." The court did not react at all? "The court is naturally unwilling to sit back and watch Yang Zheng grow." Su Jiwen said, "This official guesses that the court will most likely send a symbolic army to besiege the city, and after the siege fails, it will choose to recruit Yang Zheng." After saying this, Su Jiwen added, "In fact, Yang Zheng is not the first person to rebel. Since the cold plague swept through the 3 northern states, countless people have rebelled, only most of them were just loud thunder but little rain, and were quickly annihilated. Only Yang Zheng has made such a big commotion. Has the situation gotten this bad?" Li Hu's eyes widened. The news that Su Jiwen said was not clear to him, who was in Taiping County, and only a court official like Su Jiwen could learn about this news from the DD newspaper. One thought of the entire northern 3 states have been everywhere against Li Hu cannot help but scalp numb. How to see, the summer country is a look to finish awe. Can you not be celiac? Su Jiwen sighed lightly. The cold plague has already left most of the northern people with no harvest, and the imperial court is constantly levying ding and taxes. The people have long been overwhelmed. Yang Zheng is just the first rebel to make such a big commotion. It will never be the last. This is also the reason why I am determined to eradicate the Zhu family. If I cannot properly resettle the stragglers outside the city, the land of Qingzhou may not be free from a second Yang Zheng." Su Jiwen looked at Li Hu and said, "Does Pavilion Master think that you, as a martial artist, can hold back Yang Zheng's 100,000 strong army?" "Of course not." Li Hu shook his head without thinking. The martial artist is not invincible. One-on-one situation, as a 7th grade martial artist, he can naturally easily beat ordinary people, and even 1 against 10, but once faced with a large number of humongous army surrounded, Li Hu did not feel that he had any chance of winning. Even the most powerful martial artist had a time of exhaustion. A martial artist could kill 5 people, could kill 10 people, but definitely could not kill 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people. "This is it," Su Jiwen said. "We must treat those stragglers outside the city well, at least give them a mouthful of rice to eat. Otherwise, once these stragglers rise up, the first to suffer will definitely be us." While Su Jiwen and Li Hu were talking, Chen Daoyuan had already arrived in front of a pharmacy and stood outside the pharmacy's door, looking up at the pharmacy's plaque, which had 4 large characters written on it, "Yuan's Pharmacy." It was easy to tell from the name that this was Yuan's Pharmacy, and there were bound to be medicinal herbs used by martial artists for sale within it. After signaling Chen Di and the others to wait outside, Chen Daidao stepped into the middle of the pharmacy. There weren't many people in the pharmacy, only 2 scattered customers picking herbs, in addition to the shopkeeper sitting behind the counter. The shopkeeper who saw Chen Daoyuan come in just looked at Chen Daoyuan and withdrew his gaze. This was Yuan's Pharmacy. Customers who wanted to buy medicine would naturally take their own medicinal herbs and come to the counter to pay. As for taking the herbs and running straight away, The shopkeeper wasn't at all worried about such a problem. In the entire Taiping County, no one had dared to take the Yuan family's things for nothing, not even a martial artist. Pa. Chen Daoyi walked up to the counter and opened his mouth to ask, "Are the herbs blood ganoderma, phoenix tail flower, iron heart bamboo, and bear blood flower for sale here?" These several medicinal herbs, naturally, is Chen Rice advanced little panda and blood feather chicken and material. This time into the city, Chen Rice's biggest purpose is for these several medicinal herbs come. "Of course I have." Without lifting his head, the shopkeeper said, "Blood ganoderma, phoenix tail flower, bear blood flower 2 tails of silver per plant, iron heart bamboo 2 tails of silver per plant. How much do you need?" "So expensive?" Chen Daoyi couldn't help but smack his lips, calculating secretly in his heart. For a blood-feathered chicken to advance, it needed to be fed herbs for at least 5 days, which would mean that it would take 10 taels of silver to raise a blood-clawed chicken or a red-blooded chicken. The advancement of the little panda is likewise not cheap, also need to feed 5 days of medicinal herbs to be able to do, and Chen Rice want to advance into a stronger battle strength of the golden-clawed little panda, then you also need to feed 2 kinds of medicinal herbs at the same time, that is, 20 the cost of 2 pieces of silver. This price really made Chen Daoyi feel a bit of pain. However, after considering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I intend to purchase 5 tails of iron heart bamboo, 5 bear blood flowers, and 20 each of blood ganoderma lucidum and phoenix tail flower, so please ask the shopkeeper to fetch the goods for me." "So much?" The shopkeeper's face finally had some changes. Buying so many herbs at once, this was a big customer. It is natural that you cannot treat your big clients with the same coldness as before. A smile appeared on the shopkeeper's face and said, "Wait a moment, customer, I'll fetch it for you." Within a short time, the shopkeeper took out a large amount of medicinal herbs from the medicine cabinet and placed them on the counter, saying with a big smile, "Guest, these are the medicinal herbs you want, you can order a little number." Chen Daoyi went up and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he took out 100 taels of silver from the money bag and handed it over to the shopkeeper, and then used the cloth bag given by the shopkeeper to put all of the herbs in it, and then turned around and walked out of the drugstore with the cloth bag in his hand. Chapter 78, The Summerland Dogs. After Chen Dao left, the smile on the shopkeeper's face slowly converged. Looking at the direction Chen Dao left, a glimmer emerged in his eyes. That kid was dressed in ordinary clothes, looked childish, and looked like nothing more than a half-grown boy, yet he could easily shell out 100 taels of silver to buy so many medicinal herbs used by martial artists. Should we report this to the Lord? The color of greed gradually spread on the face of the shopkeeper. In this world, empty wealth, but without the power to protect the wealth, that is undoubtedly a fat sheep to be slaughtered, and Chen Rice looks very much like such a fat sheep. Walking out of the medicine store, Chen Daoyi placed the cloth bag wrapped with herbs on the donkey cart, while then said to the driving Chen Si, "Go to the East Market." Okay. When the donkey cart arrived at the East City, Chen Daidai got out of the cart and wandered around the East City. He came to the East City this time, of course, not to find Wuhan. In fact, Wuhan has long since ceased to set up stalls in the East City, but a mind to do only with the white feather chicken trade with Chen Rice. Chen Daoyi came to East City this time with the intention of purchasing some new livestock to go back and cultivate. Now that he has much more money in hand, and the family's yellow-feathered chickens have developed a steady breeding, it's time to think about raising new livestock. "Boss, what breed of duck do you have?" Chen Daoyi stopped in front of a stall selling ducks and surveyed the ducks locked in the cages, but saw that the size of these ducks was extremely different from the breeds he had seen in his previous life. Not only were they smaller, but their feathers were also gray and not really pretty. "It's a gray mackerel duck." When the shopkeeper in front of the stall saw someone asking for a price, he hurriedly said, "Customer, don't look at this gray duck, but it lays a lot of eggs, and it's also good for raising, so you definitely won't suffer a loss if you buy it back." "Yeah?" Of course, Chen Dao did not believe the words of the cargo man, but he had come here to buy new livestock, and ducks were one of the targets he was considering. So Chen Daoyi asked, "Boss, how much does this gray mackerel duck cost?" Hearing Chen Daoyi's intention to buy, the boss's eyes lit up. 200 won for a male, 250 won for a female. How many do you need, sir? That price. Chen Rice cannot help but feel emotion in his heart. With the higher food prices, the price of livestock is also rising. Whether it is chicken or duck, these live poultry, the price of relatively have risen a lot. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Daoyi felt out 200 copper coins and handed them to the boss. "First, get me a gray hemp duck." "Okay." The boss took out a gray mackerel duck from the cage with nimble hands and handed it over to Chen Daoyi's hands. So far, this gray mackerel duck completely belonged to Chen Daoyi. At the same time, the gray mackerel duck's advancement information surfaced in Chen Daoyi's eyes. Gray mallard characteristics: small size, large egg production, tolerant of rough feeding. Gray mallard duck advancement route 1. Gray mallard mating with ruddy-tailed duck to hatch green-headed duck. Characteristics of mallard ducks: medium size, early maturity, and high egg production. Gray mallard duck advancement route 2. Feed sweet licorice for 3 consecutive days to advance to ruddy mallard duck. Characteristics of ruddy duck: early maturity, large body size, and high meat production. Green and gray mallard ducks. Chen Rice's eyes emerged and thought, these two advanced varieties of ducks, obviously both much better than the gray mackerel duck, but mallard ducks Chen Daoguang basically don't need to be considered because ruddy-tailed ducks are basically unlikely to be found, and even if they are found, they are quite time-consuming to breed. On the contrary, the second route of advancement can be considered. Sweet licorice. This herb Chen Rice has heard of, belongs to one of the common medicinal herbs. Ordinary such as the 100 Herb Hall and other pharmacies will be sold. The price is not expensive. Chen Daoui, who had made a decision in his mind, immediately said to the stall owner, "I'll take all the ducks in your stall, can the price be cheaper?" Upon hearing this, the stall owner's eyes lit up and he busily said, "If you, sir, want to buy all the ducks, the price of each duck can be cheaper by 10 won. Success, then let's trade." Chen Daoui paid 2 taels and 390 coins to buy a total of 6 female gray mackerel ducks and 5 male gray mackerel ducks from the stall, and then put the cage holding the ducks on the donkey cart and continued to the other stalls to buy ducks. In a short while, Chen Daoui has bought 30 gray ducks, half of which are male and half female, which is very suitable for breeding at home. Woof woof. Chen Daoui, who had bought enough ducks, was about to leave the east market when he heard a dog barking from the side. Chen Daoui turned his head to look, but he saw 2 adult-looking dogs barking at a stall. The dogs had ropes tied around their necks. The other end of the ropes were grasped by the stall owner in his hands in case the 2 dogs escaped. Chen Daoui fixed his eyes on the 2 dogs, but he saw that these 2 dogs were very similar to the field dogs in his previous life, with yellow feathers, round and small heads, and high tails, appearing naive. "Sir, would you like to buy a dog?" The stall-selling dog seemed to have noticed Chen Daoguang's gaze and hurriedly spoke out to inquire. Chen Daoui thought for a moment and said, "How much do you charge for a dog?" 500 won apiece. That expensive? Chen Dai was slightly surprised. The stall owner said, "Don't think it's too expensive. This dog is not small, and the meat is far more than chickens and ducks and other livestock, and the flavor is better than chicken and duck meat, so naturally it should be sold at a higher price." Chen Daoui was silent for a moment, and he thought that the dog was sold to others to watch the house and protect the yard, and he didn't think that it was actually sold to people to eat meat. However, after Chen Dai thought about it carefully, he was relieved. In today's year, there are not many people who can eat enough food at all, not to mention the dogs. I'm afraid that pandas stand in front of the people will have to kill them for meat. The cuteness of animals will only be an advantage if people have enough to eat and drink and realize their subsistence, and in the case where people do not have enough to eat, even the cutest animals will become meat in the people's stomachs. In his previous life, although Chen Daoui rarely ate dog meat, and even liked to cloud jerk dogs and cats, he would not condemn the behavior of others eating dog meat. Therefore, for this dog vendor, naturally, I can't say that I hate him, but I just said, "I'll take all of the 2 dogs, how about counting 800 won? All of them?" The stall owner was delighted and said, "Success. I'll count you in at 800 won." Saying that, the stall owner handed the head of the rope holding the 2 dogs to Chen Daoyuan, and Chen Daoyuan also took out 800 copper coins and gave them to the stall owner. In this way, the ownership of the 2 dogs was Chen Daoyuan's. The 2 dogs seemed to be a bit reluctant to let go of their original owner, and barked lowly at the stall owner, only that they, with their docile character, did not make any rebellious behavior. While at this moment, Chen Daoi's gaze fell on the 2 dogs, checking their advancement information. Summer country dog, characteristics, loyalty, good sense of smell. Summerland dog advancement route 1, mating between Summerland dogs and Sangshan dogs to breed red hair dogs. Characteristics of the Akamochi, keen sense of smell, large size, more meat production. Summer country dog advancement route 2, feed dog tail flower for 3 consecutive days to advance to garden protection dog. Characteristics of a garden guard dog, loyalty, strong sense of territory, and strong fighting ability, comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. Chapter 79. Garden guard dogs. Surprise flashed in Chen Daoyuan's eyes, never expecting that the first advancement of this Xia country dog would have the advancement route of a fighting dog. It is easy to see from the characteristics of the garden dog breed of dog, extremely suitable for guarding the house if one can train enough garden dogs. Wouldn't that mean that one had a large number of dog fighters that were no less than 9th grade martial artists and were 100% loyal? Great! Chen Daoyuan led the 2 dogs to the donkey cart. When Chen Chang and the others saw Chen Daoui leading 2 dogs over, they couldn't help but ask, "Brother Daoui, do you want to eat dog meat?" The question was asked with a glint in the eyes of several people who seemed to have begun to fantasize about the taste of dog meat. Unfortunately, Chen Dao gave a negative answer. "No. These 2 dogs I was planning to take to look after my family." After saying that, Chen Rice will 2 dogs one by one to carry on the donkey car. The character of the 2 docile dogs did not resist. Let Chen Rice pick up, put on the car. And then all of them got into the car together and started the donkey cart in the direction of the 100 Herb Hall. "Uncle, do you think Inigo is interested in the granddaughter of the owner of this 100 Herb Hall?" Outside the 100 Herb Hall, Chen Si, who watched Chen Dao walk into the 100 Herb Hall, couldn't help but ask in a gossipy manner. It was hard to not let him have such suspicions when Chen Dao would make a trip to the 100 Herb Hall every time he went into the city. That 100 Herb Hall owner's granddaughter is indeed beautiful. Chen Jiang is also said on the side. He has seen Su Qiaoxi, well aware of Su Qiaoxi's appearance, but also just feel the beauty of Su Qiaoxi. As for the pursuit of Su Qiaoxi, that was impossible, not to mention the fact that there was no such thing as free love in this day and age, and even if there was, the gulf of status was unbridgeable. He was just a peasant son who couldn't even get enough to eat, while Su Qiaoxi was the granddaughter of the owner of the 100 Herb Hall in the county town, and the status gap between the two doomed them to not be able to bond together. Chen Di did not respond to the two of them, but there was more or less some suspicion in his heart. Before Chen Di had already made a trip to Yuan's pharmacy, and now he had to make a trip to the 100 Herb Hall. It was hard not to let people suspect his purpose. Of course, Chen Di wasn't a talkative person, so he didn't voice his suspicions. While inside the 100 Herb Hall, Su Qiaoxi's eyes were glowing as she looked towards Chen Daoui, who had walked into the pharmacy, or to be precise, towards Xiao Yuan, who was hanging on Chen Daoi's shoulder with her chin resting against it. "You're here, Mr. Chen." Su Qiaoxi trotted to Chen Daoui, but her beautiful eyes were not looking at Chen Daoui, but Xiao Yuan. She stretched out her index finger and gently poked Xiao Yuan's nose, and a flash of humanized disgust immediately appeared on Xiao Yuan's face, shrinking her round faceplate behind Chen Daoui and not giving Su Qiaoxi a chance to touch it. "Miss Su, Boss Su." Chen Daoui smiled and greeted the two people in the pharmacy and then said, "I came to purchase some medicinal herbs." "It's a blood-clotting fruit, right?" Su Shihua, who was sitting behind the counter, turned around and took out a cloth bag from the medicine cabinet and said, "Xiaoxi has already told me before, this is the blood-congealing fruit that the store left for you, a total of 100 of them, so you can count them." At those words, Chen Daoui was about to walk to the counter to check, but Su Qiaoxi suddenly whispered, "That. Chen Gongzi, can you leave Xiao Yuan to me to help take care of her for a while?" Chen Daoui glanced at Su Qiaoxi and couldn't help but laugh. "This girl talks a good game. What taking care of Xiao Yuan? That's clearly ravaging Xiao Yuan, okay? Circle, don't hurt anyone." Chen Daoui didn't refuse and removed the small circle from his back and after some instructions handed it over to Su Qiaoxi's hands. Su Qiaoxi, who held Xiao Yuan, was instantly happy and frantically played with Xiao Yuan. Instead, Chen Dao walked to the counter and took an inventory, confirming that the number of blood-congealing fruits was correct, and then opened his mouth and said, "Boss Su, I wonder if the store sells sweet licorice and dog's tail flowers?" "Sweet licorice? Dogwood flowers?" Su Shihua thought for a moment, turned around and took out 2 herbs from the medicine cabinet behind him, placing them on the counter. "These are sweet licorice and dog's tail flower." Chen Dao looked towards the 2 herbs on the counter, sweet licorice, which was shaped like grass but with some subtle differences, and dog-tail flowers, which were flowers with petals resembling a dog's tail and red stamens. "Dare I ask, Boss Su, what are the specific effects of these 2 herbs?" Sweet licorice has a sweet taste and is an herb that relieves coughs, and the juice of dogwood flowers stops bleeding and heals wounds. "So it is." Chen Daoui nodded, and after inquiring about the price of the herbs, he said, "I wonder how many dog's tail flowers and sweet licorice there are in the store. I plan to buy them all." "Buy them all?" Su Shihua glanced at Chen Daoyuan with surprise, although he was a bit surprised why this person wanted to buy so much, but he didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he said as if he were counting, "There are a total of 80 roots of sweet licorice and 60 dogwood flowers in the store, and if you want all of them, then I will count 251 for you." The price of both sweet licorice and dogtail flower was 2 cents apiece, and Su Shihua had given Chen Daidai a full 30 coins cheaper. Success! Chen Daoui took out 2 taels of silver and 50 copper coins from his money bag and bought all the medicinal herbs, including 100 blood-congealing fruits, before planning to leave. And at this time, Su Qiaoxi obviously didn't have fun with Xiao Yuan, and when she saw Chen Daoyuan preparing to leave, she couldn't help but plead, "Mr. Chen, can you stay a little longer?" Chen Daoui opened his mouth, really unable to refuse the young girl's pleas, so he had no choice but to sit inside the 100 Herb Hall and watch Su Qiaoxi play with Xiao Yuan. Su Shihua, on the other hand, shot a glance at the two of them, and a hint of a smile appeared on his pale face. A full half-hour passed before Su Qiaoxi reluctantly handed the small round back to Chen Daoui. "Mr. Chen, come often in the future." "Okay, Miss Su." Chen Daoui smiled and answered. And then he immediately hung Xiao Yuan on his shoulder and walked out of the 100 Herb Hall. Su Qiaoxi looked fondly in the direction of the gate and murmured, "How on earth did Mr. Chen find such a cute animal? I want one too." "This Mr. Chen is not simple," Su Shihua said with a deep gaze. "As a healer, he is very sensitive to the change of the person's chi color. The last time he saw Chen Daoi's face was pale and pale. The whole person looked like a sickly appearance of a big illness. The first time he recovered. And this time to see Chen Rice not only full of color, and walking with a kind of dragon posture, which is by no means an ordinary person should have the state. Su Shihua even doubt whether Chen Rice has become a martial artist, but also feel that this is a little unrealistic. Chen Rice just bought some blood-clotting fruits. The effect of blood-clotting fruits to strengthen qi and blood is almost the same as chicken ribs. How can someone rely on blood-clotting fruits to become a martial artist? But regardless of whether he was a martial artist or not, Su Shihua didn't think that Chen Dao would be an ordinary farmer's son, because a farmer's son would never purchase such a large quantity of blood-condensing fruit, much less so many dog's tail flowers and sweet glycyrrhiza, and would never be able to take out a couple of taels of silver to purchase medicinal herbs casually, like Chen Dao did. Chapter 80, News of Your Excellency. Go. After leaving the 100 Herb Hall, Chen Daidai's visit to the city was completely finished, and together with Chen Di and the others, he drove a donkey cart and left the county. Also just as Chen Daoyuan and the others left the county, outside the city gates, inside a simple, leaking wooden house, a single young and strong man converged here, looking grave, seemingly plotting something. These young and strong are all the stragglers who converge outside the city. In fact, most of the people who can reach the outside of Taiping County are mostly young and strong, because the older people can't carry such a long distance as well as the cold weather, and only the young people who are fit enough can cross the long distance and reach Taiping County into. As for the old people, either they die at home or on the road. Very few can successfully arrive, and even if they do, there is a great probability that they will starve to death outside the city. As we all know, wherever there are many people, the beginnings of a collective often appear, and these collectives may perhaps be called societies or gangs, and whether it is a society or a gang, there will always be a leader. At the moment, sitting in front of the crowd, with a square face, Zhang He is the leader elected by the displaced people outside the city. Zhang He was originally just an ordinary farmer's son from Nanhua County, Liangzhou, but he didn't like to do farm work. Instead, he was extremely eager for the world outside the village. Ever since he became an adult, Zhang He has enjoyed leaving the village with his best friends of the same age, traveling to the county to help people work and earn money while seeing the outside world, and even more so because of his righteousness, he has always been in the position of a leader, or big brother, among his many friends. Originally, Zhang He's life should have been so sustained, relying on the money earned by selling labor in the county town, although not to be rich and famous, but also can support the family, may also be lucky enough to marry a city girl, live a happy and fulfilling life. Zhang He is also very satisfied with his life, and he also thought that his life would always be so plain but not unattractive until the cold disaster came. 4 years ago, the cold plague swept through the entire land of Liangzhou, the large Liangzhou, although not to talk about the grain harvest, but the harvest in the fields at least 70% sharply reduced. Such a large-scale lack of harvest affects not only the farmers, but also young and strong people like Zhang He who work in the city. Before the cold strike, Zhang He could earn 50 coins from a day's odd job, and of these 50 coins, Zhang He could save about 20 in addition to his meals. But with the arrival of the cold plague, the wages earned from odd jobs have been drastically reduced, not to mention that the price of food is also soaring, and the money that Zhang He earns from selling his labor in a day is not even enough for 20 coins, which is not enough to even feed himself, let alone his family. Even Zhang He's parents originally could rely on the family's acres of fields to get by, but with the cold weather sweeping through, the family's acres of fields also completely no output. Just 2 years past, Zhang He working to save the money is completely by the high price of grain empty. More desperate is, money is empty, the government also want to increase taxes. At this time, Zhang He couldn't even get enough to eat, so how could he afford to pay taxes? But if you can't pay the tax, you'll be sent by the government to the northernmost Great Wall to be enlisted in the army. To be honest, it is not unacceptable for Zhang He to be sent to the Great Wall to be enlisted in the army. But it is unacceptable for Zhang He to be sent to the Great Wall to be enlisted in the army, because the vast majority of those sent to the wall to be enlisted will not die on the battlefields of the wall, but on the roads along the way. When Zhang He was a child, there were a lot of young men who were conscripted by the government and sent to the Great Wall to be used as soldiers. After that conscription, Zhang He never heard of those young men again, not even in the letters they sent back. Zhang He heard some experienced old men in the village say that those young and strong, 9 times out of 10, died on the way to the Great Wall, because Zhang He's Nanhua County, located in the southernmost part of Liangzhou, is 1,000 miles away from the northernmost Great Wall, and in this day and age, relying on a pair of iron feet to walk up such a long distance, and not having enough supplies to protect them, it's almost a certainty that they're going to die. It is also because of this knowledge that Zhang He is extremely resistant to this matter of enlistment. and even Zhang He's parents are extremely afraid of this matter, fearing that the only son in the family will have accidents. So the family discussed and made a major decision to flee from Nanhua County toward Qingzhou. After making the decision, the family did not hesitate any longer, and after packing up all the valuable objects in the house, the family set off on the road to Qingzhou. However, Zhang Yi's family thought very good. To the Qingzhou Taiping County will have official relief, can have a full meal. But in fact, before even reaching Taiping County, Zhang Yi's parents died on the way to escape. As for the causes of death, they are simple. One is called cold and the other is called hunger. Lianzhou is bitterly cold, and Taiping County, which is adjacent to Lianzhou, is not much worse, braving the cold wind and eating the most rudimentary dry food along the way. Zhang Yi's aged parents obviously could not withstand it, and after only half of the journey, they collapsed on the official highway with chills all over their bodies. Zhang Yi hastily buried his parents in the forest by the official road, and then he continued to embark on the road to the county seat of Taiping with firm eyes. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had a good body because of his years of helping people in the city to do strength work, and he barely arrived at Taiping County. Unfortunately, after arriving at the county, what awaited him was not official relief, but hunger as always. Initially arrived in Taiping County is okay. The official government will more or less still give some porridge to drink, but recently, even thin porridge is not available. Many of the stragglers who converge outside the city can only gnaw on the bark of the trees and dig the guanyin soil to eat. Of course, occasionally there will be some good people in the city out of the city to give kanji, but porridge is few and far between, and those porridges are not enough to be eaten by the stragglers outside the city. In a word, the stragglers outside the city are in a state of hunger all the time, and even the human flesh hungry stragglers don't mind eating a bite. In this case, the stragglers who die first will become the belly of the other stragglers. Zhang Yi has never eaten human flesh. Because of his strong body and righteousness, he became the leader of the group of stragglers. As the leader of the group, although he is also inevitably hungry, but he can always eat a mouthful of food. And at this time, the people are gathered here to discuss a major event. Skinny monkey. Zhang Yi looked to a thin monkey-like man on his right hand and opened his mouth to ask, "Has news come from the nobleman in the city?" "Coming." The man named Thin Monkey nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "The nobleman in the city has just sent word that as long as we help him get the job done, he'll give us enough food, money, and status as promised, and even bestow medicinal herbs to give us a chance to become martial artists." Chapter 81. Very good. Zhang He nodded with satisfaction. Just a few days ago, a nobleman in the city contacted him and asked him to help him to do one thing. Exactly what is it that nobleman did not say? Until today, that nobleman said what they need to do. That is, killing people. Zhang He looked up at the people in the room and said, "Brothers, do you want to have enough food and become martial artists? Think." The house of the young strong is not think is to give their own answer. For them these miserable stragglers, even have a mouthful of food, is a happy thing? Not to mention, there is the opportunity to become a martial artist, even before becoming a straggler. To become a martial artist is something they do not dare to hope for, but now there is a chance to become a martial artist. The hearts of the young and strong people in the house couldn't help but get excited. Martial artists were a lofty existence. If they could become martial artists, then they still had to worry about not having enough to eat and not having any silver to spend? Brother Zhang, say what you want, we'll all listen to you. Yes, we all listen to Brother Zhang. Anyway, Big Brother Zhang will definitely not harm us. The green men looked at Zhang He with hot eyes, waiting for his answer. Zhang He was satisfied with the performance of the crowd, but still reminded in a deep voice, "Doing this will most likely lead to death. Why do you still want to follow me?" These words were like a pot of cold water poured over the hearts of the crowd, dousing the fire in many people's hearts. If they could have endless food and the chance to become martial artists just by letting them contribute, of course they would be willing, but if they had to fight with their lives, they would have to consider it for a moment or two. After all, life is only once. Even if you starve and live, it is better to go over to death. Of course, there are some young adults who remain fearless. Of course I'm going to do it. The skinny monkey sitting beside Zhang Yi said, "My family has all starved to death, and I'm the only one left with a cheap life. So what's wrong with using this cheap life to fight for a rich fortune?" After saying that, the thin monkey looked at the young and strong people here, and said loudly, "Look at you now. You can't even put on a piece of clothing without holes. And you're starving. So what's the point of living like this? What is the point of living like this? It is just a cheap life in the eyes of others. If you can use a cheap life to fight for wealth and riches, if you succeed, you will have a chance to become a martial artist. If you don't succeed, you will just die. So what is there to be afraid of? That is, I'll use this cheap life of mine to fight for riches. Even if we don't go and fight for our lives, we'll starve to death sooner or later, so we might as well go and fight for our lives. Tell me, Brother Zhang, what do you want us to do? My family is gone, and I'm the only one left. So what if I give this life to Big Brother Zhang? Skinny Neat's comment was echoed by the vast majority of the young and strong. Yes, nowadays, even if they survive, they don't have enough to eat all day long, and the hunger in their stomachs is like fire, which is not much better than death. Instead of living with a hungry belly all day long, it is better to use life to fight for a rich and powerful, and if you become it, you will never have to endure hunger again. And if you don't, there is nothing to be said about dying. Since the brothers trust me so much, I will lead them to do a great deed. Zhang He turned his head to Thin Monkey. Thin Monkey, have you mapped out the situation of the city gate guards? Touché. The skinny monkey nodded solemnly. There are a total of 20 soldiers guarding the city of Taiping County, of which 10 are responsible for the daytime and 10 for the nighttime. And the time when they change their shifts is the daily hour. Is it 5 o'clock? Zhang He pondered for a moment. In that case, let's gather at Chenhour on the third day and hold a big event together. Chenjia Village. Returning to the village, Chen Daoyi and his entourage were unsurprisingly mobbed by the villagers again. But the moment they saw that there were no imaginary mountains of grain in the car, the villagers' faces surfaced with a look of surprise. They didn't buy any food this time when Inuyasha and the others went to the city? Did you spend too much on treating us to steamed buns and not enough money? It surely can't be that. Or else Inigo wouldn't have invited so many of us to eat steamed buns. I reckon that there should still be plenty of grain in Inigo's family. All the need to buy grain. I think so. While the crowd was talking, Shengo ran to Chen Daoyi in a puff of smoke and said with a smile, Daoi's back? Back. Chen Daoyi nodded and said, what's the matter with Brother Go? I have good news for you. Chen Go said invitingly, the 3 Chen Jin brothers are dead. The moment these words came out, Chen Da, the 3 Chen Chang brothers, and Chen Si all froze. Yesterday they saw the 3 Chen Jin brothers alive and well, and today they're dead? Chen Daoyi was a theater master and made a surprised expression on his face at the right time, saying, Brother Go, you're not kidding, are you? Yesterday they even went to my house to collect steamed buns, and today they're dead? I wouldn't lie to anyone but you. Inuyasha, Chen Go seriously replied. This morning the village people have seen the bodies of Chen Jin and their 3 brothers. The death can be tragic. They was slit by wild beasts' throat. Death now has been buried in the mountains by the village people. So it was killed by a wild animal. Chen Dai made a dazed expression. Chen De and the others also looked at each other. There were cases in the village where villagers were killed by wild beasts coming down the mountain in the past, but on the whole, this kind of thing happened relatively rarely. Chen Jin's 3 brothers being killed by wild beasts could only be said to be unlucky. As for grieving over the deaths of these 3, that is impossible. The entire Chen village, no one likes Chen Jin, these 3 brothers, dead or good, to save them in the village eyesore. It's also cheaper for the 3 brothers, Chen Go said without regret. Before you die, you can still have a meal of steamed buns. You are also too kind. How can you give those 3 brothers steamed buns to eat? Chen Dao ignored Chen Go's ramblings and said goodbye to him before returning home. After letting Chen Chang and the others help move the medicinal herbs, ducks, and dogs that they had bought into the house, Chen Dai invited Chen Chang and the others to have a full meal, and then said, alright, everyone go back. Changer will come over tomorrow. Okay, then we'll go. The crowd reluctantly walked out of Chen Daoi's house, more or less lost in their hearts. The house of Chen Daoi's family has been built, and I'm afraid it won't be so easy for them to eat such a full meal in the future. After sending the crowd away, Chen Dao came to the backyard and started feeding the 30 ducks, and the 2 earth dogs with the advanced herbs before the sun completely set. On top of that, Chen Daoyuan didn't forget to feed Xiao Yuan the iron heart bamboo and bear blood flower. According to the description of the golden finger, Xiao Yuan only needed to eat iron heart bamboo and bear blood flower for 5 days. Then it would be able to advance to become a golden clawed little panda, possessing a combat power no less than that of a 7th grade martial artist, and Chen Daoyuan's safety would be even more guaranteed at that time. Chapter 82, The Guard. After feeding the ducks, dogs and Xiao Yuan, Chen Daoyi took out the blood Ganoderma and fed the 3 blood-feathered chickens. He intended to cultivate a small number of blood-clawed chickens to serve as a fighting force to protect the security of his own backyard. As for the red-blooded chicken, Chen Daoyi does not intend to cultivate for the time being. For the current him, the effect of the blood-feathered chicken is sufficient for the time being, and it is not too late to wait until the need for a red-blooded chicken in the future. This livestock population is growing. After feeding the herbs and feed, Chen Dawi looked at the chickens and ducks that kept squawking in the backyard and had a slight headache. With the increase in the number of livestock, Chen Dai in the management of these livestock, it is inevitable that there is also a feeling of overwhelm. You know, raising these livestock, not only need to feed so simple, but also to clean up the feces as well as keep track of the number of chickens, the number of eggs and so on and so forth, and so on. Now there are also 30 more ducks. Chen Rice has already had the feeling of being too busy. In fact, Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua will also help to do these people. But, the manpower is still insufficient. Looks like we're going to have to get some help. Chen Dawi pondered in his mind and went back to the house to have a dinner with his family before returning to the house to lie down. The next day, it was just after dawn when Chen Chang woke up. The two brothers Chen Shi and Chen Mu, who lived in the same house as Chen Chang, sensed the commotion and looked at Chen Chang, who was getting up, and said, "Big brother, going to Dabwa's house?" "Aha." Chen Chang nodded and said, "You guys just don't get up and keep lying down to reduce some of the exertion." Although the people of this world didn't know anything about the law of conservation of energy, they were still clear about the fact that the more they moved, the more they consumed. Chen Shi and Chen Mu could no longer go to Chen Daoi's house to eat nowadays, and with little food at home, the best way to save food was, without a doubt, to lie under the covers and minimize consumption. When Chen Chang walked out of the bedroom, he heard voices coming from the kitchen and walked over to see that it was his mother, Lu Yan, who was cooking breakfast. "Mother." Chen Chang walked into the kitchen, took a look at the pot as cooking paste. That paste is a small amount of chaff powder and a large number of rice bran mixed and stirred. In the past, for Chen Chang, even this kind of food cannot be eaten to satiety, and now, after Chen Chang had eaten the meals at Chen Daoyuan's house, he had already been a bit less than impressed with this kind of food. After all, compared to steamed buns, egg soup and chicken, the taste of mushy rice cooked with chaff flour is far too different. And if you eat too much of this stuff, you tend to poop. "Makoto is up?" Lu Yan turned her head to look at Chen Chang and said, "Since you're up, hurry up and go to Brother Dao's house to help out. Don't delay people's business with Brother Dao." "Got it, Mother." Chen Chang once again glanced at the paste cooking in the pot, and made up his mind that he would make sure that his family would not need to eat this unpalatable food in the future. When Chen Chang came to Chen Daoyuan's house against the cold wind, Chen Daoyuan was feeding the livestock in the backyard, and it was Ding Xiaohua who was responsible for receiving Chen Chang. "Makoto, Inuyasha has already ordered that you eat first when you arrive." Ding Xiaohua led Chen Chang into the kitchen and gestured for Chen Chang to sit at the dining table to eat breakfast with Chen Fei and Xiujie. Today's breakfast wasn't exactly hearty, just white bread and a small bowl of egg drop soup for one person. Chen Chang, who had eaten several times at Chen Daoyuan's house, didn't squirm and sat directly across from the crowd, grabbing the steamed buns and eating them. Uncle Makoto is so good at eating. Chen Fei, who was taking small bites of steamed buns, looked at Chen Chang, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, and said with a smile. The tiny Qiu Jie beside her also nodded along. "Yes, yes, yes, Uncle Chen Chang is so good at eating, he can eat 10 steamed buns at a time. I wish I could eat that much too." This is the age of a small Qiu Jie's distress. Steamed buns are too delicious, but her stomach is too small, can only eat up to 2 at a time. "Hey," Chen Chang scratched his head and laughed nervously, "when you guys grow up, you'll be able to eat as much as Uncle." "Really?" Both children's eyes lit up. Once they thought that they could eat as much as Chen Chang, they couldn't help but want to grow up earlier so that they could eat more steamed buns. Of course it's true. Returning from the backyard, Chen Daoyuan touched the two children's heads. "You guys eat well, maybe you can be as big as Uncle Chang in the future." "I don't want it." Chen Fei shook her head like a rattle drum. She just wanted to be able to eat as much as Chen Chang, but she didn't want to be as strong as a calf as Chen Chang. After all, she was a girl. "Ha ha," Chen Daoyi laughed, and then he turned to Chen Chang and said, "Has Brother Chang eaten enough? Come with me if you're full. Eat up." Chen Chang nodded his head before following Chen Dai to the front yard location. After the two of them stood still in the front yard, Chen Daoyi turned back to Chen Chang and said, "Brother Chang, you still don't know what I'm looking for you for, do you?" "I don't know." Chen Chang scratched his head. Chen Dai only said that he would follow him to work, but never said exactly what he would do. "I sought you out to be my escort," Chen Dao explained. "In the future, you will follow me around and protect my safety at all times. Can you do that?" "It can be done." Chen Chang nodded without thinking. Guards this kind of occupation he also knows. is responsible for protecting the safety of big people? In Chen Chang's view, Chen Rice is the biggest character in the village, and also so good to him. He for the protection of Chen Rice this matter does not have the slightest objection. And even in the heart of the secret resolve, even if it is to pay for the life, but also want to protect the safety of good Rice Brothers' son. Very good. Seeing Chen Chang state his position, Chen Daoyi nodded and continued. Brother Chang, you should know about martial artists? No. Chen Chang nodded. I've heard that martial artists are big shots, similar to the county magistrate in the county. Chen Daoyi pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't bother to explain. He just patted Chen Chang's shoulder and said, I intend to train you to become a martial artist. As soon as these words came out, Chen Chang's eyes snapped wide in disbelief. Inigo, you're not making fun of me, are you? Ordinary villagers like Chen Chang had a very limited understanding of martial artists, and in their view, martial artists were high up, no less than the figures of the county magistrate, and at this time, Chen Daoyuan said that he wanted to train himself to be such a character. Chen honestly and hard to believe what Chen Daoyuan said. Unbelievable? Chen Dao had long anticipated that Chen Chang would not believe it, and he didn't explain, but instead directly grabbed Chen Chang's arm and pulled it with force. Caught off guard, Chen Chang hastily launched his resistance, but his strength was simply unable to fight against Chen Daoyuan, and was directly pulled off balance by Chen Daoyuan's body, and his body flopped to the ground head-on, falling into a dog's poop. Chen Daoyi did not use too much force. This fall did not cause much damage to Chen Chang, but Chen Chang, who fell to the ground, his entire body was frozen. Chapter 83, Defeat. Chen Chang, although the brain is relatively straight, but from a young age, the strength is too much. The entire Chen village, there is no one who can be compared to him in the strength, even if it is Chen Day. The Chen village, the force of the first, single in the strength of this point, but also far from being able to compare with the Chen Chang. Chen Chang is the entire Chen village, recognized as the king of the big force, but he, the vigorous king, at this time in the competition of strength, is a complete defeat to Chen Rice. Although Chen Daoyi has the suspicion of sneak attack and not speaking martial virtue, but that force, Chen Chang is clear. Even if Chen Daoyi does not sneak attack, I am afraid that he is unable to resist. Only 15 years old Chen Daoyi, even better than his own Chen Jia village Hercules king strength. This thing, Chen Chang momentarily some acceptance. Chen Chang is truly gifted. Chen Dao looked at the staring Chen Chang on the ground and said in his heart, he now has a huge force of 300 pounds in each arm. Even among the 9th grade martial artists are not weak. However, pulling down Chen Chang, but let him make 50% of the force, which shows Chen Chang's own arm strength. I am afraid that it will not be less than 100 pounds. A person who had never practiced martial arts, yet his arms possessed strength that far exceeded that of normal people, which could only be described as gifted. Inuyasha, Chen Chang, who had been frozen for a long time, climbed up from the ground and couldn't help but ask, how did you get so strong? Because I'm a martial artist, Chen Daoyi replied. When a martial artist's chi and blood are full and nourish their flesh, their strength is naturally extraordinary. A martial artist this powerful? Do you want to become a martial artist? Of course I do. Then you will follow me in practicing martial arts from now on. And one day, you will become a martial artist like me. Inuyasha, I'll do whatever you say. Then it will begin now. Chen Daidai assumed the posture of Fuhu Quan and said to Chen Chang, you carefully memorize the punches that I punch, and you will be required to punch yourself in a while. Chen Daoyi originally wanted to give Chen Chang the Fuhu fist recipe, so that he could practice according to the recipe, but Chen Chang was illiterate and couldn't read the recipe, so he had to teach himself personally. Chen Daoyi was playing Fuhu Quan in the front yard one move at a time, and Chen Chang watched intently, as if he wanted to memorize all the moves in his mind. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Daoyi put away his posture and said to Chen Chang, Brother Chang, how much of the punch I threw just now have you memorized? Almost all memorized, Chen Chang replied. Chen Daoyi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Almost memorized it all? Yes. Chen Daoyi was dumbfounded for a moment and said, then you can play it again. Yes. Chen Chang set up his stance and began to fight the Fuhu Quan with a single stroke. He hadn't really lied to Chen Daidai. He had really memorized most of the Fuhu Quan moves. Although there were some flaws, Chen Daidai noticed that most of the moves that Chen Chang fought were correct. This talent. Chen Dao opened his mouth. Most people in the village felt that Chen Chang was not very bright in the head and a bit naive. Chen Dao also thought so before. But now, this idea of his was overturned. Chen Chang is not stupid, at least in the aspect of practicing martial arts. Not stupid at all, and even smart a little too much. Just by looking at the Fuhu fist once, I memorized all the moves and managed to reproduce them. Chen Daidai couldn't help but compare himself with Chun Chang, and instantly shed tears of weakness. When he first practiced Fuhu Quan before, he practiced according to the boxing manual and made a lot of mistakes. But Chen Chang almost learned Fuhu Quan in one go. It's really a man who was more than a man who was more than a man. Inuyasha, did I hit it right? Putting away his fist, Chen Chang asked. His breathing was a little short, but his performance was far better than Chen Dao's first time practicing Fuquan. At least, there was no pale face and sweating all over his body. Well played, but there are a couple things that aren't quite right. Chen Dao corrected some of Chen Chang's movements and let Chen Chang fight again by himself in the front yard, while he himself came to the backyard and brought a freshly cultivated blood feather chicken into the kitchen. And shortly thereafter, the screams of the blood feather chicken came from the kitchen. And then Chen Dao came back to the front yard with a bowl of chicken blood in his hand, and said to Chen Chang, who had just finished punching once, "Chang's son, are you tired?" "Quite tired." Chen Chang, who had punched twice, panted and said, "This boxing method is very odd and extremely exhausting. I feel like I can't fight any longer after I've punched twice." "That's normal." Chen Dao handed Chen Chang the bowl with chicken blood and said, "Take a sip of chicken blood and your strength will be restored. Then continue boxing." "Good." Of course Chen Chang would not question Chen Daoyuan's decision. He took the bowl and drank a mouthful of chicken blood, and then a warm current appeared in his abdomen, which spread towards the whole body, and immediately made Chen Chang feel warm all over, and his body's fatigue was swept away. "Inigo, what kind of chicken blood is this? It's actually so magical." Chen Chang, who felt the changes in himself, asked with glowing eyes. Instead of explaining, Chen Dao said, "Continue boxing." Chen Dao also drank the chicken blood and joined Chen Chang in the front yard, beating the Fuhu Quan over and over again. And just as the two Chen rice men were punching, two men dressed in the attire of official messengers walked into the middle of the Chen family village. "This is the Chen village, right?" One of the messengers looked up at the three words Chenjia village on the plaque at the entrance of the village, and said to the green and strong men guarding the entrance of the village, "We are officials' messengers. Take us to see the village chief of your village." "Officials?" The young strong man guarding the entrance of the village was stunned. People from the government usually seldom came to the village, and when they did, it was often the time to collect taxes. The young strong man who thought of this was about to say something as his heart tightened. The other errand boy, however, said, "Hurry up, we don't have much time." Upon hearing this, the young strong man guarding the gate didn't dare to refuse, and hurriedly led the two messengers into the village, knocking on the door of village head Chen He's house. "Chen Ku, what are you?" The door to the room opened, revealing Chen He inside, who first looked at the Qingzhuang who knocked on the door, and then immediately noticed the two errand boys behind Chen Ku. The moment he saw the two men, an unpleasant premonition immediately surged in Chen He's heart. The official messengers coming to Chenjia village would definitely not be good. Chen He even suspected, is not Chen Jin three brothers' death by the government to find out, but also think it is unlikely. The whole Chen family village, in addition to Chen Rice, that line of people, recently no one into the city at all. The government is simply impossible to know Chen Jin three brothers died of the matter. Even if you know, I'm afraid you won't take it seriously. After all, the villages on the edge of the Tsangming Mountains have people killed by wild animals every year, and the government would have died of exhaustion long ago if it was in charge of everything. And if it is not because of the death of the three Chen Jin brothers to come, then the official messenger's intention to come is only one, and that is to collect taxes. You are Chen He, the village head of the Chen family village, right? Chapter 84, No Life. You are Chen He, the village head of the Chen family village, right? An errand boy asked. It's me. Chen He nodded in response with a pleasing smile on his face. The two poor masters hurry up and come inside to sit. It's cold outside. Don't look at these two messengers are just the bottom of the mandarins. In front of the ranked officials are nothing, but for the small people, these small mandarins are even more terrifying than the county magistrate. After all, the real and small people docking. It is these small officials, and small officials in the hands of the power may not be able to influence those high families, but the scourge of the ordinary people too, that one can be a good hand. No need. The messenger rejected Chen He's invitation with a cold face and continued. We are here to inform you of the tax increase. Each household in Taiping County will need to increase the tax by 1 stone of grain, and those with insufficient grain will need to pay 2 taels of silver, which will need to be paid within a month. This, Chen He's pupils shrank and he lost his voice. Is Master Differential not joking with me? Even in peaceful years, There were very few families in the Chin village that could afford to take out 1 stone of grain, let alone today, when every family does not have enough to eat. As for 2 taels of silver, that was even more outrageous. Even at the richest time of the Chen family village, there were no more than 10 families in the village that could come up with 2 taels of silver. The vast majority of the villagers, even, had never seen even a complete silver or 2. Bold, another errand boy rebuked. We're here on behalf of the government. Do you think we joke with you? I'm sorry, errant master. Chen He, who was angrily reprimanded, hastily apologized, felt out a few coins from his sleeves and stuffed them into the hands of the messengers, saying with a pleasing face, 2 messengers, I wonder if this matter can be accommodated. The police officer's movements were extremely skillful to collect the copper plate, and with a turn of the wrist the copper plate disappeared without a trace like a mud cow into the sea. However, the face of the errand boy who received the copper plate was still as cold as ever. This is an order from the court. There is no room for discussion. This, Chen He opened his mouth, his face ashen. The messenger then took out a booklet and glanced at it, saying, there are a total of 103 households in Xinjia village, and within a month they must surrender enough food or silver, and those who do not surrender enough will be sent north to be filled with soldiers. After saying that, the 2 errand boys left without looking back, conversing as they went. This Chen village's village chief is really stingy. Just a few coins. It's not enough money to give us both a meal. I wonder if the mayor of the next village will know anything about it. Let's hope so. Otherwise this trip for us brothers will be in vain. Looking at the 2 messengers who gradually went away, the color of sorrow on Chen He's face is more and more dense, and has been standing on the sidelines. Will be the messenger and the village head of the conversation all listen to Chen Ku is also stagnant eyes 1 stone grain or 2 silver. This is to force us to the death. Nowadays, more than 50% of the villagers in the village are scrimping on food and clothing, while the rest are not even able to get enough to eat. And this tax increase, the villagers who can take it out are basically none. And if you can't get it, you'll have to send your whole family to the north to be enlisted in the army. As soon as he thought of this result, Chen Ku could not help but feel cold. The north is bitterly cold. Was sent to the north to fill the army. The distant journey, the cold weather, enough to make the vast majority of the people sent to die on the road. Even if they survive, they will probably die in the battle with the barbarians. Village chief, this government really doesn't give us half a chance to live? Chen Ku asked in a suppressed voice. His heart for the government's dissatisfaction at this moment reached its peak. The people are already not enough to eat, but also to increase the tax, and even an increase is 1 stone of grain. This is not to force people to die? Ugh. Chen He sighed and didn't know how to answer Chen Ku's question. He just said, why don't you help go and call out to the village's youths and strongmen, so that they can come to my place to discuss things. Success. At Chen Daoi's house, Chen Daoi and Chen Shang had already finished boxing, and were currently sitting in the front yard dripping with sweat and resting. It had to be said that Chen Shang's talent was indeed excellent, and his performance was quite bright the first time he practiced Fuquan, and after drinking only half a bowl of chicken blood, he played Fuquan 15 times, which was far better than Chen Daoi's performance the first time he practiced Fuquan. Inuyasha, this Voltron fist is amazing. Chen Shang wiped away the sweat on his face with his sleeve while saying, I usually do a day's work and don't see any tiredness, but now I'm tired after just a few rounds of Fuquan. If not for the fact that Inuyasha gave me chicken blood to drink, I guess I can only fight 3 rounds at most and then I won't be able to do it. Chen Rice mouth corner twitching. Their first time to practice the voodoo fist. Just play once the fist is tired almost fainted past. Chen Shang but can play 3 times. This difference in physical fitness between man and man is really not small. Of course, today's Chen Daoyuan was already a 9th grade martial artist, and he could make a 10 or so voltaic fist without drinking chicken blood, which was something that the current Chen Shang could not compare to. However, Chen Shang's physical quality still made Chen Daoyuan very envious. With Chen Shang's performance, and with the blood feather chicken blood provided by himself, I'm afraid that in less than half a month, he would be able to become a 9th grade martial artist. And also being a 9th grade martial artist, Chen Shang's arm strength would definitely not be limited to as simple as 200 pounds, and would most likely reach 300 pounds, or even 400 pounds of arm strength. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door, and at the same time, a shout came from outside the door. Inigo, this is Chen Ku, please open the door. Chank? Chen Daoyuan figured out the name from his original body's memories and knew that it was one of the village's young strongmen. So Chen Daoyuan directly opened the gate to the front yard. Kiki, what brings you here? Chen Dai Dai, who opened the gate, looked at Chen Ko outside the door and asked. the village chief sent me. Chen Ke swept a glance at the courtyard, and after seeing that Chen Chang was also there, he spoke. Brother Chang is also here. Aha. Chen Chang nodded. Chan Ku, on the other hand, continued. Brother Tao, and Brother Chang, the village headman has called you to his house to discuss things, so hurry over there. I still have to go and inform the next family. After saying that, Chen Ke roared and headed to the next house. Chen Dai Dai, on the other hand, stood behind the cavernous door, pondering. Village Chief Chen He suddenly called a meeting with the village. This means that something big must have happened in the village. And only when something big happens in the village, Chen He, the village headman, will convene all the village's dignified young and strong to discuss it together. It was just that Chen Dawi couldn't guess what was going on for a moment. Brother Makoto, let's go to the village chief's house. Chen Rice greeted, led Chen Chang out of the house, just went out the door, then met the same just walked out of the door. Chinda, Inuyasha, Makoto. Chenda nodded at the two of them and said, the village chief called you too? Yes. Chen Dawi nodded and said, does uncle know what it's about? Chapter 85 Tax Resistance. I don't know. Chen De shook his head. He was in the same situation as the two Chen Deus. Chen Ku just hurriedly informed him and then rushed to the next house in a hurry. However, he knew that the village chief's sudden summoning of the whole village to discuss things would not be a trivial matter at all. So his face looked more grave at this moment. Fine. Then go over there together and find out more. Chen Dawi didn't bother to guess and directly walked with the two men towards Chen He's house. When he came to Chen He's house, he saw that at this time, the living room of Chen He's house was already crowded with people, and even in the front yard, there were quite a number of young and strong people converging. These green and strong men were either standing or sitting on the ground, and the look on each of their faces was not exactly relaxed. Inuyasha's here? Inuyasha, go inside. Inuyasha, come inside. It's cold outside. Seeing the arrival of the three of Chen Dawi, the young strongman made a small path, allowing Chen Dawi to walk directly into the middle of the living room. The temperature inside the living room was still relatively high because of the large number of people, but the slight warmth didn't seem to be able to change the sad look on Chen He's face, and the living room to see Chen He this performance of the village youth and strong people. The heart cannot help but apprehensive up. The village head of this look. A look no will not be a good thing. Inuyasha's here? Chen He looked towards Chen Dai Dai and Chen De who walked in and nodded. Sit down first. We'll talk about things when everyone arrives. Inuyasha, come sit here. Chen He's younger brother, Chen Jian, who was called Chen Laoren by the villagers, hurriedly gave up his own chair for Chen Dao to sit down. Chen Dawi didn't refuse and sat up directly, looking at Li Zhang next to him and smiling. Mr. Li is also here? Aha. Li Zhang nodded his head with a smile. His impression of Chen Dawi was still very good. Not only because of Chen Ping's relationship, but also because when Chen Dawi invited the whole village to eat steamed buns a while ago, he, Li Zhang, also dabbled in some light. Does Mr. Li know what the village chief called everyone here because of? Chen Dai tried to inquire. I don't know for now, Li Zhang said. Wait a moment, people are almost here. Chen Dao nodded and said no more. A quarter of an hour later, village head Chen He swept a glance at the young and strong people inside and outside the living room, and slowly spoke. People have arrived, so I'll start talking about things. Come on, Mayor. It's too cold outside. Village chief has something to say in a hurry. I'm still in a hurry to get back. What in the world has happened to the village chief? And why have you called us all here? The young strong men converging in the living room and the front yard inquired aloud, and they were likewise quite puzzled in their minds. What was the village chief calling everyone here for in this winter? The reason I called everyone here is because the officials just came. Chen He didn't let everyone wait too long, and went straight to the point. The purpose of the officials' visit is to notify the tax increase. According to the official messenger, there are 103 households in our Chen village, and each household needs to pay 1 stone of grain or 2 taels of silver as the money for this tax increase. As Chen He's words fell, everyone inside and outside the living room lost their voices. The young strong men who converged on Chen He's house had a count of 1, all of them staring wide-eyed and in a state of stagnation. 1 stone of grain, that is, 100 pounds. Now in this year, there are not many families in Xinjia village that can eat enough. How can they shell out 100 pounds of grain? As for the 2 pieces of silver, that's even more unlikely. The vast majority of villagers didn't even have a few coins in their homes, so where would they get 2 taels of silver? Village chief, are the officials not joking with us? Chen Go's father, Chen Sheng, said incredulously, we don't even have enough to eat right now, so where can we get 100 pounds of grain? Right, into heck, I can't even feed myself. And the government wants to raise taxes? Is this government trying to force us to die? 100 pounds of grain. My life is not worth that much. Is this government trying to force us to revolt? Damn it, we can't even get enough to eat. And we have to raise so many taxes. The green and strong men were in a frenzy. And the anger on their faces was almost materialized. Now this year, everyone is empty. The land cannot be planted. Not to mention the lack of income. The family's food stocks are also less and less. This kind of thing, the government actually want to increase the tax. And one increase is 1 stone of grain. This is completely to force them to die rhythm. Sure enough, it's still here. Chen Daohui sighed in his heart. A long time ago, he knew that the government was going to raise taxes. At that time, he felt that the government would sooner or later bring the taxes to the outside of the city. It was just a matter of sooner or later. And at this time, the village chief said the news. Undoubtedly confirmed Chen Rice before the speculation. This increase in taxes, Chen family village really still cannot escape. Mayor Li Zhang, who was sitting next to Chen Daohui, frowned and asked, "Did the official messenger say what would happen if the tax was not paid?" Said, "Chen," he said in a deep voice, "those who can't pay the tax, their entire family will be sent to the north to be enlisted." Enlisted? The people who heard this couldn't help but have their bodies shaken, their faces showing fear. The charging of the army is terrible, but it is not so terrible as to make them so afraid, and what really makes them afraid is, sent to the north to charge the army. The north is at war with the barbarians year after year. Being sent to the north to be enlisted in the army means a life of 9 deaths. Into the mother asterisk. This government is trying to force people to die. 100 pounds of grain. I don't even have 100 pounds of so much meat in this body. This imperial court is completely trying to drive us to our deaths. Let alone 100 caddies of grain. My family doesn't even have 10 caddies of grain. The crowd clamored as if they wanted to give vent to all the agitation in their hearts. Shen He, the village headman, then continued to add, and the official also said that the grain paid this time must be the 3 kinds of grain, sorghum, wheat, and rice, and that all other grains don't count. The crowd grew more and more silent. Many of their families are now eating only rice bran, but they are asked to pay sorghum, rice and wheat as taxes. Get in the mother asterisk. A young strong man said with a red face, "My family doesn't even have enough rice bran to eat, so how can I have wheat and rice to give to the government?" Village chief, why don't we resist the tax? Right, let's resist the tax. This tax, we can't pay it even if we are forced to die. I can't pay this tax anyway. Whoever wants to pay it should pay it. The government. It doesn't give us a chance to live at all. I don't want to pay a single cent of this tax. The young man's words were unanimously agreed by the crowd. 100 pounds of grain. They simply could not take out, so they had to resist the tax. No, Li Zhang hurriedly voiced out. Absolutely cannot resist the tax. Resisting the tax is a capital offense. Once you resist the tax, it is no different from rebellion. Then we Qin village. I'm afraid we all have to be executed by the imperial army. Even in modern society, tax evasion is an extremely serious offense, let alone the ancient society of Xia. Chapter 86 Lease of Land. Li Zhang, who reads more and has seen the outside world, knows very well that in this land of Xia, tax resistance is often taken as a provocation to the imperial power, and therefore the crime will be extremely serious, with a light case of exile, imprisonment, and a heavy case of death. If just one person does not pay the taxes, okay, at most that person is exiled or imprisoned. But if the entire Qin village is tax resistance, the probability will be regarded as a rebellion by the government. And the rebellion is the crime of executing 9 clans? At that time the whole Qinjia village. I am afraid that the chickens and dogs will not be left behind. Mr. Li, you talk a good game, but what can we do if we don't resist the tax? A young strong man looked straight at Li Zhang and asked, "We don't even have enough food at home to eat, so where will we get the food to pay the tax?" "Yeah, 100 pounds of grain. I can't hand it over even if I'm beaten to death. This tax is just too much. We can't afford it." Yes, how can the villagers not realize the seriousness of tax resistance? But what can you do if you can't resist taxes? Failure to pay the grain. The whole family will be sent to the north to be enlisted in the army, facing 9 deaths, and tax resistance will be regarded by the government as a rebellion, and the 9 clans will be executed. No matter what the choice is, it seems the only option is to die. Looking at the excited crowd, Chen Dai sighed in his heart. This is the cruelty of feudal society. Natural disasters have already made it difficult for the people to live. the government's harsh taxes, and in the people have been bent on the spine of a heavy burden, which is completely not to give the toiling masses a little way to live. This, in the face of the crowd's rhetorical questions, Li Zhang opened his mouth but did not know how to respond. At the moment this situation, he cannot think of any way. Resisting the tax is also dead. Cannot pay the tax is also dead. It seems to resist or not resist the tax. There is no difference. Ugh. Chen He also sighed and looked at Chen De. Chen De, do you have any solutions? The people who heard this have fallen their hopeful eyes on Chen De. Nowadays Chen Di and Chen Daoi's two families are the best off in Chenjia village. There are many in the village who can't pay 100 pounds of grain, but by no means include Chen Di and Chen Daoi. No way. Chen De said helplessly. If it was just 1 or 2 households, I could still help, but with 103 households in the village, I wouldn't be able to pay so much tax even if I took out all the money in my house. Chen De still has some money and grain in his family because of the white feather chicken business, but it's just some, and it's impossible to help the village pay all the taxes. What about you, Inuyasha? Chen He turned his gaze to Chen Dai Dai again, hoping to get an answer from him. The young and strong in the living room were also staring at Chen Daoi with unblinking eyes. Nowadays, the villagers had long since stopped treating Chen Daoi as that brat, but instead, they regarded him as the most capable person in the entire Chen clan village. After all, the good life of Chen Daoyuan's family is in everyone's eyes, and the previous behavior of inviting the whole village to eat steamed buns also let the people understand the affluence of Chen Daoyuan's family, and people in the face of desperate times often hope that there will be a capable person to come forward to help them get through the difficult times. At this time Chen Daoyuan became the villagers in the eyes of this capable person. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Chen Daoi pondered for a moment and said, I have a way to help everyone in the village pay the tax this time, but I have one condition. Everyone's eyes lit up when Chen Daoi said this. Inuyasha, do you really have an idea? Chen He is not very dare to believe asked. Not that he does not trust Chen Rice, but what Chen Rice said is really too shocking. Help the whole village to pay taxes. You have to know that the entire Chen village is 103 families. Even if you remove the family of the 3 Chen Jin brothers who are already buried at the foot of the mountain, there are 102 families. In terms of grain, that would be 102 stones of grain, and in terms of silver, that would be 204 taels of silver. Although the Chen Daoi family is wealthy, Chen He doesn't think that his family can shell out so much grain and money. Inuyasha, feel free to say what conditions you have, and we'll definitely oblige you. Chen Go's father, Chen Sheng, said he has great trust in Chen Daoi, which comes from the 5 pounds of sorghum noodles Chen Go brought home some time ago. Chen Go only helped to notify Chen Daoi and got 5 pounds of sorghum flour, which gave Chen Sheng an extremely deep perception of the Chen Daoi family's affluence. If someone else had said that he could help the whole village get through this tax increase, then Chen Sheng would have had to be suspicious for a moment or two, wondering if he was harboring ill intentions. But it was Chen Dai Dai who said this. Then Chen Sheng felt that there would definitely not be any problems. Right, Inuyasha, just tell us what conditions you have. We'll all listen to you. Inuyasha, as long as you can help us pay this tax, I'll sell my life to you. Inuyasha, hurry up and tell us what you can do. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Daoyuan, who became the only protagonist in the eyes of the crowd. And meet the crowd's gaze. Chen Rice is a face of frankness. He does not feel to help the villagers to pay this tax is a big problem. Sell a blood feather chicken is 22 silver. Chen family village all villagers taxed together is equivalent to 10 blood feather chicken only. But Chen Rice does not intend to help these villagers gratuitously. Bucket of rice grace rising rice hatred reason Chen Rice still no. Gratuitous help others. May not be able to get the gratitude of others. On the contrary, may attract hatred. Therefore, after thinking about it, Chen Daoi stated his conditions. My conditions are simple. The village fields, all of them, are rented to me for half a year, and in return, I will help all the villagers pay the tax this time. Renting land? The crowd was stunned, as if they had not expected Chen Dai Dai to utter such a condition at all. Fields, for the common people, is undoubtedly the most important property, the most important means of production. If Chen Rice is talking about buying their land, even if they are willing, but certainly in their hearts will be dissatisfied. But if it is rented, and only for 6 months, this is much easier for the crowd to accept. Inuyasha, Chen Sheng was a bit puzzled and said, it's freezing cold now, and you can't grow anything in the ground. So what are you renting our fields for? Now it is September. The weather is bitterly cold. Even some hardy crops cannot grow. Chen Sheng is really not sure what the use of Chen Rice rent these fields. I have my own uses. Chen Daoyi didn't mean to explain, but said, "That's my condition. Rent all your fields to me for half a year, and I can help you pay the tax this time." "No problem." The young strong man who said earlier that he would resist the tax blurted out, "My family's 5 acres of fields will all be handed over to you, as long as you can help me pay the tax this time." "Brother Tao, I'd like to. My family's 3 acres of land can also be rented to Inigo." "So do I." The people agreed to Chen Daoyi's conditions without thinking. The fields were rented to Chen Daoyi for half a year. There would not be any loss for them. After all, nowadays, the weather is cold. It is not possible to plant crops, and the fields will not produce much if they are left there. Instead, why not lend it to Chen Daoyi, who can help his own family in exchange for 2 taels of silver to pay the tax this time? Chapter 87, The Temptation of 1 taels of silver. Chen Rice is not surprised that the crowd will agree to come down. Very simple reason. Now the weather. Crops cannot be planted. The land also put. Rent to Chen Rice can also be exchanged for 2 silver to pay taxes. Do not rent can only be put to waste. And the reason why Chen Dao wants to rent the villagers' land is also very simple. With the rising price of food in the city and the increasing number of domestic animals in the family, Chen Dao has already started to think about food autonomy. The chickens and ducks that were raised with hard work and sold but had to be harvested by the Liang merchants who monopolized the grain for most of the time. This is absolutely unacceptable to Chen Dai Dai. Therefore, Chen Dai Dai began to consider the matter of self-produced grain. The severe cold weather for the villagers is of course the biggest trouble affecting the planting, but for Chen Dai Dai, this is not a problem. His golden finger can completely cultivate low-temperature resistant grain varieties. In the past, the reason why Chen Daoyi did not consider growing his own food was for the sake of his own safety. But today, he already had enough self-protection ability, and it was time to consider the matter of food autonomy. "Guys," Chen Daoyi looked at the delighted-looking crowd and spoke, "This 2 taels of silver rent is not only the cost of renting your land, but it also requires you to work for me." The crowd that heard this was stunned, and for a moment, they were somewhat unable to understand what Chen Daoyi meant. Li Zhang, who was sitting next to Chen Daoyi, reacted extremely quickly and said, "Brother Daoyi, you're going to plant crops in those fields? Nice." Chen Rice nodded. "It won't work." Chen Sheng shook his head and said, "Brother Dao, in this weather today, even the most hardy winter wheat can't be planted, so it's impossible for you to grow grain in the ground. This world also has the existence of such varieties as winter wheat, and the appropriate sowing temperature for winter wheat is around 15 degrees to 18 degrees. Although the farmers in this world cannot accurately judge the temperature, they know very well that today's bitterly cold weather will definitely not allow winter wheat to germinate and grow normally. I have my own way." Chen Dao did not move and said, "Everyone just needs to help me plow the land and plant seeds." After saying that, Chen Daoyi added, "Of course, during the work, I will take care of the food, and everyone who helps out with the work will be able to get enough to eat." Fruity? Everyone's eyes lit up when Chen Daoyi said this. Chen Rice family's food is how good. The big guys can be seen in the eyes. If Chen Rice tube food, not to mention help plowing the land, give Chen Rice to sell their lives into. Brother Rice, really take care of the food? The village head Chen he couldn't help but ask. The moment he heard that Chen Daoyi takes care of the food, even he, the village head, was moved. It can't be helped. Nowadays, in this year, the village head's family doesn't have any food left over. Really? Chen Daoyi nodded his head and gave an affirmative answer. Not only does it take care of the food, it also takes care of the food. I'll do the job. Chen Shang is a mouth is agreed. Now this weather, stay-at-home idle is also idle. Might as well help Chen Rice work, at least can eat a full meal. I've done it too. Inuyasha's atmosphere. I'll do whatever I need to do. Inuyasha, I'll follow you. The young and strong thoughtlessly is all agreed. We'll rent the land to Chen Rice half a year. We'll be able to earn 2 silver to pay taxes. Help work can also eat. This kind of thing, do not agree that is a pure little cute. In addition, Chen Daoyi pondered for a moment and added, everyone should know that my family raises quite a few chickens and ducks, right? No. The crowd replied in unison. The fact that Chen Daoyuan's family raises chickens has long been a well-known thing nowadays, and they also know that Chen Daoyuan is living a good life today because of raising chickens. I need some hands to help me raise chickens, Chen Daoyi said. This work of raising chickens not only takes care of the food, but also pays for it. When Chen Daoyi said this, many of the young and strong instantly became agitated. Inuyasha, I'm willing to help you raise chickens. I'd like to. Inigo, I used to raise chickens at home. I can help you with that. Crowd even pay how much do not ask. Have said they are willing to help. Chen Chang and others to help Chen Rice work. Eat how good everyone is in the eyes. They also want to be like Chen Chang. A few people are full of steamed buns. Even if they do not give the pay can be. Hold on everyone. Chen Dowie pressed his hands in vain, signaling the crowd to be quiet. And then he said, this work of raising chickens is not very suitable for men to do. So I need to get the women in the village to help. One of the green men couldn't help but look at his crotch and his face drooped. The other young and strong men also have a disappointed look on their faces. And the women's work, then it has nothing to do with them. As for why Chen Rice as long as the woman, the reason is also very simple. Raising chickens is after all raised in his home, and his home in addition to his own. All are women and children. Really inconvenient to let the man frequently in and out of the house. In addition, taking care of domestic animals does not require much strength, but rather more care, and in this regard, women are superior to men. Mayor. Chen Dao turned his head to Chen He and spoke. I need 5 women to help me take care of my livestock. For treatment, I'll take care of the food every day and then pay 1 or 2 pieces of silver per month as a reward. A silver dollar or 2. The crowd couldn't help but stare in disbelief as they sucked in a breath of cool air. Give 1 or 2 silver dollars a month? Such a lot. That's too much for Inigo to give. I'd like to become a woman right now. The people who heard the 1 or 2 silver reward glanced at their crotches and had the urge to become women now. There was no way. The temptation of 1 or 2 silver was just too great. Unfortunately, there was no transgender technology in this era, and the crowd could only watch the great opportunity slip away in front of them. But, many of the young and strong, however, were pondering, their eyes flashing, thinking about whether to help the women in their own families to fight for this opportunity. Don't worry Inuyasha, Chen He responded with a bite, I'm sure I can help you find someone. Every day, the meal. January also give 1-2 silver reward work. Chen He does not think that any woman in the village can refuse. That is, at this time here only the young strong. If those women here, I am afraid that at this time has already scrambled up. I still have demands. Chen Dowie added. These 5 people, make sure to look for the ones with an honest nature. And also, prioritize the ones whose families are already unable to open their pots and pans. When he could, Chen Dowie was still willing to help the poor villagers. And this job he offered of raising chickens was without a doubt the top treatment job of this era. And this kind of well-paid job is often the hardest hit area for the well-connected. Chen Rice does not want Chen He to give this job to his relatives, or people who are on better terms with him, but instead wants to take care of the most needy families in the village, which is why he has made these requests. Chapter 88, The Stunned Shenlian. Don't worry, Inuyasha, I'll definitely help you pick someone properly and definitely won't show favoritism. Chen He solemnly made a guarantee. He may not have much ability as a village chief, but he was still very fair in his dealings, which was also the reason why he had always been trusted by the villagers. As for those who want to arrange the women and their families to work at Chen Dowie's house, they have also extinguished the small mind. In the final analysis, although their families with young strong men are poor, they are still far from being unable to go on living. That's good. Chen Dowie nodded. In that case, then I will leave first. Everyone go back and get ready. We will start working tomorrow. After saying these words, Chen De led Chen Chang and Chen De to take the lead and walked out of the village head's home. And after Chen Daoyuan left, the villagers offered their farewells to the village chief and returned home to tell their families the good news. Chen Shang's footsteps flew back to his home. Just arrived home. His son Chen Go and daughter-in-law Lu Jia is to welcome up. Opened his mouth to ask, Father, the head of the family, the village headman looking for you to say what happened. Apparently, Chen Go and Lu Jie, who had been staying at home, were also very concerned about what was going on in the village, and it wasn't gossip, but the big events that happened in the village would often be relevant to them. Go back inside first and I'll talk to you slowly. Chen Sheng gestured for the two to enter the house, and when he came to sit down in the house, Chen Sheng opened his mouth. The court is going to raise the tax, and ask us to contribute 100 pounds of grain, or 2 taels of silver per household. When these words came out, Chen Go and Lu Jia both froze, having the feeling that the sky was falling. 100 pounds of grain or 2 taels of silver. In this year, it's no different than taking their lives. This dog into the court. Chen Go angrily scolded. This year's rice I can't even get enough to eat, but also to raise taxes. Pawnbroker. Lu Jia stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling. Is the court trying to force us to die? 100 pounds of grain. We simply can't get it out. Don't worry. Just as Lu Jia was losing her mind, Chen Shang was smiling. This matter has been resolved. Solved? Lu Jia was stunned and hurriedly asked. How was it resolved? Can't it be that the government sees that our village is poor and isn't going to collect taxes? How can it be? How can the government be so kind? Chen Sheng shook his head and lost his smile. This matter was resolved with the help of Inigo's son. I hurried back just to discuss this matter with you. Chen Sheng will be the village head of the family. Chen Rice said all the words to tell the two. After listening, Lu Jia faced joyful. Said, our family's land to rent to the Rice brothers' son also into. As long as you can help us to pay the tax will be. Anyway, just half a year. The land is placed there is also useless. I knew Inuyasha was a capable man. Shen Go, however, said with a sigh, he is 2 years older than Chen Rice, but in his heart, can let the family live that good life, and even can invite the whole village to eat steamed bread. Chen Rice, but he is the most admired person. Inuyasha does have skills na. Chen Shang also sighed, the whole village. Even the village headman has nothing to do with the payment of taxes this time, but only Brother Dao, without blinking, said he could help the whole village to pay the taxes. This kid is really getting ahead. In the past, when Chen Dao's father Chen Ping was still alive, Chen Shang had some friendship with him and had seen Chen Dao as a child quite a few times, and at that time Chen Dao was still just a small child who didn't know too much about things. How could I have imagined that in the blink of an eye, that hairy kid would become the head of the family, and also so capable that he could help the whole village to pay out several hundred taels of tax money without blinking an eye? That's right, Dangler. Lu Jia suddenly had a twinkle in her eye and asked, that chicken raising job that Chen Dai Dai was talking about, do you think I can go? No way. Chen Sheng shook his head and said, Brother Dao said that priority will be given to those whose families can't afford to open their pots, so it definitely won't be your turn. Chen Sheng's family is poor, but not to the point of not being able to uncover the pot. Then their family is living worse than the abundance of the village head Chen He's character. That raising chickens, the work, absolutely not their family's turn. Okay. Lu Jia nodded with some disappointment, but on second thought, she was happy again. It's okay if the chicken raising work is gone. We'll help Brother Rice plow the land and surely have enough to eat. Right. Chen Go nodded his head beside him and said, Brother Dao has always been generous. If we help him with his work, we'll surely be able to have enough to eat, and maybe even have steamed buns. For the flavor of steamed buns, Chen Go had always been very nostalgic. Ever since he had eaten steamed buns, this kind of fluffy, sweet-smelling food had become his greatest yearning. Chen Lian's home. Chen Lian, who was fetching water from the well, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Coming. Chen Lian put the bucket down and opened the gate to the front yard. Xiaolian, is your grandmother home? Chen He, the village headman, stood outside the door with a smile. Chen Lian, however, was a bit surprised and said, Village chief, why are you here? The village chief called a meeting of all the village's young men. Chen Lian was aware of the matter, just that her family did not have male children, and her grandmother's old age is not easy to move, so she was not able to participate. I came over to inform you of something good, and I'm not invited in to sit down? Chen He said with a smile. Village chief, come on in. Chen Lian rushed to welcome Chen He into the house, and in order to avoid suspicion, she also called her grandmother He Shuehua into the living room. Grandma He, how's your body these days? Seeing He Shue was Chen He hurriedly greeted. People in this era were extremely respectful to the elderly. Even if Chen He was the village chief, he had to remain polite to an elderly person like He Shuehua. It's okay. He Shuehua, who was in her 50s but still quite fit, gently nodded her head before asking, Xiao He, did you come over to our house for something? It is a joyful thing to tell you. Chen He, the village headman, told the story about Chen Rice's need to find someone to help raise chickens. After hearing this, both He Shuehua and Chen Lian were stunned, seemingly not expecting at all that such a heavenly good thing would fall on their own family's head. The good thing about being in charge of food and working for 1 or 2 pieces of silver a month gave the two women a feeling of unreality, as if they were falling into a dream. Village chief, you're not kidding me, are you? Chen Lian asked with some disbelief. 1 or 2 pieces of silver in a month. Even if the most powerful young strong man in the village goes to the city to work, he can't earn so much silver, right? And for her, a woman, to get a job like this is no different than pie in the sky. Why am I kidding you? Chen He was still in that smiling manner. Brother Dao said, this job, give priority to the family can't open the pot. I thought, Xiaolian, your family is more difficult, so I gave this job to you. After saying that, Chen He reminded again, but Xiaolian, I have to remind you, when you go to work at Dower's house, you must be more careful and meticulous, and don't make any mistakes, or else if Dower kicks you back, then there's not much I can do about it. Chapter 89, Great Joy. Don't worry, village chief. I know the importance. Chen Lian nodded solemnly. This job was so precious. It was already a great joy to have it fall on her head. How could she dare to take it lightly? Even Chen Lian had already made up her mind in her mind that after arriving at the house of Dao Zhi, she must exert 12% of her strength to work, so that she could be worthy of this heavenly gift of a job. It's good that you know. Chen He then went on to talk about the official tax increase, along with Chen Daoyuan's request. After hearing this, He Shuehua said without thinking, our family's fields can be rented to Brother Dao, as long as we can help us pay the taxes. Chen Lian also nodded her head. There was no resistance to the matter of leasing the land to Qin Dai Dai. In fact, in the entire Qin clan village, there would not be anyone who would refuse this offer at all. Nowadays, it is freezing cold. The land is also a waste to put it there, but renting it to Qin Dai Dai can get 2 taels of silver to pay the tax. The little cute, only then will it be refused. Success. Then I will leave first. As Chen He got up to leave, he didn't forget to remind, if Grandma He is still able to work, you can go work in the field together tomorrow, so that you can also eat and save some of the family's food. After saying that, Chen He then politely declined Chen Lian's invitation to stay for a drink of water and went out of Chen Lian's home, going forward to inform the others in the village. After the village chief left, Chen Lian and He Shuehua glanced at each other, and both could see the joy in their respective eyes. The village chief did not lie to them, and what he brought them was indeed great news, a job that allowed them to eat well and earn 1 or 2 pieces of silver a month. This was more of a surprise to Chen Lian and He Shuehua than pie in the sky. After all, if a pie falls from the sky, sooner or later, there will be a time when it is finished. While the job offered by Qin Daoi can eat every day and get 1 or 2 pieces of silver per month. Little Lotus, He Shuehua urged with a solemn face, when you go to Inigo's house, make sure you do your work well and don't lose this precious job because you're lazy. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll work hard, Chen Lian said with a resolute face. She had never been afraid of suffering. Even if the work of Chen Daoi's family was tiring, she would definitely stick to it. Chen Rice's home. Chen Rice is surveying the wheat in front of him. These wheat seeds were the winter wheat seed grain that Chen Dao specially instructed Wu Han to bring last time when Wu Han came over. At this time, gazing at the winter wheat, Chen Dao's eyes surfaced with the winter wheat's advancement information. Winter wheat in the summer country. Characteristics, hardy, 200 to 300 pounds per acre. Winter wheat advancement route 1, soak in jade wheatgrass sap for 3 days to advance to jade wheat. Jade wheat characteristics, heat-loving, 500 to 600 pounds per moo. Winter wheat advancement route 2, soak in cave medusa sap for 3 days to advance to cold-resistant wheat. Cold-resistant wheat characteristics, cold-resistant, can germinate and grow in -10 to 15 degrees Celsius cold environment, with an acre yield of 200 to 400 pounds. Jade wheat and cold-resistant wheat. Looking at the advancement information in front of him, Chen Daoyuan's eyes flashed with thoughts. These 2 kinds of wheat, both have their own advantages. Jade wheat belongs to the high-yielding varieties, but prefers a warm and hot environment. And cold-resistant wheat yields are not much different than winter wheat, but it is more cold-tolerant. If it was planted in the spring and summer, Chen Rice would definitely choose to advance jade wheat. After all, high yield is the king, but the weather this thing does not change because of the will of man. Now it is cold. Chen Rice can choose, then only the cold-resistant wheat varieties. It's a good thing that the material for advancing the cold-resistant wheat, cave underworld grass, isn't hard to find. Chen Daoi said to himself, cave underworld grass is similar to chicken heart grass. Both belong to the herbs that can be found everywhere on the mountain. Even many villagers have the existence of this thing in their homes, because the smell of this thing is extremely irritating, and it can repel wild beasts and mosquitoes. As early as a few days ago, Chen Dao had collected quite a lot of cave underworld grass. At this time, he took out the cave underworld grass, crushed it and pressed out the juice, then poured the juice of the cave underworld grass mixed with the clean water into a large wooden barrel, and then soaked all of the winter wheat seed grains in it, waiting for the winter wheat to advance. Just waiting for the advancement in 3 days. After doing all this, Chen Dai Dai went back to the house and had a dinner with his family, and then he laid down on the bed and slept with his eyes closed. The next day, just as the day dawned, Chen Lian woke up. After entering the kitchen and making breakfast for her grandmother, Chen Lian wrapped up the clothes on her body tightly and stepped out of the door of the house, facing the cold wind towards Chen Daoi's house, arriving in front of Chen Daoyuan's house, but seeing that there were already 4 women waiting outside the door. Seeing Chen Lian come over, a woman with a big waist went forward to greet her. Xiao Lian is here? Chen Lian looked up at the woman and recognized her. Aunt Wu. Good morning. Auntie Wu's name is Wu Yun. a widow in the village, married to the Chin village, gave birth to a child soon after her husband died, leaving Auntie Wu alone to pull the child with difficulty. In this era, a woman alone to raise children, no doubt is extremely difficult thing. So Aunt Wu's family has been very poor. That is, Aunt Wu's late husband also left a few acres of land. Otherwise her family is afraid that has long been unable to uncover the pot. As a matter of fact, not only Aunt Wu, but also the three women beside Aunt Wu were likewise like this. They were all from families that had lost their young men, and were all having a very hard time, and it was precisely because of this that Chen He had chosen them. Good morning, little Lotus. The other three women also greeted Chen Lian. The joy on their faces was very strong. Yesterday when the village head came to their homes to inform them, they even had a feeling of disbelief. They really could not believe that such a good thing would fall on their heads. After confirming it again and again, only then did they finally let go of their hearts. And after the reassurance, great joy ensued. A job that takes care of food and has a silver reward of 1 or 2 taels per month is definitely a great joy for them. And when they lie in bed at night, they all fall asleep with a smile on their faces. Even in their sleep, the smile on their faces never fades away half a bit. In the morning, they woke up early, fearing a delay. Facing the cold wind in the morning, they came to wait in front of Chen Daoyuan's house. This Inuyasha is a good man. The woman named Sun Jia couldn't help but lament. Now in this year, every household can't even hide all the grains tightly. And it's just that Inigo is willing to invite the whole village to eat steamed buns, and is willing to take care of us widows. Yes, another woman named Qian Yu chimed in. I've heard from others that it was Brother Dao who personally spoke to the village chief and asked him to take care of those of us with difficult families. Otherwise, such a good job would not have come our way. That's true, isn't it? Only Inigo thinks of us. The others don't care how bad we're doing. Wu Yan wrapped tightly the clothes on her body. The cold weather makes her body a little cold, but her heart is a hot. With this job in the house of Inigo, himself and his children will never need to starve and freeze again. Chapter 90. An alarming number of chickens and ducks. While the 5 women were talking, they saw a tall figure walk over, and the crowd immediately recognized the person as they fixed their eyes on him. Makoto. Wu Yan smiled and waved at Chen Chang. The other 4 were also smiling and greeted Chen Chang. They all knew that Chen Chang was the earliest person to follow Chen Daoi's work, so they wanted to ask Chen Chang about something. Hello Auntie Wu. Chen Chang scratched his head in response to the crowd, his face more or less unnatural. Don't look at him calling these women aunts. But these women weren't actually much older than him. Chen Chang, who lacked the experience of getting along with the opposite sex, was very uncomfortable in the face of so many women. Brother Makoto, I heard that you're now working under Brother Tao? Wu Yan opened his mouth and asked. Yes. Chen Chang nodded his head. Brother Dao looked up to me and gave me a job. The eyes of the few women who heard Chen Chang's reply lit up, and Qian Yu hurriedly asked. Brother Chang, how is it to help Brother Rice work? Can you get enough to eat? Sure, Chen Chang said without thinking. I ate steamed buns with egg soup every day at Inigo's house, and the food was great. Buns with egg soup. A few women looked at each other. They could see the shock in their respective eyes. Every day to give Chen Chang this kind of pot-bellied man steamed buns and egg soup. This Rice Brothers family is also too affluent, right? Makoto, is Inuyasha good to get along with? Does he curse when he works? It won't. Inuyasha is quite good to me. What about Auntie Lee? Is she nice? Pretty good. After the women made some inquiries, they gradually had a bottom in their hearts. And from Chen Chang's answer, working in Chen Daoi's house should not be particularly difficult to do. Squeak. It was also at this time that the door to Chen Daoyuan's house opened. Chen Dao looked at the 5 women waiting outside and recalled their identities from the original body's memories. The 4 women were called Wu Yun, Qian Yu, Sun Jia as well as Jin Hua. As for the last young girl, Chen Dao remembered that it was called Chen Lian. Chen Rice remembers, the first 4 women are widows in the village. The young girl Chen Lian is also the loss of parents of the family. Are the most difficult family home? Chen He in this matter is not favoritism. Good morning, Inuyasha. The 6 people who saw Chen Daoi hurriedly greeted him with a pleasing smile on their faces. Chen Daoi then said, all come in, it's cold outside. So, Chen Daoyuan led the crowd into the house, and after signaling Chen Chang to wait in the front yard, he led the 5 women through the living room to the backyard. As soon as they entered the backyard, a shocked look appeared on the faces of the 5 women. Chenjia village people know that Chen Rice family raised a lot of chickens, but for the number of chickens specifically how many but do not know, can only vaguely guess the number of quite a lot. But at this time when seeing the huge number of chickens in front of them, Chen Lian and the other 5 people still couldn't help but be shocked. As far as the eye could see, the entire backyard was densely filled with chickens with yellow feathers. Each of these chickens was so huge in size and looked so fat. Even the fluffy little chicks looked extraordinarily delightful. How many chickens is that? Chen Lian subconsciously made a sound and tried to count the number of chickens, only to find out that there were too many chickens in the backyard, and it was impossible to finish counting them in a moment. And in addition to the chickens, there are 2 dogs as well as a group of ducks in the backyard. At this time, the chickens squawked, ducks barked and barked in succession, and the people listened to the sound. Not only did not feel noisy, but also a little delighted. Before they were still a little worried that Chen Daoyuan's claim of chicken raising work was false, but now they are completely relieved. With so many chickens and ducks laying around, Chen Daoyuan's family is definitely short of manpower to help out. Chen Daoyi gave the crowd a little time to adapt, and then said, "What I need you all to do is very simple. Number 1. Clean up chicken and duck poop every day. Second, remember the number of chickens and ducks and the number of eggs laid each day. And remember to take out any eggs that fail to hatch. Third, feed the chickens and ducks every morning and afternoon." Chen Dao told each of the 5 women what needed to be done. After hearing this, Wu Yun couldn't help but say, "Brother Dao, is this all we need to do?" Wu Yun originally thought that the work that Chen Daoyi let them do would definitely be very hard to do. Otherwise it would not be so hard to give 1-2 silver rewards per month. But he did not expect that the things they needed to do were actually so simple, which could not help but let Wu Yun have a feeling that 1-2 silver was too much. "That's it." Chen Daoyi nodded. "You guys wait a bit, I'll go fetch the grain, and you guys will be the ones to feed the chickens and ducks today." With that, Chen Dao returned to the house, and after Chen Daoyi left, Qian Yu looked fixedly at the bewildering number of chickens and ducks and lamented, "So many chickens and ducks. No wonder Brother Daoyi was able to come up with so much silver to help the whole village pay taxes." "Yeah nah." Wu Yun nodded his head repeatedly and said, "These chickens at Daojer's house, with their yellow feathers and large heads, sell so well that one can definitely sell for quite a bit of money." Chen Lian silently counted the number of chickens by the side and spoke, "I just counted. There are 150 chickens and 30 ducks, totaling 180. Not bad." Chen Rice's voice came, carrying a bag of grain back. Chen Rice looked at Chen Lian with surprise. He had not said the number of chickens and ducks just now, but Chen Lian was able to count more than 100 chickens and ducks in such a short period of time. So it could be seen that Chen Lian's meticulousness as well as her ability to calculate was evident. Inuyasha is here. Chen Lian, who was being praised by Chen Dai Dai, was a bit embarrassed. Chen Daoyi, on the other hand, directly handed the grain bag to Chen Lian's hand and said, "The grain will be here, so you guys try to go feed the chickens and ducks." After saying that, Chen Dai Dai also didn't forget to point at Xiao Hei and reminded, "By the way, have you seen that black-footed chicken? Don't mess with it. It's capable of hurting people." In most people's view, although domestic chickens like occasionally attack people, the killings that can be inflicted on people are almost non-existent. But Xiao Hei is different. This is a combat chicken equivalent to a 9th grade martial artist. So Chen Daoyi had to give a reminder to prevent Chen Lian and the others from accidentally provoking Xiao Hei and being attacked by Xiao Hei. "We know." Chen Lian and the others nodded solemnly. This black-footed chicken in Chen Daoyi's house, the villagers would occasionally mention it in their casual conversations. After all, the fighting strength of this black-footed chicken, many of the village's young and strong people had seen it with their own eyes. And the matter of a chicken chasing after the 3 Chen Jin brothers and fleeing to the ground had long been rumored by the villagers to be a godsend. Then let it begin. Chen Daoyi sat down near the door and watched Chen Lian and the others carry bags of grain to feed the chickens and ducks. And Chen Lian, who received the grain bag and opened it, and saw the grain inside, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "I can't believe it's all sorghum." Chapter 91, Better Than Human Food. Chen Lian stared wide-eyed at the grainy sorghum in the bag and couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Not only Chen Lian, even Wu Yun and the other 4 women were dumbfounded as they looked at the sorghum in the bag with shocked expressions. Giving sorghum to chickens and ducks. The Inego family is really rich, isn't that so? My family can't even eat sorghum. No wonder all these chickens and ducks are born so well, so they eat sorghum every day. Looking at the bag of sorghum, the crowd could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Nowadays this year, even people cannot eat sorghum. Chen Rice home but take sorghum to chickens and ducks to eat. At this moment, the 5 people had an extremely deep perception of the affluence of the Chen Daoyi family. After a short period of surprise, the 5 of them immediately took action, pouring the grain in the bag into the troughs that had been placed in advance and letting the chickens and ducks peck at it. After seeing that a few people were not attacked by the chickens as well as the 2 summer country dogs, Chen Daohui also put his heart down and said to a few people, "When the chickens and ducks are finished eating, you guys will start to clean up the feces." Chen Dao had just gotten halfway through his sentence, but Ding Xiaohua walked over with a rice bucket and said, "Brother Dao, this is the breakfast you ordered me to bring." "Trouble, you big sister Ding. What's the trouble?" Ding Xiaohua waved her hand and put down the rice bucket before returning to the kitchen to get busy. Chen Daohui, on the other hand, waved at Chen Lian and the others. "Don't be busy for now. All come over to eat." Chen Lian and the others, whose eyes lit up when they heard about the meal, hurriedly came to the side of the rice bucket, smelling the aroma of the food wafting out from the bucket. Each and every one of them couldn't help but gulp their saliva. Chen Daohui took in the performance of the several people and directly uncovered the piece of cloth covering the rice bucket, revealing a fat steamed bun inside the bucket. "It's buns!" As the piece of cloth is uncovered, the aroma that belongs uniquely to the steamed buns radiates. Chen Lian and others can't help but feel a little hungrier. "Let's eat." Chen Dao directly grabbed a steamed bun and handed it to Chen Lian, who seemed to be afraid that she would dirty the white and tender steamed bun, and wiped her hands on her pants before accepting the bun and taking a bite. As the steamed buns entered the mouth, the unique wheat aroma emanated in the mouth, and under careful chewing, a sweet flavor burst out in the mouth. Chen Lian couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction on her face. Wu Yun and the others also couldn't wait to stuff the steamed buns into their mouths, chewing while letting out sounds of admiration. "These buns are better than white rice." "It does? It smells so good. If I could eat steamed buns every day, I feel it would be worth dying for." Looking at the exaggerated demeanor of a few people as well as their speeches, Chen Daohui couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Just by eating a meal of steamed buns, these people acted so exaggeratedly. It wasn't hard to imagine how poorly they usually ate. Chen Daohui grabbed 2 steamed buns and quickly ate them, and then he quietly waited for the crowd to finish eating. Maybe it is starving, or maybe it is too long not to have eaten steamed buns, this kind of delicious food. Chen Lian, these 5 women's meal is really not small. On average, one person ate 5 steamed buns, and froze to eat all the steamed buns in the rice bucket clean. It was only at this point that Wu Yun, who realized that the steamed buns in the barrel had already reached the bottom, blushed a little and said, "Brother Dao, have we eaten too much?" The others were also a little embarrassed to look at Chen Daohui, thinking differently. If they had invited someone to help them work at home, and the person working had such a large amount of rice, they would definitely not be happy about it. "Not much." Chen Daohui laughed and said, "You guys are far worse than Brother Chang. Brother Chang can eat 10 steamed buns per person and drink 2 bowls of egg drop soup." After saying that, Chen Daohui then said, "Alright, start working after eating. Clean up all the chicken and duck droppings in the backyard." After saying that, Chen Daohui left the backyard with the barrel. He was not worried about Chen Lian and these people stealing chickens and ducks. With the presence of Xiao Hei, it was impossible for Chen Lian and the others to steal it. Inigo is really a good person nah. Chen Lian looked at Chen Daoyuan's back in infatuation, and couldn't help but let out this sigh. Chen Daoyuan not only provided them with such golden food as steamed buns, but also didn't mind that they ate a lot. At this time, Chen Lian cannot help but make up her mind. Must work well, must not let down Chen rice to their own good. No wonder everyone in the village envied Chen Chang and the others before. Wu Yun also said, "These steamed buns are so delicious, Chen Chang and the others can eat them every day. Can they not be envious?" When Chen Chang and they worked in the Chan rice family, it was the envy of everyone. And now, themselves and others have also become the envy of others. Eat steamed buns all the time. There are 1 or 2 pieces of silver in the account every month. Such a good thing. The other villagers know, which shall not be read. We must work hard. Qian Yu said with a firm look. Brother Tao gives us such good food and also gives us 1 or 2 silver pieces every month. So if we don't work hard, we'll be sorry for Brother Tao's good intentions. The crowd nodded their heads in succession. A job with such good treatment was something that no one else could grab for their heads, and they had to cherish it. So the 5 women quickly got busy. They picked up the broom in the backyard and started cleaning up the chicken and duck droppings, which they wouldn't throw away. In an era without chemical fertilizers, manure, a natural fertilizer, was extremely valuable to farmers, and Chen Lian and the others, who had farmed, naturally knew this. So they gathered the manure together and waited for it to ferment and then used it to fertilize the fields. Little Lotus. Wu Yun cleaned the chicken and duck droppings while saying, "Didn't Brother Dao say that we need to remember the number of chickens and ducks and the number of eggs laid each day? We are old and our brains are not too bright, so we will leave this matter to you in the future. Okay?" Hearing this, the other 3 women also looked at Chen Lian. They couldn't read a word. Counting this kind of thing was really a bit too difficult for them. They could only hope on the youngest Chen Lian. No problem, Chen Lian answered later. From now on, this matter will be left to me. Auntie, you only need to do other work. That's good. Wu Yun and the others laughed and continued to bury their heads in cleaning up the chicken and duck feces. And in their busy time, as the sun rises, the whole Qinjia village is like waking up. Every family opened their own door, full of happy faces, carrying farming tools out of the house in twos and threes, while walking, but also with familiar villagers chatting. What do you guys think Inigo will offer us to eat today? Will it be steamed bread? Steamed bread is estimated to be a bit difficult, but with Brother Rice's character, I'm sure we'll be able to eat enough. I've asked Chen Si and the others about it, and they've never gone hungry when they've worked for Brother Rice. Inigo's a good man. Not only does he help us pay our taxes, but he also gives us jobs where we can have enough to eat. Yeah nah. Chapter 92, Enthusiastic Villagers. The villagers walked towards the south of the village with the same goal, where the fields of the villagers of the Chen family village were located, and the fields of the entire Chen family village were connected, which saved the villagers a lot of effort. Not long after, the south side of the village is full of people, villagers carrying farming tools, and familiar people sitting under the trees to avoid the wind and chatting. Why isn't Inuyasha coming? What's your hurry? Inuyasha said he'd give food, so he certainly won't lie to us. Yes nah. Don't you understand Inuyasha's nature? Definitely won't lie to us. I just don't know what kind of meals Inuyasha will provide for us. If only it could be buns. Under a tree, the village head Chen He also came, and by his side stood his brother Chen Chang as well as Li Zhang. Li Zhang squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the acres of fields that had been left untended for months and had grown quite a lot of weeds, and frowned. Can crops really be grown in the ground in this freezing weather? In fact, Li Zhang is not the only one who has this kind of worry. The village head Chen He, as well as all the villagers are very worried about this problem. Nowadays the weather is cold. The ground cannot grow crops at all. This is the consensus of all. But Chen Daoui insisted on planting crops in the ground, which made everyone feel very uneasy in their hearts. And the problem of not being able to plant food is not big. It's just a waste of some grain seeds as well as strength. But if Chen Rice is unwilling to help the big guys pay their taxes because they can't grow food, then there will be big trouble. I can't fathom Inigo's thoughts. Chen He shook his head, not very sure, but Inuyasha is so confident. There should be some way, right? Inuyasha's here. At this time, I don't know who shouted, and the crowd looked to the north, but they saw the figure of Chen Daoyuan appear in the distance. Besides Chen Daoyuan, there were also Chen Chang, Li Ping, and Ding Xiaohua. Why are Inuyasha's hands empty? A green strong frowned and said, Chen Rice hand nothing. Not like to bring the appearance of food. Are you blind? The green man's mother slapped him on the head and reprimanded. Can't you see the barrel Auntie Li is picking? Hearing this, the crowd have to look at Chen Rice behind Li Ping as well as Ding Xiaohua, but see the two shoulders are hanging a pair of flat stretcher on both ends, each picking two large barrels. Two people together is 8 barrels. In addition to the Chen Chang is not idle. The hand is also carrying 2 barrels. Chen Rice narrowed his eyes to look at the villagers converging on the edge of the field, and realized that he had still underestimated the temptation of the villagers for this matter of eating. At this time the villagers converging on the edge of the field, I am afraid that there are no less than more than 300 people. Chenjia village has a total population of only 500. In other words, in addition to the old people who cannot move at home, as well as the young children who cannot do the work, the whole village has come. Auntie Li, I'll help you pick. Ding girl is tired, isn't she? I'll help you pick. Auntie Li, rest for a while. Just leave this job to us. The women enthusiastically stepped forward quickly and took over Li Ping's and Ding Xiaohua's flat stretcher, unloading the barrels containing the food under a tree. This amount of grain is afraid that it is not enough for us to eat, right? A young strong man looked at the barrels placed under the tree and said, more than 300 people, just 10 barrels, obviously not enough to eat. In addition to this, at this time, the barrel is still covered with a piece of cloth, making it difficult for the crowd to see what food is in the barrel for a moment. Chen Daoui, who was already a 9th grade martial artist, had extremely sharp hearing and heard the statement of the young strong man, so he replied, there's no need to rush. I still have more at home. If there's not enough then I'll go back and get it again, that's it. After saying that, Chen Daoui uncovered the piece of cloth covering the barrel, revealing a single fat, white, tender steamed bun inside. Steamed buns. It's actually steamed buns. Inuyasha's atmosphere. I told you that you will never lose out by working for Inigo. Buns! Delicious steamed buns! The moment they saw the steamed buns, all the villagers had a sizzling gaze in their eyes. Having eaten steamed buns once in Chen Daoyuan's house, they had an infinite yearning for the flavor of steamed buns. Everyone come and eat. Looking at the villagers who were dumbfounded, Chen Daoyi spoke up. Brother Chang, you distribute the steamed buns to everyone. Okay, Inuyasha. Soon, the villagers consciously lined up, and Chen Chang began to distribute steamed buns to the crowd. These steamed buns were made by Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua, who got up in the middle of the night and started to make them. At this time many of the buns were already a bit cold, but this did not affect the villagers' desire for it in any way. The villagers who got the steamed buns were not greedy for more, but went aside and bit off half of the buns in one bite, chewing while making sounds of satisfaction. Yummy! The steamed buns are so delicious. I wish I could eat these buns every day. Me too. It's still good to be in Inuyasha. From time to time, he treats us to steamed buns. That's right. In this time of the year, only Brother Tao is willing to give us steamed buns to eat. Li Zhang, Shen He, and Chen Shang also each received a steamed bun and stood under a tree, eating it while lamenting. Brother Dao is really a warm-hearted man. That's right. Chen Shang nodded his head as he nibbled on the steamed buns. Brother Dao must have seen that everyone in the village was having a hard time, and that's why he took advantage of helping with the work to give us steamed buns to eat. Upon hearing this, Li Zhang, Shen He, and the nearby villagers all nodded their heads. All of them had seen how good Chen Daoyi had been to everyone, and they remembered Chen Daoyi's love in their hearts. As for Chen Rice, let them help to work this matter. They do not feel any wrong at all. Work is nothing more than to consume some strength, and the strength of this thing, sleep, can be regained again. It is not worth it at all. Mother. Seeing the buns in the 10 wooden barrels gradually reaching the bottom, Chen Daoyi said to Li Ping, you take some people back and bring some more buns over. Chen Rice home to do the steamed bread is obviously more than some of these. He has long known that the villagers are all pot-bellied man, so no in advance Li Ping do some more. At this time there are still a lot of steamed bread at home. Just did not bring all at once just. Sung. Li Ping nodded and was about to go home with Ding Xiaohua, but the women who heard the commotion nearby followed them. Auntie Li, I'll give you a hand. I'm here to help. I've already eaten my buns, so I can help now. The women enthusiastically flanked Li Ping as well as Ding Xiaohua, and together they walked in the direction of Chen Daoyi's house. Chen Rice, on the other hand, looked at one villagers who were eating steamed buns. His face showed a complex look. Whenever he saw the villagers eating steamed buns with the happy expression on his face, Chen Rice's heart will always have an indescribable sense of fulfillment, which is a feeling that Chen Rice in his previous life had never experienced before. Chapter 93, I can eat 15 of them. More than a quarter of an hour later, Li Ping and the village women transferred a full 20 rice buckets returned. Looking at the rice bucket that of fat steamed buns, the crowd present could not help but mouth and mouth. The flavor of this steamed bun. It really smells like 3 miles na. Isn't it? It's so flavorful. I feel like I could eat 5 of them. 5 is too little. I can eat 10. 15. The crowd was blowing awesome while cheerfully going up to receive the steamed buns, and after getting the steamed buns, they directly ate them, quickly savoring the sweetness of the steamed buns. The steamed buns are so delicious. Mother, I want to eat them every day from now on. A half-grown boy who had just finished chewing on a steamed bun said to his mother. The boy looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, an age that in China was at most a child still in his 3rd year of junior high school. But in Xia, it was already one of the important laborers in a family. As long as you work hard, Inuyasha will definitely give you steamed buns every day in the future, the half-grown boy's mother said, stroking his head, and those nearby nodded. Right, with Inuyasha's nature, as long as we work hard, Inuyasha will definitely not treat us poorly. I can tell you, if anyone is lazy later and displeases Inigo, I will definitely not spare him. That's right, whoever dares to be lazy, don't come back in the future. Eating such good food and still thinking of being lazy, is that still a person? After about another 2/4 of an hour, the steamed buns in the 20 rice buckets were wiped out clean by the villagers, and the vast majority of the villagers had already eaten their fill and looked at Chen Daoyi with enthusiastic eyes. Inuyasha, what do you need us to do? Hearing this question, Chen Rice thought for a moment and said, I'm going to plant wheat this time. In the matter of planting, everyone should know more than me, so I won't guide the insiders by the amateurs. Just follow the previous method. Chen Daoyi belonged to the type of half-knowledge about farming, while the villagers present, all of them were experienced farming veterans. Handing over to them, Chen Daoyi was very assured. Since Inuyasha has said so, let me take command. Chen He stood out and opened his mouth to command, Everyone go down to the ground. Pull the weeds out of the ground. And then turn the ground over, trying to turn it all over as quickly as possible. And then finally do the sowing. Chen-He obviously has enough experience in farming. Know that before planting the land should be plowed deeply and carefully. The villagers have no objections to Chen-He's command. They have pulled up their trouser legs, carrying rakes, hoes and other tools on their shoulders down to the ground, working feverishly. Even the women and the half-grown children are not an exception. They all went down to the field. At this moment, this piece of the field, it seems to be filled with the breath of the fire. Chen Daoyi stood at the edge of the field and took a look. After seeing that the villagers were working very hard, he immediately also let go of his heart. And then he returned home with Chen Chang, Li Ping, and Ding Xiaohua. In the front yard location of the home, Xiao Jie and Chen Fei were playing with Xia Yuan. And in the backyard location, there were the 5 Chen Lian who were busy. Instead of bothering them, Chen Daoyi practiced boxing with Chen Chang in the front yard, taking out a blood-feathered chicken from the backyard and slaughtering it. The two of them drank the chicken's blood and practiced the Voltron fist as if they didn't know how to get tired. After a dozen punches, the two men split the chicken again, while they sat in the yard and chatted. Inuyasha, I feel that my strength has gone up quite a bit recently, Chen Chang said. Yes? Chen Daoyi glanced at Chen Chang's thick arm and stretched out his hand. Brother Chang, let's compete in strength. Yes. The rise of strength gave Chen Chang full confidence. He grabbed Chen Rice's arm, and Chen Rice for wrestling. Just very soon, Chen Chang's face reddened. His strength did rise quite a lot, but the distance to catch up with Chen Rice, there is still quite a distance. At this time, he even milks strength are made out, but still can't shake Chen Rice half a point. I'm not going to be an Inuyasha. Chen Chang let go of Chen Daoyi's hand and gasped. Brother Daoyi, your strength is also too great. I can't compare with you. Ha ha. Chen Rice laughed out loud. Chen Chang's rate of progress is indeed very good. He estimated that Chen Chang should have at least 150 pounds of arm strength. However, nowadays, Chen Daoyuan's arm strength has long exceeded 300 pounds, and Chen Chang is still at least half the distance away from him. However, Chen Chang's talent still let Chen Rice cannot help but secretly surprised. This only practiced a few days boxing. Chen Chang will rise 50 pounds of arm strength. Can be seen its talent is strong. It is a pity that Chen Chang was born in the countryside, rather than being born in the middle of those worldly families, or else he had to be cultivated as a genius in martial arts practice. Chen Rice but heard Li Hu said, a lot of big families of children, before the age of 10 years old will begin to practice martial arts, and all kinds of martial arts practice herbs. Resources are not at all short of. A lot of big families of children before the age of 15 years old will be able to become the 8th grade, or even the 7th grade of the martial artist. Of course, these were all treatments only available to the children of truly great families, and a small place like Taiping County could not cultivate such geniuses. When the sun to the west, Chenjia village rolling acres of fields, a villager carrying farming tools, came to the edge of the field. The afternoon weather is getting colder and colder, some of these villagers, but one by one on the forehead with a fine sweat, and even the clothes on the body are soaked with sweat. A lot of these villagers, but as if they do not know how to get tired in general, with a smile on his face, talking with the people in the vicinity. I feel like I have a lot more strength to work today, and this steamed bread is really amazing. Not only is it delicious, but it also increases my strength. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm not tired at all from working today. If I could eat steamed bread every day, I feel that I wouldn't be tired even if I did more work. I wonder if Inuyasha will still give us buns to eat this afternoon. It will definitely be given. Don't you know Inuyasha's nature? With longing in their eyes, the villagers converged on the edge of the field, one by one looking out in the direction of the north, hoping to see the figure of Chen Daoyi appear earlier. Chen Dai did not let them wait for too long, and within a short time, they saw the figures of Chen Dai as well as Li Ping and the others, and a longing light erupted in each of their eyes. Auntie Li, I'll help you pick. Brother Makoto, give me the rice bucket. I'll hold it. Don't tire yourself out. Girl Ding, I'll help. One by one, the women flew forward and took over the rice bucket picked by Li Ping, Ding Xiaohua, and Chen Chang, and then together they placed the rice bucket on an open space, and immediately afterward, they couldn't wait to unveil the piece of cloth that covered the rice bucket. This scent is buns. Chen Go's eyes lit up. Having eaten 2 buns, he was simply more than familiar with the flavor of buns, and knew whether it was a bun or not as soon as he smelled it. Chapter 94, The Highest Praise. Is tonight's food steamed buns again? Inigo's atmosphere. Inuyasha really won't let us down, and he's full of steamed buns all the time. Great! I'll be able to eat steamed bread again. The crowd had their eyes glowing as they converged on the side of the rice bucket, waiting for the buns to be distributed. Chen Daoyi did not mean to keep the crowd waiting, first signaling Chen Cheng to give the crowd steamed buns, and then said, "Everyone listen to me for a few words. Chen, rice this out." The scene immediately quiet. The villagers, even to the hands of the steamed bread, is not in a hurry to eat, but perked up their ears, quietly waiting for Chen Rice's speech. It's still a bit of a hassle to bring meals over to the field every day. Chen Rice said, "In the future, let's change the way. In the morning after everyone gets up, first go to my home to eat, after eating directly to the field to work, in the afternoon after work, then go back to my home to eat together. Everyone think how?" "No problem. That's a good idea. Inuyasha. So we might even be able to eat hot steamed bread. It was brought all the way here, and the buns are cold, so indeed they should be eaten at Inigo's house." The crowd agreed to Chen Daoguan's proposal without thinking. Chen Rice has continued, "Of course. Ugly words I have to say in front. Steamed bread I can give you every day to eat until full, but who if you do not work hard, and even eat steamed bread in the morning will run home not to come to work in the field, then do not blame me for being unsympathetic." When these words came out, the villagers immediately looked solemn. "Don't worry, Inuyasha, if anyone dares to be lazy, we definitely won't spare him." "Right, I'll keep an eye on it for you, Inigo, and absolutely no one will dare to be lazy. Which lazy asshole dares to be lazy, we'll beat him to death." The villagers spoke out to make assurances. There were definitely those among them who wanted to be lazy, but most of the villagers, even if it was just for the sake of getting steamed buns, would definitely not be lazy. As for those few who wanted to be lazy, with others watching, it was impossible to blatantly make a lazy move. After all, food is just too expensive these days, and no one wants to lose the job where they can have enough bread to eat. "Don't worry, Inuyasha." Chen He also opened his mouth and assured, "I'll keep an eye on it for you. If anyone dares to be lazy, I'm sure I won't spare him." As the village chief, Chen He was still very authoritative in this village, and as soon as he said this, those few people who wanted to be lazy immediately extinguished their thoughts of being lazy. There was no way around it. Chen Jin's 3 men's previous experience was right in front of them, and the village chief was really going to pick up the board and beat them. Yes. Seeing that the crowd had made assurances, Chen Daidai also said no more and said to the crowd, "Then let's start eating." Chen Rice words, the villagers are immediately acted. Receive steamed bread to the side of the joyful eating steamed bread, and still in line to receive steamed bread people, is the heart of the steamed bread is looking forward to the delicious. The sun set completely, and Shanlian ended her day's work. Today's work for her is not really laborious, but there is a kind of joy in the feeling. Just need to clean up some chicken and duck manure, and at the same time remember the number of chickens and ducks, will be able to 2 steamed bread every day, and also receive 1 or 2 pieces of silver every month. This kind of thing. Until now, Chen Lian also has a kind of unreal feeling like in a dream. See you later, ants. After saying goodbye to Wu Yun and the others at the entrance of Chen Daoyuan's house, Chen Lian returned home with hurried footsteps and met her grandmother, He Shuehua, who was waiting in the living room. He Shuehua's pale face more or less some apprehension. Today is the day Chen Lian went to work at Chen Daoi's house. She inevitably some worry. One is worried about whether this job is really as good as the village head said, and the second is worried about whether Chen Lian can make Chen Daoi satisfied and get this hard-won job. "Grandma." But at that moment, Chen Lian's voice came, awakening the apprehensive He Shuehua. "Lianer is back." He Shuehua was about to get up, but Chen Lian quickly walked out and pressed He Shuehua into her seat, then sat herself down and spoke. "Grandma, I'm going to make you dinner." Chen Lian, who was very familiar with the environment of her home, knew as soon as she entered the house that He Shuehua must not have eaten dinner, because there was not a trace of smoke or fire in the kitchen. "Not yet." He Shuehua shook her head and said, "Lianer, how did it go when you went to work at Dogwar's house today?" "Good for you." Chen Lian felt the sweet flavor of the steamed buns lingering in her mouth and said with a smile, "The work in Inego's house is not tiring at all. I feel very relaxed, and Inego also gives us steamed buns to eat, 2 a day, and each one can be eaten until it's full." "Really?" He Shuehua cannot help but show a hint of surprise. A job that is not tired. Steamed buns, not to mention that, every month, but also 1 or 2 silver reward. This kind of beautiful thing. He Shuehua is really some dare not hope. "Really, Grandma?" Chen Lian then smiled and told her experience of her day at Chen Daer's home. "Daer is quite nice. Completely different from the rich people I've heard of." He Shuehua listened attentively to Chen Lian's story, and after hearing it, she couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Dao is really a good person. The word good guy has become a neutral, even mostly pejorative, term in the former China. But in this world, the word good person is the highest praise. This moment of he shuai hua, the gratitude to Chen Daoyuan, is completely and utterly from the heart. Yeah. Chen Lian nodded her head and said, not only is Daojer good to us, Aunt Li and big sister Ding, who lives in Daojer's house, are quite good to us as well, and when they see us, they all greet us politely. Chen Lian previously heard others in the village said, the city's rich households in the treatment of their subordinates, servants, always a dog-eyed expression, at every turn is to be treated as a lackey scolding, and Chen Daoyi is completely different, treating them as if they are really as equal treatment. There is no dog-eyed gesture of low. That's good. He Shuehua completely put her heart down. Lianer, you must work well, you know? Never lose this job. This job is too important for this family with only old people and young girls. The family stock of food is not much. Even if you save food every day, you can only hold on for about half a month. Chen Lian has this job. Can be enough to eat in the family of Chen Daoyuan. That will support a month. If Chen Lian lost this job, then the family in half a month will be completely out of food, then waiting for the two, either cheeky to borrow food, or starve to death at home. Grandma, I know. Chen Lian smiled and said, I'll tell you, the chickens at Inego's house are raised very well, and every chicken's feathers are yellow and sell very well. Chen Lian talked to Yi Shuehua as if she was counting the things she had done at Chen Daoyuan's home, and Yi Shuehua listened quietly, responding every now and then without the slightest hint of impatience on her face. Chapter 95, Wuhan Stout. When the sun rose and a flash of light sprang up in the sky, Wuhan also woke up, and after greeting his daughter-in-law Zhangya, he opened the front door of his house. As soon as the door opened, Wuhan saw the three Zhang Ming brothers waiting outside the door as well as 10 or so strong and sturdy youths. As the number of trips to and from the Chen village became more frequent, Wuhan earned more money, and the number of his merchant team expanded quite a bit, hiring a full dozen or so people to serve as guards in case of danger outside of the city. Everyone's here? Wuhan surveyed the crowd outside the door and welcomed them into the house, then said, there are more goods on this trip today, so you guys should help out more. No problem. The crowd responded with a single mouthful. The reward Wuhan had given them was not small, and they were naturally willing to do more. Okay, then have dinner at my house first, and then we'll head out. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Ye, who was busy in the kitchen, made breakfast, and after everyone quickly ate their breakfast, they drove the donkey cart away from Wuhan's home. It's worth noting that Wuhan's donkey cart has gone from 1 to 3. As the number of exchanges with the Chen village became more frequent, the amount of grain demanded by the Chen rice side also became more and more. The previous one donkey cart was no longer enough. Wuhan had to add 2 more. After driving the donkey cart to the grain store not far away, Wuhan purchased a full 500 pounds of white flour, which he then put on the donkey cart and drove it out of the city with the crowd. Perhaps because of the more manpower for the escort, or because of the more frequent trips to and from the outside of the city, Zhang Ming, who was walking on the official highway, was no longer so nervous, but instead said with a smile, brother-in-law, what do you think this Chen Daoyuan needs so much grain for? There are only a few people in his family, and he buys thousands of pounds of grain every time. Can this be eaten up? Let's not talk too much about old brother Chen. Wuhan always knew that Chen Daoyi had secrets, but he didn't even have the idea of digging deeper. In his opinion, Chen Daoyi was able to hand over the white-feathered chicken business to him, and that was enough. Sell a white-feathered chicken. Wuhan can earn a profit of at least 2 silver. In front of such a huge profit, Chen rice secrets. Wuhan simply lazy to get to the bottom of it. Peacefully make money is not good? I don't care about that much. About half an hour later, Wuhan's van stopped at the entrance of the Chen family village, and the young strong man guarding the gate recognized him at the first time and said with a smile, old brother Wu is here, just go straight in. Nowadays, almost everyone in Chen village knew Wuhan, at least the village is young and strong. They all knew that Wuhan was a merchant who made deals with Chen Daoyi, so the young and strong men who guarded the entrance of the village would usually not stop Wuhan from entering the village. Thank you, little brother. Wuhan is also a good at things. Directly took out 3 coins and stuffed them into the hands of the young strong man, and then set up the donkey cart and came straight to the door of Chen Daoyi's house. What's with all the people? Look at Chen Rice home in front of a long line of people. Wuhan cannot help but be a little surprised. In the past when he came to Chen village, although occasionally we'll see people gather, but most of the time as the people are silent, the family house door is closed. At this time it is so lively, which is more or less abnormal. So many people. I'm afraid the whole village isn't coming, right? Jiang Ming glanced at the crowd lining up. The corner of his mouth twitched. Looking around, I'm afraid that the people converging in front of Chen Daoi's house are no less than hundreds. And looking at the size of Chenjia village, it is estimated that there are only a few hundred people. It is not too much to say that the whole village has come over. Find someone to ask. Wu Han jumped off the donkey cart and came to the position at the end of the group, and asked toward a young strong man. This little brother, what are you doing? That young strong man said that it was a young strong man. In fact, it was a half-grown boy. He was no one else. It was Chen Go who was guarding the entrance of the village when Wu Han first came to the Chen family village. Today's Chen Go got up a little late, and thus was at the end of the line, and was inevitably a little unhappy in his heart. But instead of taking it out on Wu Han, he said, "It's old brother Wu." Wu Laogao was the name Chen Daoi called Wu Han, and many people in Chenjia village also liked to follow Chen Daoi's example and called Wu Han Wu Laogao. We've come to receive steamed buns to eat from the house of brother Dao. Chen Go answered the doubts in Wu Han and the others' minds. However, once Chen Go's words came out, the doubts in Wu Han and the others' hearts intensified. Can the whole village get buns to eat? One of the green men in Wu Han's group couldn't help but ask. And not the whole village. Chen Go shook his head, and before Wu Han and the others could react, he then said, but it's pretty much the whole village. Except for the old people who can't move and the small children who can't work. Everyone else can come to Tao's house to collect steamed buns to eat. A big exclamation point crossed the minds of Wu Han and others, inviting the whole village to eat steamed buns. What the? How much does it cost in a day? This old man, Jiang Ming couldn't help but ask after him. You're not lying to us, are you? In this day and age, where can we find such a great benefactor? It's not that Jiang Ming doesn't trust Chen Go, but the things he said are just a little too shocking nowadays. In this year, the price of food is almost as high as the sky. Even the landlords in the city have to scrimp and save. And at this time, Chen Go told him that someone generously invited the whole village to eat steamed buns. This kind of thing, Jiang Ming, is really hard to believe. Nah, why would I lie to you? Chen Go gave Jiang Ming a blank look and said, Brother Tao is not a great benefactor. He is the best person in our village. If not for Brother Tao, I don't know how many people in the village would still be hungry. See Chen Go words. Sure, Wu Han and others cannot help but look at each other. From the performance of Chen Go, Chen Rice pleased the whole village to eat steamed buns. This matter is true. This cannot help but let Wu Han and other people heart shock. At this time in front of the Chen Rice home, queuing up in front of the people are afraid of no less than 300. Please 300 people to eat steamed buns. This behavior, Wu Han and other people really do not know how to evaluate. Just their hearts to Chen Rice rich and have a deeper cognition. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. It's going to be my turn to receive my buns. Chen Go also did not say more with Wu Han and others. See, the queue crowd has been less and less. Hurried forward. Not long to hold a few steamed buns in hand. Happy from Chen Rice home came out, while nibbling the steamed buns, while following the crowd to the south of the village direction. Wu Han has noticed that most of these villagers heading south are carrying hoes and other farming tools, as if they are going to plow their fields. Plowing a field? The doubt in Wu Han's heart was even greater. Nowadays it was freezing cold. The whole Qingzhou territory couldn't grow food. Why did these villagers run to plow the field? And look at the joy on each of their faces, as if they could really grow food in the ground. Chapter 96, Dada's Good Deeds. Wu Han, who carried a great deal of doubt in his heart, signaled Jiang Ming and the others to wait outside, while he himself went through the open gate and entered the front yard of Chen Daoyuan's house. At this time, the front yard is busy. Just after the steamed buns, Li Ping, Chen Chang and others are cleaning up the rice bucket. These objects, Chen Daoi hands are not live, so the first time noticed the door into the Wu Han, smiled and greeted. Wu old brother came, elder brother Chen. Wu Han responded, looking at the rice bucket that was being carried into the house by the crowd and the small amount of steamed buns remaining inside the bucket, and said, What are you guys doing? Give out breakfast to the villagers. Chen Dao returned. I hired some villagers to work for me, and the payment was 2 meals a day. Is that some villager? The corner of Wu Han's mouth twitched. The villagers who gathered at Chen Daoi's house just now were hundreds of people, which even if it was the landlord or county master in the city, could not afford to hire so many people to work. As for the payment of 2 meals, Wu Han does not think Chen Rice stingy, but think Chen Rice quite generous. He saw, Chen Rice to those villagers to eat are a white flour steamed buns. This thing is not cheap. These days, all over the place are not able to eat people. Give a meal will be willing to work people abound, and even a meal can be married to a yellow flower girl. Chen Rice can help him work for the villagers steamed buns to eat. Chen Rice can give the villagers who help him work steamed buns to eat. Has been a great act of kindness. Elder brother Chen, did you ask the villagers to help with the farming? Wu Han said the doubt in his heart. Just now when he was outside, he had noticed the villagers carrying farming tools, a look of going to work in the field. Yes, Chen Dawi nodded. I rented all the land in the village, and I plan to grow some grain on it. Speaking of this, Chen Dai couldn't help but smile. Elder brother Wu, maybe in a while, you'll be able to do some grain business with me. This, Wu Han opened his mouth, not knowing whether to say that Chen Daoyuan was naive or to say that he was thinking too simply. Nowadays, with this kind of weather, how can the ground grow food? You're not a fraud, are you, Mr. Chen? Wu Han rushed to say. Elder brother Chen, you wouldn't be giving someone the slip, would you? Nowadays it's freezing cold. How can you grow grain in the Qingzhou territory? Don't worry, elder brother Wu. Chen Daoi smiled and said, the grain I planted this time is not quite the same as normal grains. The grain seeds I found from the Tsangming Mountains, and can grow under the severe cold weather. This is Chen Rice has long thought of a good excuse. As he began to plant the land, he can grow food in the winter. Things certainly cannot hide from others, and he can see the biological progression route of the thing belongs to his biggest secret. No one can tell that kind of. Therefore explain the source of grain seed. It became the biggest problem of Chen Rice. Good thing there is at Sangmeng Mountain. Sangmeng Mountain is vast and boundless. Appear any peculiar things or not but let a person feel surprised. So Sangmeng Mountain has become the best backing tool of Chen Rice. So it is. A trace of realization appeared on Wu Han's face. That Sangmeng Mountain was boundless, and the demonic beasts and herbs within it were also endless. The matter of Chen Daoyuan obtaining a unique grain seed from the Sangmeng Mountain was a bit rare, but in the end, it was an explanation that could be accepted. Then it looks like I'm going to become a grain merchant thanks to your blessing, old brother Chen. Wu Han said half-jokingly. There will be opportunities. Chen Daidao nodded and asked Chen Chang to go and call Chen De over. Then he turned to Wu Han and said, how much grain did old brother Wu bring over this time? That's a total of 500 pounds. Wu Han replied, at your request, old brother Chen. All that was brought this time was white flour. After saying that, Wu Han frowned again and said, elder brother Chen, recently the price of food in the city has risen some more, and white flour has risen to 21 a catty. It's gone up again. Chen Rice cannot help but sigh. It is the premonition that food will always rise. He intends to plant the land. Just this grain prices rose too fast some. He first bought white flour or 16 cents a catty, which is already the price of the ordinary people can hardly afford. Do not want to think that now it has risen by 4 cents. With 20 cents a catty of white flour, I'm afraid that even the people who are a little better off will not dare to consume it at all. I'm now quite hopeful that your grain seeds can really grow grain, old brother Chen. Wu Han said, if old brother Chen's grain seeds can really produce grain in this kind of weather, as long as they are spread out, maybe the people of Qingzhou can be better off and the price of grain can be cheaper. Innocence. Chen Rice secretly shook his head. Wu Han's idea is too naive in his opinion. He does not mind spreading the cold-resistant wheat, which even if it is spread out, what can be the use? It was never the cold plagues that caused the food to be high and the people to have enough to eat, but those land annexations. Summer country has been established for nearly 300 years. So many years down, most of the people in the hands of the land has long been annexed by those big families almost. Chen family village is also far away from the county. Otherwise, will not be every family has a field. As far as Chen Daoyuan knows, many people in the county actually have no property at all, but only to the 3 big families as tenants. Planted food to pay as much as 70%, and the remaining 30% can only barely satiate the stomach. Large families like the 3 major clans in Taiping County occupied most of the land in Xia, and if all the grain stored in their homes were taken out, they wouldn't dare to say that it would be enough for the people of the country to eat for 3 years, but it wouldn't be a problem to let the people get through this cold spell. But how can those big families, who are even greedier than the capitalists of the previous generation, shell out their own grain for the people to eat? Not only did they not pay out, but they had to take advantage of the cold years to raise the price of food, recklessly harvesting the only wealth left in the hands of the people. Chen Daoi shook his head to dispel the cluttered thoughts in his mind and said to Wu Han, elder brother Wu, I'll settle the money for the grain for you first. Saying that, Chen Daoi took out 5 taels of silver and 500 copper coins from the house and handed them over to Wu Han. The 5 taels of silver was the price of the grain. As for the 500 copper coins, it was considered Wu Han's shipping fee. After all, Wu Han spent so much effort and risk to transport grain from the city. Not to give some freight is really not acceptable, but also easy to hit Wu Han's motivation. And at the same time, Chen Chang and Chen Dai also walked into the front yard carrying 2 chicken cages each. Seeing Wu Han clucking in the chicken coop, his eyes lit up and he busied himself by coming forward and asking, "Big brother Chen, how many white-feathered chickens are there this time?" 20 in all. Chen Dai replied, "A total of 8 tails of silver." Well. Wu Han laughed cheerfully and took out the 8 tails of silver from the last white-feathered chicken and handed it to Chen Dai, while saying, "Brother Chen Dai, I wonder when you can sell more of these white-feathered chickens of yours." Chapter 97, A Backhand Slash. It's a little hard. Chen Dai shook his head and said, "The reproduction speed of white-feathered chickens is far less than yellow-feathered chickens. Chen Dai's white-feathered chickens in the house, although the number of quite a lot, and occasionally get some new gray-feathered chickens over to cultivate, but ultimately the output is limited. Wu Han more than 10 days to come over a trip, and can come up with 20 white-feathered chickens, has been Chen Dai's limit, and then, will affect the reproduction of the family's white-feathered chickens." So, Wu Han's face appeared disappointed. He also thought that Chen Dai can give some more white-feather chicken out, let him every trip over to earn some more silver it. Now it seems, but it is not. There's no need to be disappointed. Elder brother Wu. At this time, Chen Dai suddenly spoke up. "In a while, there may be better chicken breeds, and then I'll make sure you can get rich." Fruity? Wu Han's eyes lit up. "Sure." Chen Dai nodded his head. With the number of yellow-feathered chickens already increasing nowadays, Chen Dai estimated that after a while, he could start selling yellow-feathered chickens in small quantities. As a matter of fact, every day now, a small number of yellow-feathered hens were aging, no longer laying eggs, and losing their rearing value. But these hens, Chen Dai didn't choose to sell them, and instead just killed them for meat, trying to ensure that his family members' meat was as strong as possible, so that they would have a stronger body. "That's great." Wu Han was all smiles as he said, "Then I'll wait for good news from elder brother Chen." "Good point." Chen Dai nodded, after which he said, "Elder brother Wu has come over with great difficulty this time, so be sure to take a seat in my home today." "No problem." Wu Han, who got the good news, answered in one mouthful. He first went to the door and asked Zhang Ming and the others to move the grain towards the kitchen of Chen Dai's house, and then all of them sat down together in the living room of Chen Dai's house and chatted idly. It is worth mentioning that each person also has a few steamed buns and a cup of hot water at hand, making the buns a dessert and the hot water a cup of tea, which makes it a morning tea. The food in this Chen Inari family is really good. A Wu Han brought the green zhuang, looked at the steamed bread in his hand, could not help but let out a sigh of relief to the people around him. They who help Wu Han work in Wu Han's family can still eat better. Usually most of what they eat is also rice bran powder made of paste rice, while Chen rice home, but with steamed buns to entertain guests, and can also open belly eat. This makes the young strong heart envious. All the time steamed bread tube full. The landlord old man's day is no more than that, right? Isn't that so? It's not just the Chen rice family. Quite a few villagers in this Chen village can eat steamed buns every day. When we came here just now, weren't those villagers lining up outside to get their steamed buns? I want to move to this Chen village. If I sell some labor, I'll be able to have enough to eat. And I can't even find a good job like this in the county. Yeah, nah. The young strong men brought by Wu Han expressed their envy in low voices, while Chen Dai talked with Wu Han to learn something about the situation within the county. And for a while, the entire living room was a harmonious scene. In the late afternoon, when Wu Han and the others set off to leave the Chen family village, at the outer gate of Taiping County City, Zhang He stood in front of a broken house, squinting his eyes as he surveyed the city gate guarded by soldiers. "Brother Zhang." The skinny monkey stood beside Zhang He and spoke. "It's now already Shen hour, and there's less than an hour left before the soldiers at the city gates change shifts." "Aha." Zhang He nodded gently and said, "Are the brothers ready?" "Ready." The skinny monkey solemnly said, "The brothers have already ambushed near the city gate. As long as we shout out the slogan of lifting up a great cause together when the time comes, the brothers will kill out together." "Great." Zhang He turned his head to look at the sun that was gradually going down in the west, and a touch of danger flowed out of his eyes. As the sun gradually set, it was finally time for the shift change of the soldiers guarding the city. A soldier wearing armor with a standard saber on his waist stomped his foot and said with some impatience, "It's so cold. Why hasn't the shift change brother come? What's the rush?" Another soldier said, "The brothers who guard the city gates at night have no oil to spare, so it's justifiable for them to slack off a bit." There were a total of 20 soldiers guarding the city in Taiping County, and these 20 soldiers were all the military strength of Taiping County. 10 of them were responsible for guarding the city gates during the daytime. 2 guarding the gates, and 8 staging on the city walls. The other set of 10 men were in charge of guarding the city at night after the gates were closed. And the daytime work was obviously easier compared to the nighttime work. And there was still oil to be had. Entering the city need to pay the 10 when won't be handed over to the county magistrate, but really in the hands of these soldiers guarding the city. So the daytime guarding the gates of the city. For these soldiers guarding the city, it's a big fat job, full of oil and water. Of course, the money didn't only belong to these 2 soldiers guarding the city gates. They also needed to share some of it with the brothers who were curating on the walls. In addition, the brothers who were on duty at night also had to share some of the profits. But even so, the big head was still the 2 of them. And the daily entry fee collected was enough for the 2 brothers to earn a fortune. It was for this reason that the soldiers on night duty were more or less resentful and came in later for each shift. But at this moment, the first soldier who complained sought his brother who came to change shifts, and a smile appeared on his face. He had earned quite a lot of entry fees today, and after changing shifts, he planned to go to the city's greenhouses for a quickie. With the greenhouse girl's marvelous body in mind, the soldier was about to go forward to hand over to the shift-changing soldier, but at that moment, a dozen or so ragged stragglers surrounded him. Have mercy on the army. Give some food. Master June. I'm starving. Can you give me something to eat? Master June. Please. Give a bite to eat. Zhang He led the skinny monkey and about 10 other young and strong men, pretending to be weak and harmless and slowly approaching the city guard soldiers who were ready to change shifts, praying on his mouth that the soldiers would give some food. Asterisk 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 off. Soldier is full of impatience. As if to drive flies waved his hand. These stragglers covered in mud and dirt, stinking, so that the fire of desire that just rose in his belly instantly dissipated. Master June, do me a favor. Zhang He slowly approached the soldier with slow, yet firm steps, and prayed as he did so. However, the soldier was indifferent, and even opened his mouth to scold angrily. You stinking beggars, get out of the way, and don't get hit by me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldier only felt an emptiness in his waist, but it was Zhang He who had already moved extremely fast and pulled out the knife at his waist. What are you doing? The soldier's pupils shrank, and before he had time to react, Zhang He cut his neck with a backhanded slash. The sharp blade sliced through the flesh, and a line of blood instantly surfaced on the soldier's neck, and he couldn't even let out a scream before he covered his throat and planted himself on the ground with a ho-ho-ho. Chapter 98. You guys. The other soldier guarding the gates next to him shuddered and froze. He completely did not expect that this group of stragglers would be so bold as to dare to kill the soldiers guarding the city. It's a charge of rebellion. It's a crime to kill all 9 clans. Ah! The soldier who was shocked in his mind only felt a pain in his neck, but it was the thin monkey who pulled out the knife on his waist and slashed through his neck, ending his life. What's the situation? The 2 soldiers who had just left the city gates and were preparing to change shifts were stunned. They had just stepped out of the city gates when they encountered this unforeseen situation, causing them to fail to react for a moment. Just right now, there was no more time for them to react. Zhang He who killed a soldier with 1 slash did not feel any discomfort. He who had traveled all the way from Liangzhou had seen too many dead people. Cutting down just 1 person would not be a psychological burden for him at all. Brothers, lift up great things together. Zhang He let out a shout. In an instant, the shouting and killing sound rang out. A large number of young strong men who had long been ambushed near the city gate killed out, while Zhang He and the thin monkey swung out a sword each and put to death the 2 soldiers who came to change shifts, and immediately after that, he led the young strong men to kill into the city. What's going on? Is that Zhang He and the others? How did they kill the soldiers guarding the city? This is the crime of rebellion. It's punishable by death. It must be said that the ability of feudal society to cultivate submissive people is still very strong. The first thing that came to mind when they saw Zhang He killing the soldiers defending the city was rebellion, and their first reaction was to be afraid. Afraid of the crime of rebelling and executing 9 clans. They did not react at this time. The vast majority of their families have long been starved to death. Even if the 9 clans are put to death, they can't put a few of their families to death. Whatever. But at this moment, a young strong man spat out a mouthful of spittle and said, "This kind of daily starvation in freezing days, I've had enough of it. Now that the city gates are wide open and unguarded, it's a good time for us to enter the city." With that said, the drifter rushed out with great strides and straight into the city gates. He was already in a state of solitude. Death didn't have much to fear for him. If he could have a full meal before he died, what was wrong with dying? We'll go too. The action of that young strong man seemed to drive more people. and a large number of stragglers threw away the fearful thoughts in their hearts and rushed straight into the city. A large number of stragglers caught wind of the situation and flooded into the city like a tidal wave. And by this time, Zhang He had already led hundreds of green men up to the city wall. The nobleman who contacted them earlier had already said that the first thing they needed to do after entering the city was to get rid of all the soldiers guarding the city. At this time, the defending soldiers on the city wall also reacted and were holding up their swords to confront Zhang He and the others. What do you want? Rebellion? Lu Yu, who was responsible for commanding all the soldiers defending the city, angrily looked at Zhang He and the others and said, "Rebellion is a crime of executing 9 clans. Do you want your 9 clans to be exterminated? Retreat now. I can report to the county magistrate and spare you." Lu Yu's words, a perfect interpretation of what is called colorful. Facing hundreds of red-eyed stragglers, Lu Yu had to admit that he panicked. Once he never put these stragglers in his eyes ever. Only feel that these stragglers belong to the pariahs. Even if they starve to death, do not dare to resist. He even personally with a small bag of grain from the hands of a straggler in exchange for a just 15 years old yellow girl. That young girl has now been tortured to death by him, and his parents outside of the city know nothing about it. Whenever he thought of this, Lu Yu had a feeling of pleasure in his heart, as if the beast inside had been liberated. In fact, Lu Yu was clear that even if he told the parents of that young girl outside the city that he had tortured their daughter to death, they could do nothing about it. He knew the weakness as well as the powerlessness of these stragglers, but when these stragglers killed the city wall with red eyes, Lu Yu was scared. At this moment he realized that these stragglers are not weak, nor can they be bullied at will, and if they are pissed off, they will dare to pull out their swords and kill people as well. You are the city guard commander Lu Yu, right? Long ago, I have entrusted the thin monkey to inquire clearly about the name of this person. Zhang He stared at Lu Yu and said, 10 days ago, you have beaten our brothers, beating one of my brothers now still lying on the bed, ground. 5 days ago, you killed 2 of our brothers who begged for food from you. Now, it is time to settle the score. Brothers, kill with me. Zhang He roared, carrying a knife as the first to rush to Lu Yu and other soldiers. Behind the stragglers one by one is also fearless to kill up. They only have 4 knives in their hands that they snatched as weapons, and the vast majority of them are holding wooden sticks and other weapons in their hands. But that look of bravery and fear of death has made Lu Yu and other soldiers chilled. But the knife is already on the neck. At this time, Lu Yu and others also had to meet the battle. Die for me. Lu Yu chopped out a knife, straight to Zhang He's head, but Zhang He is extremely fast reaction side dodge. Put. The blade of the knife cut open a wide opening in Zhang He's upper garment, but Zhang He was ignoring it and chopped Lu Yu's chest with a backhanded knife. Dang! The knife chopped on the armor where the chest was hard armor popped off. Zhang He was stunned, then remembered, Lu Yu body is the existence of armor, before sneak attack on the guarding soldiers, because all is to take advantage of its unpreparedness chopped off the neck, in order to perfectly avoid the armor's defenses, so that the armor is out of action. At this time, Lu Yu was in a state of strict waiting. Wanting to cut to his neck was not that easy. Meh. Noticing that Zhang He could not harm himself, Lu Yu immediately laughed. A few pariahs in the district want to rebel. It's simply whimsical. As the words fell, Lu Yu took advantage of Zhang's daze to slash out a knife. Put. Zhang He reacted extremely quickly and flew back, but he was still cut by the blade on his arm, which was instantly drenched in blood. Brother Zhang, the skinny monkey who had slashed a soldier to death flew to Zhang He's side and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" Zhang He glanced at his bloodied right arm and said, "It's fine, let's kill him together." Yes, so the two Zhang He took their swords and wrestled with Lu Yu. Lu Yu is not a martial artist, at best, because he is a soldier, so his strength is a little bigger than normal. But Zhang He 2 people and he is still very difficult to fight, because the armor on Lu Yu's body is too strong defensively. Their knives cut on the armor. They can't cause any damage to Lu Yu at all. On the contrary, Lu Yu's knives are a great threat to them, so the 2 of them can only try to dodge Lu Yu's attacks, and Lu Yu to engage in a tangle of fights, and as far as possible to consume Lu Yu's physical strength at the same time, looking for the opportunity to carry out the fatal blow. Chapter 99 The Loss of Order. While Zhang He and Thin Monkey were tangling with Lu Yu on the city wall, other stragglers also began a life and death struggle with a dozen or so soldiers guarding the city. Hundreds of stragglers had only rudimentary weapons in their hands, and it was obviously not easy to take on a dozen or so soldiers wearing armor and holding a standardized saber. However, because of the large number of people and their bravery, the stragglers eventually gained the upper hand and soon killed the soldiers on the walls one by one. Great job, brothers. Zhang He, who has been paying attention to another battlefield, can't help but get excited. With all the soldiers on the city wall killed, Lu Yu has become a turtle in a jar. No matter how thick his armor is and how sharp his weapons are, he can't possibly defeat so many of his own people. It's over. While Zhang He was excited, Lu Yu was in despair and couldn't help but plead. This good man, you and I have no grievances. Why should we fight to the death? No grievance? Zhang He snorted. When you killed my brother, why didn't you say you had no grudge against him? As the words fell, Zhang He bellowed, brothers, kill. In an instant, all the stragglers who had gathered around swarmed up and hacked Lu Yu to death on the ground in a chaotic manner. Brother Zhang, are you alright? The stragglers who saw that Zhang He was completely dead then noticed Zhang He's blood-drenched right arm. At this moment, Zhang He's right arm sleeve was already dyed red with blood. His face was even paler and looked a bit scary. I'm fine. Zhang He tore off a piece of cloth from the dead Lu Yu's body and wrapped the wound while asking, how are the casualties among the brothers? It's bad. The skinny monkey who had already quickly counted the number of people said with an ugly face. The soldiers guarding the city were all wearing armor and had extremely strong defenses. So the casualties among the brothers were extremely heavy, with a total of 30 brothers dead and 20 injured. At the words, Zhang He's face showed a trace of self-blaming pain color. These brothers are so trusting him, but he failed to bring these brothers to live. Brother Zhang doesn't need to blame himself. The brothers are willing to do this job with you, so naturally they are already mentally prepared to die. The thin monkey seemed to have noticed the look on Zhang He's face and said in relief, yeah, Brother Zhang, there's no need to blame yourself. Those dead brethren surely don't want Big Brother Zhang to blame himself either. Big Brother Zhang should still talk about what we're going to do next. The others also spoke out, and their consolations had slowed down Zhang He's self-reproach a lot. Zhang He walked slowly to the city wall and looked towards the county town that was barely illuminated by the setting sun's afterglow, his eyes flickering. With the opening of the city gates, a large number of stragglers rushed into the city. These stragglers obviously did not have a clear goal like Zhang He and the others. After entering the city, these hungry stragglers instantly lost their senses, and in twos and threes, they ganged up to break into the various houses and stores, looting the food and money inside. At this time in the county, shouting and killing the sound of the long unending, near the city gate of this area, has completely lost order, lost their minds of the stragglers, completely let go of the beast in the heart. They will kill the house trying to resist the men, and the women. Do not have to think about it to know what is the end of the world. Big brother, a young strong man who followed Zhang He looked down greedily and said, should we go and grab some too? Not only the young strong, other people are also greedy eyes looking down at those stragglers looted out of the grain. Hate to personally go down to rob some. They have been too long have not eaten a full meal. It is really difficult to endure the temptation of food. Do you want to die? After scanning the crowd, Zhang He said in a cold voice, if we help your people, we still have a sliver of a chance to live. But if we join them to carry out a robbery, we definitely won't live to see tomorrow. Why did the previous Zhang He not dare to kill the defending soldiers to enter the city? But now he dared to do it? Because killing the soldiers guarding the city before was equivalent to a rebellion, a matter of 10 deaths. And now, the nobleman in the city gave him a promise. As long as he can do the things that the nobleman explained, he killed the soldiers guarding the city and broke into the city. The nobleman will cover up the past for him and give him and his brothers under him a proper identity, so that they no longer need to be a straggler. Although working for your people is also extremely dangerous, there is a silver lining. Not to mention, the nobleman would also give them proper status, and would even grant them medicinal herbs and give them the opportunity to become martial artists. All be sensible. Thin Monkey also reminded the crowd in time, robbing with them in general is no different from rebelling, and what awaits us is only death. Only by following Brother Zhang's work and fulfilling your people's mandate can we live well. Zhang He and the skinny monkey's words promptly stifled the greedy minds of the crowd, and they all regained their senses. Brother Zhang is right. We should never go and rob the grain. Just follow Big Brother Zhang. No one is allowed to act without authorization. Brother Zhang, you tell us what to do. We'll all listen to you. Looking at the eager faces of his brethren, Zhang He pondered for a while and said, those who are strong, put on the armor of the soldiers guarding the city, and let's go and do great things together. Soon, Zhang He picked out a dozen or so stronger brothers and made them wear the armor stripped from the soldiers guarding the city, and then all of them went down the city wall and went straight to the rich area of the city. Even Zhang He himself didn't notice that as his group was advancing, at some point, two figures, whose entire bodies were shrouded in black night clothes, mixed into his group. I didn't realize that the magistrate of the hall would actually wear clothes like night clothes that only thieves would wear. A black-clothed man who even had his face shrouded by a black mask, only revealing a pair of eyes, said. This person was no one else but Li Hu, the owner of the Fuhu Fist Pavilion. The identity of the man in black beside him was naturally the county magistrate Su Jiwen. Pavilion Master Li's words are somewhat biased. Su Jiwen laughed softly. The one who wears night clothes may not necessarily be a thief. It could also be a strong man like Pavilion Master Li. Meh. Li Hu was unimpressed. Instead he turned his head to look behind him in the direction of the city gates where the shouts of murder were unceasing. His brows slightly furrowed under his face scarf. Prefect, is this what you expected would happen? No. Su Jiwen shook his head. He is precisely Zhang He and other people in the mouth of the nobleman. In contact with Zhang He and other people, and to obtain their trust, he is to arrange for Zhang He and other people to implement the eradication of the Zhu family's plan. But unfortunately, plans can't catch up with changes. And he completely didn't anticipate that Zhang He and the others rushing into the city would actually cause this kind of change and create such a big mess in the city. Chapter 100, A True Portrait. Then what does County Honor intend to do with these stragglers who have stormed into the city? Li Hu asked. It can only be dealt with after the fact. Su Jiwen sighed. Said, everything always has to have a trade-off. Right now, the eradication of the Zhu family is our biggest thing. As for these stragglers, wait to solve the Zhu family. Turn back to deal with it is not too late. At this moment, Su Jiwen could not help but lament in his heart that the power he could use in his hands was still too little. Or else these stragglers, there was no way they could have caused such a big mess. Grandpa, what's going on out there? Inside the 100 Herb Hall, Su Qiaoxi and Su Shihua, one on top of the other, listened to the shouts of murder coming from outside. Looking terrified, the 100 Herb Hall had just closed its doors when the incessant shouts of murder came from outside, which made the two men fearful and dead against the door of the room, fearing that someone would break into the room. There must be some kind of chaos going on in the city. Su Shihua lowered his voice and said, Xiao Shi, make sure you hold the door to the room. Don't let anyone in. Lived most of his life. Su Shihua life experience is extremely rich. He knows very well. Once the thieves outside rushed into the 100 Herb Hall, their own old man is at most to death. But the young and beautiful granddaughter Su Qiaoxi will not have such good luck. In the loss of order of the place, the beauty of the woman, often the end of the extremely miserable, was sent as goods, are considered to be a better end of. I know Grandpa. Su Qiaoxi's pretty face is full of gloomy color, although she is young, but she also knows what will be the end of the thieves to break in themselves, because at this time, not only the sound of shouting and killing came from outside the door, but also, the wailing of the woman. As soon as I think of what will happen to Su Qiaoxi after being rushed into the 100 Herb Hall by the thieves, I can't help but shudder, and I hurriedly clench my teeth and die against the door of the room. Fortunately, the 100 Herb Hall was ultimately a pharmacy with good earnings, and the gate was made extremely thick, so perhaps the thieves outside the gate felt that the gate of the 100 Herb Hall was not easy to break open, so they did not choose to force their way into the 100 Herb Hall, which also made Su Qiaoxi and Su Shihua breathe a sigh of relief. This world is so messed up. Listening to the footsteps outside the door that were gradually moving away, Su Shihua wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but let out this exclamation. Having lived most of his life, this was the first time he had experienced this kind of thrilling thing. Grandpa, what's going on out there? Su Qiaoxi also wiped the cold sweat from her glossy forehead and said with palpitations, it should be stragglers from outside the city breaking into the city. Su Shihua guessed that, looking around the inside and outside of Taiping County, there was no one else who could cause such a big mess except for the stragglers outside the city. The stragglers outside the city? Su Qiaoxi's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of thought. She had seen those stragglers outside the city from afar a few times, and in her impression, those stragglers were all poor people who had left their homes to come to Taiping County just to seek a way to live. I didn't expect those poor-looking stragglers to become so terrible after entering the city. The city of Taiping County belongs to the classical city with two straight avenues intersecting horizontally and vertically, dividing the inner part of Taiping County into 4 square areas. The 2 areas located to the north are the east and west cities, while the 2 areas to the south are the wealthy and residential neighborhoods. The Fuhu Fist Gym was then located in the middle of the rich district, and the Zhu family, one of the 3 great families in the city, was likewise in the rich district. At this moment, within the Zhu family's 3-entry courtyard, whether it was the front yard or the backyard, or the living room, all of them were already filled with tables, and a single lantern was hanging on the eaves of the house, spilling down the orange light, illuminating the entire mansion as if it was dusk. The beautiful maid shuttled from table to table, bringing fine dishes to the parlor in a timely manner. And inside the living room, on one of the largest dining tables, the aging Zhu family's old head Zhu Fuxian was accepting the congratulations of the visitors with a smile on his face. Grandpa Zhu, I wish you a long life and a younger life. A young man sent his blessings with a big smile. His name was Yuan Chang. He was the younger generation of the Yuan family, and he came here today in order to replace the Yuan family to attend the 90th birthday of the Zhu family's old master, Zhu Fuxiang. I also wish Grandpa Zhu a lot of smiles and good fortune. Another young man at the table, Fong Yong, also sent his blessing. He came on behalf of the Fong family, the three big families in Taiping County. Although there are occasional small frictions, but in the general direction is cooperation mostly. So Zhu Fuxiang's 90th birthday, both families sent the younger generation to attend, to brighten up the Zhu family. Yes. Although Zhu Fuxiang is old, but his spirit is very good. At this time is happy to look at the young people who send blessings for themselves. The smile almost never stop. On top of the table, there is an exquisite dishes, and most of them are mostly meat dishes. Such a table of dishes, if placed in the Qin village, can let the villagers grab their heads, but in the Zhu family's living room, the people interested in these dishes are very few. Which of the people who could come to attend the Zhu family's old man's 90th birthday was not a person of great wealth? Although these dishes were exquisite, they usually ate quite a lot of them and were not so hungry. Vermilion Gate wine and meat stinks and there are frozen dead bones on the road. The rich are poor and extravagant, but the displaced people outside the city can't even eat enough rice bran, which is the truest portrayal of this world. Thank you all for coming to my father's birthday dinner. At this time, Zhu Ming, the Zhu family's family head of this generation, stood up with his wine cup raised. Everyone, drink this cup full together. As soon as Zhu Ming spoke, the entire living room stood up and raised their glasses. Family Master Zhu has given his word, so we naturally have to accompany him. A rich middle-aged male said with a smile, and the others flattered. So the crowd drank from their cups. Kill! But at that moment, a shout came from outside. The crowd was stunned, while Zhu Ming reacted quickly, subconsciously wanting to send his butler outside to take a look, at which point he realized that the butler had already been sent by him to greet the guests outside the main gate. And just as Zhu Ming reacted, outside the Zhu family's gate, Zhang He, who had slashed the butler to death with a knife, looked at the open gate and a smile blossomed on his face. Brothers, success or failure is at stake. Follow me and kill. Saying that, Zhang He took the lead to step through the Zhu family's gate, and the others followed. As soon as they entered the Zhu family, the crowd was involuntarily wide-eyed. However, they saw that at this time, in the front yard location, one table after another was set up, and under the light of the lanterns, the people could see the food placed on the tables. Meat, all meat. A young strong man looked at the food on the table closest to him with a longing gleam in his eyes. In all his life, he had never seen so much fine meat. Chapter 101, A Good House? It's all meat. So much meat. Into heck. We can't even eat enough rice bran outside the city. But this Zhu family eats all meat, even for their guests. The stragglers who followed Zhang He into the Zhu family were stagnant. The vast majority of them had never even eaten a few meals of white rice, and the dishes that appeared in their eyes at this time were all hard dishes, hard ones that they hadn't eaten in decades of their lives, which made them forgot for a moment what they came for. What are you here for? Just as the crowd was dumbfounded, one of the Zhu family guests closest to Zhang He was the one who stood up and stared angrily at the group of ragged stragglers. Today is the Zhu family's master's big day. Who allowed you to come in? Get out. Obviously, this person did not see the situation clearly, and only took Zhang He's group of people as beggars who came to beg for food, or stragglers who mixed into the city. The response that Zhang He gave this person was also quite simple. With a backhanded slash, he chopped open this person's neck. Stupid. Looking at the slowly collapsing corpse, Zhang He snorted. This kind of fool who could not see the situation clearly, dying would be in vain. Ah! A high-pitched scream resounded through the Zhu family's three-entry mansion, and looking at the slowly collapsing bodies, the maids in charge of taking care of the guests in the front yard let out shrill shrieks. And at this time, the guests in the front yard also finally reacted. This group of people is not those weak and bullying beggars and stragglers, but the murderer who dares to carry a knife to kill. These guests immediately looked alarmed, got up from the table, and made their escape in a panic. Because the front door had been blocked by Zhang He and the others, they couldn't run towards the door and could only run in the direction of the living room. Murder! Run! Run! Someone has killed their way into the Zhu family. Run! Looking at the guests who fled in panic, Zhang He's face flashed a trace of disdain. In the past, He was in awe of these human-like rich people. Until now he realized that these rich people were not much different from them, the stragglers, and they were even worse than the stragglers. He, Zhang He, a first-rate drifter, still dares to face death, while these well-dressed rich people will only hold their heads and run away. Brothers, kill with me. Zhang He let out a bellowing cry, waking up his men who were in a stupor, and then he immediately took the dozen or so people in armor as the vanguard, and killed them all the way into the middle of the living room in a chopping and chopping manner. At this time, Xu Ming and the others in the living room already knew what had happened, and when he saw Zhang He, who was leading the team to break in with his helmet and guan armor, Xu Ming said with an ugly expression, "Who are you people?" Xu Ming's mood was simply terrible. Today was the Zhu family's big day, yet a mob killed the family. This undoubtedly made him feel extremely humiliated and made the Zhu family lose face. "Kill your people." Zhang He didn't even bother to say much to Xu Ming and said to his men, "Kill all of Zhu's family. No chickens or dogs will be left behind. How dare you?" At this time, a young man jumped out and angrily rebuked Zhang He. "This is the Zhu family's territory. How can you be allowed to show off?" "Oh," Zhang He looked at the man with interest and said, "What are you?" "Yuan family, Yuan Chang." The young man reported his name with a proud face, thinking that the name of the Yuan family would scare off Zhang He, but unexpectedly, Zhang He just let out an "oh" and said, "Got it. Later on, you will have to die as well." Yuan Chang was directly dumbfounded. He had thought that reporting the name of the Yuan family could make Zhang He scorn some, but never thought that Zhang He was a rash one who did not put the Yuan family in his eyes at all. Well. Xu Ming, however, laughed in anger and said, "I've lived half a lifetime, and this is the first time I've heard someone say that they want to leave no chickens or dogs in my Zhu family." To be honest, Xu Ming did not place the group of people in front of him in his eyes, because although this group of people were wearing armor and holding sabers, there was not a single martial artist among them. As a peak 8th grade martial artist's observation power was still very strong, he observed that Zhang He and the others were all yellow and skinny, with a look that they could not even eat enough, so it was obvious that they could not be martial artists. "In that case, you go ahead and die." As the words fell, Xu Ming took a step forward, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched Zhang He's neck, which was unprotected by armor. So fast, Zhang He's pupils shrank, and he didn't even have time to react before Xu Ming's fist had zoomed in front of his eyes. Is this a martial artist? Zhang He's heart has already despaired. He is too late even if he reacts at this time, and he can only blame him for liking to be the first one a little too much, resulting in his entire person standing at the forefront of the team, and Xu Ming can easily be able to attack him. Just as Zhang He was despairing, Xu Ming was staring at him, forcing his fists to close and backing away. Only after retreating 10 steps in a row did Xu Ming stop and look at the two black-robed men who had suddenly appeared beside Zhang He. Just when he was about to kill Zhang He, these two men in black suddenly appeared at Zhang He's side, causing Xu Ming to have to withdraw his fist. Otherwise, he had a premonition that these two men in black could definitely kill him before he killed Zhang He. "And who are the two of you?" Xu Ming looked towards the two black-robed men to the left and right of Zhang He with a gloomy expression. A martial artist's perception of danger was extremely sharp. He could feel that these two black-robed men were capable of threatening his life. "Since the man who killed you," the black-robed man standing to the left of Zhang He, that is, Su Jiwen, directly paraphrased Zhang He's words. Zhang He, on the other hand, exhaled heavily and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you both for saving my life." Placed at that moment, Zhang He almost thought that he was dead. Being hit by that punch from Xu Ming, he was afraid that his neck would immediately fracture and his breathing would be cut off. Luckily, the two men in black suddenly appeared and forced Xu Ming back. Although Zhang He didn't know what the identities of these two black-clothed men were, these two men had saved him after all. And what the black-clothed man on the left had said just now also indicated that their purpose was the same as his own, and that they were also here to kill the Zhu family. 2. Facing the two men in black, Xu Ming was obviously not as arrogant as he was just now. Instead he politely said, "My Zhu family is also considered a good family in Taiping County. If I have offended you accidentally in the past, I, Xu Ming, will make amends to the two of you and let's turn this into a peace, the house of the good." A disdainful smile surfaced on Su Jiwen's face hidden under the face mask. "The Zhu family is a good family? This is simply the biggest joke in the entire Taiping County. Which of the three big families in Taiping County, the Yuan family, the Feng family, and the Zhu family, didn't get rich by trickery? Even the human traffickers in the county are quite a few who are involved with these three big families." Chapter 102, Ridiculousness. As far as Su Jiwen knows, many of the stragglers outside the city who sell their children to the three great families. Don't think that these children can become a member of the three great families just because they are sold to them, or become maids or something like that, and be able to eat a full meal. As a matter of fact, the vast majority of these children sold to the three great families would be sent to the greenhouses, and after a short period of cultivation, they would begin to take on clients to make money. As for the remaining few, they would become the servants of the Zhu family, and would be scolded by the Zhu family's master at every turn, and very few of them would be able to live in the Zhu family without any problems. When Xu Ming called his family a good family, he was only able to fool the ordinary people, and to try to fool him, Su Jiwen, was simply laughable. If your Zhu family is a good family, Lao Fu is the number one good man under the sky. Cog man snorted. Xu Ming only felt that Su Jiwen's voice was somewhat familiar, but for a moment he simply couldn't recall where he had heard a similar voice, and it was absolutely impossible for him to connect the black-clothed man in front of him with the county magistrate Su Jiwen, because in his opinion, the county magistrate Su Jiwen was simply a weak scholar, and it was simply impossible for him to be associated with the black-clothed man martial artist in front of him. Faced with the aggressive attitude of the black-robed men, Xu Ming instead spat on his own face and said, "Two good men. My Zhu family's reputation for goodness is well known in the boundaries of Taiping County. How is it not a good family?" "Ha!" Su Jiwen sneered, knowing that Xu Ming was stalling for time, so he said to Li Hu, "Do it, settle it as soon as possible." As soon as Su Jiwen's words fell, Li Hu pounced on him with his body, and his fist went straight for Xu Ming's face. Su Jiwen then continued to say to Zhang He, "Leave the martial artists to us, you guys take care of the others." Sung. Thus, Zhang He carried his saber and began to unleash a massacre in the living room. The martial artists of the Zhu family were so enraged that they wanted to go forward to stop them, but Su Jiwen was able to stop them. Two wise nephews. Xu Ming, who had been beaten back by Li Hu, was furious when he saw the successive Chu family members who had been chopped over, and said to Yuan Chang and Fang Yong, "Please also come to help. Uncle, don't worry. We'll never let these murderers have their way." Yuan Chang was the first to respond to Xu Ming. As the young generation of the Yuan family, he had force on his side, and at this moment, with a movement of his feet, he was about to rush to Zhang He to kill him, but at that moment, a fist zoomed in Yuan Chang's eyes. Bang! Su Jiwen, who arrived quickly, punched Yuan Chang's face, instantly collapsing Yuan Chang's nose, followed by blood and tears raging out of Yuan Chang's nose and eyes. Ah! Nose is one of the most fragile parts of a person's body. With this punch, Yuan Chang only felt the pain and almost fainted, and his eyes were starry as he planted himself on the ground. And at the same time Yuan Chang was knocked down, Fang Yong also made a move. He took the opportunity to come to Su Jiwen's back and blasted his fist to Su Jiwen's back. Ha! That's a little clever. Su Jiwen, as if he had eyes in his back, was able to neutralize Fang Yong's sneak attack by bending down. Seeing this, Fang Yong couldn't help but look unsightly. 7th grade martial artists. Who the hell are you guys? As a son of the Fang family, Fang Yong knew a lot about the power of martial artists in Taiping County, and he knew very well that there weren't even a few 7th grade martial artists in the entire Taiping County city. In this situation, these two black-robed men who suddenly appeared out of nowhere became extremely surprising. "You're dying. What's the point of knowing so much?" Su Jiwen shook his head, and in the next moment, he rushed out and threw a punch at Fang Yong's chest. "Come on, it's too fast." As a 9th grade martial artist, Fang Yong didn't even manage to react, and was punched by Su Jiwen on top of his chest. Instantly, Fang Yong's throat was sweet, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his entire body flew out backwards, slamming to the ground unconscious, and at the same time, throughout the living room, the sound of wailing continued to resound. Whether it was the people of the Zhu family or the guests who had come to celebrate Zhu Fuxiang's birthday, none of them had been able to escape the butchering knives of Zhang He as well as a group of stragglers. Kill! Zhang He's eyes were full of killing energy. When he killed the first person, his heart would still be more or less touched, feeling the fragility of life. But at this time, he had killed more people. He had no other feelings. He just wanted to keep killing. On the other side, Li Hu was also using his fists in a wide open manner, pressuring Xu Ming without any power to fight back. And from time to time, he would also be hit by Li Hu's fists, with blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth. Old family master Zhu, Su Jiwen, who had finished killing all of the Zhu clan's 9th grade martial artists, landed his gaze on Zhu Fuxiang and said, "I heard that you were once one of the 7th grade martial artists in Taiping County as well. I wonder how it feels to see this scene at this time." The smile on Zhu Fuxiang's face had long since disappeared. leaving only a gloomy face, watching one by one the people of the Zhu family being slaughtered. As the previous head of the Zhu family, his heart was as if he was dead. Yes, he was once indeed one of the top martial artists in Taiping County, possessing the strength of the 7th grade. He is 90 years old, his qi and blood have long since declined, and now he needs assistance even to walk. So how is it possible for him to fight with martial artists? Why are you doing this? Xu Fuxiang stared at Su Jiwen to death, as if his gaze was going to pass through the face scarf and see Su Jiwen's face, and the murderous intent in the bottom of his eyes was raging like a tsunami. It was too eager to eat the flesh and blood of this black-clothed man in front of him. If he were 30 years younger, Xu Fuxiang would definitely not hesitate to storm up and cut this person down. You don't need to know. Su Jiwen stepped forward and grabbed Xu Fuxiang's neck with 5 fingers spread out, followed by a gentle twist. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Xu Fuxiang's neck lulled, completely losing his breath. Dad! Seeing the death of his own father, Zhu Ming couldn't help but let out a cry of grief as his defense stalled. Li Hu didn't miss the opportunity and seized the opening in Zhu Ming's defense to throw a punch to Zhu Ming's chest. Click! The full force of a 7th grade martial artist's strike was naturally extraordinary, and the bones in Zhu Ming's chest instantly broke. However, Li Hu did not end his attack, but instead threw several punches in a row. Ka-ching! 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 Crisp bone-cracking sounds continued to resound, and in a moment's time, Zhu Ming's chest was completely sunken, and his eyes, which had lost all their vigor, gazed tightly at the black-robed man across the street, as if he wanted to firmly memorize this person's appearance. Unfortunately, the black face scarf completely covers Li Hua's face, only revealing a pair of eyes. No matter how wide Zhu Ming's eyes are, he can't get through the black face scarf's cover and see Li Hua's appearance. Put! Zhang He swung his sword and hacked the last person in the living room to the ground. The armor and blade on his body had turned blood red, yet the ferocious light in his eyes was a bit more intense. Chapter 103, Total Annihilation. There's someone else in the backyard. Zhang He looked at the direction of the backyard with a ferocious face. He just had noticed that there are a lot of Zhu family maids running to the backyard. In addition to the living room location, a female family member is not there, which indicates that the female family members should all hide in the backyard location. The backyard should be where the Zhu family's women are. COG man spoke. What do you plan to do with these women? Hearing Su Jiwen speak, the fierce light in Zhang He's eyes narrowed a bit, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, those who accomplish great things do not bother with small details. I plan to kill them all. Zhang He was very clear that if what he did today was spread out, he would definitely not be able to stay in Taiping County City, and among the women in the backyard, there were quite a few maids who had seen his appearance, so he had to kill him. Great! COG man nodded. Then bring someone in to kill them. After saying that, Su Jiwen added, remember, people can be killed, but absolutely nothing else can be done. I know. Zhang He nodded his head, and took 10 or so armor-clad brothers into the backyard, and not long after, the sound of women's screams came from the backyard location, and the women hiding in the backyard were all killed by Zhang He. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang He returned to the living room with his men. Su Jiwen immediately said, the people should be coming soon, leave as soon as possible. With that, Su Jiwen and Li Hu were the first to walk out of Zhu's house, and Zhang He quickly followed with his men. After moving a little farther away from the Zhu family, Su Jiwen looked at the blood-colored Zhang He and spoke, you should know who I am, right? Zhang He paused in his footsteps, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, should I address you as nobleman, or prefectural honor? By this time, if Zhang He still couldn't guess that this man in black was the nobleman who contacted him in the county, then he would be a heavenly great fool. A few days earlier, Zhang He knew the identity of the nobleman who contacted him, and it was the county magistrate of Taiping County, and it was precisely because of Su Jiwen's status as the county magistrate that Zhang He was willing to take the risk to do this great thing. Just, at this time Zhang He's heart is inevitably a little worried. Things have been done. This magistrate will not cross the river to remove the bridge, right? Call it what you will. Su Jiwen said, there is one thing I need you to do now. Those stragglers who are creating chaos in the city, you lead the men to drive them out of the city, and after you're done with this, you can come directly to the Fuhu Fist Hall to find me. After saying that, Su Jiwen quickly left together with Li Hu. On the other hand, Zhang He was relieved. At that moment just now, he was still quite afraid that Su Jiwen would go back on his words and kill him after utilizing him. After all, Su Jiwen and the others were 2 7th-grade martial artists. It might be a bit tough to kill all the 100 or so people in the group such as himself. but it shouldn't be much of a challenge to kill one of his own. Fortunately, Magistrate Su Jiwon is ultimately a man of his word and has no intention of crossing the river and breaking the bridge. Brothers, Zhang He turned to look at the brothers behind him. Let's go, do the last thing together, and then welcome our new identities as well as our lives. While Zhang He was bringing his own men to stop the stragglers from breaking into the city, Yuan Jiang, the constable of Taiping County, also stepped into the Zhu family's gate with several constables. From the name Yuan Zhang, it was easy to see that he belonged to the Yuan family of Taiping County, and the fact that even such an important position as the head constable was occupied by a member of the Yuan family showed how powerful the infiltration of the government by the three big families of Taiping County was. As soon as he entered the Zhu family, Yuan Zhang saw a body in a pool of blood. It's Mr. Lu. One of the constables behind Yuan Zhang recognized the corpse as Lu Changtian, one of the wealthy tycoons with a small fortune in Taiping County. Go inside. Yuan Zhang didn't care about Elder Lu's identity, but frowned and led the way to the living room. Just as he entered the living room, the smell of blood on his face was what made Yuan Zhang frown. Vomit. Yuan Zhang behind a few constables is dry vomiting up, almost the evening meal all spit out, only to see the entire living room corpses everywhere. As far as the eye can see, all the blood in corpses, the body as if the death of the body, as if to tell a few people their endless grievances. Zhu Ming, Zhu Fuxiang, Yuan Cheng, Fong Yon. Yuan Zhang's face turned blue as he identified the corpses on the ground one by one. His expression became more and more ugly. Not a single person from the entire Zhu family had survived. Not even the Fong family's people, as well as the Yuan family's people. None of them had survived. How's it going? At that moment, a voice came from behind Yuan Zhang and the others. Yuan frustrated. The Yuan family's family head let a few martial artists from the clan in and opened his mouth to ask. And after Yuan frustration, Fong Tang, the head of the Fong clan, arrived with him, looking at the corpses all over the ground, his face as gloomy as water. No survivors, Yuan Jiang said in a deep voice. Whether it's the Zhu family's people or the guests who arrived, not a single living soul was left behind. How dare you? Yuan frustrated gritted his teeth and walked over to Yuan Chang's corpse, saying angrily, even my Yuan family's men dared to kill. This group of thieves is really bold. Yuan frustration's anger is justified, because the dead Yuan Chang is not someone else. It is one of his sons. As a patriarch of a large family, his son is certainly not less, but the son is more. Killed one will also be heartbroken compared to the death of his son. What angered Yuan frustration even more was that the people of Taiping County, there was actually someone who dared to provoke the majesty of the Yuan family. Younger, Fong Tang was also standing by Fong Yong's corpse. The anger in his eyes almost turned into substance. Fong Yong was also one of his sons, and when his son was killed, he certainly had a reason to be angry. Of course, besides anger, more than anything else in Fong Tang's heart was astonishment. The three big families of Taiping County, rooted in Taiping County for hundreds of years, it has been unknown how many years no one dares to provoke the majesty of the three big families. And now, not only has someone provoked it, but also massacred the top and bottom of the Fong family. This cannot help but let Fong Tang heart chills. Thieves today if the choice is not the Zhu family, but the Fong family words. That is not the Fong family will also face the end of a full door to be slaughtered? There are no surviving women in the backyard either. At this time, Yuan Zhang entered the backyard to check out some things, and came back and said, the thieves who broke into the Zhu family obviously came with the intention of exterminating the family, and the women of the Zhu family in the backyard, as well as the maids, were all killed. Check, Yuan frustrated said with an iron face, we must find out who did this. I will make him pay in blood. Yes, Yuan Jiang looked solemn and clasped his fists. The matter of the Zhu family being slaughtered by a full family is something that must be investigated clearly. If not, I'm afraid that both the Yuan family and the Fong family will have to sleep and eat in peace. It was very simple. Since this group of bold and daring thieves dared to slaughter the Zhu family, they might not necessarily not dare to slaughter the Yuan family and the Fong family. Chapter 104. In the city of Taiping County, the chaos caused by the stragglers continued, but soon the official constables responded, arresting and imprisoning each and every one of the rebellious stragglers. But the number of stragglers was so great that it was obvious that the small number of constables in the county alone could not quell the chaos. Well, at that moment, Zhang He appeared with his men. Zhang He was smart. He and his men specialized in finding places where the constables couldn't take care of, and drove the stragglers who were rebelling in those places out of the county. Of course, the necessary carnage is inevitable in the process. These stragglers may have once been just honest peasants, but when the bestiality in their hearts was let out, they were no longer honest peasants, but ferocious men like wild beasts. There was no use reasoning with such people, so Zhang He had no choice but to use his sword to speak with them and forcefully drive them outside the city. It was a chaos that lasted until nearly dawn. Zhang He, who drove all the stragglers out of the city and closed the city gates with his remaining brethren, came to the front of the Fuhu Fist Museum. After asking his men to wait for him outside the door in pieces, Zhang He, with only the skinny monkey in tow, walked through the gates of the boxing gym and met Su Jiwen and Li Hu, who were drinking tea in the backyard. At this time, Su Jiwen had already taken off the night clothes on his body, and when he saw Zhang He come in, he pointed to the seat across from him and said, "Here, have a seat." Zhang He didn't refuse, and directly came to sit across from Su Jiwen, waiting for Su Jiwen to speak. "Are all the stragglers who rebelled in the city dealt with? Deal with it." "Great." Su Jiwen nodded with satisfaction and said after taking a light sip of tea, "After today, I will give you new identities. You and your closest henchmen can come to the county government office to work as a constable and constable. As for the rest of you, you will fill the positions of the soldiers guarding the city. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhang He's eyes lit up and he was busy saying gratefully, "Thank you, magistrate." The positions of constable and constable, however, were equivalent to the positions of police station chief and civilian police in China, and the attraction of such positions to a straggler like Zhang He naturally needed no further explanation. And the position of the soldiers guarding the city, although it is the despised big head soldier, but in the end, it is also eating public food, from a straggler shifted to become an establishment, holding the iron rice bowl of the soldiers. I think their own men will not refuse. As for the martial medicinal herbs that this official has promised to give you, this official will not go back on his word either. Su Jiwen added, "After today, this official will grant you 10 medicinal herbs as well as the kung fu method. As to whether you can become a martial artist or not, it will depend on your own chance." "Thank you, Prefect." Zhang He said thanks one by one. Truth be told, he had already prepared himself mentally for the fact that COG Man wasn't going to honor all of his promises, but he didn't expect that COG Man would actually keep his word and not deduct half a point. "Aha!" Su Jiwen gently stroked his beard and accepted this thanks from Zhang He, and then he added, "Instruct those men of yours well that after becoming constables and soldiers guarding the city, they should never kill people at will as they do today." "I know." "All right, then you can leave first and come back to me tomorrow." Soon, Zhang He took the thin monkey with him and walked out of the Fuhu boxing hall with a happy face. After the two left, Li Hu, who hadn't said anything, spoke up, "I wonder how county honors intend to take over the Zhu family's properties. The Yuan family and the Feng family will not sit back and watch. This officer has my ways." Su Jiwen stroked his beard. At this time, his master He Jian also came over, and opened his mouth with a happy face and said, "Prefectural Governor, the Shu family's grain has all been counted, and it's enough to pay the court's tax increase this time." "So little?" Su Jiwen subconsciously said. In his opinion, the Shu family's food, there should be a surplus after paying the court's tax increases, right? But the result given by He Jian, however, differed greatly from his expectations. Seeing Su Jiwen seems to be a bit dissatisfied, He Jian hurriedly said, "County dignitary, the manpower of this counting of grain are all absolutely reliable. It is absolutely impossible that there will be a matter of greed in ink, and the grain of the Shu family is indeed only this much. How can it be so little?" COG Man muttered. Li Hu, on the other hand, looked deeply at Su Jiwen, found that his understanding of the county honors is still too little. The Shu family has just been extinguished not out of a few hours. The county honors of the people will have been all their food collected, and the point of inspection finished. I'm afraid that the prefectural governor is not as general as he thinks, and that he doesn't have any manpower available within the city of Taiping County. Are you sure you found all of the Zhu family's grain? Su Jiwen asked as he gazed into He Jian's eyes. Okay. He Jian didn't have half a heartbeat to say. All of the Zhu family's stored grains and medicinal herbs have already been moved into the warehouses prepared in advance, without missing half a point. That's a little strange. Su Jiwen frowned. The Zhu family's grain shouldn't be so little. According to his judgment, the Shu family that holds 1/10 of the land in Taiping County, the stock of grain should be far more than the figure given by He Jian. The prefect does not know. At this time, He Jian explained, nowadays, the entire Qingzhou is short of food, and the people's demand for food is also extremely high, so the Shu family has taken out more food to sell to enrich themselves, resulting in the Zhu family's stock of food being much smaller than before. So it is. Su Jiwen dawned, and then his heart was a little worried. He had wanted to rely on the eradication of the Zhu family, and used the Zhu family's food to pay the increased taxes at the same time, resettling the displaced people outside the city. But now it seems to be no longer. Zhu's food can only cope with the tax increase. As for the food to settle the displaced people, I'm afraid I have to think of another way to do. Pre-fact. At this time, Li Hu spoke. But don't forget Mr. Li's share. Upon hearing this, Su Jiwen laughed. Don't worry, Pavilion Master Li. Your share of this official will definitely not be forgotten. What Su Jiwen wants is only the grain and fields of the Zhu family. As for the medicinal herbs, this is useless to him. Naturally, he does not mind to use it to pull Li Hu. To be honest, tonight, if it is not for the help of Li Hu, I am afraid that solving the Zhu family is not so easy. After all, with only 1/7th grade, Su Jiwen, it was still tough to deal with so many martial artists from the Zhu family, even if most of those martial artists were 9th and 8th grade. That's good. Li Hu stopped talking and sipped his own tea. Su Jiwen, on the other hand, went to the county office with He Jian to prepare for the aftermath of last night's incident. Noon. Wu Han, who had rested temporarily for the night in Chenjia village, led Zhang Ming and other young men to appear outside Taiping County. How come there seem to be so many fewer stragglers here? Looking at the sparse number of stragglers outside the city, Wu Han couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. The number of stragglers outside the city at this time was at least half less than when he left the city yesterday. Chapter 105, Big Yellow and Two Yellow. Did the city let stragglers in? Zhang Ming was also skeptical. The number of stragglers outside the North City Gate today was much worse than when they left yesterday. I don't know. Wu Han shook his head, and with this doubt, he came to the city gate, but he saw that there were still 2 soldiers guarding at the city gate. These 2 soldiers, naturally, were temporarily arranged by Su Jiwen. In addition to the 2 soldiers, Wu Han also noticed some blood-red color at the city gate that had not yet been cleaned, which could not help but make Wu Han's heart flinch. Knowing that something big must have happened in the city, Wu Han subconsciously felt out copper coins from his arms and handed them to the 2 soldiers guarding the city, but they were rejected by the soldiers. In the future, merchants and businessmen will not need to pay entry fees to enter the city. A soldier waved his hand and refused. These few of them who were temporarily arranged to come over to guard the city gates were the inner circle of the county magistrate Su Jiwen, so naturally they had to act according to Su Jiwen's requirements. And things like charging an entry fee were things that they wouldn't do. However, the soldiers' refusal made Wu Han even more suspicious. What had happened in this city that all these military men guarding the city didn't love money anymore? With this doubt, Wu Han entered the city and first went to the Fu boxing hall to sell the white feathered chicken, and then hurried back home with the 3 Zhang Ming brothers. Old Wu, you guys are back. As soon as he returned home, Wu Han saw Zhangya with a shocked face. Zhangya, who saw Wu Han coming back, seemed to have found her backbone, and couldn't help complaining. Yesterday, you didn't come back, and I was almost scared to death at home by myself. What happened yesterday? Until now Zhangya still has a feeling of fear. The shouts of murder that rang out in the middle of the night, making Zhangya not able to sleep for the whole night, for fear that someone would break into her house. Luckily, it was not known whether it was because Zhangya was lucky or Wu Han's house was in a remote location. No stragglers noticed the place and did not try to break in. Wu Han grabbed Zhangya's hand and comforted her while asking, "What happened?" "I don't know what happened," Zhangya said. "It's just that in the morning, I heard from my neighbors that some stragglers broke into the city last night, and as soon as those stragglers entered the city, they started killing and robbing, and the shouting and killing went on all night long, and I don't know how many people suffered." "The stragglers are in town?" Wu Han was shocked. When he was at the city gates, he had such a guess, and at this moment, this guess was confirmed by Zhangya. The blood stains at the city gates, as well as the occasional color of blood on the roads in the city that caught his eyes, were indeed caused by the stragglers entering the city. Those stragglers are all starving people. Once they enter the city, they will not be as peaceful as ordinary people. "Daughter-in-law, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken up." "It's okay." Wu Han cannot help but be grateful. Fortunately, those stragglers did not rush to their own homes. Otherwise the loss of property at home are still trivial. "Daughter-in-law Zhangya, I am afraid that it is difficult to escape the fate of defilement, or even death." Looking at the dark circles under Zhangya's eyes, Wu Han was distressed and said, "Daughter-in-law, you should have not slept all night, right? Go back and rest first. We can just cook for ourselves." "Yes." Chenjia village. Just as Wu Han was returning to the county, Chen Dao was standing in the backyard, checking on the ducks and dogs' progress. Ruddy duck. Characteristics: early maturity, larger body size, More meat production. Ruddy duck advancement route 1, mating with a ruddy-billed duck to hatch a flat-billed duck. Flat-billed duck characteristics. Ducks with flat and long beaks have a certain fighting ability, and their battle strength is comparable to that of adults. Ruddy duck advancement route 2, feed duckweed for 3 consecutive days to advance to white-feathered duck. Characteristics of white-feathered ducks: large body size, high meat production and fast reproduction. After 3 days of sweet licorice feeding, all 30 gray mackerel ducks in the yard had advanced into ruddy mackerel ducks, not to mention that they had become bigger in size, and their feathers had turned ruddy, which was quite a bit nicer than their previous grayish color. And the ruddy duck's advancement route is much the same as the previous white-feathered chicken's advancement route. There are 2 kinds of combat route and meat duck route respectively. Fighting route Chen rice is definitely not to be considered, because it simply cannot find duck species on the fighting route to mate with ruddy ducks. So what can be considered? It can only be under the white-feathered duck. If we can advance out of the white-feathered ducks, the breeding of the ducks in the future will not be a problem. Chen Daohui thoughtfully muttered to himself. White-feathered ducks have the characteristic of reproducing quickly. It must be a breed similar to yellow-feathered chickens. As long as they can cultivate white-feathered chickens, the ducks at home will certainly be able to reproduce in large numbers in the future as well. But this duckweed is unheard of. So next time you go into town you can ask around. After looking at the ducks, Chen Daohui dropped his gaze on the 2 dogs. Garden guardian dog. Characteristics: loyal, territorial, strong fighting ability, comparable to a 9th grade martial artist. Yard dog advancement route 1, mating with pine eaters to breed lionhounds. Lionhound characteristics: sharp sense of smell, good at tracking prey, can fight with fierce beasts, battle strength comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. Guard dog advancement route 2, feed blood pine wood for 5 consecutive days to advance to mountain guard dog. Characteristics of mountain guardian dogs: loyalty, strong sense of territory, battle strength comparable to an 8th grade martial artist, an excellent choice for guarding a home. The 2 summer country dogs have now changed greatly in appearance. When Chen Daoyuan just bought them back, these 2 dogs were more or less a bit thin and weak, and before they came to Chen Daoyuan's home, they not only ate well, but also advanced successfully, and their appearance has produced a radical change. At this time the 2 successful advancement of the guard dog hair, although still a yellow-orange appearance, but the body size is a whole circle. Limbs on the ground when it does not seem obvious, but when the 2 dogs stand up we'll find that their size is almost the same height as Chen Daoyuan. To know this period of time sufficient nutrition Chen rice, the person has jumped to the height of 1 meter 6. People stand up. There will be 1 meter 6 height of the dog. In the previous life of China, can already be called a large dog. Let's call you Big Yellow and 2 Yellow. Chen rice casually named the 2 guard dogs, the 2 dogs with the success of the advancement. It seems that the spirituality has also improved a lot. Hearing the master named himself, the 2 dogs immediately tail wagging happily, surrounded Chen rice excitedly barking endlessly. Big Yellow even stood up, his 2 front legs resting on Chen Dao's chest, frantically spitting out his tongue to express his love for his master. Okay, you guys keep guarding the backyard. After jerking the dog's head for a while, Chen Dai spoke to Chen Lian and the others who were cleaning up the chicken and duck droppings, and then returned to the house. After Chen Daohui left, Wu Yun, who was holding a broom to clean the chicken and duck droppings, spoke up. How did brother Daohui do it? These ducks, how did they change so much? Chapter 106 Shoha Village. Wu Yun and others came to work here in Chen Daohui for a few days already. On their first day here, the ducks in the yard were only the most common gray mackerel ducks, but when they came here again today, the ducks had changed. Not only did the body size become a circle larger, the original gray feathers also turned red, which couldn't help but make Wu Yun and the others greatly feel amazing. I think it's better for us not to pry too much into Inuyasha's affairs, Chen Lian said. Do your work well and you will be able to have enough to eat. Chen Lian of course knew that Chen Daohui had secrets to hide from them, but she did not have the intention to probe. To be able to work and eat at Chen Daohui's place, she was already satisfied. There was no need to get to the bottom of the matter and cause Chen Daohui to be unhappy. Wu Yun and the others were roughly of the same mind. The reason why they asked was just because of the curiosity in their hearts. At this time, after hearing Chen Lian say so, all of them hurriedly put away their curiosity and continued to bury their heads in their work. The front yard of the Chen rice family. Chen Shang was lifting the stone locks to test his arm strength. These stone locks were specially built by the old stonemason in the village that Chen Dao had entrusted to Chen Dao, and it cost Chen Dao a lot of copper money. At this moment, Chen Shang was holding up a stone lock engraved with the words 200 pounds, and his close-fitting clothes were all held up high by his bulging muscles. Phew! A few moments later, Chen Shang put down the stone lock and said to Chen Daohui, who was walking over to him. "Brother Dowie, I now have the strength of 200 pounds. Nice. Very good, thumbs up," gave Chen Chang a big praise. Chen Chang's progress is visible to the naked eye. Before practicing martial arts, there will be 100 pounds of arm strength. Now just a few days past, we'll have 200 pounds of huge strength, stronger than the average 9th grade martial arts practitioner arm strength. Of course, at this time, Chen Chang was not considered a martial artist, as his skin had not completely changed, and had not completely turned into a state as tough as cowhide. Chen Dao estimated that when Chen Chang completely stepped into the realm of a 9th grade martial artist, he would be able to possess at least 300 to 400 pounds of strength, which was far superior to an ordinary 9th grade martial artist. As for Chen Dao himself, during this period of time, most of the daily blood feather chicken blood Chen Daoyuan gave Chen Chang to take. They are enjoying the chicken. With the chicken's subtle nourishment, Chen Daoyuan today's strength has risen to 400 pounds upwards, and not long after, I am afraid that it will be able to become the 8th grade of the martial artist. "Brother Makoto, accompany me to the field." Chen Daoyuan hung the fast-running Xiaoyuan on his shoulder and took Chen Chang with him again, walking unhurriedly towards the fields of Shaochen village in the south. In the endless fields, the villagers of Chen village were working feverishly. The strong adult males were responsible for tilling the land, and the women and the less strong children were also doing what they could. Shen He, the village headman, stood at the edge of the field, looking at the villagers busy in the farmland, with a pleased smile on his face. Years ago, when he took over the position of village head, the Chen family village was also this busy, bustling, and full of hope. But with the cold plague sweeping through the village, the Chen family village hadn't been this bustling for I don't know how long. It's good that Chenjia village has produced a Chen rice, and with his help, the whole Chenjia village, it seems to be revitalized, and everyone has a satisfied smile on their faces. Mayor. But at this time, a voice came from behind Chen He. Turning his head to look, the smile on Chen He's face suddenly grew even wider. "Inigo is here?" "Aha." Chen Daoi nodded and asked, "Village chief, how much longer will it take to finish plowing the land?" "Soon." Chen He thought for a moment and said, "I reckon that we can almost finish plowing all the land today, and we can sow seeds tomorrow." Speaking of this, Chen He couldn't help but frown. "Inigo, are you sure this weather can really grow crops?" "Don't worry, village chief. I know what's in my heart," Chen Rice said, and then his eyes looked at the busy villagers in the field. The idyllic pastoral life. In the previous life of China is a lot of people located in the big city. Busy working people aspire to life. But in fact, the idyllic pastoral is not as good as imagined, because planting this kind of thing is not easier than a part-time job, and even more tiring than a part-time job. But at this time in the sight of Chen Rice, those villagers who are busy in the fields, but all of them have smiles on their faces. Their bodies may be a little tired, but their faces are hung with longing. Perhaps because of the work in the ground they see the hope of having enough to eat, while the villagers were busy. To the south of Chen village, Li Chang, the village head of Xiaoha village, was standing at the edge of his village's field acres, looking out at the busy Chen village villagers in the distance, with a dumbfounded look on his face. Dad, Li Chang's eldest son, Li Mu, was also confused and asked, "What are the villagers of this Chen village doing? They're not trying to grow food in this land, are they?" Xiaoha village is actually not far away from Chen village. Even the fields of the two villages are connected together. Standing at the edge of the field in Xiaoha village, one can see the busy villagers of Chen village from afar. As a matter of fact, 3 days ago, Li Cheng had noticed the very unusual behavior of the Chen village villagers, and during these 3 days, Li Cheng would run here almost every day, watching the busy Chen village villagers from afar. "How do I know?" Li Cheng shook his head and said, "This Chen village villagers can't be stupid, right? In this weather now, they can't grow food in the ground even if they manipulate the ground well." Li Cheng was acquainted with Chen He, the village head of Chenjia village, and he had always felt that Chen He was a smart man and should not have done such a stupid thing. "So what are they doing here?" "I don't know." Li Cheng still shook his head. He also did not understand the behavior of the Chen village villagers. Even if they wanted to plow the land, they had to wait until the weather warmed up after the beginning of spring. Right? Nowadays, it is freezing cold, and there is no food growing in the ground. Even if the land is plowed up, what can be done? It's hard not to. Li Cheng could not help but think of the 2 official messengers who came to Xiaoha village a while ago. Everyone in Chenjia village has to pay silver as an added tax, and Xiaoha village not far from Chenjia village is naturally no exception. Li Cheng couldn't help but wonder if Chen He really couldn't come up with any more tax money, so he came up with this kind of dim trick. thinking of paying the tax by the grain grown on the land. But this is not realistic, not to mention whether the land can grow food. Even if it can, when it grows food, he has long exceeded the time to pay taxes. Standing at the edge of the field, Li Chang looked at the busy Chen village villagers in the distance in a puzzled manner until the sun went down in the west. Li Chang returned home with his own son Li Mu. The Chen village villagers who were busy in the fields also carried their farming tools to the edge of the fields and walked towards the village in groups of 3 or 2. The work is done. You can eat buns again. The ground is turned today. So will we be able to plant tomorrow? For sure. I don't know if an ego can really grow food. I hope an ego can grow it so I can keep eating steamed bread. Me too. Chapter 107, could it be that you dug up dog's head gold? There was no talk all night. The next day, when Chen Dai woke up, the house was already busy. In the kitchen Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua, as well as Heat Suelian who came to help, were preparing food for the villagers who were working, and in the backyard location, Chen Lian and the others who were welcomed into the house by Li Ping's open door were feeding the chickens, ducks and dogs. While in the front yard, Chen Chang was bored and sweating in the cold weather as he fought with his Fuhu Quan. Chen Rice and Chen Chang greeted, opened the door of the front yard, but see the door has been a lot of villagers converge. At this time to see Chen Rice open the door, have warmly come forward to greet. Good morning, Inuyasha. Good morning Inuyasha. Has Inuyasha had breakfast yet? Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Chen Dai nodded his head in response. Everyone wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon. Inuyasha, we're in no hurry. Anyway, Inuyasha, you won't be missing a bite of our food. There's no rush. Yeah, Inigo we're not in a hurry. The villagers said that there was no need to rush. While Chen he crossed the crowd and asked Chen Daer, Brother Daer, today is the day of sowing. Have you prepared all the seed grain? Of course. Chen Daoi nodded without thinking. He had already checked the winter wheat's advancement last night, confirming that the winter wheat had successfully advanced into a cold-resistant wheat. That's good. Chen he was instantly relieved. And at this time, Li Ping and Ding Xiaohua also walked to the door carrying 2 large rice buckets and began to distribute breakfast to the villagers. Villagers lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their steamed buns and then gathered with their families or acquaintances to enjoy the delicious buns. These steamed buns are really good. I've been eating them for so long, but I still don't feel tired of them. Chen Gou, who swallowed a steamed bun in one mouthful, said so. That's right. A villager familiar with Chen Gou's father, Chen Shang, picked up the conversation. No wonder the steamed buns in the city can be sold for a few cents apiece. This food is really never tired of eating. It's only Inigo who can give us such golden food. A young strong man lamented. Since I ate the steamed buns from Inigo's house, I can't even eat rice bran rice now. Yes. Rice bran is just food to feed the dogs. Where is the steamed bread to eat? Say, if we eat like this every day, will there not be enough food in Inuyasha's family? I don't think so. There's no shortage of food in Inigo's family. I'm sure he's counting everything, so there's no need for you to worry. After enjoying the delicious steamed buns, the villagers each carried their own farming tools and went straight to the farmland in Xinjia village. At the same time, Chen Daoi also asked Chen Chang to pick up the bags containing cold-resistant wheat grain seeds and went to the edge of the farmland together with the villagers. Looking at the hundreds of eager-faced villagers at the edge of the farmland, Chen Dai opened his mouth and said, the wheat seeds will be here, so everyone take them over and sow them. Upon hearing this, Chen He, as the village chief, stepped forward, opened the bag of grain seeds and took a look, praising, this grain seed is not bad. Chen He is Chenjia village head, but also an old farmer, and as an old farmer, he, at a glance, can see the bag of grain seed quality is not low. These grain seeds are uniform in size, full, bright and shiny color. At a glance is a good grain seed. Chen He handed the bag of grain to his second brother, Chen Chang. Chang, you distribute the seeds to the villagers so that everyone can sow them. Yes. Chen Chang nodded and took the bags of grain seeds, distributing the seeds to the villagers, who then began to get busy, each scattering among the fields and beginning to sow. Chen Daoi was also interested in the idea of experiencing the feeling of farming, so he grabbed a handful of grain seeds, ran to the field and started to do the work. And just as Chen Dai was working on the ground, Chen He suddenly noticed 2 outsiders walking across the Chen village's land, Li Chang, and his son Li Mu. Chen He's eyes weren't bad, and he recognized the 2 at first, wondering in his heart what these 2 were running over for. Still, he greeted Li Chang and said to him, bald-headed Chang, what are you doing running to our village? Li Chang's hair has never grown because of a disease he suffered from as a child. so those who are familiar with him will call him Bol Chang, came to see what your Chin village is up to. Li Chang didn't seem to mind being addressed as bald-headed strong, and simply asked, I say, village head Chen, is this farming in your village, or what? Chen, he asked rhetorically, in this cold day, if we are not planting, are we coming to play in the ground? You know it's a cold day? Li Chang's heart doubts even more. Cold days, clearly the ground cannot grow food to this Chen village villagers but the whole village to run here to planting. This is not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I see that you are doing nothing. Li Chang shook his big bald head and said, with this weather, if the ground can grow food, I'll take your surname Chen He. Oh, Chen He just let out an oh, with no intention of explaining, but instead turned the conversation around and said, is your Xiuhua village going to raise taxes as well? When these words came out, Li Chang hadn't said anything yet, but Li Mu beside him spoke up first, into his mother's. This government simply doesn't give us a way to live. 2 taels of silver for the increase in tax. Where is it that we can shell out? Li Mu's face was filled with anger. When those 2 messengers entered the village a while ago, Li Mu simply hated to directly beat them to death in the village. 2 taels of silver or 1 stone of grain tax increase. What difference is there between this and forcing them to die? Ugh. Li Chang is also worried. This period of time, because of the tax increase, he is worried about the hair to grow out, but there is no way to do anything. Nowadays, families in Xiaohua village cannot even eat enough chaff, and how can they get 100 pounds of grain to pay the tax? And the consequences of failing to pay your taxes. Li Chang's heart cringed just thinking about it, and being sent to the north to be filled with soldiers was almost a 10-death sentence. Village Chief Chen. Li Chang looked at Chen He and asked, how does your village plan to solve the matter of the tax increase? We have our ways. Chen He stroked the beard on his chin and smiled smugly. Anyway, we will definitely not be sent north to be filled with soldiers. Seeing Chen He smile so confidently, Li Chang and Li Mu could not help but look at each other in dismay. Xiuhua village, because of its close proximity to the Chen family village and the frequent intermarriages between the 2 villages, the 2 villages are closer, and both sides know more about each other's situation. Li Chang and Li Mu both knew very well that Xiuhua village was having a hard time, and Chenjia village was likewise no better. At this time, Chen He was full of confidence that the Chen family village could cope with this tax increase, which could not help but make the 2 of them feel very stunned. The Chen village is so poor that it is about to gnaw on tree bark, so where can it get the food or silver to cope with this tax increase? It's hard not to. The people from Chen village, they dug up doghead gold in the mountains? Chapter 108, The Color of Pride. Mayor Chen, what is your village's solution to paying taxes? Li Chang asked eagerly. Chen He, however, had a self-satisfied smile on his face without saying anything, enjoying seeing this anxious expression on Li Chang's face. And Li Chang, who saw Chen He not speaking, was even more anxious. Village Chief Chen, don't be so secretive. Hurry up and tell us about it. Yes, Village Chief Chen, tell us about it. Li Mu on the side also asked with a face full of anticipation. They were too eager to know how Chen village would carry through this tax increase. It's not something I can say. Chen He didn't sell the story for too long and simply said, if you guys want to know, you can go ask Li Ping. Chen Rice to help the whole village to pay taxes. This matter in the Chen family village belongs to the secret that everyone knows. Li Chang 2 people, as long as they are willing to listen to, ultimately can listen to, but this thing cannot be said from Li Chang, otherwise, inevitably will make Chen Rice heart. Li Ping? Li Chang and Li Mu looked at each other, recalling some memories in their minds, and finally remembered who Li Ping was. As a matter of fact, Li Ping was exactly the one who married from Xiaohua village to Chenjia village, and Li Ping used to go back to Xiaohua village often to visit her relatives in the past, but after both of Li Ping's parents passed away one after another in the previous few years, she went to Xiaohua village a lot less often. Speaking of which, Li Chang, Li Mu and Li Ping are still distant relatives. After all, the same village, and the same surname Li, inevitably with a little blood relations. Li Ping in the village, that is to call Li Chang uncle. Li Ping can pay taxes for your village? Village Chief Chen, you're not kidding me, are you? Li Chang said with a face full of suspicion. Li Ping is just the most ordinary rural woman. Where did she get such a great ability to help the Chen family village to solve the matter of tax increase? Believe it or not, Chen He didn't bother to explain and stepped out into the field to check on the villagers' work. Li Chang and Li Mu, on the other hand, glanced at each other, and after a long time of contemplation, they directly walked towards the Chen village, intending to find Li Ping. The 2 naturally didn't know where Li Ping lived, but fortunately there were still quite a few young children playing by the roadside in the village, and after inquiring from these young children, the two arrived at Chen Daoi's house without any problems. The door of Chen Daoyuan's home was in an open state, and since the family had enough self-protection power, Chen Daoyuan's door no longer needed to be closed tightly as it usually was in the past. When Li Chang and Li Mu walked through the front door, they saw two children who were playing, as well as Li Ping, who was not far from the children and was looking at them with a smile on her face. Li Ping, who saw someone coming in, turned her head to look, and immediately said with some surprise, "Village Chief Li, why are you here?" Li Ping, who was born in Xiaohe village, was still quite familiar with Li Chang. When she was still young, Li Chang was already the son of the village chief, and after she grew up a little bit, Li Chang became the village chief, which was a first-class character in Xiaohe village, and Li Ping naturally remembered what he looked like. Pim. Li Chang nodded his head with a smile on his face, and Li Mu also said with a big smile, "Sister Ping, village chief, and Xiao Mu, please sit down," because there was no man in the house. It was not good for Li Ping to invite the two men into the house to sit down, so she had to move out two stools for Li Chang and Li Mu to sit down. Afterward, Li Ping shouted to the kitchen again, "Little flower, bring out some food, come on." Soon, Ding Xiaohua came out with a bucket of rice and placed it in front of Li Chang before running back to the kitchen to get busy. Li Ping, on the other hand, greeted Li Chang and the two of them, "Village Chief Li, let's eat something first." Li Chang and Li Mu's eyes stared unblinkingly at the steamed buns in the rice bucket, the shock on their faces extraordinarily obvious. Now this year, even the noble village chief Li Chang home days are not good, although not to eat chaff all the time, but only occasionally can eat a meal of sorghum flour, and Li Ping's family. But it is easy to come up with so many white breads for guests. This could not help but let Li Chang two people have a kind of extremely incredible feeling. Li Ping's family's situation they know some. After all, a few years ago, Li Ping occasionally will still return to Xiaohe village, also told them some of the family's situation, so they know. Li Ping's husband has long died, became a widow. These days, the importance of a strong labor force for a family cannot be overstated. Li Chang two people had thought that the loss of her husband Li Ping will have a rather difficult life, but the vat of steamed buns in front of them had undoubtedly subverted their suspicions. Li Mu reached out and grabbed a steamed bun, biting half of it into his mouth with one bite, feeling the fresh aroma as well as the sweet flavor of the steamed bun emanating from his mouth. He couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, a look of enjoyment spreading across his face. Li Chang also failed to hold back and directly grabbed a steamed bun and directly stuffed it into his mouth, while revealing a similar look to Li Mu. The flavor of the white flour steamed buns was far better than the grain they usually ate, and the two men who had each eaten a steamed bun couldn't help but grab another and stuff it into their mouths. After eating 3 or 4 in a row, the two of them stopped, and Li Mu couldn't help but lament, "Sister Ping, you're having too good of a time, aren't you? To actually be able to take white flour buns to entertain guests." Even during the peaceful years, there were very few people in Xinjia village and Xiaohe village who could take out steamed buns to entertain their guests. Not bad. Li Ping smiled and said, "Recently, my family's days are a bit better than before." After saying that, Li Ping asked again, "Right, village chief Li, how are my elder brother and his family doing these days?" Li Ping's two elder brothers are still very good to her. When her husband just died, the two elder brothers also help her a lot. Just Li Ping is ultimately too embarrassed to drag their two elder brothers, so in the past 2 years with the elder brothers contact is much less. No good. Li Chang, however, shook his head and said, "It's not just your elder brother and the others. Nowadays the entire Xiaohe village is having a hard time. Everyone is in a state where they don't have enough to eat." When she heard the word bad, Li Ping's heart thumped, and she was thinking about how to help her two elder brothers. Li Chang continued, "Xiao Ping, I heard that your Qin village has a way to cope with this tax increase?" "Ha?" Li Ping, who was suddenly interrupted in her train of thought, was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "There is a way." Li Chang and Li Mu's eyes glowed as they pursued, "What solution?" Li Ping thought for a moment. Chen Daoi didn't seem to say that this matter wasn't allowed to be told to others, so she replied, "You know about my son, Daoi, right?" "No." Li Chang and Li Mu nodded their heads in unison. When Chen Daoi was a child, Li Ping even held him and went to Xiaohe village, so both Li Chang and Li Mu had seen Chen Daoi before. Inuyasha is more capable. Speaking of his son, Li Ping's face is full of proud colors. He did business and earned a lot of silver. This time the Chen family village tax increase. Is the Rice brother child to help the villagers to pay? The condition is that the villagers will rent their land to the Rice brother child for half a year, and then they also have to help the Rice brother child to plant the land. Chapter 109, The Envious Mayor of Xiaohe Village. Did Inigo pay for you? Li Chang and Li Mu looked at each other. They have thought of all the possibilities that Chen village can pay this tax increase, including Chen village dug the dog head gold and other small probability events. But how could they not imagine? I can't believe that it was Chen Dao who helped turn it in. In the two men's impression, Chen Daoyuan is still just a half-grown boy, but he can help the whole village to pay so much tax silver. The two of them could not help but be shaken in their hearts, and at the same time, they also understood why the villagers of Chen village were all busy in the field. The feeling was that Chen Rice was helping them to pay the tax of 2 taels of silver, and then they helped Chen Rice to work. Inuyasha is so capable? Li Mu muttered. Hearing the voice, Li Ping laughed with pride. That's not true. Since his illness, Tao's entire personality has changed, and he is capable of a great deal. Nowadays, the good life of the family is brought by Chen Daoi, and for this son of hers, Li Ping can say that she can't be satisfied anymore. Pim. Li Chang suddenly looked at Li Ping and asked with some embarrassment, "Do you think Rice brother can help us Xiaohua village also pay this tax silver? We are also willing to rent out our fields and help with the work." Li Chang could be sure that as long as Chen Daoyuan was willing to help the villagers of Xiaohua village to pay the tax in silver, the villagers of Xiaohua village would definitely not mind renting the land to him and helping him to plant the fields. Nowadays, it is freezing cold. There is no use to leave the land there. It is better to rent it to Chen Dai Dai, in exchange for 2 taels of silver to live money. This, Li Ping opened her mouth, as if she didn't expect Li Chang to make such a request, so she said perfunctorily, "I don't know what Inigo's thoughts are. I'll ask when he comes back. LOL. Li Ping this, probably with the refusal is almost the same meaning. Li Chang heart is also clear. This kind of heavenly good. I am afraid it is very difficult to fall to the head of the small river village. The reason why this sudden question, just a trace of thought stored in the heart. After seeing Li Ping's refusal, Li Chang didn't have the cheek to force himself, but just said, "Then, Ping, we'll go back first, and we'll come back to see you later when we have time." Wait. Li Ping suddenly called out to the 2 Li Changs who had gotten up and were about to leave, and took out 2 large bags from the house, handing them over to the 2 men. "Village Chief Chen, please help give these 2 bags of grain to my 2 elder brothers." Li Chang upside down 2 grain bags, about the weight of the judgment, a bag at least 50 pounds of grain, and look at its appearance. It should be sorghum flour or white flour. At this moment, Li Chang had a deeper understanding of the broadness of Li Ping's family. "Don't worry, Ping, I'm sure I'll deliver this grain to your elder brother." After making assurances to Li Ping, Li Chang and Li Mu walked out of Chen Daoi's house side by side. Li Mu fondly looked back at Chen Daoi's house and couldn't help but lament, "Father, the food in this sister Ping's house is also too good." Casually taking out large buckets of white flour buns to entertain guests. "Yes." Li Chang licked the corner of his mouth, with some of the aroma of the steamed buns still lingering on it. "I never thought that Xiao Ping's son would be so competitive, and actually be able to help the entire Qingclan village pay the tax in silver." The 2 of them spoke to each other and soon returned to Xiaohua village through the busy Chen village farmland, the home of Li Ping's older brother, Li Bold. Li Bold and his daughter-in-law Feng Xiang lay on the bedboard, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. But the 2 of them didn't have half a mind to fire. They just looked at the ceiling and dazed. "Bold. Feng Xiang seems to be watching some boredom. No words to find words. You say we do not have enough to eat the day. When can we pass off?" "I don't know." Li Bold blinked his somewhat dry eyes and said bitterly, "This thieving god, bent on not letting us have a good time. The government is also. We can't get enough to eat, but also to raise taxes." Li Bold family's situation. Then Chen Rice just crossed the time is not much better. The family stored very little food, the ground and no output, every day have to save the food to eat, and then lie in bed to minimize consumption. "I wonder how Pim is doing." Li Bold turned a phrase, and then talked about his little sister Li Ping. For their youngest sister, Li Bold and his second brother Li Feng is still very much in love. After the little sister married, the 2 men will often go to the Chen family village to check on the status of the little sister. In the past the little sister man is still in the small sister's life is not bad. But in the man passed away after the days of the little sister's family will be sharply down the road. In the past, Li Bold and Li Feng were able to occasionally succor their little sister a bit, but with the cold plague sweeping through Qingzhou, the 2 of them didn't have the spare capacity to succor Li Ping. "Your sister must be having a hard time too." Feng Xiang followed the conversation and said, "Now that there is not much output from the land, and she has to bring up her 2 children, she must be having a hard time." Feng Xiang is not the kind of petty barbaric woman. In the past, Li Bold succor Li Ping's things she is aware of, but there is no opinion. But on the contrary, Li Ping is very sympathetic. Unfortunately, This god does not seem to intend to let people have a good time. The cold plague lasted for several years. Even families with strong laborers had a very difficult time. Not to mention the widow Li Ping with 2 children. Ugh. Li Bold sighed and said, I'm planning to go to Chen village in a few days to see Ping. I'm worried about her. Li Bold has not gone to Chen village to see Li Ping for several months. The reason is that he really cannot get something to help Li Ping. Empty-handed. Inevitably some embarrassment. Go go go. Feng Xiang knows that Li Bold definitely want to take out the few food at home to help Li Ping, but she is also too lazy to oppose. Anyway, Li Bold at most will take a few pounds of food. A few pounds of food, but also to let the family cannot open the pot. Knock knock. Just as the two were talking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Who? Li Bold was too lazy to get out of the comforter and yelled directly at the door. Daring, it's me, Village Chief Li Chang. Outside the door came the voice of the Village Chief Li Chang. Now Li Bold could not get out of the quilt. He had to get up from the quilt and open the door of the house. As soon as the door opened, it revealed the shiny bald head of the village head, Li Chang. And in addition to the striking bald head, there was also the village head's son, Li Mu. Village chief, come in and sit down. It's cold outside. Li Bold hurriedly welcomed Li Chang into the house and closed the door to avoid the cold wind from entering the house. After settling down in the living room, the village head Li Chang smiled and said to Li Daodu, Daodu, this time I've brought you something good. Good stuff? Li Bold was full of doubts and said, Village chief, don't make fun of me. Where can I Li Bold get a turn with something good? Li Bold and Li Chang with the same surname Li. Perhaps some blood relations, but this blood relationship has long been unknown how many generations apart. The relationship between the two sides, not even as good as neighbors to the pro. In this case, Li Bold does not feel that the village head Li Chang will give their own benefits. Chapter 110, Are you really talking about my sister? You bold Li. Li Chang reached out and nudged Li Bold, not minding his attitude, but continued, I've really brought you something good this time. Saying that, Li Chang signaled Li Mu to hand over the bags he was carrying to Li Bold, while saying, this time, your sister-in-law entrusted me to bring you grain. I just weighed it, and I estimate that there can be 50 pounds of flour in each bag. My sister asked you to bring it? Li Bold opened the bag to take a look, was stunned, but saw 2 bags, loaded with all white flour. Not only Li Bold, even Feng Xiang, who had just walked from the bedroom to the living room, was also frozen in place, unable to return to her senses for a moment. This is 2 big bags of white flour. Where did Li Ping get so much food? It was your sister who told me to bring it. Li Chang smiled and explained. I just went to Qinjia village with Xiao Mu, and these 2 bags of white flour were given to us by your sister-in-law herself for me to bring to you and your second brother. Right. Li Mu on the side echoed, daring brother, I tell you. Your sister's family's days are now living well. All meals are eaten white bread. Just now also used white bread to entertain us. The more Li Chang and Li Mu said, the more shocked Li Bold and Feng Xiang's faces became. And they couldn't help but wonder if these two were talking about their own sister Li Ping. His own sister Li Ping, widow A, where the ability to live such a good life. Take the white bread to entertain the guests, not to mention, but also give out 100 pounds of white flour at the drop of a hat? Village chief, Li Bold hesitated for a moment, but still asked, what you guys are talking about? Is it really my sister Li Ping? Who else could it be if not Li Ping? Li Chen laughed, besides Li Ping in Chen village, who else would send so much grain to you? Li Bold? Li Bold thought about it. It seems to be true, except for Li Ping. In the whole Chen village, no one will send food to him. Chen Bold, daring brother, I tell you. Sister Ping's son, Inuyasha, is formidable. Li Mu continued. I heard that he made a lot of money doing business, and not only was he able to feed his family white flour buns all the time, but he also had to help the villagers of Qinjia village to pay the tax increase this time. What? Li Bold and Feng Xiang only feel the whole brain is buzzing. Ton white bread, but also to help the whole village of Qinjia village to pay taxes. What the hell? Is Li Mu really talking about our sister? He's not talking about some landlord, is he? After a full quarter of an hour, Li Bold and Feng Xiang reluctantly accepted that Li Ping was already developed, and after accepting it, what welled up in their hearts was great joy. Just now, they were still worried about Li Ping's situation, but they didn't expect that they would receive good news from Li Ping in the blink of an eye. This caused a look of ecstasy to appear on Chen Bold's face, and he was relieved to hear that his own sister was doing well. Feng Xiang is also a happy face. In all fairness, she is still quite good to Li Ping, the sister-in-law, and now that the sister-in-law is developed, she will certainly not forget her. This is not the best proof. The 100 pounds of white flour sent by the sister-in-law. daring you to pull out on it this time too, Li Chang said without envy. 50 pounds of white flour, enough for your family to eat for days. According to an adult daily consumption of 2 pounds of white flour for calculation, Li Bold family counting the children a total of 3 people. 50 pounds of white flour, at least enough for them to eat for about 10 days. Of course, this is not the most envious of Li Chang. The most envious of Li Chang is the relationship between Li Bold and Li Ping. Now Li Ping's family is so rich, surely will not forget Li Bold, who has been succoring her in the past. That is to say, Li Bold in the future certainly do not need to starve. And even the matter of tax increase, for Li Bold will not be a problem. After all, Chen Rice are helping the villagers of the Chen family village to pay the tax in silver. And can forget his uncle Li Bold? Hey! Li Bold giggled nervously. He didn't think as much as Li Chang, but the 100 pounds of white flour in front of him still made him happy. With these white flour, his own children wouldn't have to cry out for hunger all day long. Looking at Li Daodu's face with a stupid smile, Li Chang immediately felt very harsh. Simply do not stay in Li Daodu's house. Directly is to get up and leave. After Li Chang left, Feng Xiang couldn't wait to grab a handful of white flour and let it fall back into the bag from his fingers like quicksand. Daring, your sister seems to be really developed this time. This good white flour, I haven't eaten a few times in my life. Feng Xiang, this is of course an exaggeration. White flour, this thing for the ordinary people, is indeed rare, but when the year is good, occasionally can eat a few meals. Not so rare that a lifetime cannot eat a few times the degree. Hey! Li Bold still had that same giggling look. After knowing that Li Ping was doing well, the smile on his face had not stopped. Of course, the white noodles in front of him was also one of the reasons that put him in a good mood. Daring, what kind of business did your sister do? There are so many people in the entire Qin village. How much would it cost for her to help everyone pay their taxes in silver? How should I know? Li Bold scratched his head. For him, a person who had never seen a complete tale of silver, asking him to calculate how much it would cost to help the entire Qin village pay up the tax in silver was more or less a bit difficult for him. Fortunately, Li Bold was an open-minded person and didn't look deeply into the matter, but just said to Feng Xiang, daughter-in-law, you first put away the bag of white flour, and the rest of the bag, I'll take it to my second brother. Shang, you go and come back quickly. We'll eat white noodles at night. Yes. So, Li Bold carried a bag out the door and went straight to his second brother Li Feng's house. The distance between the two homes was not far. After walking a distance of less than 100 meters, Li Bold was in front of Li Feng's home, flexing his fingers and knocking on the door. When the door to the room was knocked on, Li Feng and his daughter-in-law Luo Shou were looking at the family's rice vat with furrowed brows, and behind the two were their daughters. Li Feng's daughter Li Jin has been 15 years old, but the growth is very thin, the size of 1.5 meters or so. The body is even more thin. The hair is also a little yellow. The eye sockets are deeply sunken. And the wonderful age of the idiom does not say that there is nothing to do with it. Can only say that there is no relationship at all. The reason why this situation will occur. The reason is also very simple. In this land of Xia, the vast majority of ordinary people are not enough to eat. Even if it is a good harvest year, at most can eat enough staple food as well as some wild vegetables. As for the meat, a year can eat a meal will be good. After the cold plague swept through, the people's life has become more and more difficult. The staple food is not enough to eat. Wild vegetables cannot be dug. Meat is a few years cannot eat a bite, which led to the vast majority of the people are malnourished state. Naturally, Li Feng's daughter is also the same. Long-term nutritional deficiencies, so that she cannot grow meat, not to mention the growth of the size. Chapter 111, Off the Beaten Track. Li Feng looked at the almost bottomed rice jar with a sad expression. And his daughter-in-law Luo Xiu also sighed. Their family had been saving as much as they could for food, but the family's stock of food was still almost gone. I've told you before, pick up your sister a little less. Luo Xiu couldn't help but whine. This is good, isn't it? The family's almost out of food. Ping is my own sister. How can I not care about her? Li Feng retorted. If I don't even care about my own sister, then what kind of person am I? Yes, you're the one who's kind. Now that there's no more food in the house, why don't you go look for it? Where am I going to find food? You can't find food and you're still so generous? Looking at each other's parents, Li Jin expressionless. She is probably already accustomed to. Mother is a knife-mouth being curd heart person. Every time the father to take food to sucker ants, mother will say a few words, just to say. Mother has never stopped father. And my father knew this, so he would give in to my mother a little bit every time we had a tiff, letting her take some advantage verbally. Knock knock. While the two families were arguing heatedly, there was a knock on the door from the front yard, and the two families instantly closed their voices. There is nothing wrong with quarreling behind closed doors in one's own home, but quarreling in front of outsiders would be a bit of a disgrace. Ernie opened the door. I'm Li Bold. Li Feng's rather familiar voice came from outside the door. Coming. Li Feng was busy walking out of the house and opened the front door of his house. As soon as the door opened, Li Feng saw Li Bold, who was standing outside with a bag. He hurriedly welcomed Li Bold into the house while asking, Big brother, why did you come over? Sibling, Kogain. Li Bold first smiled and greeted Luo Xiao and Li Jin. Then he spoke. I've come to deliver something to you. Delivery? Li Feng and the three of them looked at each other. In the past, when it was a peaceful year, Li Bold did often send some food and such to his home. Of course, Li Feng would occasionally send things to Li Bold's home, but with times being tough for everyone these days, it's been a long time since the two families have sent anything to each other. Look what it is. Li Bold placed the bag he was carrying on the ground and opened the bag. And at once, the white flower came into the eyes of the three. This is. Luo Xiao stared wide-eyed and blurted out. White flower. No wonder Luo Xiao so shocked. But now this year, white flower, this thing for the villagers is too rare. She is listening to go to the city to buy food, villagers said. Now a caddy of white flower in the city, almost a 21 a caddy. And in front of this bag of white flour, at least 40 to 50 pounds, that is to say, will be nearly 1 or 2 silver value, which makes the Luo Xiao how not shocked. Li Jin didn't say anything, but just looked at the white noodles on the ground with glowing eyes and couldn't help but gulp. At her age, when she was growing and consuming food the fastest, and not having enough to eat every day, her desire for white flour was unrivaled. Big brother, Li Feng also said with his jaw dropped, where did you get such a lot of white flour? This was a full dozens of pounds of white flour, an existence that Li Feng could not buy even if he took out all the money in his family. Hey! Li Bold scratched his head and said with a big smile, it was little sister who gave it to us, a total of 100 pounds, 50 pounds for you and me. From your little sister? Li Feng froze. Just a moment ago, he and his daughter-in-law were still talking about his little sister's matter, but in the blink of an eye, he received a message from his little sister. Luo Xiao was also dumbfounded. She had just accused Li Feng of succoring Li Ping, but as a result, after just accusing Li Ping sent such a good thing? But, where did Li Ping get such a lot of white flour? Big brother, Luo Xiao couldn't help but ask, where did Sister Ping get so much white flour? That's what you don't understand, is it? Li Daoda's face is full of smug smile. I heard the village chief say, the little sister's family is now very rich, eat white bread all the time, not to mention, but also to help the villagers of Qinjia village to pay the tax money miles. Eating white flour buns all the time and helping the villagers of Qinjia village to pay several tax dollars? Li Feng, Luo Xiao, two people are all confused. Tun eat white bread, they can accept 1 or 2. Can help the villagers of Qinjia village to pay the tax money. That's a little off the wall. Wow. You know, this tax increase. Each household has to contribute 2 taels of silver. Qinjia village more than 100 households. That does not mean that Li Ping has to come up with more than 200 taels of silver. This number, really, is too much. The entire Xiuha village, even the village head Li Chang. I'm afraid he has never seen so much money. Big brother, you're not making fun of us, are you? Li Feng asked with a dry voice. It was really hard for him to believe what Li Bold said. Why would I lie to you? Li Daoda blankly glanced at Li Feng. That's what the village head told me. Believe it or not. Anyway, tomorrow I plan to go to Qinjia village to see Xiaoping. Li Bold has long been ready to leave tomorrow to visit Li Ping's intention to go to Qinjia village. Not to see Li Ping's good days, want to dip some light. Just to learn more about some of Li Ping's current situation. I'll go too. Li Feng blurted out. Luo Xiao and Li Jin also looked stupid. They really want to know too much about what Li Ping looks like now and why she can be so rich. Then tomorrow we will go there together. Li Bold shoved the bag containing white flour into Li Feng's hand and said, Second brother, take this grain and give it to Jiner to replenish her body. Look at Jiner's thinness. Li Bold, who took a look at Li Jin, couldn't help but shake his head. This niece looked a little too skinny and weak. It was really unbearable to look at. However, Li Bold is also clear that this matter cannot blame Li Feng. After all, nowadays the whole village is not good. Li Feng can raise Li Jin has not been easy. As for eating a full meal, that's just talking about extravagance. Shortly afterward, Li boldly departed. Li Feng stared blankly at the grain bag for a long time. Then he looked up at Luo Xiao, daughter-in-law. Will you still talk about my receiving Xiaoping in the future? No more. No more. Luo Xiao shook her head like a rattle drum. with the delivery of these 50 pounds of white flour. Her dissatisfaction with Li Feng instantly disappeared, and she didn't dare to mention anything about Li Feng's past succor to Li Ping. Joking aside, if it wasn't for Li Feng's succor to Li Ping, where would the family have been able to get the 50 pounds of white flour? Dad! But at this moment, Li Jin, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up. Tomorrow, I want to go with you to visit my aunt. No problem. Li Feng agreed with alacrity and said, daughter-in-law, you go too. We'll visit little sister together tomorrow. Good. Luo Xiao happily answered, and immediately touched Li Jin's somewhat withered hair, saying, Jiner, mother will go and cook for you. Li Jin gulped and nodded busily. Chapter 112, Delicious. The next day, the sun has just risen. Li Feng's family woke up early. Even breakfast is not eaten. The family of 3 is straight to Li Bold home. Ernie, you guys are here. At this exact moment, Li Bold also brought his daughter-in-law as well as his 10-year-old son out of the house, and after greeting Li Feng and the others, they walked together towards the farmland on the north side of Xiuha village. When people from Xiuha village traveled to Qin village, they often preferred to go in the direction of the farmland because it was a bit closer from here, whereas if they traveled from the official road, they would inevitably have to make some detours, resulting in a longer journey. Mayor, what are you doing here? Li Daodu, who had traveled to the edge of the farmland, suddenly saw Li Chang, the village headman, who was standing by the edge of the field, as well as his son Li Mu, and couldn't help but ask, it's Bold. Li Chang turned his head, smiled and said to Li Daodu, we're watching the people of the Chen village planting their fields. Upon hearing this, Li Daodu and the others couldn't help but look into the distance, but they saw that in the farmland belonging to the Chen clan village, the people of the Chen clan village were working on the farmland in 2s and 3s, in a fervent manner. Just, Li Bold, Li Feng, Luo Xiao and others cannot help but frown. This cold weather, the ground cannot grow food at all. Chenjia village people, this is not a waste of effort. Village chief, are the people of this Chen village crazy? How can they grow food in this weather? Li Feng said subconsciously. I'm not sure. Li Chang shook his head and said, but this matter was made by Pingma's son. You guys can poke around when you go to Pingma's house. Inigo got it out? Li Bold and the others were even more puzzled. And with this puzzlement they walked through the farmland and came to the range of the Chen village's farmland. Many of the Chen village villagers who were working in the fields also saw their arrival, but they just didn't care and remained buried in their own work. Not long after, Li Daoda's 6 men arrived at the edge of the farmland and met Chen He, who was directing the crowd at the edge of the field. You are Chen He, who was sizing up the 6 people, only felt that Li Feng and Li Bold looked a bit familiar, and only after thinking for a long time did he remember who these 2 people were. It's Bold and Peak. Chen He greeted the 2 with a smile and politely said to them, why did you guys come over? We are here to see our little sister. Li Bold was the first to say, Village Chief Chen, why isn't my sister here? Ping girl doesn't have to work. Why are you staying here? Chen He shook his head and said, if you guys want to visit girl Ping, just go directly to the village and look for her. You guys should remember where her house is, right? No. After seeing that Li Ping wasn't here, Li Bold and the others didn't bother to say much to Chen He, and after quickly bidding farewell to Chen He, they went straight to Chen Daoi's house. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Bold's 6 people appeared in front of Chen Daoi's house. Looking at the brand new house, several people could not help but look at each other. Is this a new house being built at my little sister's house? Li Feng couldn't help but murmur. The last time he came, Li Ping's family was still living in a house that leaked everywhere and was in shabby condition, but now it had turned into a new house, which couldn't help but make him a little unbelievable. It should be. Li Bold glanced at the open door of the room and didn't go in directly, but shouted outside, is Ping at home? I've come to see you. Needless to say, Li Bold's voice was extremely loud, and Chen Daoyuan and Chen Chang, who were preparing to start practicing martial arts in the front yard, were startled. While inside the house, Li Ping, who heard the commotion, ran out with a surprised look on her face, dashed out the door, and saw the 6 Li Bold people who were waiting outside the door. Big brother, second brother, you're here. Li Ping, who saw her 2 older brothers, was filled with joy. Li Bold and Li Feng also had a joyful look on their faces. Their relationship with their little sister Li Ping was extremely good, and they were naturally very happy to see Li Ping. Sister Ping, Feng Xiang and Luo Xiao also went up to greet Li Ping. 2 sisters-in-law are here too? The smile on Li Ping's face grew even wider as she hurriedly welcomed the crowd into the house. At this time, Chen Daidai also reacted to who the people who came were, and also went forward to greet them. Great uncle, second uncle, Two aunts and uncles. In the original body's memory, the impression of these two uncles was still quite good. Influenced by the original body's memory, Chen Daoi's perception of these two uncles was also not bad. Inuyasha. Li Bold looked Chen Daer up and down and said with a smile, I haven't seen you in a few months. Brother Daer looks like he's grown up quite a bit. Yeah, much stronger. Li Feng also nodded his head. In fact, Chen Rice is more than just much stronger. From a poor and weak teenager to become a peak 9th grade martial artist Chen Rice, the change is so big that it is simply difficult to comprehend. That is, Li Bold, two people have not seen Chen Rice for too long, or else their statement can be more than just much stronger. Come inside and sit down. Two uncles, it's cold outside. As the man of the house, Chen Daoi welcomed all the two aunts, uncles and the two children into the house. After everyone had taken their respective seats, Li Ping took the lead and said, Big brother and second brother, you guys haven't had breakfast yet, right? I'll go get it for you. With that said, Li Ping walked into the kitchen and carried a food bucket over, distributing one after another of the fat white steamed buns to Li Bold and the others. Is this the white bread that the village head said? Li Bold carefully surveyed the steamed bread in his hand. This kind of white fat food, he only heard of, but never eaten. After all, even in the peaceful years, a penny a steamed bread, for peasants like him is still too much luxury a bit. Yummy. Li Chang, the son of Li Bold, however, did not think so much, and directly stuffed the fragrant steamed buns into his mouth, chewing while letting out sounds of admiration. Li Jin's eating is a little better than Li Chang, tearing off a small piece of steamed bread with his hand and slowly eating it. Just, from Li Jin's expression, one could tell that she should be quite satisfied with the flavor of the steamed buns. Y'all slow down and eat, I'll get you some soup. Li Ping glanced at the two children, a little distressed by their thinness, and hurriedly ran into the kitchen, brought out a few bowls of egg drop soup, and gave one bowl to each of them. Li Bold and Li Feng looked at the steamed buns and egg drop soup in their hands, and couldn't help but completely believe what village head Li Chang had said. They were a bit unconvinced when the village chief said that the little sister's family was doing well before. After all, the little sister's man had already left, and a family that had lost its strong labor force must not be doing well. Now it was completely convinced, casually being able to take out such a large number of steamed buns and egg drop soup to entertain the guests. The little sister's family must be quite wealthy. Mother, you entertain uncle and the others. I'll go out and get busy first. Chen Daoi didn't stay in the living room for long, and after speaking with Li Ping, he returned to the front yard to practice boxing with Chen Chang. And after Chen Daoi left, Li Ping spoke, Big brother and second brother, why are you guys free to come over today? Chapter 113, This chicken cannot be killed. The last thing we need is time. Li Bold sighed softly. Nowadays, we can't grow any food in the ground, and we don't have any work to do at all, so there's plenty of time. After saying that, Li Bold added, I haven't come to see you before, just because we're embarrassed. In the past, every time Li Bold came to visit Li Ping in Xinjia village, he would bring some food, wild vegetables and other things, but with the difficult days of his family, he really could not take things to succor Li Ping, so, he could only choose not to come. Big brother, you say that? Li Ping blankly glanced at Li Bold and snapped, I'm your sister, what's there to be embarrassed about? Li Bold scratched his head and did not say what was on his mind, but just said, Ping, I heard that your family helped the villagers of Chen village pay all the taxes and silver? There is that. Li Ping nodded her head and said, this was Inuyasha's idea, and I don't know much about it. Li Bold and Li Feng glanced at each other. Li Jin, who was eating steamed buns while listening to the adults' conversation, was pondering. Chen Daoyuan is her cousin by blood, only a few months older than her or so, but Chen Daoyuan is so capable of feeding the whole family, not to mention that he can help the whole village to pay more than 200 taels of silver in tax money. Li Jin couldn't help but feel the slightest bit of admiration in his heart. Sister Ping, Feng Xiang suddenly interjected. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to help the whole village pay taxes on this? This is spending too much money. I don't know what Inuyasha thinks either. Li Ping replied. Anyway, Brother Dao told me that the 2 taels of silver were not spent for nothing on behalf of the villagers, and that they could definitely earn them back. Can you make it back? Li Bold and the others frowned. They knew nothing about business matters, so it was not convenient for them to comment more. Soon, the crowd uncovered the topic and began to chat about some family matters. These contents were obviously not of interest to the 2 small children, Li Jin and Li Chang, and soon the 2 of them were out of the living room together and came to the front yard. In the front yard location, Chen Daoyuan and Chen Chang were practicing boxing, while on the other side, there was Chen Fei who was playing with Xiao Yuan. With these days home food become better, Chen Fei growth is also more and more white. Chen Rice just crossed over when Chen Fei hair yellow, cheeks thin, and now, features full of many not to mention, hair also gradually become glossy up. If not, the body is still wearing rough clothes. I'm afraid to say that she is the landlord's family children have people to believe. Looking at Chen Fei who was playing, Li Jin couldn't help but step over and said to Chen Fei with a smile, "Your cousin Chen Fei, right?" Li Jin had seen Chen Fei before. She had also come to the Chen village with her father Li Feng before, and in her impression, Chen Fei was a small, skinny girl who didn't have enough to eat. It's just that Chen Fei's change is a little too big now, so that Li Jin is a little afraid to confirm it. Chen Fei, who was playing with Xiao Yuan, raised her head, sized up Li Jin, and said suspiciously, "Who are you?" Li Jin thought for a moment and replied, "I'm your cousin Li Jin." It's cousin. Chen Fei had actually seen Li Jin, just that she was still young. She didn't think of it for a while. At this time, after Li Jin reminded her, she finally thought of it. "Cousin, do you want to play with Xiao Yuan together? May I?" Li Jin glanced at the incredibly cute Xiao Yuan and was tempted to go up and pet it. Of course, Chen Fei didn't mind as she cupped the small circle with her two small hands and sent it to Li Jin. Li Jin tentatively reached out and touched Xiao Yuan's head, and after seeing that Xiao Yuan didn't resist, his face revealed a joyful color, and with both hands, he picked up Xiao Yuan and hugged it in his arms and kept stroking it. Li Cheng on the side was also busy calling out, "Sister Jean, give me a touch as well." "Okay, not far away." A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Daidai's mouth, who saw the three children playing with Xiao Yuan and continued practicing boxing with Chen Chang. Afternoon. Li Ping, Ding Xiaohua, He Tsuelian, Feng Xiang, Luo Xiu and other women were busy cooking in the kitchen. Returning to the living room, Chen Daoui then said to Li Daodu and the two of them, "The two uncles will eat at home tonight, right?" Li Bold scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Is this appropriate? In these days, rubbing meals in other people's homes is a very disliked behavior, and Li Bold was more or less embarrassed. What's inappropriate about that? Chen Daoui waved his hand and went directly to the backyard, asking Chen Lian, who was busy, "Sister Lian, are there any chickens that don't lay eggs today?" "Yes." Chen Lian grabbed a yellow-feathered chicken over and said to Chen Daoui, "This chicken hasn't laid any eggs for 2 days. Give it to me then." Chen Daoui received the chicken and went straight back inside. Wu Yun, on the other hand, was not without envy. The days of Dao's family are truly divine. The family has to kill chickens to entertain guests. Here this other people cannot help but nod and agree. Chen Rice family days, that is the envy of the village. The village can eat a mouthful of steamed bread are very satisfied, which can be like Chen Rice, so from time to time we'll have to kill a chicken to eat. When I get my paycheck, I'm going to taste the meat too. Wu Yun couldn't help but say that her craving for meat reached its peak at this moment. In addition, she had once heard Chen Daoui say during a casual conversation that eating more meat would make small children grow stronger, and that her own children would definitely grow a bit better if they could eat more meat. Wu Yun's speech, Chen Daoui was naturally unclear. Carrying the chicken to the kitchen, Chen Daoui directly spoke. "Mother, kill this chicken. Use it to entertain the two uncles tonight." With that, Chen Daidai placed the chicken with its feet tied up in the kitchen and turned to leave, and Feng Xiang and Luo Xiu, who were busy in the kitchen, looked at the chicken on the ground that looked like it would be incredibly fat, and were directly stunned. In their view, Chen Rice with steamed buns, egg soup to entertain them, has been very extravagant behavior. But do not think, there are more extravagant ones. Not only were there steamed buns and egg drop soup, but there was even meat to eat. "Sister Ping, you can't kill this chicken," Feng Xiang hurriedly said. "It's enough for us to eat steamed buns. Where is the need to kill chickens?" This was placed in the kitchen by Chen Rice. Chicken head so big, feathers golden. At a glance it is worth a lot of money. Feng Xiang, which good sense to let Chen Rice home to take such a precious thing to entertain themselves. "Yes, Sister Ping," Luo Xiu also said. "We'll just eat some steamed buns. It's too wasteful to eat chicken." It's not that the two don't want to eat meat, but these days, meat is just too precious. If they let Chen Daoyuan's family take this whole chicken to entertain themselves, the two will inevitably have a bad conscience. After all, chickens raised at home are one of the most prized possessions for the vast majority of the population, and not something that can just be used for food. 0. Chapter 114, The Best Eats. He Tsuelian and Ding Xiaohua, who saw the performance of the two people, could not help but laugh. It seems that these two sisters-in-law of Li Ping are not particularly familiar with the situation of Li Ping's family. "Don't worry, two sisters," He Tsuelian smiled and said. "It's just a chicken, not a big deal. Eat at your leisure." Li Ping cut the chicken's throat and bled it out, and said while handling the feathers, "We usually kill chickens for food at home. This chicken is not as precious as you think." Hearing, Luo Xiu and Feng Xiang looked at each other, only to feel that Li Ping's family is too arrogant. From time to time they will kill chickens to eat. The guests came to also kill chickens to entertain. Even the landlords in the city can't live in such extravagance, right? While the women were cooking in the kitchen, in the living room position, Chen Daohui asked his two uncles, great uncle and second uncle, "Are you going to raise taxes in Xiaoha village as well?" "Yeah, nah." Speaking of this, Li Daodu cannot help but look full of sorrow. The government is to force our people to die off. This year, every family is scrimping and saving. The stomach is not enough to eat, but also to increase the tax, and an increase is 2 silver. I have lived for more than 30 years. I've never seen it complete 2 silver miles. Not to mention Li Bold, the vast majority of Xia's ordinary farmers, in fact, are rarely able to see a complete 1 or 2 silver. Their daily transactions, most of the use of copper money, simply cannot use silver. Instead, the officials made them pay 2 taels of silver at once, which was clearly a figure that the vast majority of the people could not afford to pay. "My village is ready to resist the tax," Li Feng said. "We really can't pay these 2 taels of silver, so we have to let the officials dispose of them." "Don't worry, uncles." At this time, Chen Daohui was smiling and took out his money bag, touching out 4 taels of silver and placing them in Li Daodu's hand. "I have 4 taels of silver here. You guys just take them back and pay the tax money this time." "No, no, no." Li Bold subconsciously shook his head frantically. "Brother Tao, how can we take your money? You quickly take it back." "Right. Inuyasha, take the money back." Li Feng also refused repeatedly. To come to Li Ping's home to dilly-dally for food, they are already very embarrassed. How can they be ashamed to continue to ask for Chen Daohui's money? To know, this 4 taels of silver that Chen Daohui took out is not a small amount. These days, 4 taels of silver is enough to buy 2 beautiful maids. "Take it." Chen Dao forced the silver into Li Bold's hand. "Great uncle, you guys take this silver back. Pay the tax money this time first before you say, it's not too late to pay me back when you have the money later." Chen Rice is very clear. This money to uncle probability is not pay back. The reason why this is said, just to let the two uncle feel at ease to accept the money. As expected, with Chen Dao Yuan's words, hesitation surfaced on the faces of Li Daodu and Li Feng. In all fairness, they were eager to accept the 4 taels of silver. After all, the consequences of not being able to pay the tax were too frightening. It's just the simplicity of their hearts that makes them embarrassed to take it. At this time, after hearing Chen Daohui say so, Li Bold hesitated some. "Or will be 2 silver received down, then I'll be cheeky to receive it." "Brother Rice, you don't worry. I will have money in the future, will definitely pay you back." Chen Daohui smiled and nodded, not saying much on the matter, but chatting with his 2 uncles about their lives, while also learning about the situation in Xiaoha village. And at the same time, the sun is gradually setting in the west. The villagers working in the field also returned in 2s and 3s. Li Ping and others in due course will be done. Steamed buns moved to the front yard, by Chen Chang to work back to the villagers issued steamed buns. Feng Xiang and Luo Xiu looked at the villagers lining up outside the courtyard to receive the steamed buns, and couldn't help but glance at each other. Seeing the shocked colors in their respective eyes, they realized at this time that they still somewhat underestimated the affluence of Li Ping's family, and they not only killed chickens to eat from time to time, but also invited the whole village to eat steamed buns. Hundreds of people in Chen village. Even if each person has 3 steamed buns, that's at least 1,000 steamed buns. Inuyasha, Li Feng, who stood beside Chen Daohui, also could not help but ask, "Your family invited so many people in the village to eat steamed buns. Will this stock of food hold up?" "It's okay," Chen Daohui replied. Last time when Wu Han came, he had already told Wu Han that in the future, Wu Han would come over every 3 days to deliver food. With the food Wu Han transported, it would not be a problem for the whole village of Qinjia village to eat. 2 uncles, if your family is not doing well, you can also come to our village to help with the work in the future. At least the food will not be a problem. Can we do the same? Li Bold and Li Feng asked with glowing eyes. Although with Chen Daohui's 4 taels of silver, it was no longer a problem for them to pay their taxes. But eating was still a big problem. If they could eat in the Chen family village, then the family's life, undoubtedly, would be much better. Sure. Chen Daohui smiled and nodded, and after seeing that the steamed buns were almost finished, he said, Let's go back and eat." In the kitchen, the meal for his own family was already ready, and a few children were looking with glowing eyes at the large plate of fried chicken placed on the table, their harumphs almost dripping down. especially Li Jin and Li Chang. The two kids hadn't tasted meat for years and had a soulful craving for it. Not to mention the two children. Even the four people who had just entered the kitchen, Li Bold, Li Feng, Feng Xiang and Luo Xiu, could not help but gulp. The smell of meat that wafted through the air was a little too strong, causing their bodies to instinctively crave for it. After everyone was seated individually, Chen Dao spoke. "Don't be polite. Eat them all," said. Chen Rice then picked up the white rice in front of him and ate it. Today, because of the killing of the chicken, the family's staple food is based on white rice. But Chen Rice is not interested in that plate of fried chicken. He ate chicken every day, more or less a little tired of chicken. But on the contrary, he is interested in the table's egg broth and wild vegetables. He served himself a bowl of chicken broth, and ate white rice with the chicken broth and wild vegetables. While Chen Daoi was serving the soup, everyone else started to move their chopsticks. And Chen Chang, who had already been in Chen Daoi's house for many years, didn't have the slightest intention to be polite, and carried his chopsticks as if they were flying, picking up the chicken's butt and bringing it to his mouth. "Smells good." Feeling the rich grease aroma bursting in his mouth, Chen Chang could not help but narrow his eyes slightly, revealing a cozy look. Li Bold and the others also chucked a piece of chicken meat each and chewed it while a satisfied look appeared on their faces. For peasants like them, who hadn't been able to eat a bite of meat in years, the taste of fried chicken was something that couldn't even compare to the precious shyness of the sky. Li Jin, who was sitting next to Chen Daoi, held a small piece of chicken and carefully tasted it. Then his eyes lit up. "It smells so good. Is that what meat tastes like?" Li Jin couldn't remember how long it had been since she had tasted meat. She only felt that this chicken was the best food she had ever eaten in her life, bar none. Chapter 115, Chicken Legs. "Cousin, have a chicken leg." Noticing Li Jin's expression, Chen Daoi pinched the chicken leg on the plate directly into Li Jin's bowl. This cousin was about the same age as himself, but grew so thin and weak that Chen Daoi couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. "Thank you, cousin." Li Jin's eyes flashed with gratitude. There were only 2 chicken legs. Everyone wanted to eat them, but everyone was too embarrassed to eat them. And at this time, Chen Daoi gave her the chicken legs. This action immediately made Li Jin's favor towards Chen Daoi skyrocket. "Little things." Chen Dai waved his hand and continued to drink his own egg drop soup. The others, on the other hand, continued to enjoy the flavorful chicken. A yellow-feathered chicken total of 8 pounds or so. After removing the feathers after the net meat plus offal about 5 pounds or so. Not less, but too many people eating some. Not a moment's effort. The plate of chicken is eaten clean. Only then did the crowd notice the white rice in front of them. This kind of food, white rice, was equally a rare food for the crowd. It was just that just now, all of their attention was attracted by the chicken, which was why they ignored the existence of the white rice. At this point the chicken was finished, and the people picked up the white rice and ate it with the egg drop soup and the wild vegetables on the table. A quarter of an hour later, dinner was over and the sun had set completely. Chen Chang went home one step ahead of him, while Chen Daoi and Li Ping sent the 2 families of Li Bold and Li Feng out the door. "Big brother, second brother, slow down on your way back. Got it. You guys have a good rest too. Little sister." After saying goodbye to each other, Li Bold and the others walked in the direction of Xiuhua village by the dim moonlight. "Dad." Walking on the way back to the village, Li Cheng gently caressed his belly and said, "The food at Auntie's house is so delicious. I'm bursting at the seams." Upon hearing this, both Li Jin and a few adults revealed a look of recognition. "With chicken and white rice, can it not be delicious? When my family celebrates Chinese New Year, I can't even eat such a good meal. Father, let's continue to come to Auntie's house more often, okay?" Li Cheng asked with hope in his eyes. He didn't know that much at his young age. He only knew that when he went to his aunt's house, he would be able to eat delicious meals, instead of eating unpalatable mushy rice every meal. Li Bold didn't say anything. He knew that his sister's family didn't lack meals for these few people in the family nowadays, but he was still too embarrassed to go and dine every day. Therefore, he didn't answer Li Cheng's question. Instead, he fished out the 4 taels of silver given by Chen Daoi from his bosom, and separated 2 taels and handed them over to Li Feng, second brother. "Take these 2 taels of silver. Don't lose them." Li Feng nodded solemnly and carefully put away the 2 taels of silver in his personal clothing compartment. "Where did you get the silver?" Feng Xiang, on the other hand, asked with a face full of surprise. When Chen Daidao gave Li Bold and the others the silver, she was helping out in the kitchen, and thus did not know about it. "Naturally, it's from Inuyasha," Li Bold replied. "While you were busy in the kitchen, Inigo gave us this silver to take to pay the tax." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiang and Luo Shou were suddenly enlightened. At the same time, their heart's favor towards Chen Doi rose dramatically, purposely avoiding the crowd to hand over the silver to Li Doi and Li Feng, which showed that Chen Doi was taking care of his own man's face. Chen Doi was not very old, but he did not expect to be so attentive. Inuyasha is such a good boy. Feng Xiang cannot help but feel emotional. At the same time, some thankful that their past treatment of Li Ping is not bad, otherwise the Rice brother may not treat their own family so well. Not only sent 50 pounds of white flour, but also invited to eat meat, and finally gave 2 silver to help pay taxes. Brother Tao also said that in the future, we can come over to the Chen village to work. Li Daodu continued, as long as we come over to help with the work, we'll be able to eat white flour buns every day, just like the villagers in Chenjia village. Really? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu and Feng Xiang's eyes lit up. If they could eat white flour buns every day like the villagers in Chenjia village, then the problem of lack of food in their own family would not be a problem at all. Of course it's true. Li Daodu laughed. I've heard from the villagers of Chenjia village that there's nothing that Brother Dao has said that doesn't count. That's good. Feng Xiang smiled. Then we won't have to worry about not being able to eat in the future. The taste of white bread Feng Xiang has tasted. Indeed very good, although not as good as meat, but better than home to eat the taste of chaff flour to millions of times. Can eat all the time on the white bread, which is enough to let the whole village envy the days of the villagers of Shouha. Inuyasha is really good to us. Luo Xiu couldn't help but let out a voice of emotion. Chen Doi and Li Ping were really nothing to them. At this time Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, because just yesterday, he was still blaming Li Feng for taking the family's food to help Li Ping's family. Li Jin quietly listened to the speeches of the adults and did not say anything, but in his heart, he was pondering why everyone was living in such poverty. But cousin Chen Doi was able to live that good life. The next day, the first thing Chen Doi did when he got up was to lift the small round in the quilt out and check its condition. Golden clawed lesser panda. Characteristics, extremely fast, battle power comparable to a 7th grade martial artist. Golden clawed red panda advanced route 1, mating with flame clawed red panda can give birth to red-blooded red panda. Red-blooded lesser panda characteristics, blood can be used as medicine, can be effective against 7th grade martial artists, and its own battle strength can be comparable to that of a peak 7th grade martial artist. Golden Claw Red Panda Advanced Route 2, feed blood bamboo shoots for 7 consecutive days to advance to Blood Claw Red Panda. Blood Clawed Lesser Panda characteristics, fast speed, sharp claws, battle power comparable to a 6th grade martial artist. The advancement was successful. A hint of joy surfaced on Chen Daoyuan's face. After feeding Iron Heart Bamboo and Bear Blood Flower for 5 consecutive days, Little Round had indeed successfully advanced into a Golden Clawed Red Panda. Look carefully, only to see at this time the small circle is still that kind of cute appearance. Only the paw has undergone a very obvious change. 4 palms at the extension of the claw, all turned into a golden color, the sunlight outside the window sprinkled in the claw, flashing dazzling light. A look at it is known that it is very sharp. Good job Round. Chen Rice gently stroked Xiao Yuan's head. Xiao Yuan seemed to be extremely enjoying his master's touch. His fluffy tail was similar to a helicopter's propeller, swinging out in a circle, and his mouth kept emitting oinking delightful cries. After playing with Xiao Yuan for a while, Chen Daoyuan climbed out of the quilt and opened the door of his house against the cold wind. But see, in addition, outside the door, Chen Chang as well as Chen Li and 5 people have been waiting outside. In addition, there are a lot of early up is waiting outside the door of the Chen Rice family to put food villagers. Inuyasha's up? Good morning Inuyasha. How did Inuyasha sleep yesterday? Chapter 116, I can wake up laughing even in my dream. Seeing Chen Rice open the door of the crowd have enthusiastically come forward to greet. Chen Rice one by one nodded in response, and then welcomed Chen Lian and others into the house. Chen Chang is to stay in the front yard in case of any mishap. Just after bringing Chen Lian and the others to the backyard, Chen Dai Dai was attracted by a few unusually sized chickens. Blood-clawed chicken. Characteristics, large size, swift movement, battle strength comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. Blood-clawed chicken progression route 1, mating with blood-crowned chicken to hatch eagle-feathered chicken. Eagle-feathered chicken characteristics, claws like gold and iron, feathers like eagles, can briefly float and fly. Battle strength comparable to a 7th grade martial artist. Blood-clawed chicken advancement route 2, feed cockleflower for 7 consecutive days to advance to iron-feathered chicken. Iron-feathered chicken characteristics, tough feathers, sharp claws, battle power comparable to a 7th grade martial artist. The blood-feathered chicken has also advanced successfully. Joy once again climbed onto Chen Dao's cheeks. This time, he had fed a total of 5 blood-feathered chickens with blood Ganoderma lucidum. cultivating a total of 5 blood-clawed chickens. That is to say, Chen Dao once again possessed 5 fighters equivalent to an 8th grade martial artist. Counting Xiao Yuan and De Huang Huang, Chen Dao's currently possessed a combat power of 1 7th grade, 5 8th grades as well as 2 9th grades. What kind of concept was this? It is important to realize that even among the great families of the county, the number of martial artists they possess is just that much. In other words, the current battle power possessed by Chen Daoi was already no less than any of the 3 great families in the county. This chicken is huge. But at that moment, Chen Lian let out a cry of alarm. She looked at the 5 blood-clawed chickens in the yard with their heads held high. A hint of awe flashed across her face. The blood-feathered chickens before the blood-clawed chicken's advancement were extremely small, weighing around only 2 or 3 pounds. And after the advancement of the blood-clawed chicken, when the head is raised, the head can even reach the height of Chen Lian's waist. Such a large-sized chicken brings a person's sense of oppression is really not small. Not only Chen Lian, Wu Yun and the other women also subconsciously took a step back for fear of being injured by the blood-clawed chicken. Luckily, the blood-clawed chickens were still loyal to Chen Dai Dai, and they didn't attack the people, but instead came up to Chen Dai Dai and clucked. They must be hungry. Chen Daoi smiled and said to Chen Lian and the others, "Don't be afraid. These chickens won't hurt anyone. You guys can just feed them normally in the future. As long as you don't have any bad intentions, I can guarantee that they definitely won't attack you." For the animals he cultivated, Chen Daoi was still very confident. All the animals he cultivated, their loyalty was unquestionable. Xiao Yuan and Xiao He were the best proof. We know. Chen Lian and others saw the blood-clawed chicken indeed did not hurt people, also assured down. Just quickly, the women who took out the grain to feed the chickens noticed something unusual. And these big, fat chickens are so good at eating. Chen Lian looked dumbfounded at the 5 blood-clawed chickens that had been pecking at the sorghum on the ground. The other yellow-feathered chickens, including Xiao He, had already eaten their fill and were wandering around. On the contrary, the 5 blood-clawed chickens were still in a state of unfulfilled intention. It's the first time I've seen such an edible chicken. Me too. They eat more than my long dead husband. Other women are also wide-eyed. As of now, the 5 blood-clawed chicken, a chicken has eaten at least 5 pounds of sorghum. But they have not half-stopping look. According to this eating method, a blood-clawed chicken, at least 10 pounds of sorghum, which is equivalent to the consumption of 5 adults a day of food. And that's just the amount of blood-clawed chicken in one meal. Chen Daoyuan, who had been observing from the side, also couldn't help but frown. The more advanced the animal eats, the more food. This matter he had mental expectation. The small round is the best proof. The previous small round only need to bring over to the bamboo forest to eat some bamboo leaves every day. Nowadays the day but have to go to eat 3 times. The demand for food is much higher than the time of unadvanced. But what Chen Rice did not expect is that the 5 blood-clawed chicken food can actually be high to this extent. 10 pounds of grain a meal. According to an adult daily consumption of 2 pounds of food for calculation, a blood-clawed chicken 2 meals a day will be equivalent to 10 adults a day of consumption. This consumption is too large. However, on second thought, Chen Dai Dai was relieved. Blood-clawed chicken is equivalent to the chicken species of the 8th grade martial artist. And the 8th grade martial artist, just to eat food, if you open your belly to eat 30 pounds a day is not a problem. Blood-clawed chicken on the consumption of food is still relatively small. Inuyasha, Chen Lian asked with some concern, will this chicken lose money if we eat so much of it? No way. Chen Dao knew that Chen Lian was considering the cost-effectiveness of cultivating blood-clawed chickens, but Chen Dao didn't have this concern at all. He cultivated blood-clawed chickens for the safety of his own family, and hadn't even considered the issue of economic benefits. Just, according to this amount of food of the blood-clawed chicken, in a short period of time it is not too suitable for large-scale cultivation of blood-clawed chickens, or else the food consumption alone will be enough to make Chen Rice unable to make ends meet. These 5 chickens, you will feed them as much as they eat, without thinking about saving food. After leaving these words, Chen Dai Dai turned around and left. Chen Lian and the others, on the other hand, looked at the blood-clawed chicken that still kept eating sorghum, slightly distressed. This chicken may look big, but this is too much to eat. Yes, a strong laborer in the village only eats 2 caddies of grain a day, but this chicken can eat 20 caddies a day, which is as much as 10 strong laborers, and I don't know what Inego is doing raising this kind of chicken. Inuyasha's definitely got his ideas, so we'd better not ask too many questions. Just do what Inuyasha said. That's true, but it's too much food to consume. When Chen Daoyuan returned to the front yard, the villagers were lining up in an orderly fashion to receive the steamed buns, and the outside of the house was filled with the laughter of the villagers. who were holding the steamed buns and carrying the farming tools, talking and laughing all the way to the farmland. Li Bold and Li Feng with their respective daughters-in-law, lined up at the end of the queue, looking at the villagers who were talking and laughing. Their faces could not help but flash with envy. The villagers of this Chen village are having a really good time. Li Bold couldn't help but lament. Just by doing some farm work, you can eat white flour buns all the time. If this is known by the people in my village, surely they must be envious with red eyes. That's right. Feng Xiang smiled and said, these days, every household in our Xiaoha village eats chaff. If we could eat steamed bread, I guess those neighbors of ours could wake up laughing in their dreams. Ha ha, Li Feng and Luo Xiu both laughed. Tun white bread. This is definitely all the villagers of Xiaoha village want to dare not think of life. And now, because of their kinship with Chen Dao, they can live like this too. This is the latest chapter. Add my WeChat, MMY66618 more hot long novels recommended. Gee hoo. Today's headlines, tomatoes and other kinds of short story package month generation under the generation of find.